Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, soldiers of all ages, welcome to the World Cup of Call of Duty Mobile. This is the COD World Championship 2022. I am the Mustachio AJ, and we'll be joined by two amazing casters down here today on the desk. Callie as well as Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Callie, how do you feel? Match number one is just about to begin.
I am so excited to be here, by the way, and of course, I can't wait for all the best team around the world to gather to reach the pinnacle of the Call of Duty Mobile esports with a $1.7 million prize pool on the line, AJ. 7 regions, 16 teams. Which team reigns supreme? And this weekend that we're going to have, it's going to be determined, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you know, we've got a lot of stats. We've got a lot of data collected from all of their qualifiers into Stage 5 as well. And we will be able to bounce some speculations based on those numbers. But just like what we saw at CDFI, that means absolutely nothing. It can give you a rough gauge as to where we might be able to see the teams come from, where we might be able to see them perform, but it's going to be able to give us absolutely nothing in terms of results at the end of the day, because this is the first time they're going to go head-to-head against each other on a LAN setting. The playing ground is as even as we have wanted it to be for the past few years, Callie.
I mean, in 2020, it was discontinued, so like the prize was to be distributed to every team. Then last year, it was separated to a Western to the Eastern division. So now this time, it's going to be the first time that everybody is gathering in one convention to really go and fight for that world championship. And to mention the teams here, by the way, you know, we talked about CDFI and the LAN event. I mean, Smart Omega is the only team on this list of teams participating in this World Championship Stage 5 that won a championship in a LAN event with the crowd. Yeah. So that is already the experience that they technically have already. So let's see if that's going to be put into good use here in this World Championship, AJ.
Absolutely. Likewise, I mean, if you're just talking from Garena's perspective for the time being, before we touch on some of the other teams, ALMGHTY also had a little bit of taste of victory as they shut down Q9 and they took the CDFI away from their cold hands. Now, I think that in itself is a great achievement because we saw exactly how Smart Omega performed against some of these Chinese teams. I mean, we saw the King of Snipers showdown, and the Chinese teams have got a lot to offer out there on the battlefield. We see quality from both of these teams. We see quality even at Stage 4 from the team of ALMGHTY, and they have shown us that they have got exactly what it takes to go all the way. But although we hype Garena up all the time, although we've got pride in the Garena representatives, you know, anything can happen out there, man. Everybody has been gearing up. I mean, if the Garena players have been preparing for the past few years, so have all of the other teams. Everybody wants this because, yes, that's a lot of money on the table. $1.7 million US on the table, but there's a lot of pride on the table as well. This is the very, very, very first full-on LAN event with all of these teams from all of the regions coming together in one spot to play for, and that in itself holds a lot of value, Callie.
I mean, this weekend, we will finally determine which region will finally be the best out of all. Because, you know, there's been some discussion every time there's an esports event in every region that you say, oh, Tribe is better. Oh, NU or Stamina is going to defeat this team.
Better.
Oh, yeah, number one? Seriously, Neptune? Number one in the prediction? Oh, my God.
What kind of Garena caster are you if you're not biased, Neptune? But you know, that's exactly what it is, Callie. I mean, everybody's throwing their chips out there onto the table. Someone asked me the other time, right? Hey, Mustachio, you know, you're betting on ALMGHTY. Aren't you afraid that people are going to say you're biased again? Once again, this is the World Cup. This is our World Cup for Call of Duty Mobile, right? I mean, if your country represents you at the FIFA World Cup, would you want to bet on another country? You're gonna lose your citizenship, my friend. We gotta bet on the people that represent our nation, the nation of Garena. But of course, the casting on the desk will be absolutely even, depending on exactly which team whoops butt.
Exactly, man. And you know, you can't really cheer on other team because it makes you a traitor to your own region. And I mean, in this World Championship, there is a lot of coverage. So you got the Latin America, you got the English region, you got the Italian, you have the French commentary as well. So of course they're gonna root for the team that they're really familiar at. But of course, we're gonna be able to guarantee you guys that this is gonna be very balanced broadcast. Wink, wink, wink.
We gonna be balanced as ever, man. Okay, you know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna have fun on the casting desk today. It's gonna be a long day. It's 10 p.m. in Malaysia. It's 10 p.m. in the Philippines. Callie, gentlemen, and I, we are gonna be dead tired by the time we end the show. But what we can guarantee you is we will give you our 100%. By the way, a quick shout out to the YouTube chat. If you're not on the Garena broadcast YouTube chat, you're missing out on a lot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because that's exactly where the action happens. I think the YouTube chat for Call of Duty Mobile has been one of the cleanest places to watch, to tune into Call of Duty Mobile, as well as to connect with a lot of like-minded people who are in love with the game, who want to have, you know, adult conversation. Okay, not adult conversations that way, but mature conversations without actually getting into a fist fight over which team is better. So wherever you are, wherever you're tuning in from, hop on over to YouTube. We've got the OG chat gang in the house as well. So let's go, man. I'm looking forward to seeing the players, but I'm also looking forward to seeing the community in the chat.
I mean, right now we have a 1.2k viewers, and you know, this is just the start of this games, and we would love for you guys to be engaged in this live stream because we're gonna be giving away a lot of prizes here. I mean, I believe it was a PDW or it is going to be a CBR4 that's going to be given away later on. So if we can reach the milestone as fast as possible, it's going to be very, very handy. And, well, I am looking forward the most on how well our teams are going to be prepared or not really prepared, but like I'm looking forward to how well they will perform here coming into this game because obviously the team that they're going up against with has a different play style and different personality compared to the usual Garena region competition that you obviously have. So it's such a difference. There's such a huge difference in play style. So it's all about being able to adapt to what's currently happening for these two teams that we have for Garena coming into this World Championship, AJ.
I do have to agree with that, right? Like I said, I mean, yes, we've collected like a bunch of data. Even production was kind enough to pull up a lot of the numbers and kind of share with us exactly who's dominant on which map, on which mode, etc., etc. But it really, really doesn't matter when it's all on land. And you know, at the end of the day, even if you're good at something, your mental health when you get down there, that's going to be put to the test as well. How solid are you mentally? It's going to be pushed to the limits because you have to deal with the LAN crowd that might not be your fans. So you have a home ground disadvantage potentially. Some of the teams might have a home ground advantage. So that's one to think about as well, Callie.
Yeah, I mean the North American region definitely is gonna be the home court. This is their home court. This is their home game. I mean, this event is currently held at Raleigh, North Carolina, USA. So where we obviously will see a lot of this audience will be rooting for the respective game. But looking at the tournament schedule today, December 15th, Thursday, we're gonna do the group stage, and of course Saturday, December 17th, we're gonna have the champs in the elimination brackets, and of course to determine which region will be the best. It's going to be at December 18th. That's going to be the finals. And obviously, this is what you will look forward to the most, AJ.
Amen, brother. So make sure you guys are not here waiting for a broadcast tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be a break day. Yeah, so Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, that's our fun day. But let's take a look at the amount of money these boys will be playing for. Apart from pride, there's a lot of moolah on the table, and the amount of moolah to make anybody go absolutely cuckoo, man. 700,000 US dollars. We were making a quick calculation earlier, Callie. That's close to 40 million pesos, brother.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's just to give you guys an ample size of this prize pool that we currently have for this live stream. That's again, it's also about 40 million, and that's about like 200,000 battle pass. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot. So just by looking at that, the teams here really would love to fight for that number one spot, but of course, not just for the prize, but of course to have the pride as the kings of all regions, AJ.
Yeah, pretty much everybody walks away with something. How big of a slice of pie you walk away with, whether or not your tummy is filled, or whether or not you walk away thinking that, I might have been able to satisfy myself with yet another slice of pie. It really will depend on the performance, and it's going to be played over 3 days. Once again, based on the schedule earlier on, we're going to to be playing today. Tomorrow is going to be a day of break. Saturday, Sunday, we continue all of the fun. But, you know, speaking of 200,000 battle passes, man, it's like Oprah on Call of Duty Mobile. You get a battle pass. You get a battle pass. Everybody gets a battle pass.
I mean, that's it. You know, you can live with that. I can live with that. That's like a lot of seasons that you can use advance. And obviously, we hope that one of the Garena teams actually make it to the top 4, because that's where, you know, we saw these teams and their journey all throughout this year and how well they've developed and their performance have continuously played out. And now looking at this one, stage 5 qualifiers for India, number 1 is Godlike and of course the number 2 spot will be Team Vitality. And for Latin America region, it's got Inco Gaming and Skate and Influence Kemin. Then Japan, you'll only send out one representative, and that's going to be Scars. For Garena, they have Team ALMGHTY and SMART OMEGA. For Europe, they have 3 representatives: Strut Esports, Stamina Esports, and Luminosity. And of course, NA. This is what the people are looking forward to the most. NYSL Mayhem, Tribe Gaming, the number 1 team in North America, and of course, the champions of last year, Western Finals, and Luminosity. Then for Q9 and Wolves, representing China.
Very smart of Activision to throw the greatest nation of the whole world up on top, Godlike and Vitality, the one and only India, right up top. I'm excited, man. I want to see exactly what the Indians have got to bring to the table. And today's going to be the day where we get to take a little bit of a quick sneak peek in there. But let's take a look at our Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, as well as Delta broadcast here as well. Hey, this is exactly where you can catch these individual matches. So we're going to have multiple streams. And I guess that's the one thing that I am disappointed with. I'm disappointed that I can't shoutcast every single one of the group stage matches, because we've got these games running concurrently. So therefore, we've got separate streams running separate matches. If you want to tune into the Garena matches, I guess if you're a Garena fan, then this is going to be the broadcast. But if you want to tune into any of the other broadcasts, I won't blame you. It's okay. I'll miss you though.
Oh, don't leave us like that, guys. You guys love us, right? So you stay here. You stay here. But again, right? Again, I mean, like, I really wanted to cast like Vitality and Godlike because I was able to be a guest caster for that event. And I mean, the teams are crazy there. They know how to play aggressively and tactical. But here is the Group B bracket, by the way, for the group stage. Again, the upper round 1A, you got Wolves and Strut Esports. In upper round 1B, it's Inco Gaming, then Team Vitality. And obviously speaking, here at this bracket stage, it's not a single elimination where once you lose one best of 5, you're technically out of the playoff picture. No, it's not like that. It's a double elimination. You have 2 chances to get to that final stage and, of course, play for that playoffs, AJ.
Absolutely. It just means that you can make a boo-boo 1 time, but not 2 times. 2 times, you don't go home. You still stay. You still stay really. You still stay in North Carolina, but you gotta watch everybody else go the distance. You know, you might as well just cry yourself to sleep every single night if that's the case. But hopefully that's not going to be the situation for a lot of these teams out there. Yes, of course, in my little heart of hearts, I want the Garena teams to get up to the top, but I also understand that it's not going to be an easy fight at all. I mean, we were just highlighting the Indian teams. The Indian teams themselves might be able to get the deed done, man. So, you know, you really can't put any bets based on what you know or what you perhaps think is going to happen. It's like walking into an event, you don't know who the MC is. In fact, you don't even know whose event it is. In fact, you weren't even invited, but you want to see exactly what happens. You got to go in there with an open mind, Callie.
Obviously speaking, it's going to be rough for you to actually underestimate these teams that's participating in this event because there's a reason why they're here, and they have outlasted the best of the best in their own region. Now that it's basically filtered out, they are going to have to go with the best teams on the other regions to really determine who's going to be the champions of all. And honestly speaking, no one wants to go out in the first round. So you have to play your best here. 110% is not enough. You have to go 200% to be able to get to where you would want to be. And that, of course, is on the playoffs, AJ, where everything is going to be a step closer to the championship.
Absolutely, man. Of course, at the end of the day, we do want our own teams from our own individual nations, from our own individual servers to reach up to the top. But it's going to be dependent solely on their performance out there on the battlefield. You know, very recently, the meta of the game has drastically changed from being a very single focus meta, from only having 1 or 2 in meta guns that will be able to get the huge damage kind of gotten off for you. I mean, remember the KSP dominance, the CBR4 dominance. Now it's not like that anymore. And I have this sneaking suspicion that Activision did that on purpose to set us up for the world champs, because now you get to see anything and everything being used out there. And also some potential players who might be able to absolutely shock us with some comfort picks that might not be seen as the perfect weapon. I mean, we all know Irfan J, how he rocks at Chicom. Regardless of what sort of change, he still picks out that exact same gun and goes out and annihilates. I wonder if that is going to happen today, Kali.
I mean, the problem with Irfan J is that he can defeat you in 2 ways. One, playing seriously with the meta guns, and one with the non-meta weapons, and still will be able to outplay you in any way. I mean, Irfan J is one of the players that has the best game sense out of all the teams, out of all the individuals I've seen so far in Garena, and of course in the Garena and the China server as well, because he always stays 100 steps ahead of his opponent, so he knows how to beat them to the spots, and that's what's really made him great so far. He's calm, cool, and collected, and he is one key primary weapon for his team, especially in S&D. Clutch King, you name him up, you name him himself, AJ.
Amen, brother. And you know, and I didn't give him that salutation of the Clutch King just like that, right? He earned that title. He played his heart out time and time again, and he managed to keep that consistency up at an all-time high. He's one of the most consistent players from Garena that we are all very, very fascinated by every single time he steps out there onto the battlefield. And one of the best things about Irfan J is he's not just a great player, but he's also a great entertainer. He's got a fantastic sense of humor. He's always trying to tickle the opponents. When he knows he's got a guaranteed dub, you know he's going to get cheeky.
I mean, the punching gloves, the Chickum, the KSP, he pulled off the KSP 45 at one instance at CDFI, and of course still made it possible for him to score the top frag. So overall, the guy is going to be a huge key for this team to win here at their own group brackets. But of course, we did see Irfan J step up on that Garena Master Season 3 until this Stage 4. But one recent performance increase we saw from ALMGHTY is Incendio. I mean, the guy was called out upon by the viewers because most of the time you see him placing bottom frag. But recently, with the recent meta changes that we had, you saw him up there at the top, especially on the Search and Destroy. I mean, the guy is hosting up AMT's first blood in the S&D, so he knows how to initiate now. And I'm looking forward to the triple snipe setup now, AJ, on this S&D coming up next.
Be careful. Be careful what you ask for, man, because I don't know whether or not the triple snipe setup is gonna be the 1 point that brings ALMGHTY all the way to the top and become champions, or it's that one gameplay that's really gonna break them down, right? But I do agree with the point that Incendio is a freaking monster, man. That guy is a game changer. If you can ever have an in-game leader, if you can ever have a captain, a guy like Incendio is exactly who you want. You know, and I'm not talking just about his capability out there in the game, on the battlefield. I'm talking about how he just leads with so much of grace, how matured he is, even as he answers all of the questions in interviews or whoever he speaks to. The guy is just down to earth, one of the most humble people you can meet out there. And he's just a nice person. You know, that in fact makes him such a great leader already. Now you take that, you add on his mechanical skills, he's amazing, he's the Incendio, and now you put the snipe in his hand, he's even outperforming Heaven sometimes. I mean, okay, it's going to be very difficult to outperform Heaven when Heaven really tries, but he has been doing exactly that.
I mean, Heaven, his agility is not that really impressive, but he makes up for it with his insane accuracy. But for Incendio, he's the opposite. You know, he loves playing with movement, and he loves anticipating players up front. And not to mention, Incendio, I believe, was the one also calling plays here for this squad. And I believe AMT is the only team at this world stage that has no coach. And looking at the recent event, you know, Q9, I had some information called in. I was doing a lot of research, and AMT, for some odd reason, he coached his team basically. He's a playing coach here, right?
Yeah.
So they won the CDFI and they defeated a team that has 5 coaches. So like 2 statistician, 1 coach, 1 sub coach, and of course, I don't know what the fifth one is, but they have 5 coach in total. Then you look at AMT, who only has Incendio. It totally tells a lot of how and what this guy can do for his squad.
That's the one thing that I might not 100% agree with, because Incendio is not the only coach for Almighty, and that's what makes Almighty such a top tier team, right? Because each and every single individual always puts their thoughts forward, always brings their own flavor to the table, and they make sure that sort of a game style and gameplay is perfected as a group before they head on out. And I think that's the main reason why Almighty managed to beat down all of the other Chinese teams. Because just like the Chinese teams, they've got 5 coaches. They've got literally 5 players who are capable of being coaches. 5 players who are amazing on the battlefield, not just in skills, but in stats. And that's the main reason why I say the team with the highest IQ out there on the battlefield within Garena in itself has always been Almighty. Whether or not they are going to be the top IQ team down here at the World Championship Finals for 2022, we will have to wait and see, Kali.
Yeah, it all starts on that game number 2 later on, where they're going to be facing off SK. But for now, we are going to be seeing Smart Omega and Stamina Esports. So the number 2 team in Garena and the number 1 squad in Europe, in the European region. So that's
happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's the best of the best, honestly. So, like Smart Omega, they're going to be dealing with a team that has a superstar, obviously, in Grizz. So he knows how to play with the tempo. He knows how to take all these players down with ease, with his unique game sense as well. And I believe if Smart Omega will be able to counter him at the early game, they might be able to have an easier odds of winning this game, AJ.
That I'll have to agree with, man. By the way, Jishan Bale, I'm not ignoring the OG gang. It's just that Kali and I are in a heated discussion, man, as to who we should watch out for, what sort of stats. By the way, if you guys are expecting shout-outs on the grandest of Call of Duty mobile broadcasts, then all you need to do is just behave in chat. Be a good chap. Be friendly with everyone. Make sure you fill in, all of those juicy details that people have missed out. Don't be toxic. If you see anyone being toxic, shut them down politely and with a lot of love. Give them a lot of love. Obviously, they come in here with a little bit of toxicity because they don't get a lot of the love, right? So give them that love. And if you are that chap who's super duper cool and awesome in the chat, no pun intended, you'll get your shout-outs, all right? You'll most definitely get your shout-outs. But Kali, coming back to what you were saying, right? I have to agree, man. But of course, that's one perspective. And we have to go back to the point of this is LAN. This is the first time where they are, meeting each other. And you never know exactly how some of these interactions might have happened, right? See, for example, I mean, I'm very sure, Kali, and I'm just pulling this one out of my hat that I'm not wearing. You would have represented your school for some sort of event in the past. Yes, no?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. So when you go, to someone else's school or to someone else's college, to someone else's university, and then you meet everyone there, and then you meet the guy who you're going to have to compete against. And this guy is like 8 foot tall. He speaks so eloquently, and he's so good looking, and he's just this big, buff, macho guy. He sounds so smart. And regardless of how confident you were prior to getting there, now all of a sudden you feel like that small little mouse in a tight little corner, and you're so nervous. Your palms are all sweaty. You feel like you want to vomit out your mom's spaghetti. You know that kind of feeling? That's the problem that some of these players have to overcome. That we don't know exactly who has felt like that. Some might have seen Whoopi and go like, holy shit, this guy. Okay, let's take Whoopi out of that, because we've got actually life examples to give. They would have met Idra and like this poker face guy. This poker face guy is too good, because clearly there are no emotions on his face. He's just getting ready to whoop all of us, right? They could have been intimidated by that. Some of these boys from Garena could have met the North American boys who probably are like 9 feet tall. They could have been intimidated by their presence. You never know. That's going to be a factor that's going to be at play later on as well. And when they are playing, you might just see players standing up and screaming, shouting, jeering at the opponents who have taken the L. That might affect them negatively as well. There are a lot of components and elements within a LAN event that can, really push things south for some of these teams.
I mean, it gets really, really intense, especially facing these teams in front of you. There's a really good discussion in CDL, Call of Duty League, where, there is a sudden drop on teams, specifically when they play online and of course on LAN event, because typically at online, you're not going to have any viewers at all. You're not going to see your opponent face to face, and then you play LAN where you have the audience maybe cheering on the other side, so you're technically your mentality might just be a little bit too low, maybe because of the the aggression that the audience are just doing upon your team, and of course and what they're doing to praise the other squad that you're playing with. And there's a lot of variables that you really have to talk about moving into this LAN event. So I just hope that the teams are prepared, because I mean, this is the world stage, this is the final event of the year, and you don't want to exit first round. So right now, you just got to bring your A game and do things one at a time. But obviously in a competition, AJ, there's going to be some losers and there's going to be some winners. And I just hope that the teams that's playing here right now, they will bring out their 200%, so they won't regret it after the end of the day.
Long story short, you don't want to get your ass kicked and you want to deliver an ass kicking. That's exactly what we all want to see as well. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, some of you guys are wondering like, why the hell are these two guys talking for so long? Because it's not our broadcast. It's not our broadcast. When you're running a LAN event, I'm very sure there will be a lot of, delays and, yada, yada, yada. You've got like pleasantries and the host is saying a bunch of stuff on the stage and etc. So we are just buying time whilst the match starts. It's going to take a while. We don't know when the match is going to start. If it was in our hands, if it was online, we'll probably be pushing production right now. Like, production, can you please start the match? But it's not something that we can do. This is a live feed that we're getting all the way from the US. So we just got to chill, man. We just got to chill. We just got to wait. See, Amir Saharuddin comes in when you guys start. We don't know, Amir. We don't know. If we knew, we would tell you, man.
Oh, come on. It takes really, really long to set up this LANs. I mean, you have like 20 teams or like 20 players playing in one single platform. And I really hope that in today's broadcast, we'll be able to show the viewers the LAN platform, because it's such an awesome stage where you have all the teams playing in their own specific group. And then, I just hope that we see it, because, this is one part of like playing in the World Championship, the design, the aesthetic of the World Championship stage, and being able to be part of it, sitting there playing. It's such a nice thing to see. Not just for the players, not for just the caster, but also for the viewers as well, to get a really good feel of what like the LAN broadcast feels like. But yeah, technically we are stalling. We are waiting for the games to start, and for sure the teams can't wait to play as well here, AJ.
Guess what? I can't wait for the teams to play as well. You can't wait. The chat can't wait. Everybody can't wait. But we gotta wait. We just gotta wait, man. You can't rush it, okay? It's just that. Like, if Cristiano Ronaldo wants to stay in the locker room, he can't. He'll get fined. He has to play, right? But it's not a situation like that. The match is just starting late. Just imagine that it's raining really heavily there, and they're having internet issues or something like that to console yourselves while we wait for this matchup. Obviously, it's going to take time. Once again, we don't know how long. But, let's jump back into the conversation. I mean, since we've got a lot of time to kill, Callie, we can talk about some of these other groups as well, not just in Group A, but Group B. Who are you potentially looking forward to the most? Because if you ask me, we saw what Wolves could do in CDFI, and the same Wolves that beat down Q9 4-0 actually took an L. So I am just wondering, was that the greatest fake to show people that, we have nothing to fear? Q9's the one. Go watch them. Go learn their strats. Go and try to beat them via nothing. And then are they going to take over by storm today?
I mean, here's the biggest fake out. They didn't let Lucas play on that CDFI tournament, where Lucas is such a key player for this team. It's like Yato, Blacklist International Ultimate, or Clove of Dunya Games. So with him not playing there, the team has saw a decrease in performance in the offensive platform. So with him playing here now at the world stage, I believe they're going to be able to dominate that Group B. Same thing with Inco Gaming, who has seen a lot of dominance in the Latin American region. But for me, honestly, for Group B, that's going to be a group that will be dominated by Wolves. I mean, we saw how well they can do against Q9 at the China Masters with Lucas playing there. And with him out of the CDFI 2022, they really struggle without him. So here this time, the fake out here is they now have Lucas playing again here, and he's such a crucial player in search and destroys, and of course in the respawns as well. He's like a better version of Zai to amplify what this guy can offer to a team. So it's gonna get really intense.
And it's so difficult to think that someone can actually outperform Zai. So wait till you actually watch it and you guys will know exactly what we're talking about, right? But I am very, I guess, nervous for Vitality. It's one of the teams that I do want to see make it through to the next stage, make it through the playoffs, but they have to go up against Inco as well as Limitless. And two of these teams have got, you know, great stats on their side. I guess the only thing that I can tell myself to console myself is, you know, let's not worry, because obviously they picked up all of those numbers based on teams that were within their own region, not against Vitality themselves. But, you know, on that point and on that note, how do you fare some of these Chinese teams going up against ALMGHTY, that not only was the winner of stage 4, but was also the champion of CDFI? I mean, that's a pretty much a back-to-back if you ever can ask for one.
Yeah, obviously. For me, I still think that AMT is going to go above Q9 and, of course, Wolves. I just feel like this team has had a good season so far for the Call of Duty Mobile esports. I mean, winning back-to-back championship at the Stage 4 Garena Regional Qualifiers. And of course, the CDFI 2022. For sure, that confidence will be translated here at this World Championship Finals 2022. And I just feel like, I just hope that they continue up the presence and the performance they've done for the recent 2 events that we had, because that's going to be the winning play for them. That's the winning formula. And that's the reason why they are the champions of these 2 events, is because the teamwork and the increase in performance from the players itself, it gets better over time, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I think we need to throw on a new overlay to this show itself. I think we need to call it the Cali and Mustachio podcast. Or the Cali Mustachio Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Finals 2022 pre-show. Okay, that's exactly what this is.
Oh, there you go.
Let's go! We are going to go to Godlike Esports and NYSL Mayhem straight up from the get-go. Callie, tell me if I'm actually seeing what I think I'm seeing.
I mean, I think our wishes are granted. And I mean, I think like Stamina Esports and Smart Omega is having some problems with their stream. So right now we're going to be hopping into Godlike Esports and NYSL Mayhem. And NYSL Mayhem is the #3 team in North America. Godlike Esports is the #1 team in India. So now is the time for us to see this map #1 at Hacienda. And here is the platform. All the best teams in the region playing at the Stage 5. Godlike Esports and NYSL Mayhem first put onto the flank, and you already know map 1 Hacienda is a map pick that Godlike Esports want to play at, and they're ready to go. This is it, AJ. Map #1, World Stage. Here it is, loading up Hacienda Hardpoint.
And in the best map that we can find, man, Hacienda. Let's go, baby. I mean, can I thank the universe? Can I thank the Lord for just a second here? Because I was just talking about how I'm going to be so annoyed that I don't get to watch the Indian teams play, and they send me like the god himself, Godlike Esports versus NYSL Mayhem. And I've been waiting for the longest of time to see exactly what NYSL can do to some of these other regions on Atlanta event. We get both of that. Double whammy, baby, on Hacienda Hardpoint. You tell us exactly how you guys feel in the chat, because I am pumped, Callie.
This is such a very important map right off the get-go for both ends, because they're going to be thrown in on the hot seat. Map 1 Hacienda, and red team will pause the match. So we're going to see this team leave. All right, I love that. So we're going to have a little bit more of an anticlimactic start off this game. Maybe a change in the sides is going to be the problem. But just to give you guys an outlook on the game that we're going to play at, Hacienda Hardpoint is one of the best maps that Godlike can offer into a series. So they currently stand at 3-0 on that map pick. We're in their own region, not with the international stage. So they have a 100% win rate compared to the team of North America, the #3 team in NYSL Mayhem. They have played Hardpoint 8 times in their region. They only have a 50% win rate, and they haven't played Hacienda. So that's gonna be rough for them at the start, by the way, AJ, because they didn't play this. They haven't played it in any tournament at the moment in the Stage 4, and of course in the recent Mobile Mayhem. So it's gonna be a challenge for them to be up here through a map pick by Godlike.
I mean, it's all right. You don't need to play the map to win the map. So obviously, you do need to. But, you know, at the end of the day, even if you take an L in a best of 5, there's a lot of opportunities for a comeback that's waiting for you. But to give you guys a quick update, I know you guys were waiting for the Garena matchup, but Smart Omega wasn't ready for the game just yet. So to not bore you guys with the Cali and AJ chat podcast show, whatever you want to call it, we're jumping on into this matchup first between Godlike and NYSL, and there's no better way I would have it. Instead of waiting around, we get to see these boys in action.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you see how is their reaction looking like here, and they have a stone face, and they have one player actually, I think that's Rebalo, that's having trouble with his device. And you know, this event is actually sponsored by Aces ROG as well, and that's the official gaming phone for the World Championship 2022. And I believe it's the best mobile gaming phone for Call of Duty Mobile at the moment. And talking about stats here, and of course, who are we going to be expecting to play well for both ends? Starting with NYSL Mayhem, Rebalo is going to be one key player at the hard point. He pretty much does all the slaying power for his squad. Then taking a look at the Indian region, one player you have to look forward to the most is going to be Burns. This guy is going to be burning players out there, no pun intended, in the battlefield as soon as we hop in Hacienda Hardpoint.
Hold up, quick fact check. Are those the phone sponsors? Like, are those phones sponsored for everyone, Cali?
Yeah. They are sponsored.
That means it's definitely the best phone for Call of Duty Mobile. Let's go, man.
I was just, I don't know.
Sorry, what?
No, I don't know. Technically, yeah. It's a sponsored app. It's a sponsored phone. I don't know what to feel. It's my first World Championship cast, and I'm just so excited to get this started.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
There we go. Oh, what?
Brackets.
Okay,
so since we are putting the match on pause, since like they wanted to call for a pause at this, no, we are getting into the matchup. It's gonna be Inco. Let's go, Vitality 99-75. This is a totally different map. We are playing at Slums right now. Hardpoint, ladies, German boys, singles. Garage has been opened up, and it looks like Inco is doing one hell of a job holding on to it. But the rest of the team, Vitality, they've already rotated beyond. You can see player number 2, Joko, holding on to the spawn from the Special Forces base. He's trying to play for P2 before P1 is even activated. Let's see if that checks out for him.
I mean, it won't be a long one here, honestly, for these two squads. So we jump right back into this middle of the map. And, you know, Inco doing a great job so far in the first set of rotation. They have scored 110 points over 75 of Team Vitality. And looking at the player right now that's been cooking the game, Lucas, who has been such a super slayer for his squad for Inco Gaming. And he plays such a very aggressive play style and, you know, often love to overcommit to create plays for his squad. He's got 23 and 5 at the moment, and just a 4.0 KD, and the guy's just so great right now, frying the competition. It's 130-81, 27 seconds left in this P1, and if you are Team Vitality, yes, you are getting this P1 already, but you gotta move in at that P2 because Inco Gaming, they're moving in fast.
Yeah, very smart play coming through from Inco Gaming. They rotate over to hold on to P2, and one objective player in the name of Cheers steps on up, takes the scrap points as well as the rest of the Vitality squad take the fight straight up towards Ghetto. They want to bash their heads in for this hard point, but this is the best moment of entry as two objective players have already backed away, but Freddy catches a double from the back. That's a big one for Inco. Vitality's got to suffer.
I mean, Dad is just soaking up time here right now, so that's good enough already. You take the first 5 seconds, and Vitality just trying to make it work their way around the map. They have put 3 players inside of this P2, and they have made progress and are successful at breaking it, but Inco still has the spawn, so they're gonna be closing in here fast in their reinforcement retake, and it's gonna start off with Lucas with that SKS and Noel following up with that Hunter Killer drone, and they break it easily. And Team Vitality, it's hard to push this P2, and you have to make the play to break off the spawns and close in. It's not gonna make that easy for them. 26 seconds left, and you have to decide what type of attacks are you gonna do, Vitality. Are you gonna make sure to bash your head here at this P2 or move it to the next hill? And it seems like they're gonna do the latter as they have number 4 and number 2 set up for the next hill.
Yep, good attack by Chiz. Vitality manages to take Noel out of the equation, who could have done a lot of damage with that Purifier, and that runs down the time for Team one and only Inko, but they rotate around as Vitality has found the spawns for the Junkyard hardpoint as well. And all they need to do is just hold on to Fountain. But you can see player number 5 throws in very slowly with the Holger now approaching, and they manage to use the Hunter Killer drone to take Joko out of the equation. That's going to be a huge blow, but Vitality still has a chance here with Cheese. Gravity Vortex gun, first pop, second pop, gets nothing for himself. That's gonna hurt.
I mean, they're just playing the time here, waiting for his teammate to reinforce, and that's good. You got Sams now being able to reinforce his teammate. He's also got that Purifier to help this team remove the players pushing in close, and right now they are doing a great job soaking despite not having the spawns, but now the push comes through, the flood coming in from Dad and Frozen. And talking about the player that's standing out the most, Lucas already on 31, and I believe in the last event that he held at Mobile Mayhem Latin America, he had a 41.20 kills per game, and he makes scoring 40 bombs. Look, he's in right now, is on 33, just flying off the competition. And bravo, Inko Gaming, they just only need 50 more points to win this game, and if we don't see Vitality act now, it might just be spiraling out of control.
Yeah, Gods of RNG just taking a piss at Vitality, making the player from Inko spawn right behind that Vitality player, and then quickly ruined their chances of taking over the previous hardpoint. But now as we hop on into Garage, it is still a good hold by Inko. Vitality now not only just needs to fight for their lives, but they need to take that backstab as well. Player number 3, Cheese, has got an opportunity, CBR4, but instead of going straight towards the spawn, he takes the shortcut through Graves, and he loses such a big opportunity. This should be done and dusted. Vitality has made one too many mistakes to take this game back from Inko.
But the Gods of RNG spawning random here at this Fontaine spawn, so now they're gonna have a multi-platform attack. Argon on the window, but still loses the gunfight. Noel just already prepared for the next gunfight, but Cheese looking like a Cheese whiz, kind of actually gap in between, and Lucas is there to take him out. So bravo here for Inko Gaming. 17 seconds left, and they might just be able to edit here at this P4, the Garage, and they might just be looking to handle the first victory, the Cotton World Championship group stage. And Rafa on a 5 kill streak, Lucas on a 40 bomb, and the guy just makes it look so easy. Inko Gaming on their last few attempts. Rafa will be there to wrap things up. One more point to win this game, AJ. Team Vitality is in a dire situation.
I mean, dire situation is like the understatement of the year, Callie. They have no way of winning this unless they win every single gunfight and hold on to a perfect game. But before I can even finish a sentence, Inko finishes the match.
Whew. I mean, the total staying power that Inko Gaming can just pack in one game is an absolute. Right now, Lucas in, I believe, dropped 41 kills to end off this map number 1 at the slums, and a good solid step up from Noel. We don't normally see him actually step up for this squad. Most of the time he's doing the objective work, but he lacks his playing power. But this time, I believe he scored 30 plus kills, so such a great start for Inko Gaming. But Team Vitality, they got off the wrong foot, and they weren't really able to find a bounce back for that. And looking at the statistics, you see Lucas 41 and 13. Such an absolute monster, AJ.
I mean, you know, I want to be nice, but I'm not going to be nice. This is the world champ, so you got to know exactly what you're doing. You can't just be the top dog in your own nation and then step onto the world stage and make such mistakes. Vitality, that was a game they should have lost because of the way they were playing it. The decisions were made extremely slowly, and even when some decisions were made quick, those were the wrong decisions. We are talking about the spawn control of Archers playing for P2 when P2 wasn't even unlocked. We are talking about the push into Ghetto when the team wasn't even ready. 2 of that ready took down the team, and they still continued the push. Now that's one of the worst things that you could do. You already lost 2 men. What can you achieve with 3 players? The 3 players needed to win every single gunfight. We talk about holding on to the spawns at Fountain, just 1 anchor player to play that. I understand, because you can't really dedicate a lot of players to hold on to the spawns for you. But what happens when you lose that spawn is extremely important, because P3 gets strung into P4. That spawn is extremely crucial for you to play. What was Inko doing? Inko did not take their eyes off of that spawn at all. Time and time again, the attack from the back, and Vitality just didn't try for it at all. This was an unfortunate loss for Vitality. It's gonna be quite the GG.
I mean, the Inko Gaming just got off to the spawns. You know, they were controlling that spawns, and it made them easier to predict where the players might attack at that P3 and at P4. Yes. It's either going to be at the bricks, or at the broken wall, or at that graveyard. So they only have 3 areas that they're really going to look an eye out for. And it makes it easier for them as well to have two players with an SKS. I mean, the top gun is basically a viable gun that you didn't really see coming. Most of the time, you'll see the CBR4, you'd see the Switchblade in action. But for Inco Gaming, they defeated Team Vitality with 2 SKS in the lobby. So the range itself to play here at Slums is such a very ideal for them. They really know how to play that hardpoint, man.
And this is once again where I bring the conversation back to the meta of the current season and why Activision did this, right? Because, you know, when you look at the different regions, they play based on their own preferences. There might have been meta plays, and Garena is very well known to abuse the meta all the time. If KSP is in the meta, you're going to see 4, 5 players running the KSP all at the same time for some of these respawns. You're not going to be seeing any of the other guns at all. But the other regions are not like that at all. Some of them really like playing on exactly the kind of gun that they are very comfortable on. But on the world stage, that's not going to fly. You're going to see domination from just, you know, teams that are super comfortable by abusing that meta. So now by taking the balance of all of the guns, kind of leveling out the playing field, you're going to be seeing a lot of these flashy plays on guns that you usually do not see out there being used all that too often. But the SKS though has been one that has been dealing a lot of damage in the near past. But of course, let's hop on over to Godlike whilst we are on that conversation, as this Indian team seems to be doing slightly better, but it's just the start of the matchup, so we can't get too excited yet.
Yeah, more often than not, the P1 is going to be tightly contested, but Godlike are just playing this one like a film at the moment. But now you see NYSL slowly starting to pick up some pace here. And obviously, if you are Godlike Esports, you would want to make sure you chain that P1 into P2. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Trunks is going to be in the garage, while Alpha for NYSL Mayhem is gonna be claim time there by number 5. And that's gonna be Space, and now Trunks just going ham here at this P2. They are prepared for the next hill, but looking like the pinch is gonna be set up here greatly for NYSL Mayhem. They have Yon and Rebalo going in from the staircase, and now they have Yon spawning from the left side of the minimap. So they're able to break the hard point right in time for them to soak up the time. So that's gonna be easy for them. But if you are Godlike, what's the break gonna look like? Is it gonna be a multi-platform push or a one-sided attack? And it seems like it's leaning towards a one-sided push here, AJ.
And that's mostly because they manage their spawns. They take the spawn out of statue, which is going to be very easy for them to hop on right back in. But look at Godlike with the Godlike skills. That backstab takes away the spawns out of fountains. But the rest of the players from the side of observation deck, they lose out their gunfights. And NYSL is right in front. What a play by the squad. And Little B holding on to the grounds with the rest of the players playing by support right behind him. Now, I know everybody's excited for the World Championship, but I hate the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, man, because of matches like this. I know I can't conserve my energy, I can't conserve my voice, because every single match is gonna be a hot one, Garrett.
I mean, I have to agree with you. This is the best teams in their own respective region competing for the #1 spot at the world stage. And for NYSL Mayhem, looking like they are prepared to win this matchup just by looking at the 2 rotations that they did. They had the start, they had a slow start on that P1, but eventually they claimed the scrap time and had the majority of the time at that P2, and they are successfully able to flip the spawns of this P3 as well, so they are good to go. Godlike is having a rough time, and not to mention Yon already putting off the claw into good use. It's gonna be 5 kills for him exactly, and NYSL man, they are dominating this match.
Yeah, this is that wake-up call that Godlike definitely needs if they want to step up their gameplay out there. 94-19. They are getting smashed. NYSL Mayhem. This is pure mayhem from the squad. But Neutrino turning the trades around here now as he gets a double for himself. Godlike pulls away the hard point. But why? Because NYSL has already decided to slowly back away and focus on the next one. But scrap points are still going to be picked up here. Nero tried to attempt for it, but Trunks manages to win that final second gunfight, but to no avail. Just 4 points pulled away. Godlike needs to really hustle before they can catch up in this match.
I mean, a lot of Bisons is being used here by Godlike, and I guess, yes, the damage is really great at the long-range engagements, but the CBR4 is a much better SMG that you can use in the close range. It kills a lot faster and, of course, gives you a lot of agility. And right now for NYSL Mayhem, Rebalo is not even warm at the moment. He's only got 9, and Little B is already popping off with 19, leading the lobby in total kills. And Godlike just can't seem to break every hard point that they go into. But now here comes the push with the operator skills. Neutrino trying to neutralize the situation, will be able to bully out and, of course, remove the players inside from NYSL Mayhem. But they gotta get into this hard point fast. 30 seconds is still a lot of time. You get this scrap time, you're gonna be able to guarantee yourself that you're gonna be in a striking distance. And so far, so good for them. I just hope they continue.
Yeah, Little B ain't so little right now as he continuously smashes player after player. But Godlike with the opportunity to make a good comeback in here. 11 seconds to go. They should be able to pull off all of the hard points. But as we hop on back into P1, on the reset all of these hard points, we have to figure out if or not Godlike can rip one away from them. This is gonna be a problem for the Indian squad as NYSL Mayhem is gonna be probably dominating them a little bit longer. But we hop on over to the matchup that Garena wants to watch. Smart Omega takes on the one and only squad from the side of Stamina, and it doesn't seem like they're doing all they're too great of a job dominating, but it's kind of the match that'll keep us on our toes, Gary.
Smart Omega haven't really played this map in CDFI, but they have played it a lot in the stage 4 of the Greater Regional Qualifier, and they excel on playing on this game, but not against a team that plays a different personality. And you already see Stamina Esports up by 10 points, but this cap time gonna be handled in here. I believe the overlays are kind of messed up. So you got Omega on the left side that currently has the lead with 52, and you got Stamina on the right side. So hopefully that gets fixed very, very fast. But on the meantime, Smart Omega is gonna force an early rotation, and Stamina is going to use the overlay skills to break this. But Rage just destroys 2 players, and Kendi will be able to flush these players out, and that buys them some time to get back inside this hill and force Stamina to walk all across the map to get back into this.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of stamina to run all day long. Smart Omega needs to keep up, but can the boys keep up with the temperature down there at Rayleigh being super cold? This might be a problem. It might affect their stamina a little negative here, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, the EU #1 team is kind of playing a little bit slow. But, you know, Greece is off to an 8 kill, and you already have Gatela pushing for this team to play well with 11. But that doesn't really translate to this squad because only these 2 players are dominating. And look at Smart Omega, they have 3 players stepping up and, of course, always pushing for the next hardpoint rotation. I believe that is Rage or Kendi just making the play here at this P4, where they're going to have him set up for the anchor, and Narcs is the only player kind of playing his life out here at this P4, and Kendi will be able to take care of him. And Omega back-to-back chain of the hard point, and here comes the threat. 2 players shot down.
I'm gonna make a rule that everybody needs to acknowledge the jokes that I make on broadcast, or else I'm not gonna cast it anymore. You nasty, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Dodges away. 1-1-2 to 50. Smart Omega getting whooped right now. Now, as we move on to the blue radar station, Smart Omega has a good chance of holding on to this, but they haven't broken the spawn just yet. And therefore, Stamina is going to be able to throw body after body. Player number 5 holding on to the spawns here. And it looks like Grizz is not going to be able to really hop on into that just yet. Now, I'm getting a little bit confused because of the numbers as well. It is Smart Omega in the lead. My apologies. With Stamina trying to catch up. We got to swap out those logos. But in the meantime, Callie, can you throw a joke right back?
I mean, I'm a very dense person and I don't know how to crack jokes, and I think that's kind of a problem that I have to face right now. I'm so sorry.
That cracked me up though.
I am such an awkward person that I can't crack a joke in front of people. But hey, anyway, with that, actually, I cracked you up, right? So, okay, I think that's settled already. So we're gonna be jumping right back into the game. And Stamina, so far, is doing a great job here at this P1. While Rookie is doing a great job being the top fragger for this team, leading the lobby with 20 kills. I mean, we're slowly starting to see Stamina get off of their peak. You got Drari with 18 right now, Gatilla with 17, Grizz with 15, and they're slowly getting warm. And that's something that you have to be very alarmed of if you are Smart Omega. You have to shut these players down all throughout unless you're going to be able to play them a lot better, AJ.
Yeah, I just got to program this in my brain first. Yellow is Stamina, blue is Smart Omega. Okay, let's go. 117 to 105. It looks like it's a hot fight for this P1. But Stamina doing a great job as they take control of that second floor. But nobody's hopping onto the points just yet. And Smart Omega takes advantage of that Stamina. They're winning out their gunfight, but they're not playing the objective as good as I want them to.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they focus more on taking the players one by one, of course, eliminating the perimeter. And that's basically their play style, and that's the reason why they were able to place #1 in their own region. But technically against Smart Omega, who OBJ slays, it's kind of hard for you to do what you wanted to do. So you got what happened. For Stamina, they are kind of getting a good read of it, but right now, nonetheless, it's kind of hard for them. Well, you see Rage already has 27 seconds inside this hill, not to mention he has 20 kills already inside the matchup, and they're continuing to soak up the time. Marvel trying to step up for his squad, kind of playing with his plan here one more time, and there it goes. The proper placement of that operator skills gives Smart Omega some ample space to kind of get the reinforcement, but finally, we are seeing Stamina in that hard point. That's 3 down for them, and that's going to be time in their favor.
What a close matchup. Now, one would have not expected this out of Smart Omega. One would have expected a little bit of more dominance as they start off their very first game against one of the global teams, but it doesn't seem to be the case. 121 to 146 is way too close for a comeback, and Stamina has got exactly what it takes to squeeze their way back in. And as we talked about that, the cable car platform has already been set up, and Stamina looking to set this up perfectly for themselves. The only opportunity this Smart Omega will have right now is bashing their head straight on from that open doors.
I mean, Jari is just totally popping off here. 2 in a row. Grease with a 3 spree. And now they are starting to click. They have a slow start, but now their engines are oiled up and are ready to get this game to a storm. And well, for Omega, they're trying to break this one, but you get really pushed inside of that hill at the moment. It's not that easy because there's a lot of corners that these players can just use and take you down one at a time. So what did they do? They hit the players through mid-map, and now they try to hit the flank, but Gethilla, with that Hunter Killer Drone, they make it so easy, but Rage comes inside, gets the OBJ Slay. Marvel will be able to shut them out, and still, Omega will be able to get right back to it. They claim this scrap time, so that's good. They prevent Stamina from getting that lead, AJ. So that's one disaster that they were able to prevent.
Yeah, I don't like that from Stamina though, because that was way too early of a rotation. They had one more try because they had 20 seconds to go. The worst case scenario, if you lose that one last try, is the game forces you to spawn off of the next hard point, which should have been in their side. But Stamina, let's see if or not that mistake is going to catch up with them by the end of this game. They've set up this next hard point already at the Blue Radar station, but they try to cap off all of the access in there as well. But Candy easily swims his way through on the 30 bomb already. Candy's sure as hell on fire.
I mean, he's silent, but he's kind of deadly. He just gets the job done. It just means business for this guy. And he's going to be a total key for him, not to mention he loves to play the anchor position. And with him out there slaying like this, the offensive performance is definitely something that you got eyeing out for. But you're seeing Stamina slowly getting a good hang off of the plays that Omega's been trying to do. They hit them with the early rotation. But, you know, for Smart Omega, one thing that they face trouble with when it comes to playing hardpoint is once they were not able to get the early rotation, they have trouble breaking the hill. And that's something that we are currently seeing as Stamina now finally able to get that lead away from Smart Omega. And the gunfights, not to mention, is just so good right now. Every time that they go up in the gunfights, it always ended up with a multi-kill. And that's something that Smart Omega has to figure out and adapt into, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, no doubt they have to figure that out, but Stamina, they work their way back from the 20 seconds lost at the previous hardpoint cable car platform with a stellar hold of the Blue Radar station. Although Smart Omega did manage to steal away the spawn from them, they held on to the nail, fighting for every single point, and now they are in the lead with a potential dub for their side. Can Stamina get the job done? But this is their weakness. B1 was their weakness early on as well. They were winning the gunfights, but not playing the hills.
And this is where, you know, Rage and of course Risky is kind of playing great. They are an objective slayer, or certainly where Stamina have really trouble of getting into from. And so the point that Smart Omega has been able to capitalize this P1 is key for them to win this matchup. This is one of the weakness of Stamina, and they're doing a lot to capitalize on this. Rage on a 3 spree, he gets it to go, and now that Purifiers is available for him to use as well. So it's just a matter of investing this operator skill later on. These 12 points are guaranteed to be time under the belt of Smart Omega, and now the question here is, what type of rotations are they going to do on the second hard point? And well, for them, honestly, at the moment, they have number 2 in Candy with 40 bomb right now, holding up the spawns, and they have Rage with the Purifier, just waiting for the players to go down and take them out in instance with this Purifier. And AJ, loving what I'm seeing from Smart Omega right now. They are playing it on a total lockdown. P1 to P2 chain is just insane.
Absolutely, man. And you literally casted that whole hard point end to end. That's how stellar it was. Smart Omega's on fire. The one and only Stamina has no gas left in the tank. 8 more points to close this off, and the Filipinos might be able to get it done. 2 objective players, 1 final stopper. He goes down as well. And Smart Omega brings hard point to a very neat close after keeping us all in suspense at the fact.
It was the final 2 hard points at P1 to P2. That's where Smart Omega was able to pull away. But I didn't realize that I casted the whole hard point of that. I mean,
it's the adrenaline, man.
You get really into it, You get really into it. The game just happens so fast, and the next thing you know, how do I toss it back to AJ?
Because so into it that you miss my damn jokes, Callie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, you can take the whole hard point, but you can't be missing my jokes, bro.
I'm sorry. I mean, I did make it up for you, man. I made you crack. I cracked the joke and you laugh. I mean, I think that's quits already.
Amen. But Candy dropping the 45 bomb. Can we talk about this poker face man who managed to pull off such a great performance in that match, because he was just rotating, kind of dominating the squad all around. He was everywhere on the battlefield. Not many were able to keep up with him, but it wasn't like the team of Stamina didn't have any frags on their side. They had players who were picking up a lot of eliminations, but it's an objective-based game. You got to play the hard point, Callie.
And, that's extremely was the difference of this game. The final 2 hard points. You see, the gunfights being won by Gathilla and Grizz was absolutely there. But none of their objective players wanted to step up on that, wanted to step in inside of that hard point. So what did Smart Omega do? They capitalized on the situation that was given to them. It's an easy hard point claim, hard point token. I mean, if you're Stamina, you just can't do that in a game like this where you lose 2 times. It is over for your team. It's over for your team.
I mean, Stamina needs to be kicking themselves really hard right now, because that could have been such a winnable match. Because once again, mechanically, they were keeping up with the players of Smart Omega. It's just that they weren't playing the objective, especially the P1. And I think that they were just way too scared, because that was the only point that they refused to hop on into, whereas all of the other rotations were phenomenal, were fantastic. They were doing a great job. For example, when they went back into the blue radar station, they were amazing. When they went in there for the early rotation into cable car platform, they were fantastic as well. But I guess they were just a little bit too fearful. Maybe the coach needs to tell them that, yes, it's not an easy hard point, but you still got to fight for it.
Exactly. And for me, honestly, I believe for them, they focused so much on setting up for that P2 that they neglected that P1. And the snowball just started when Smart Omega take over that hard point number 1 at the final set of rotations that we had. And so they were able to chain that P1, chain that to P2, and the next thing you know, Stamina, their gas just ran out. And so they go down here with Smart Omega taking that map number 1. So technically it is 1-0 in the lobby and of course in this overall series. And we're hoping to search and destroy up next. And this is going to be such an interesting battle because, we already know Whoopi is such an insane sniper. And he's going to go up against the best sniper of EU, Marvel. This guy scores 20 kill at one point in time with the Garenas at the EU regional qualifier, and he made it look so easy at stand-up, but this time completely it's firing range, but still it's a sniper's map, AJ.
It most definitely is, but the question is whether or not they can outdo the performance of Smart Omega, which, strategically was so much more better. They played the map, they played the strats with a very good mix of their mechanical capability. And what you see Stamina doing is just going all out, proving that they can slay the players of Garena, slay down Smart Omega, but not really focus on the objective. Now, in a game of S&D, the objective becomes so much more important. And if you're going to get into ego fights to see exactly who can slay out each other better, that's not going to be proven well at all for Team Stamina. So I hope this is where we see the change. Once again, I really think Stamina could have gotten that win and ran away with it from Smart Omega, disappointing the boys from the Philippines, but they threw that match away based on some of the decisions that they made, especially when it came to not playing that P1. Now, to your point, if it was to set up P2, then I think Stamina's not ready for the world stage just yet, because you don't need to set up P2 so early. Like, you need, worst case scenario, 15 seconds. But I don't think that was the ideation here for Stamina, though, because it didn't seem like they wanted to focus on holding down for the spawns of P2. It just seemed like they were just trying to control the perimeter. But there must have been some sort of miscom in here whereby the players kind of got mixed up who's supposed to be playing the objective in P1 especially. And if you're going to have miscommunications like that on the world stage, Callie, I'm very, very, very nervous for your team.
I mean, communication is such a very important factor in terms of, being able to win a game. It's where you're going to be able to have information. That info game is such a crucial factor for your team to be able to hand out kills and, of course, be able to re-strategize what you would want to have in the game. And I have to agree with you. They were focused up on controlling that control center, second floor, and, of course, the catwalks. And then maybe they were kind of expecting that Smart Omega is trying to do the same thing against them, where they're trying to go for a rotation battle. But that didn't really happen because you already know Smart Omega, they are a grit and grind team. They want to make the best of what they currently have at the moment. And you saw that from Rage, who technically played a huge factor playing that P1 hard point at the last rotation. And such a GG for them. Now we're moving into the search and destroy.
Yeah, but if you are a fan of Smart Omega, if you're a fan of Garena, don't get too cocky just yet, because Stamina proved that they can keep up with the gunfights. And in Search and Destroys, those gunfights are going to be very crucial, especially when you are, actually, either side, whether you're on the defensive, whether you're on the attack. But we did have a little bit of the information shared to us by production a little bit earlier on. Let's take a quick look and see exactly how these two teams fare against each other, right? Because Stamina Esports, when we take a look at their S&D victories as well as losses, we don't really have a lot of information to work off of. But when you look at Smart Omega, the numbers are very defining in terms of where they prefer to play on. On the offensive, they've got a 40% win rate. On the defensive, on the other hand, a 70% win rate. So you might not see a lot of aggression as this match starts off, but when this side does switch around, Smart Omega will be able to really run away with this matchup. But if you see them dominating on the attack already, then Stamina's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression that, we always see from Stamina is something that made them able to stand out on the region, but not against Smart Omega, who has faced a lot more fierce competitors out there in the Garena region. But just looking at what just happened, Stamina sent out one player to push around the barrels, two players pushing at that mid-map, and it was just a pretty easy kill for Kendi and Whoopi. Now they have been able to push up here at this A site. Marvel, I tell you, he is the one key sniper that you would want to watch out on. And right now, he's going to be able to deal his first blood, but that bomb is likely to be planted here by Risky at this A site. So that's going to be a 45 seconds for this retake at 2v3 AJ.
Now let's see exactly how they pull this off, Risky. Don't stand up, boy. You're low on that HP. OP from afar. Risky beats and Marvel, what a shot! Stunned halfway through, knocks back away. Marvel gets a double, but Iskra takes him out of the equation. What a clutch. If this is going to be Stamina's round, it's a phenomenal round from the boys. 23 seconds more to go. Nox needs to finish this job off. CBR4 in hand, but Iskra with the secondary drops him like his heart, and Smart Omega secure a very rocky start to this S&D.
I mean, Marvel, again, I tell you, is the best sniper that the EU region can offer. And you see the angles that he took there. It was off angles, and he was able to manage to sneak in these 2 kills to almost actually clutch the game away on that play for retake. But Iskra managed to pull it through, gets a kill, and now for this second round, we see Narcs take down Whoopi in the early game. So now it's an early pick coming off from Stamina, and they have also sent out one player to play at that mid-map. But they kind of played aggressive, play it defensive, by the way. To correction, they put out one player at B side and they let that A side open for plant here for Smart Omega.
We took a few plays from Garena. We should have sent the Garena Indonesia observers over to the world stage as well, because we're missing some of the fantastic action and the point of view of some of these other players. But Whoopi avoids the dust a little bit too early now, doesn't he? Kendi Rage, Risky, Iskra. Kendi with the bomb. They slowly rotate around. They want to go in here for an early plant, but look at Narcs. Should be able to hit this shot. Iskra from shooting the feet. I don't know what happened there, but Narcs managed to get Kendi out of the equation, and Chris bites Iskra right in the back. And this looks like a GG for Smart Omega unless they can make a solid comeback.
I mean, Rage is back against the wall. He gets shot down, and that's gonna be an easy play for retake for Stamina. I mean, for Iskra, I think it's a skill issue.
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh my god, the comments are gonna torch me. The comments are gonna torch me. It was just a joke. Okay?
Are you even Filipino anymore?
I am. I'm not a traitor. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. I just wanted to make sure things are gonna be a lot of spicy and of course dramatic as well. But now for Smart Omega, they want to push at the A side, and they are doing smokes lineup on that mid map, so they cover up the footprints of the opponent. And right now, the first blood should go to Iskra, but no, again. I'm not gonna say it, but he gets shot down, so that's gonna be the first death. But good thing Risky will be able to trade at first blood, so now it's an equal 4v4 for this retake.
Are you gonna say it's a skill issue again that you end up?
No.
Let's go, man. Stella Rage from inside of the white warehouse manages to get that wall bang. Here's the footstep, sprays him down. Marvel on the other hand will be able to step on up. That quick scope does not get it though. DLQ still in hand, tries to take the quick corner, but Tendi tries to outplay him with the maneuver and the head glitch. Marvel repositions from the back now. He's just taking this 1v2, not even waiting for a Rari step up.
In Draris, I don't think he's moving at all. So that's something that Smart Omega will be able to clean up. So that's going to be a win. I don't know if we're going to go for a reset with this connection issue, but Smart Omega, they will take that third round. So that's them now with the lead still. And for Jari, you hate to see stuff like this happen, you know, at the LAN event where you have the best teams playing and you see this kind of happen. It's you hate to see it, but you know, you make the best out of what you have at the moment. You have to be adaptable, and of course for Stamina, they had some problems before and they were able to make sure that they are able to come up on top. And let's see if that's gonna happen here. Risk takes the first blood. Risky there for the trade, and now they open up this B side. AJ
Drari, okay, Drari's reconnected.
Nice.
I was just a little worried for him because you're not going to be able to go 4v5 against Smart Omega, man. But this time around, they drop Candy out of the equation first. A good move. Not intentionally. They'll just pick anyone they can find through their scopes. Whoopi, on the other hand, trying to protect their backs as this B-bomb site plant is just being held off here by Risky. Now, they want to play their timing as long as possible. Probably secure a couple of frags before they go in for this plant. But Drari holds on to a very acute angle inside of this trailer right before that warehouse. So this is a good spot and timing's going to be perfect for him. He's just waiting for that plant cannon.
Oh no, but Rage got a better timing off of him. So now we don't see the bomb get stick just yet, and they're waiting for one player to overextend, and Marvel will not be able to actually outplay the players on the jungle. So right now Risky will decide to put that bomb down while Rage is going to be holding off the stars. And that's 40 seconds for Stamina to actually play for retake. And we saw them actually came close to retaking this one early at round number 1, but Rage will not make that happen as he shuts down Narc. So it's all down to Marvel on this 1v3.
Let's see.
Lost that round.
If or
It's
not,
not over yet.
Smart Omega can keep this up. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they
Enemy
usually are a little bit more dominant on the defensive side. If they're already attacking good, then Stamina
Destroy the
better watch
objective.
out here.
We got the bomb.
Well, here we go. This is going to be round number 5, if I'm not mistaken, and Smart Omega still is on the attacking side, so they're likely pushing for A, but you see some engagements happening at the mid-map as well. But Omega just good with the gunfights right now, AJ.
Yep, Drari. It's gonna be a unfortunate moment for him as the start this time around ends very quickly. Fendi gets the plant off for Smart Omega. It's gonna be a quick one, man. Idra takes Marvel out of the equation. Whoopi still holding on to this angle, and he doesn't even need to do much. Takes that super shot against Attila. Aims for another Whoopi on a roll. 4-1. Smart Omega making this look like it's super easy.
Enemy has dropped.
I mean, we saw Whoopi actually use a Bison earlier in round number 1, then eventually decided to use the sniper at the succeeding rounds that he played at. So, nice play there for Smart Omega. I mean, winning the early engagements and being able to trade it first, that is something that is very crucial for you to win this game. But take a look at the route here for Smart Omega. They want to go guns blazing at the B side, but Stamina left it wide open because they wanted to push at the A side. And there you go. Is this the first time we're going to see a 5v5 retake? Bomb down, Rage gets a first blood. It's now a 4v5.
Yep, as you ask it, it becomes that 4v5. But Marvel managing to trade Risky out 4v4. Candy goes in for the plant. The pressure is on the shoulders of Team Stamina. Marvel, can he hit this wall bang? Answers no. Nox just a little bit too far away. Needs to give that backup as Grizz takes Rage out of the equation. The job gets a little bit more easier, but out in the open, my lord, Grizz super lucky he has the backup from Nox there.
I mean, this is just a good play for Plant. Iskra now the last player standing. Too many angles to hold and too many players to worry about. And that's going to be a quick, easy defuse for Stamina. They sent out one player towards the mid-map. 2 players coming from Tires. And the trade to remove the first blood from Rage on that jungle's control was pretty much the deal breaker there for Smart Omega. They didn't know what type of angles and push are they gonna see from Stamina, so they had to second guess. And you know, the longer that they take to hold off that post plant, they had to keep on second guessing where the players might push. So now here we go. We're gonna switch the sides. So now this time Omega is on the defense, and Iskra pops up with a huge 2 kills there right off the get-go. AJ,
not surprised at all. Defensive is most definitely the side that Smart Omega loves to play on these SNDs. As Drari trades Candy out of the equation, it's still a 4v2 thanks to Rage to take Drari out. Whoopi now, good frag, will take this setup, and Rage goes in to finish off the final play. They can get the diffuser already, but Marvel from inside the white warehouse with the secondary alone. Iskra doesn't catch him out, takes the flick, drops him like a sword. Smart Omega get 5-2.
Nice play for a retake there. And again, you know, the interesting statistics that Smart Omega performs well on the defensive side is I haven't thought of that. So right now that's new to me, and of course something that can be talked about a lot in terms of how these teams have their own preference in terms of playing a map, and of course which sides they love to play. And for Smart Omega, they convert easily with Iskra taking the first 2 picks off that round number 6 or round number 7, and now we're approaching the round number 8. You see Iskra will not be able to spot any players, but Stamina, they put the bomb down. They control that mid-map by putting 3 players in that white warehouse, but Iskra takes the first blood. Narc shot down. It's a 4v5 retake.
And it's a super strike by Iskra. Marvel does manage to trade Whoopi out though, so it's all equal here. 4-4. Drari, don't miss. Stop! He manages to get that bounce, does not connect though. Drari with the backstab, and that's perfect as Gatilla takes Rage out of the equation as well. It's a 4v2. Candy super low, he cannot engage, and Grizz finishes the job of Stamina on the slow, inching to make a comeback. But Smart Omega still has the advantage here. 1 more round to match point, 2 to finish this off. Stamina needs to hustle.
I mean, they have to be perfect here. They can't afford to let Smart Omega get that match point advantage. And so for Stamina, I love the way that they take that round number 8, by the way. It's because they've sent out 3 players all the way to that white warehouse, which immediately cancels out the mid push that the Omega loves to play. And right now, it's going to be an early 3v4, early picks coming in the hands of Stamina. And of course, for Smart Omega's side as well, wherein you see Candy extending out way over enemy lines. And good pick of it here to just turn the sides around, but Gatilla turns him on, shuts him down, and now we get a 3v3.
And this is going to be paused for just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And we are right back in the house. Gatilla holding on to a good angle, but it's a 3v3. Bomb stuck inside of the barracks hut. And Iskra spots one out, and the wall bang! This time, no skill issue, my friend.
I take that back. I don't want to get scorched. Later on, there's going to be a highlight of me with that play, but Iskra is still making sure that this team is going to be supplied with the gunfights. I mean, 10 kills with that. I mean, what's this confidence just being able to shred players with the snipers nowadays? I mean, we saw Incendio just making sure he torch and fries player with that scope on CDFI, but now we are going to see the blue team pause the match, so that's going to be 30 seconds for us to wait into. But what a play for Smart Omega, already on the match point, and Iskra just cooking and frying in this matchup. 10 kills and followed up by Rage with 9, and not exactly sure what the technical problem is, but I believe we are going to be seeing I think we're going to be seeing a reset at this point, but looks like they won't be. I'm not entirely sure. Hello, AJ. I mean, we had a technical pause, but hey, we're back. So, I mean, Stamina had some time out to actually maybe regroup themselves in here. So now we're starting off this round number 10, and Omega only needing 1 more to end this game, AJ.
Let's see. Omega can finish this off. Stamina needs to hold on for their dear lives. They are on the attack. Smart Omega just needs to hold back, and a retake is possible, but Drari manages to get the first frag. Risky out of the equation already. This has been cleared off by Smart Omega, and they're going straight up for the access range. That's a big kill coming through. Iskra gets a god nade as well, but Grizz and Marvel, they turn the tables right back round, leaving Whoopi and Iskra all alone.
Whoopi, the last man standing, is the point man here. 1v2, 29 seconds, clutch on the line. This is the first shot, and Marvel will be able to punish, not with this scope, but with the gun. That's an auto. 4-6 now. Stamina, that timeout was badly needed, and they're going to take one more. The pause strat being used here, that's famously known for Blacklist International Ultimate, but you know, Stamina just maybe trying to fix something, maybe due to the error connections that they're having earlier, and I believe that should be sorted by now. But Smart Omega, they just kind of fell flat there, AJ.
It might not even be because of a technical issue. Sometimes you want to throw your opponents off their gameplay and kind of just slow down the pace a little bit so that you can take back some of that control in the matchup. And at the end of the day, these are legal pauses that a team can pull off. So it's absolutely fine. Delta's playing this right. Hopefully that's going to be enough to throw Smart Omega off of their gameplay here though. But let's remember, they love playing on defense. So Stamina's kind of climbing up a very steep hill here. They make a beeline for this B bomb site and nobody's there to say hello to them except for Iskra, who gets the information and quickly repositions, but no flank coming through from the rest of the players just yet.
I mean, the info game here for Iskra. He knows that the players are there already. And nades should be lined up here now at this instance. The bomb is going to be down, so a fast take and a 5v5 retake. Marvel jumps risky down with that trophy system. Rage takes Philip down, and Grizz will be able to point man, and of course gets 2 kills, and that's going to be a severe blow in the hands of Smart Omega, and the pause trap being such a very useful take as Stamina defeats Smart Omega at round number 11.
Whew. Match point, but Smart Omega doesn't finish the job off just yet. Stamina still has a lot of opportunities, and Marvel and Grizz really hard carrying the squad as Narks can barely find a frag for himself. The same thing said for Candy over on the side of Smart Omega. Marvel finds Whoopi, and it looks like Stamina is actually going to get the job done, but Rage tries to turn the tables around. Drowry finds him instead. 5-6, and the numbers don't look good for the defending side.
I mean, Smart Omega just coming down here back and forth, and of course Stamina Grizz will be sent out here. This White Perils, this guy plays off tempo and he knows how to play through your mind, and he's always a step ahead. And Marvel will be able to pick down Iskra, so this makes the offensive or the retake push made by Smart Omega a lot harder, with Marvel finding 2 players, and I mean the consistency with the guy. And now Jory sent out to hunt risky, and that's it. We are tied. We are going to see overtime here for the first time at the World Stage. Group A upper qualifiers between Stamina and Smart Omega. And now you see it's gonna be a pause here this time for Smart Omega, AJ.
Yeah, you gotta play the strat right back, baby. So let's see if not Smart Omega now can break the strategy as well as the momentum being built up here by Stamina, which has been super so far to fight back against a very strong Smart Omega, who usually finishes these SNDs off a little bit more quicker when they are on the defense. But now, as they pick that bomb right back up, we activate that overtime. They need to win this by 2 rounds back to back. Either side, if they can achieve that, will bring this game to a close. Smart Omega, if they achieve that, they'll only need 1 more match at domination to kind of seal the deal.
Yeah, once they get to win this one, they might be able to, of course, initiate that switch or that swip, because, you know, the control gameplay from Smart Omega is basically efficient, and they know how to play that K mode to the back of their head. But now you see Stamina pulls down 1 at a time. That's going to be 3 dead at the moment in the first 25 seconds. And now the bomb plant's going to be at the A side. So kind of a very aggressive take here made by Smart Omega. And Stamina has to play with Marvel and Narks. Narks just really having a lot of trouble with this gunfight. As you can see, either shuts him down, and Marvel off the back will be kind of just laid down upon by Iskra. So it's all down to Narks here with that scope, and Whoopi just kind of waiting for him. 20 seconds left, and I don't think there's a lot of room to work anymore just by looking at the time and of course the numbers of players he has to worry about. And Candy there for the cleanup, and Smart Omega goes up by 1.
A quick update for you guys for the matchup in Group B. Strut Esports did manage to pick up the victory over Wolves 250-189.
Wow.
But Wolves has hit back 7-2 on S&D, so we are 1-1 at the moment for that matchup, Callie.
Oh, that's such an interesting take. I mean, Wolves losing hardpoint. I mean, that's kind of very similar to what they had on their run at CDFI, where they had a 22% hardpoint. But, I mean, it's kind of also normal for them to win at S&D because, you know, Nian is there. Nian boy always comes to town, and of course, it's Christmas. It's almost Christmas, and the guy just hits with crazy snipes. And there you go. Anyway, we're going to move into this game. And, of course, a chance for Smart Omega to put this away here at round number 13.
Let's see if defending side of Smart Omega can finish this off. It is a good setup. It's a 2-1-2 defensive push by Smart Omega. And it looks like it's an A-side attack for Stamina as Marvel finds Whoopi Drari from Iskra. Yep, we're gonna go into overtime by the looks of it, Callie.
Oh well, here we go. Here's the problem for Stamina though. They have one player, an opponent that's controlling the white warehouse. So this guy immediately gains control of this A side and of course that mid map. And Narcs is just kind of waiting around for him to spot up and overextend and Gatilla there to clean it up. 2v2 situation. Omega still has the chance to end it here. But Gatilla is just too good. But Kendi now silenced one crowd. A 1v1 here, AJ.
1v1. And the onus is upon Stamina's Narcs, who wants to play the sniper. He's not doing great in this matchup at all. So maybe no overtime. Kendi with the super clutch. It's not something that's going to be impossible, but it's all about the timing here. He knows where that bomb is. All he needs to do is just hold on to his angle. Narcs, look at him, man. Inching. He wants to take this pixel peep. Spots Kendi flying through. Repositions. Smart move by Kendi.
I mean, that actually basically boils down the attack from the long range from Narcs. That angle is just cheeky, and you don't want to play that angle if you're Kendi. You don't know where he is actually striking at. So right now, Narcs picks up the bomb at the white warehouse where Kendi actually backs away. And I think that's a very smart move for him. Wait for the offense to initiate where that bomb will go, and it seems like it's gonna be here at the B side. So Narcs, this is actually a smart play for him. This B side has a lot of distance that he can put to good use. Maybe the attack coming through from that mid map right through the back of the firing range, or maybe at the wall bangable spot right behind the tires. And Kendi are now playing a ring around the rosy, playing a game called Cat and Mouse.
I'm betting on Kendi here because I don't know how comfortable Narcs is on the CBR4. He picked it up because he was forced. Kendi, though, gives away the information of this position, and Narcs uses it against him, takes a headshot. We go into overtime, and Stamina stays alive.
Oh, yeah, good by 2 points here this overtime. For those you all that may not know, and for this squads is to go back and forth. I mean, this is the epitome of the World Championship. This is the two best teams just refusing to lose from one another. And a good play for Stamina that round, the recent round that we have. Right now, you see Omega just trying to change things up. They love to push here at this A side. They control that white warehouse as well. So number 4 in yellow, that's risky. Can actually get a good lineup side against Grizz. That's way over the B side, but it's not going to get that gunfight at the moment. They are looking to set up this A side first, and that's going to be Kendi putting the trophy system down. The bomb needs to be planted, and they have to watch out for Marble because I believe he is still out there. He has 18 kills at the moment, AJ.
Such an unfortunate mistake by Idra earlier, though. Could have finished it off, but now they need to do it all over again. Dance this tango. 2 rounds back to back. But I do get you, man. 18. Make that 19 kills. Marvel's sure as hell on fire, but now needs to deal with 3 Smart Omega players. Can he get the job done? 50 G's in hand. Oh my lord!
Oh my!
Gets the trophy system kill. He needs to join the Mustachios Grenade Mayhem.
I played there, you know. And it's I played there, and it's really hard to actually play there. But I was bottom frag. I wanted to play an objective, of course, because I want to be a team player. But I just got rained down upon by Molotovs. I just played out, and I wanted to try more. I wanted to play try to offensive, but it was kind of too late.
You'll have many more opportunities. I open up my Grenade Mayhem very often now.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Call of Duty Mobile. You guys can try it out as well. Win some CPs for yourselves. But trophy system kills, man. That stuff never gets old, Callie. Never gets old.
I have flashbacks.
But anyway, it's a good match, man. I mean, I don't know exactly why we are back to our faces here. 8-7. The match is not supposed to be over. That's not how overtime works. But I guess who was setting up that lobby didn't switch on overtime.
Uh-oh.
No, I mean, I think they did, but they just limited the number of rounds. Someone made a boo-boo, baby.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a recent update or change in the robot that we didn't know. So instead of overtime, we will have the map or the rounds forced into 8. But I don't know. Maybe we're going to have a reset of this match. And, well, it seems like they won't. So it's an 8-7 victory for Smart Omega. So a potential... this is a potential 3-0 here. Raid is the best map that Smart Omega can offer in the control game mode. And for Stamina Esports, after dropping 2 maps, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be a good site for them to bounce back because, of course, the mentality is kind of low with that back-to-back loss that they just experienced.
Amen, brother. And it's a 2-0 overtime, 8-7. Smart Omega gets the victory. Okay. This now gets a little bit more interesting. I guess in a format like this, we don't really need to push it into like even further than our anticipated 5:30 a.m. finisher. It's gonna end up pretty much on time, I guess.
And that's gonna be good for us because which means we're gonna be able to get some rest. But hey, anyway, just by looking at the games here, by the way, Smart Omega, I love what we saw from Candy at that Summit Hardpoint. He just put up a 40 bomb in there, made it look so easy as well. Then for firing range, we saw Idra saw a huge increase in usage rate, by the way, AJ. He had like 10 kills on like the first 10 rounds. So he transcended to be such a player that you would often have an AR, but now that he switched his role and of course having that sniper on the captain, it just makes it a little bit better for this squad. The adjustments at that firing range, and of course with the dual snipe setup that they have, it's such a good sight to see. But again, the question here is, are we gonna see a reset of that map number 2? Because what we know here is that, that this map number 2, if there's an overtime, you have to win by 2. But it's 8-7, AJ.
And they updated the scoreboard, so I guess we didn't read the rule book, Callie. Boo boo! You read all the stats, but you didn't read the rule book.
No. Here's the thing. I saw it there. Like, we went in 6-6-6, right? So like, there's a scoreline. Then after the game ends, you have to win by 2 to actually win the overtime. Yeah. And it didn't happen.
It's on you, Callie. Read the rule book next time, man.
Okay. I'll try next time.
I'll just play with you, man. I think it's all over since they updated the scoreboard as well. So it might just be a boo-boo on our side. I don't know. Okay, we'll figure it out, and we'll tell you once we figure it out. And clearly, we haven't figured it out yet. So we will see exactly what happens. Maybe you know it is what it is. If Control starts off next, and we just move on with the day, Callie.
And obviously, for Smart Omega, if they win this, they are gonna be one step ahead on playing on that playoffs. If they do win their next game, and what's the status looking like? I'm curious to see what's the status looking like on the Group A, because NYSL Mayhem and Godlike was just playing earlier, right? And so maybe it's a potential NYSL Mayhem versus Smart Omega on that Group A upper bracket finals. I think it's possible.
It is pretty much that, right? Because NYSL managed to beat down Godlike 250-121, and then the S&D was much closer. So good on Godlike, but they still got taken out 8-6. So now NYSL Mayhem's up 2-0, and I believe their Control match might have started already. So this is looking a little dire for the Indian squad for Godlike.
And here's the thing about this for like the dichotomy India region right now. They have a one major tournament, but it's a scrim tournament. So it technically is not the same thing as usual for what we have for like the NA region, the South American region, and of course Garena, where it's under the organization, of course, the game developer. So it really hurts a lot because I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to word it out, but like the competition that they play, it has been issues because they invited teams on South Korea, the Oceania region, Pakistan, and they play in the Indian server. So I think there's a lot of ping issues there, and it really hurts a lot on how we can gauge how good this team really is when they play like major comp.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, the Indian teams just need to hop on into scrimming more Garena squads, man. I mean, no biasness there. Look at what CDFI was all about, right? China wanted to see exactly how ready they were for the world stage, and they took the fight up against some Garena teams because they wanted to go up against some teams that really know how to give them the very best and potentially even beat them down. They learned a lot from that. So that might be a situation we will be seeing in the near future. I'll shoutcast that for you guys, all right? But the problem here is not just Godlike, right? Vitality has been beaten down as well by Inko Stalwart. We're talking about a 250-141 on that hardpointed slumps, and then a 7-2 Hacienda beatdown for their S&D, and a 3-0 standoff control knockout blow. Vitality is already in that lower bracket, and it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, I mean, one more loss in the bracket, and they're officially out of the World Championship playoff picture. So you have to play more than 100% just to get back to that grand finals and of course qualify for the playoff picture. And for Team Vitality, I believe they might be able to find their way back. I mean, this team loves coming back, and of course they can face adversity and excel at it. They love to play under pressure.
I'm guessing that this long pause is because we did not read the rule book wrong and they're trying to remake that lobby. and at this point, I understand exactly why they're doing that, right? Because the match did not end in a regular circumstance. The match ended in overtime. So they have to replay all of those rounds unless they have got like some sort of master access to set us like start the match straight up at overtime already, which I don't think is the case. They have to replay all those rounds and make the score the exact same way before we can watch that match again if it were to continue. See, here's the blessing in disguise. We've got so many series running concurrently. We can just get ourselves entertained with another game.
I mean, you're just gonna have to switch the channel. Maybe go to the Bravo channel.
No, we'll go.
Oh no, we're gonna play it back again. All right, this is it. Grizz drills first blood, and I don't know what the scoreline is right now, but I think it's a potential reset on what just happened on that second game that we had.
No. I mean, imagine going to the boys and saying, "Hey, the guy who set up the lobby made a mistake. Can you play the game again, please?"
I believe he has sweaty hands right now.
No, I think it's just gonna be one round potential here for Smart Omega, but it doesn't work like that though, because if they do win this one round, they'll stay on the attacking side. So it's not an OT situation. So the bomb needs to change sides round after round. So yeah, I am lost in your eyes, so Cali. I am lost.
Okay. It's okay, AJ. Well, I don't know. I mean, if they wanted to put that into a one game for Smart Omega, they should have set it at least on two rounds. But it was set on 7 rounds.
No,
so
you can't. Because what if the opponents win? Then the OT continues. Whoever's setting up the lobby, the guy's going to get fired after this. Like, don't make the mistake once. No, you made it twice.
You're on the world stage and you do this? You're delaying the game? I don't know. I mean, the guy's maybe just having a bad day. So I hope that he gets his act together and, of course, turn it around later on. Because we're going to have a lot of matches today, AJ. And, you know, the first games are always the worst. Seconds are always the best. And I don't know what the third is. But,
Are they though?
Huh?
Are they though?
I don't know. What context is this?
Whatever it is, man, we're still waiting for the matchup. Hopefully lobby number 3 will be the right one, and when we hop on back into this game, I want to see some OTs, man.
There we go. What? Huh? Okay, we're gonna continue.
We're gonna continue.
Okay, I guess. Okay, we're gonna have to do this again, AJ. Here we go.
Gotta do it all over again. Let's go. Switchblade in the hand of darts. And he finds one. Rage goes down. Risky, are you there? He says yes. Mask goes out. And down. And Risky secures the slay. 1-1. Smart Omega still alive.
And what a clutch play there. Risky stepping up for the big moment. Scored 4 kills, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to see a blue team pause match in here. And I think this is happening quite frequent for these squads right now. And it's a good, solid strategy, AJ. You know, it resets the tempo. It resets the pace of your opponent. And of course, give you a good time to breathe. And now this also gives you the time to re-strategize the strategy that you would want to do in this coming rounds. And this is going to be great for both ends to just communicate back, see what's strong, and just try to navigate and, of course, make sure things go right. So now the match is going to be ready up as we open round number 3. Smart Omega is still on the attacking side. Same thing that we had earlier prior to this matchup that we had. So looking like they're going to center the attack moving on to this B side. So that's going to be a full flood going through, and Marvel's going to be there to line him up. And a Rage already crossing the line here. Could be the first Blood Reaper here.
I don't know if I want to give my all casting this match, because someone's probably going to reset this whole game because it's an unfair rematch. I mean, it's an unfair start because Smart Omega is going to have the bomb every single round. This is not OT, my friend. So, I mean, Stamina needs to catch a break if Stamina wants to make their way back. Unless Stamina does better on the defense, I have no idea behind this, but who's behind this needs to figure out how to pause this match and redo this the right way. And I think if we just need to wait and move on to another game, we just need to do exactly that, because we need to be in overtime, not regular match mode.
I mean, here we go. I mean, Smart Omega won this game, won this round number 3, but then we're not gonna see them actually leave the game. So now we're gonna see more pause this happening in the game. So this gives them more time, and of course, this gives us more time to think what's gonna happening inside this game, because it's such a.
I was gonna say, imagine if they say, okay, let's pause, guys. When we start this match back, we're gonna run and we're gonna manually switch sides. But the problem is they can't pick up the ball. That's a GG right there. There's nothing they can do, man. They can't
if it's a call. If it's Call of Duty League, you have the chance, you have the timeout, you are going to be able to have the chance to switch your sides. But here at COD Mobile, that's not basically the case. It's fixed right from the start. You set the score limit and of course the settings on the lobby. So I believe we're just gonna have to stick through this. Smart Omega is still gonna be on the offensive side. They still have a 1-point lead regarding to the stamina win over that round number 2. So right now they're trying to play it slow, but Marvel able to get that good pick against Iskra. So that technically makes it a 4v5, an early pick coming through from Stamina, and Whoopi just getting shot down, and Stamina off to a great lead.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Smart Omega is going to just say, I mean, if you're giving us a free win, thank you very much. Just take it away. And Rage, beautiful snipe onto Marvel. He goes down. That's the hard carry of the squad. And without him in the mix, it's going to be tough. But only 2 more players left on the side of Smart Omega. So that super equals out the field. Nax hit that snipe as well. Grizz, Rage does trade one back out, but they need yet another here, Kali.
I mean, they have to pick up the bomb as well. And I think Rage have the opportunity to pick this up, but it's not really easy for him because someone's guarding that mid-map. Not just Grizz, but also number 1 in blue and Narcs. And number 4 in blue and Drary already right on the base, and he's there to settle the flank. And the bomb is going to get picked up, but it's kind of too late now. It's a 1v3. But one thing we saw from Risky earlier, that round number 1, he was able to clutch up 2 kills back-to-back, and now he's tasked here to do 3. And of course, number 1 Narcs, that's going to be the sound cue going on. Risky sliding here. That's going to be information heard in the info game from Grizz, being able to captivate that. That's gonna be it. Now the game is tied.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
I mean,
bomb spotted.
If I'm an Omega fan right now, going by the information I shared with you guys as to how Omega plays better on the defensive, this is pretty much one-sided towards the side of Stamina right now to pick up the dub here. And I mean, even if that's not the case, even if Smart Omega does end up winning this, Stamina has a good argument to say that they should have been the winner, because they didn't want to play on defense every single round. It could have been, you know, the bomb in their hands, and we did see it go back and forth a couple of times. So the argument is sound on both sides. I tell you, not once, not twice, but 3 times, whoever who created the lobby, that man needs to sit down and speak to his manager tonight.
Yeah, I mean, his arms are heavy, needs to speak mom spaghetti. It's gonna be hard for him. And Marvel is gonna be the last man standing. It's a good thing for Omega. They only have to worry about 1 more player, but it's not technically a guy that you can take down easily. This guy has a lot of movements, and there we go. He shots down Whoopi, moving around at mid-map, using the guilty twist. And he's gonna have 1 player shot down, but not Rage at the moment. They're waiting outside. The clock is ticking, and it's 2 seconds left, and Rage just looking to pick a slide pick, and Marvel gives up on that, and that's gonna be Smart Omega taking that win.
Yeah, Marvel's just like, yeah, just take me out, man. I'm done and dusted anyway. Let's go. We'll just take the next defensive round away from you guys.
The objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
Imagine, Callie, this actually goes into OT. And the guy didn't set up the OT the right way again.
I mean, you do it once, it's bad. You do it twice, oh no, you're gonna get called, man. But
this is the twice. It's still bad.
Oh, good at all. What an interesting night that we have. But I think if Smart Omega wins this round, that technically is a 2-round lead. So if they win this, this is maybe this is gonna be a win for them. But let's see though, as they're trying to work inside this cage. On-site Dryer will be able to use a pistol, and Rage gets that 2 kills up. So are we gonna leave this game, or are we gonna continue? That's the question.
That's it.
That's
it.
They won.
Sangala, that's it. They won, right?
Destroy the
objective.
Grizz left the game. Grizz is like, I'm done, bro. I'm done.
Go.
Get out of here. Let's just move on to the next match.
There we go.
Let's go control.
Lost that round. It's not over yet.
I knew at the start of the day I was gonna have a lot of fun on this broadcast. Little did I know I was gonna have this much of fun.
Wait, so if this is gonna be 8, we had Smart Omega with 8 earlier and they won 5, so that's like 13 rounds that they won. And honestly speaking, that's 7 plus 2. Oh my god, I'm so lost right now. How many rounds did we play?
Quick math. Never mind. Don't. The more you think about it, the more your brain will hurt, Callie.
21 rounds. It's 21 rounds. 22 rounds. Okay, now I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop.
That was not fair. I think Stamina could have taken the round back because it was such a bloody good fight, right? They were swinging back and forth, back and forth. I love Smart Omega. I want Smart Omega to be in the playoffs. I want Smart Omega to be top 3, top 2, maybe even number 1. Who cares? But I want it to be done right. And Stamina showed us in the previous match that they could go the distance. They showed us in this S&D that they could go the distance. I don't want to go to control. I believe we need a rematch. Not really a rematch from the essence of the start of the game all over. I think they just need to redo that lobby in that. I'm sorry, Smart Omega, you just have to play that again. And just take it from that overtime spot, man. I feel bad for Stamina right now.
Yeah, because it's unfair
for anyone who loses that.
It's unfair. I mean, this is a game that, you know, your team's gameplay, or of course your team's survivability, relies on this game, and having to reset the room, and of course having to stay still on the same side in just those rounds compared to the overtime, that technically plays a huge role, because on the overtime rounds, you play one defense, and of course the other round you're gonna play the defensive side, so you're gonna be having a switch. But here it was different, so. It's I mean, they wanted to save time, and that's what they get.
I want a OT rematch, all right? I think this is so unfair to Stamina at this very point. I mean, at this point, all of the people who were like, oh, Mustachio's biased towards Smart Omega are gonna be like, huh? And then all of the Smart Omega fans are gonna be like, huh? You want a rematch again? I want it, bro. This is the World freaking Championship, man. I mean, every single win, every single loss has its effect. They are all not fighting for $2 on the line. They're fighting for $1.7 million of a super crazy prize pool. They're fighting for the lion's share of $700,000. And, you know, not saying that one of these two teams are definitely going to pick up that lion's share, but everybody needs to have an equal playing ground as we make our way there. So, I mean, that's my deep down request, or I guess hope, that we just have this redone and then we hop on over to a different game, a different series. Then we see how things kind of play out there. I really don't mind shoutcasting an extra hour as long as this is done right? We're not looking to save time. We're looking to crown the freaking champions, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's going to be hurting bad if you see Stamina go down in the lower bracket at this point in time, because, you know, that overtime plays a huge factor for both of the squads. They are basically playing out there for sides. Yeah. And obviously speaking, it's gonna be for me, honestly, for the guy who handled this lobby, I think he really wanted to make this one fast. And, you know, having to remove off that overtime system, I don't think he understands, like, the side switching every time after that overtime. After, like, the official games and the overtime kicks in, AJ.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to make any excuses, nor do I want to unfairly hurt the guy with my words as to why that mistake happened, but I'm just surprised that it happened more than once, man. So it's okay. It's absolutely fine. I really don't care as to whose fault it was or what actually went wrong and why that happened. I'm just more concerned about things kind of running down right. I mean, Stamina did not lose. In my books, Stamina did not lose that match. I think that match is still up in the air. Smart Omega should not be happy with that win. They have to, you know, I mean, technically, if you crunch the numbers, Scally, they sure as hell won that match.
Yeah, obviously. But it's a different scenario here, AJ. I mean, the sides didn't switch. So technically, it's not fair. It's not fair for both sides. And you already know, Smart Omega really love attacking on that Fire Rage earlier. They had found so much success on it, so they exploited that attacking side. And that's the problem.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, and now I'm actually betting on the side of stamina. I'm already crossing my legs on my gaming chair, waiting to see exactly what sort of action we have running down here, because it's gonna be potentially a long night as we try to make it a very quick night, Callie.
Yeah, exactly. And I just hope that for me, honestly, I just hope that we get a rematch from that and we can cast another game. I think that's doable for me. It might take some time, but there's a lot of streams that we can watch out here in the World Championship. There's 4 streams, by the way, people. One is the main broadcast that has commentary, and of course, the Bravo, Charlie, and the Delta live stream has no commentary, but you can watch the teams that you would want to see play in there, and of course, support them. So, honestly speaking, we can do that, but it's
Chat
really
is calling me anti-Omega. What the hell?
Wait,
Omega,
what?
my babies, man.
What are you doing, guys? Are you guys lost?
If Mustachio's anti-Omega, you've lost your mind, man. I really want the boys to go the distance, but you know, it's like taking a cheap win, you know, Callie. And no big brand, no big organization, no pro player wants to take a win like that. You know, everybody wants it to be fair and square. Everybody wants it to go down the line. Everybody wants to have an equal shot at the title at the end of the day. So hopefully that's you know, something that the fans kind of see as well. I mean, if you guys want to brand me as an Omega hater, go right ahead. I really don't mind. But you know, at the end of the day, we just want to have some pretty good matches in here. I think that is exactly what's going on in the background. Usangala. I think that's exactly what's going on in the background, because if we were just going to be moving on with the matches, I'm sure Control would have started on by now already. So, I mean, fingers crossed, bro. Fingers crossed.
I mean, if you're a Smart Omega, you're happy to get that win. But if you're a Stamina fan, you're going to be angry about what just happened here. You know, it's just totally unfair. You have to look at the other side of things, because if you're rooting for Stamina and your team go down like that and it costed them the momentum all throughout this day and they got eliminated later on, that's going to be a problem. And that's going to be an issue that will remain until next year's World Champs. So it totally is a domino effect if this doesn't get settled correctly. And we need to see the IJ, it's an organization skill issue here at this point.
No, don't say that. I love my job, man. I love my job.
I'm just kidding. I did say Iskra is a skill issue. No, I take it back.
You burning everyone today, man. First you burn Idra, now you burning the no. Okay, let's not go.
Next time the organization is gonna burn me. They're gonna cut me off. I don't want that to happen though. I love my job, AJ.
Yeah, they're probably gonna burn me because I'm asking for a rematch. But I'm not gonna move on until I see a bloody rematch, man. Because it has to be a fair and square win. If it's a loss when we do that reset for Omega, then it's a loss. If it's a win for Omega, then it's a win. But what matters is it happens in the right way. And here's my only reason. I mean, you've broken it down already, but you know, we'll just spell it out for the noobs of Call of Duty Mobile who don't understand exactly where we're coming from. Because when you start the match, and the match is in regular time, when the match first starts, you have the attacking team and then you have the defending team. And then half time, you switch sides, which means the bomb goes from one team to the other team, right? That's how S&D works. But when you go into OT, when you go into overtime, every single round, the attacking team and the defending team switches sides. You see why this is unfair when you only have Smart Omega now on the attack, which means Smart Omega now needs to gets to dominate with the bomb every single round. And the shot callers of the match are usually the ones carrying the bomb. So Smart Omega had an unfair advantage. Now, I'm the same guy who said that Smart Omega prefers playing on the defensive. So use brain, think why Smart Omega should be calling for a rematch as well. I would feel so bad for stamina if we started Control, but that's what we're going to do. 29 to 28. Smart Omega's on a good roll already.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, for Stamina, you just have to root for them at this point in time, because that map number 2 was just kind of did dirty there. But again, you just have to move on, and focusing on the next one is going to be key and is important. And Smart Omega, a very efficient attacking side. They take that B control point, just losing 2 lives, and Whoopi going to be sent out to make the play at the mid map, and Grizz is going to be there to shut them down. But 2 players go down for Stamina, as we see either in Rage combined. But there's no control yet at the kitchen. But they sent out 2 players on the laundry side, and and Smart Omega fall down one at a time. So great defense so far by Stamina here, preventing the players from trapping them in the spawns.
It is going to be Smart Omega 23-21. Stamina. They don't look like they are doing all too good because Smart Omega's managed to sneak away that B control point already, and now 3 players moving all together. But check this out, Safe Room has got 2 defensive players on the side of Stamina. They need to win each and every single gunfight, but one final survivor. Gatilla with the CBR4. Can he hang on for his dear life? No, he goes down as well. And this looks like it might just be a GGWP for Stamina in this first round here.
But I don't think so, because Risky is actually in the mid-map, but as soon as I say that, he gets completely obliterated, deleted in an instant. But number 3 in yellow in Rage, look at him, way over the spawns of the opponent, and now every time a player goes down, he is gonna have a chance to get this easy kills. 13-16 is gonna be the score line in the live department. 1 segment done by Omega on this A side, and they actually will be looking to play the objective here. Either gonna be pushing up on the swimming pool, and Omega Whoopi will be shot down immediately in the mid-map, and now you see Stamina just kind of hanging there, winning their gunfights, which is absolutely key. Gathilla on that mid-map as well. The kitchen control is gonna be there for them, and it's gonna totally continue that way. 10 and 11, a minute left, and Omega only needs to get 2 more segments, and it's gonna be GG's. But it's looking like it's gonna be a win through elimination from both of these 2 squads, AJ.
Stamina still can save this. They don't need to play the objective. They can. I mean, getting those kills are objectives as well, I guess. Hunter Killer Drone goes out for the hunt. Does not find anyone. Gatilla does manage to secure Whoopi. I have no idea how that Hunter Killer Drone went and hit that U-turn, but it's perfect. Stamina hanging on for their dear lives here.
I don't know if that was a torpor system from Stamina or a torpor system from Smart Omega, but it totally hit Whoopi out there, and that's important for Gatilla. But now they only are down to their final 4 lives, and they have to be very efficient. Omega is claiming time. They have to go. They just need to go. Whoopi drops 2 players down, 1 more player left. Narks gonna get shot down by Risky to find a double, and Smart Omega takes round number 1.
Want to know? Stamina, they did have a good shot there. Now, I understand, you know, some of the audience might not understand, you know, fully the pause strat, but it is a legal way for you to compose your team, have that communication in terms of strategy, how you want to approach the game. And pausing the game also is a strategy to break the, what's that word? I forgot the word right now. I'm having a brain fart moment. The opportunity for your opponents to kind of string along win after win. What is that? The consistency or whatever it is, the domination, to break that hold of domination over you. So it's absolutely fine. But Stamina doesn't seem to be having anything work in their favor at all. They keep pausing, but Smart Omega keeps steamrolling over them, Kali.
I mean, the gunfights is just something that's been done a lot by Omega well, and something that needs to be talked a lot about. I mean, we saw Whoopi, the CDFI, just turn it up and fry this competition, but you see, Iskra is actually stepping up for this squad as well. Not to mention, Rage is not even making his own place yet. Also, Kendi was 5. He did have 40 kills in that hard point earlier, and is currently onto a slow one. But as soon as I say that, he gets it ongoing. He spots some players moving on around the art galleries, and the push is being so good right now for Stamina at the B side. But now they were shot down, so they have to rotate, and the life count is strictly not in their favor here, AJ. 14 life counts compared to Smart Omega's 23.
Shout out to Minty O and a bunch of others who gave me the word. It's called momentum. Yes, break the momentum of your opponents. Thanks, guys. Oh Lord, Mustachio, oh Mustachio. 17-12, 5 kills in between, but Stamina's doing good work here on the attack. They're almost done and dusted already with this A control point, Kali.
Drari just shredded the players with the claw. The spawn trap is just on. 2 players invading, and that's gonna be Drari being a very significant player that just turned things around for this squad. Now it's kind of an equal matchup, and Marvel now brings his own claw, finds one, a walking scorching of his own, and now they have turned the game around, and Smart Omega is trapped on their spots, but they use the Purifier to just kind of even things out. Iskra on the long range won't be shot down. It's 6-5 now, AJ. Now a 5v4.
Oh, such a close matchup here, and Stamina has a good chance of winning this out, but not if Whoopi can help it. Brings out the Purifier, but nobody else to toast though. The rest of the players from the side of Stamina making a beeline through gallery, moving on into square center. Somebody needs to take Whoopi out of the equation first, but Rage drops Drari. 4-3. Hunter Killer Drone gets Rage, but backstabbed by Whoopi, traded out by Gatilla. Back and forth we go with a minute on the clock. These next 2 eliminations are going to be crucial for Stamina.
SKS for Marvel, he is deadly. And no wall bang's gonna get initiated. And if you're Omega, just have to wait for them to initiate. Marvel's only got a gun that's useful at long range. And they're just laying really nice in here off to a hooch spot. It's gonna be a 2v2 situation, and we're trying to get back to feed. AJ, are you there? Oh yes, you are. And of course, the game goes back into it, a 2v2 situation, and we are seeing Stamina actually go for a different route. They're moving at the mid-map, and someone is crossing way over Laundry, so that's kind of a smart play for them. There's still 25 seconds left, so that's plenty of time.
You missed me already, Callie. Checking if I'm here. 2 to 1. I mean, it's okay, baby. I'm here. I'm always here. 2 to 1. Stamina! Iskra makes quick work off him. And Smart Omega picks up 2-0. What do you know? Stamina doesn't seem to have the stamina to keep up with the Filipinos.
I mean, like the pervasiveness, of course, the way that Smart Omega's been playing, they are just relentless. They just waste no time. So that's something that Stamina has really had of trouble with. They are the best aggressive team coming up from EU, but when they play against Smart Omega, it's just a little different field. They are playing against a more aggressive team in Smart Omega, grit and grind as per se. And suppose that on the defensive side, you're going to have more odds of winning. Well, that's not exactly the case for Stamina. They dropped 1 defensive and 1 offensive round, and it's not looking good here at all. You see, the A control point, which is the easiest to control, it's just being dominated by Smart Omega.
Let's see if or not they can run away with this one. Smart Omega making a beeline for that A control point, and it's all through just one player here. CBR4 in the hands of Risky, finally shut down by Narcs. And it looks like the damage is not fully done just yet, and the players are way too far away. But what a fake out by Smart Omega. Everybody doubles back down for that B control point instead. And this is going to be quite a GG for Stamina to sort out. Yes, they clear off all of the markers on that A control point, but 2 quadrants taken away from B just makes this match so much more difficult for Stamina to control.
Yeah, obviously, Smart Omega just needing one more segment at the B side. That's going to be time extended. Narc's going to be able to find some way in this open stairs, pushing up the mid-map. This is going to be another one. Gets the double, but now finally shot down by Risky with that CBR4. And here's the top part. Omega has 1 player already crossing that A side, and Iskra is on the money room. And a potential sweep here at this control is in the hands of Smart Omega. Stamina goes down, the objective A is lost, and the first sweep happening here at Group A upper qualifiers for the world stage.
I'm happy. A Garena team has gotten a clean sweep victory, but I don't know if you guys see what I see, man. Close match at Hardpoint. Smart Omega ran away with it. Close match at S&D. And then that unfortunate situation happens, and now we just get a clean sweep. Yes, I want to think that Smart Omega is 100% the better team, but my mind just can't move on from that S&D matchup, because if that was a situation where the players on the side of Stamina felt like, hey, you know what, this shouldn't have been the case, now that would have broken their spirits down for this control matchup, and Smart Omega just ran away with it.
I mean, I have to agree with you, because that's such a momentum breaker, man.
Yeah,
I mean, that unfortunate momentum. Yeah, of course. And honestly speaking, that messes up the psyche of the squads. And now they fell down to the ground. And you see, Grizz isn't even performing well. This guy is a consistent top fragger for his squad, and he has 12 and 16 on his statistics. And just by looking at that, you see, you shut down Grizz, you have the greatest opportunity to get this game.
Absolutely, man. You're watching Stamina Esports versus Smart Omega. Or the end of it at the very least. 12 to 10, that's what we're going to tell people. That's exactly what happened at firing range, 12 to 10. But Raid was a 3-0 flat out. Smart Omega very easily takes down Stamina, who just could not keep up with them in this marathon.
I mean, that firing range, 12 to 10. It was 8-7, right? But now it was pushed to 22 rounds of games in action. And of course, an interesting take here, Smart Omega won that summit in firing range, and it was labeled red. So that means they won on their guerrilla squad. And on that control, they started on the defensive side. That's why it was blue. So a good thing there. It's something that you can, gather statistics and make it easier for you to look out on what just happened in the game. But honestly speaking, that second map, there was something to talk about, AJ. That's something that should have been there to begin with. It's supposed to be an overtime.
Now, I don't want to talk about that S&D anymore, because, I mean, clearly Smart Omega fans are being butthurt that I am saying Stamina should have stood a chance to make that fight back. And obviously, if the organizers have decided to move on, then it is what it is. It's a 3-0 victory for Smart Omega. And we're going to take a quick short break. But when we come back, the action at the World Championship continues.
gun ready for
Welcome back. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022. 16 teams across 7 regions are fighting today simultaneously to claim a seat at the CODM Stage 5 playoffs for a chance to win the lion's share of $700,000. Well, we are off to a rough start, but hey, you know, we have to keep moving forward right now. We actually saw Smart Omega and Stamina having a replay of the match at the control. But anyway, joining you in the second series will be me, Cali Gaming, and down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman, Garcia. And hey, it's good to be back to cast with you, man. How are you feeling?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing well, and I've been waiting in there in the background for a very long time after what we're expecting to be a great start is off to a rough start. So hopefully everything will be fine towards the end of this day. But so far, we've seen great battles from all of not really all, but most of the matches that has been played for the first round. And looking forward to this next round that is going to unfold right now. It is Almighty and Skade for this group. And I mean, we know these teams. We've seen these teams, and I'm pretty sure, Callie, you have gathered a lot of stats already in this game, and really excited on how they can, like, just how can they make that story concrete, because so far, as AJ mentioned earlier, you can pull up a lot of stories, but when it comes to world stage or when it comes to LAN event, there will be a huge difference in terms of performance, especially in a situation where in you're upfront a lot of people, as well as everything will be in there, or everyone will be in there in the same room.
I have to agree with you. You're playing on a different country and you're playing in front of a crowd. So that right there, those two variables are already a great factor in how you might perform in a LAN event. But so far, so good has it been for Smart Omega. They really love to play in the crowds, as you see a dominant play for them. They went up 2-0, and I believe they recently won the Control, which was currently happening simultaneously as we are broadcasting right now. And that's the first stream that we have today. And right now, we are going to see AMT. You know, we all know that this is the winningest team right now in 2022 for the Garena region. They are fresh off to a victory at the Stage 4 Garena Regional Qualifier, and they have dominated the CDFI 2022, defeating Q9 Club, which has 5 coaches compared to just 5 players with no coach playing inside that match. So right now, how do you feel coming into this game, Boss Neptune?
Yeah, I'm really, like what I mentioned, is really excited right here, especially with Almighty right now. We've seen the evolution of Almighty from when they stepped in onto the competitive scene. Before they were Divinity Uprising, now they are Almighty, with all this changes within these teams. Jeff going into the plate, and Heaven right now without the bed buff, now on a gaming chair into the crowd. Hopefully this guy will be at ease, because we've seen him before in front of people, and he's like really not that comfortable. So I guess the training, it's not only within the game, but also with your personality once you jump in on the world stage. For the side of Skade, I'm pretty sure they are prepared as well, because this team from Latin America will be or has already have a lot of experience in competing. I mean, they were created, it has been created from 2019 in Norway, late 2019 in Norway, and this team has already a long start in terms of competitive scene. And I'm looking forward to how these teams, the second from the Latin America finals, will be facing this team from the Garena region.
I mean, Skate basically pretty much is like the Omega or the AMT of the Latin American region. They are the building, they are the foundation, the founding fathers of that esports scene right over across the country, of course, from Latin America, and of course in Brazil specifically. And one thing more than likely that we saw from them is, and of course the personality of the Latin American region, is that they love to play aggressive. They don't care if it's going to be a 50-50. What matters is that at the end, they're going to continue to barge their head and put enough pressure in front of you, and of course, make you commit some errors. And that's been the winning play for them. They basically played last year at the Western Finals, and although they didn't really place on the #1 spot, they are still one of the best teams that were actually able to shine out there. And now we will see them head on against the Eastern Finals second place in AMT. So this is going to be a good show that we have right up next.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about the aggressiveness of Skade right here, and they're facing off against, like, coming from the Garena region, we know that the trademark of the Garena region is the aggressiveness and the crazy gameplay, but Almighty is not all that. They are the ones who are calm and collected most of the time, thus they are bringing in different meta into the game. So it's more of a positives and negatives in here from both sides, and they are jumping into a game together. And I would like to agree with you as well. Like, Skade is more of some of the teams who have been here who are really performing from the Garena region, and I'm looking forward to what the Brazilians has to offer in this game. And Pabzera, Leozin, Mihawk, Luzera, as well as Limbs will be moving in here into the game together with our players from Almighty. I mean, we all know, we talked about Incendio earlier, the Incendio. Heaven, shout out Jeff and Irfan J, the Clutch King. So I really want to see as to who will be performing here and who will be consistent from their qualifier, from their regional finals up until the world stage.
I mean, for already, you already know that Smart Omega and of course Almighty, the Garena representatives, both played a LAN event. And Smart Omega were able to play a lot better as they were able to win the championship at Garena Master Season 3. But here this time for AMT, they placed fourth on that event. But still, they were able to see some increase in performance from their teammates, and of course that sudden rise. Eventually, they were crowned as the champions of the Stage 4 Garena Regional Qualifiers and CDFI 2022. And here's the tough catch: they were playing using online communication. Now this is a LAN event, so the question here is it going to be better communication for this squad, or is it going to be the other way around? And that's something that we will be seeing right after we hop on to that maps and modes that we are going to have later on. But you know what? For Skate, I believe being the number 2 squad coming on from Latin America, they can put up a pretty great fight in here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm really looking forward to. And the factors were in those jumping the crown. We know most of the backstory for Almighty because we've been in there. We've been in the Garena scene for a very long time, and we've seen them play online, offline. We see the difference. For the side of Skate, I'm pretty sure they are in there already prepared. They've done a lot of LAN events right now, and at this point, Almighty really needed back then to practice on how they can work on it on a setup that is not online. They have been grouped all together, fighting for their lives right now at this point, and this is what we're going to see at this game. And as we can see, it started off right now, and this is S&D. This is Nova Esports starting it off, and they are going against LG.
I mean, just to give you a brief view background for Luminosity Gaming, I believe they are the underdogs that will come out of this world stage. I mean, they have the 2-time world champion Image Blaines actually coaching this squad, so you already know that they are here packed with plethora of strategies in order for them to have a good advantage of this victory. And you see here, they go up by 1. They were able to win the hard point. Not exactly sure though what the scoreline was, but being able to defeat the number 1 team of EU on a respawn game mode, that exceptionally says a lot of what this team has done. And adding on more for that, Luminosity Gaming had a lot of changes moving into this game. They got LG Band, who was the MVP of the 2021 Western Finals. So this team is stacked overall. They have the remainings of the 2021 Tribe Gaming roster, and they add on Jesus Saves You to add on it and of course boost this team's success rate, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, Jesus Saves coming from cold showers from them moving into the world stage. And previously, if you look back into 2021, a few in here from Tribe, ARP Gaming is where Jesus Saves was playing, Explicit is where Solo was playing, so it's a good combination right now, and I guess a good chance for these teams to really show off at this point. But as we can see, it's bouncing right now on a 1v1, and it is a 1-to-1 on the scoreboard and a 2v3 on the situation. The bomb is on the hands of the team of Luminosity, and we're going to see how they're going to trade it off and balance it off a 2v2 so that they can go in for the push.
I mean, right now for Nova Esports, definitely doing a great job with the numbers. They're just playing well, disciplined, waiting for the offense to actually initiate. Right now, Jesus Saves is just waiting for some players to actually pop out, but not at the moment. So they are just wasting clock, and this is just a classic setup here right now for Nova Esports. They get the first blood a while ago, and they have the number advantage, so they're just wetting that clock tick. But Jesus Saves actually has a good angle off of that. Sider shot down, waiting for a good pick off of that Americans. They have pushed the bomb at his A side. So now, here we go, a 2v2 Neptune.
2v2 situation right now, and that is because Jesus Saves You just picked, and there he goes, Jesus Saves with a pistol and blast from the past with MW11 in there second for this 2v3. Now on a 1v2, it is now up to Neil, but Neil is stuck in the corner and has a DLQ, but as the two player plant will be in there by Envy. The blue player, the foot has been shot, seen and shot. Neil bounce it off in a 1v1. A good chance for defusable. He needs to take Sin down just yet.
Oh no, here goes a 1v1 on the close range, and Jesus saves. Will be able to win that with the CBR4. He was using the scope a while ago. I mean, he was able to take down one player instead of that white player, so he picked that gun up, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. So, wow, we're gonna be living that game, and of course, we're gonna go back to the lobby and what has been such an enduring day for us right now at the World Championship Finals 2022. But hey, of course, it's a rough start, but it's going to get smoother as we go through the succeeding games that we have. But, you know, at least we know that Luminosity was able to win the respawn map in there up against Nova Esports. So automatically they have the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they had the lead. I think there's a remake that will be happening in there in Search and Destroy. Again, first day number 1, I would say, in a stage much like this, a lot of things is happening in the background, a lot of things happening in the foreground as well. What you're seeing is what's happening in the foreground. So hopefully you can understand how chaotic it is in the background right now with everything in there happening, stage, stream, online and offline. A lot of things has been done and being worked on. So I'm just looking forward that on the upcoming matches in upcoming days, they will be a lot more smoother, a lot more polished at this point. And later on, we don't know as to which stream, which battle I'm going to see right there. So for those of you waiting for that battle of Skate and Almighty, well, we're waiting as well.
I mean, we are just loading it up. You know, it takes really a lot of time because picture this. You have 4 groups just playing simultaneously, and every group has its own respective live stream. And it's really hard to keep track of that. But then again, it's just the first few games that we have here. And of course, it's going to be smoother on the succeeding games that we have. I promise you that. But anyways, just before we go through the next game, let's give you guys a good update on what just happened in the coming on the other groups. At Group B, it was Wolves Esports. It's 1-3-1 up against Strut Esports. They only lost at hardpoint number 1 at standout, but they eventually won the Search and Destroy, Firing Rage, Control Slums, and the Summit hardpoint in a dominant manner. And moving on, Team Vitality again. For those who don't know, were swept by Inco in just 3 games, so they currently are on the lower bracket. Then we're going to be giving you guys more of an update moving on throughout this game. And honestly speaking, what's playing right now is the Nova Esports and the Luminosity Gaming. And, you know, we are waiting for that Skate and that Almighty setup, but it's going to get played later on. We're just waiting for it to get initialized.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things has been happening in there, and really, I want to clear my mind. I want to clear my mind on what we're going to expect right now, because as what has been said, expected and unexpected, a lot of teams has already put in a lot of effort in playing for the stage 5, and I'm just looking forward to them to watch them and cast them as well in this game. But when we look at the games right now, especially earlier, from what we've seen from Luminosity as well as that was see, it slipped my mind already. That was Luminosity as well, and Nova Esports, right? They're the ones fighting against each other. And who do you think is more favorable in terms of Search and Destroy once that battle like unfolds once again?
Well, honestly speaking, for me, the biggest pack here that Luminosity can punch is on the Search and Destroy. This team has the playbook of Tribe Gaming of 2021, and of course Blacklist International, all in one in this Search and Destroy, because mainly they have Image Blaines as their coach, a 2-time world champions in their favor. So automatically they have the strategy, but it all goes down to the execution and how well they do it out there. And looking at the first 3 rounds that we played, actually, it's kind of promising on how they were able to deal with the situation. They're good with pressure. They know how to respond with it. And obviously, we just need to see the games run smooth, because a lot of pauses mainly messes up the team's momentum in there. And it plays such a great factor here, Neptune.
Yeah, and we're back to both of these teams, Nova EU as well as Luminosity right now battling it off, but it is Nova Esports right now on the shorter end. They are already down 2-6 in terms of lives, but for the fortunate side, Bravo is almost in a capture. So if they can funnel everyone in there, they might be able to trade them off, but lives is not a factor in here for Luminosity. Neil will be taken down, and it is LG who takes that first point.
I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but that's certainly destroyed. But I'm thinking that it's a win through this qualification. Maybe one of the players from Nova Esports decided to use a contraband and it costed them that game. And you don't want that to happen for you to, you know, because you are in the world stage where the maps are important. Everything counts. And it all boils down to how prepared you are. And for Nova Esports, I think it's actually the main reason why they were able to forfeit that game. But anyway, we're moving on. Second round of action. This time, Luminosity Gaming is going to be on the attacking side. They're going to push to the B side, and they have just saves you playing the objective along with his two teammates. So that's going to make the push and, of course, the capture much faster here, Neptune.
Yeah, the faster will be done by 3 members as the response from Nova Esports will be in there from the gardens and to the laundries. All 4 men pushes, but 1 will be taken down, but they will be able to take it over and clean up the last tick for that Bravo. 2 left for Bravo side, and Solo right now going solo in the mid of this map, but still no one has spotted him. Saturn's in there being taken down, and he will be able to clear off the mid, but unfortunate for them, they still need to take a little bit more of time to go for that rotation because the lives, it doesn't matter. It is quite tied between these two teams.
Yeah, obviously, number 5 and number 1 in blue currently right now pushing at that enemy spawns gives them the opportunity to actually prepare themselves for a trap in the spawn. So, obviously speaking, LGs is trying to slow it down at the moment. They are taking what type of attacks are they going to do. And well, they lost control of the kitchens, and right now they are looking to push in at this swimming pool, which I think is kind of risky, but when they do have this mid-map control, it sets them up for success. And with Envy there as the guy you want to look forward to playing that oversight, he's going to be able to slay well. And guess what? Luminosity Gaming, 2 ticks in at this A control point. That massive performance from them. Great strategy to read off NV Esports. And there you go. They're going to get A control point.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha right now is a good approach for them to be captured early in, well, late into this game so that they can switch it over to the easier side, which is Bravo, wherein it's easy for them to really take it for that 2 ticks. But the lives is at the loss for Nova Esports, and they will be losing it a lot more from Solo in there with beautiful.
Well, there we go. And well, I think we lost Neptune here, but we're gonna go continue this game and matchup, and Nova Esports somehow will be obliterated here at this round number 2, and that's something that's technically not good enough for me, Neptune. And we are seeing a lot of pause here at this game happening, and it's technically okay. In a basketball match, you would need some timeouts, by the way, in order for you to reset the pace of your team. And this is something that people are not really used to seeing because we all know esports is a very fast-paced game, so we don't technically use timeouts. But in a world championship game where everything matters, you need this type of pause, Neptune.
Exactly. It's only a few seconds in there that they can have a like uninterrupted time to talk over on what the next plan is, especially for Nova Esports right now, who is down 2-0. So it's very difficult for them to really talk in game with all the sounds that has been happening, with all the movement that they have to take for them to take a score. But as we can see, Luminosity has taken over both the defensive and attacking side. So Nova Esports is at a loss right now, probably another sweep in control.
This is something that I don't normally typically see from Nova Esports when they were playing at their European region. I mean, they typically display a lot of good attacks in the game, and now we're gonna leave the lobby again. So a lot of mystery just happening in the game, Neptune. First, the team left at map number 2, and now we saw the map number 3 being the same exact thing that we saw from that search and destroy. So technically not the, I don't know what the issue is here. Maybe it's the lobby that's the problem, or maybe the sides, or maybe a contraband use once again. I hope not though.
And we don't have any details on that just yet, so we're just we're just watching is what is going to be displayed right here. We don't have really much control of what's happening in the background as well as what's happening in game. And as we saw earlier, especially when the stage has been set up, we are seeing a lot of teams already matching it up. And even before we started in this broadcast, in our specific broadcast, a lot of games has been happening already in the background. So we are just waiting on what's going to happen and if there will be an Almighty and SMART that will be happening soon, or are we going to be seeing another group going fighting it off, and even the explanation for that search and destroy, even the control between Luminosity as well as Nova Esports. We're just waiting for a little bit of context in there so they can provide you that much. But just in case that was not given, that will not be given tonight. We are tonight or today, wherever you're watching right now, we are going to give it out on a different context so that you will have a clear view of what's happening from this day number 1.
Obviously speaking, we are currently finished with the Group A and the Group D. So right now we are focusing on Group C and Group D. As we all may know, it is, if I am not mistaken, Smart Omega and of course NYS LMA playing the winners match at Group A, and of course Godlike and Stamina playing on the elimination match. Now for Group B, it's Wolves and Inco playing on that winners matchup, and of course at the elimination match bracket, Strut Esports and Vitality will play for survival. And now that soon will play later on. We're just gonna have to focus on the Group C and the Group D opening matchup. And right now, we did see Luminosity Gaming and Nova Esports go head-to-head on the best of 5 series, but not entirely sure what just happened there because we saw 2 matches back-to-back getting postponed or discorded out of immediately. And I think it's right about time we see AMT and SMART get into it, Neptune.
Yeah, and also just a little bit of context from the early parts of the Group D, Nova and Luminosity. The first battle were in Luminosity won was 250 to 69, so it's still favoring Luminosity. Is at that moment, Luminosity has already taken, from what we've seen, I would say 2 out of 3 maps, if I got that.
Oh, I think we lost Neptune
Have
again.
the lead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Continue. You were cutting off, but yeah, I think it's okay now. Yeah. It's okay. We all have those days. I mean, you know, but yeah, like it's really important that you win the opening matches here in Neptune because you don't want to have the opportunity to play for survival down there below the lower bracket, because that technically means you have only 1 shot left to play at the playoffs and you don't have any more chance of getting into that 700,000 lion's share prize pool on that number 1 spot. So technically speaking, it matters what round and what game you are playing, because at the end of the day, you would want to play at the playoffs in day number 2.
Yeah, exactly. Well, either ways, when we look at the prize pool, if we go down 13 to 16, they get 15,000 in their US dollars. If we convert that, that's around 800,000 in pesos. So that's still a lot, but I'm pretty sure in the world stage in here we're in, this is the first time ever out of 3 years of Call of Duty Mobile that all of the regions will be bringing out the best that they have into one tournament. They don't want to settle with 13 to 16 spot.
Yeah, obviously it's because of the pride as well. You don't want to end up as a first round exit. You would want to push deeper than that because you're fighting for pride here. You want to reach that pinnacle of the Call of Duty mobile esports scene, then you have to perform better than the others. And right now we do see in a competition that normally you'll have winners and you'll have losers, and it sucks that you have to see, you know, players teams go down as a first round exit, but it's the state of the game, you know. It's what makes the esports scene very interesting, because you never know what might just happen here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is one reason why this is happening, because they are pulling out the best of the best, and this is just where we weed out those who are not really up to par when it comes to the world stage. Pride right now being shown earlier, it was Q9, and I think this is a battle that's going to happen. This is Drive going against Q9 Club. This is NA and CDM fight on a Search and Destroy, Callie.
Okay, the Western Finals champs, and of course Q9, which is currently the number 1 team in the the China region, assuming that they were able to reach the finals of CDFI. But hey, first map went in the hands of Tribe Gaming, so that's technically such an alarming rate because we obviously know that Q9 loves to play hardpoint and they dominate with it. But here's the catch for Tribe Gaming. Q9 is such a phenomenal SMD team, and we saw that at CDFI. The only time that they lost was on the finals against AMT. And right now, it's a couple of trades going back and forth, but Q9 has already made progress towards A, but Tribe is too good right now. Marshy and Big taking up all of these attacks, and Bolu dropping Island. Now it's a 2v4.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Tang and Oling at this point, and Oling is probably a game changer, but if the rest of the gangs of Q9 will not be able to step it up, it will be GG's for Q9. There goes the takedown, the final guy, Bolu takes him down as well as Big, and we've seen how well Tribe Gaming has performed in so many matches in the North American region, but this is the chance for CDM to really step up. If they learn anything from that CDFI, is that they can adapt, they need to adapt so that they can take down the most adaptive team that I've seen so far. It is Tribe Gaming.
Oh yeah, here you can see this is what makes LAN event crazy. The response from the audience, the hype, everything. You can hear it on the spot. So you don't see it in the comments, you hear it it's just different. So right now you're gonna see the players go up once again. Q9 lost the first round, and you see they're trying to open up this mid map, and that's gonna be Tang making its way towards the white warehouse. They're smoking up that area, and they're looking pushing up this A side, but Bolo now throwing up nade. The sniper's not gonna connect, so that's gonna still give Q9 two players alive in this game, not to mention the plant that is happening. Now it's a 2v3 retake, 45 seconds left.
Bolo right now taking a peek, and the moment he peeks, he might be able to go for that elimination, but fortunate for Q9, they were able to get away from that, and Tang is just proning his way. If anyone will be moving in from Americans, but I think they are going for the back way, but there goes the hit. Bolo was taken down, but Bang takes down a backstab, and the defusal is on.
Just good game sense from Q9, but just a better retake, better defense for Tribe Gaming. The play for a retake is just exactly insane. But you see, here at the LAN event, you technically see what type of position and posture this team loves to play at. And you'd see some just only use the table, but some uses that pillows as well, just to give it that extra comfort. And I think that plays a huge role in this team's productivity. But Tribe so far has won 3 first bloods in his first 3 rounds, and that's just something that you just can't do if you're Q9. You gotta put the trophy system down because it costed you a lot of games already in Big, just running 2 players down, and Tag is trying to stay alive, is gonna get sought out. 2v4 now, Neptune.
Yeah, and it will be a 1v4 as Tang will be hanging back in there on the corner. Trig 6 will not be doing that much, especially in close range, but that will depend on who will be rushing him onto the side. It is a 1v2 situation on the B side right now, as a flank might be happening onto the back of Tang at this point. He needs to be careful. He have 1 minute and 10 to make his way. He has the bomb, but not so much of what position he will take, and he's just waiting for a takedown or elimination from either that coming from B or probably those moving in on the other side. It will be a standoff at this point in firing range.
You know, there is a lot of situations that happen like this, and it's so impossible to be able to deal with 4 players. And of course, not to mention the time. 47 seconds left. Vague is waiting at the boxes. He's not going to spot him yet. Tang is picking. The free aim is there, and Vague gets shot down like a snake. He just rattles. 1v3 now, Neptune.
Yeah, but the thing is, Tang has been spotted already. Information has been relayed, and he just needs to cover, or he needs to cover both sides. So Tang has one from behind. It is Tech who will be shooting him down from that window, and there goes another point for Tribe Gaming. Q9 really need to step it up, especially in survivability. They need to pull back a little bit, especially with aggressiveness that we are seeing from this team of Tribe.
Yeah, Q9 is so untouchable in CDFI and of course in the China Masters, but up against Tribe Gaming, they are just looking like any ordinary team. 3 first bloods from Tribe Gaming off the start. And if we don't see something change for Q9, things can just spiral out of control. You got Tectonic, the 2020 NA Regional Champions, and Jazz once again builds the first blood. 4 in a row for this team, and they are just looking to not stop it at all. Take a look at the flank here, number 3, number 4 in blue, way over enemy lines already at 3v3 now, Neptune.
I'm quite surprised that Jess is not pulling the sniper in there in this game, and probably he is confident that he doesn't need to. So we'll have to find out on what is going to happen in this matchup. This is a 2v3 situation once again, and from what we've seen earlier, Q9 is not doing well in this 2v3. They need to make an approach right now and to make that plan as well as go for that post-plant defense.
Just off 2v3 retake. Right now for Tribe, they have the advantage. They just have to learn and play their cards, Tribe. It starts off with Jess dropping D-Chen, but damn, he knows what to play. Angles is gonna be on point right now. The pre-aim is there. He spots one in the mid-map, swings over to the tires.
Nice.
He sprays on Marshy, shuts him down. One more minute to go, but the clutch won't happen, and Jazz icing up the cake. Gets that round number 4, and Tribe Gaming continues to pounce and fry Q9 Club.
That was a little bit too fast on the forward push. He might have just turned around, going wait into the boxes before going in for that initiation. Because the moment that he gets that elimination, he will be spotted on, he will be rushed in, and if he backs off in from the tires into the boxes, he might be able to get that heady to his advantage. But as we can see right now, 4-0, and Q9 needs to step it up. We are not looking at an early elimination, but Q9 can just pull out that prize fighter and that have advantage in terms of manpower.
Okay, there we go. We're seeing some adjustments. Finally, it took them 5 rounds to get the number advantage to their favor. But Tribe Gaming still 5 first bloods. They haven't lost a touch in terms of initiating the gunfights. But one thing more than likely that we saw now, this time is D-Chen finally looking to able to get some info game running on, and Jess will be out of the picture. All down to Tectonic, the 2020 NA Regional Champs MVP. He's going to spot the first player right off to the mid-map. It's going to be a pretty easy kill for him. A 1v2, 16 seconds left. Clock is ticking. He has to make the play, and he has to be very efficient. But right now, he's going to get bounced by Damn, and that's it. Q9 responds back after 5 rounds.
Yeah, hopefully this is the momentum that Q9 is aiming for so that they can get back into that point. Because, as we saw earlier, it was a 4-0. This time, it's only taking a 1. They will not be sitting on an egg at this point, but how far can they pull this onto their favor? Because we've seen how well Tribe Gaming has went in for that bait and switch earlier from the earlier matches, and once we hit that 7th match, it will be a rotation, or it will be a flip from the sides, and it might lose the momentum of Q9. So Q9 right now with that rush onto Bravo might give them this advantage as well as another point, but just right now on the back end going in for the kill, but Marshy goes in against D-Chen.
Yeah, this is it. Q9 now slowly getting hungry. They want to win this. Wuling still hasn't popped up yet, still on 3 kills. Tang has just been carrying the load of the offense for now. The 2v2 situation, 30 seconds left. Wuling just waiting on the back firing range while his teammate Tang is waiting to push at that mid-map. And while it continues to be that way, we are trying to fix the team's lineup comp. But right now, Jess will throw in the nade, gets caught in the yak, and Tang will lose the gunfight. 25 seconds left here. Bolu, the team captain, going up against Wuling. It's a team captain showmatch here, Neptune.
Yeah, sniper as well, and we'll have to find out as who will be tricky in terms of the positioning. Bolu takes down Wuling, and the Fusel will be in there. Plenty of time for them. Q9 right now is at a loss, and they need to step it up because one more for that match point.
If you're Wuling, you're gonna get really worried about that gameplay. You know, he was expecting the guy to pounce at that jungles, but it turned out the guy was pushing the tire section, the tunnels, by the way. And that's something that, you know, is gonna be some lapses. You know, that lapses in dining decision will lead you to lose some rounds, and it's technically okay for Wuling. You just have to worry about the next, but this next round is key. They have to win this straight because you don't want to give Tribe Gaming that match point.
Yeah, initial position, we see that one guy in blue, number 4, is already in the mid-map. Good rotation. That might be pulling off that initial trade. But as we start, we get back into the play. Tech and Marshy are the only 2 guys left going against 4 members of Q9. And I guess once this the screen will be playing, we'll be seeing a lot more of elimination. And there goes Marshy going down. Technology X, the only one remaining in 1v4 as we we mentioned earlier. As you mentioned earlier, Callie, this is a difficult position that you can be, and Tectonic might be feeling right now.
It's gonna sting to be playing a 1v4, and showing the screen. I think Q9 won that game, so great job for them. Preventing that match point from getting accumulated by Tribe Gaming. So now the task is to win back to back to back to tie up the game, and of course create the pressure by being unpredictable. As they start here at the defensive side, you see Tribe just pushing this A side connectively, and they send out Bolo just to play the overset with that scope to play the long range, and Uling still hasn't found himself some engagements at the moment. It's a 5v5 retake, Neptune.
Yeah, 5v5 retake, and there goes elimination. Oling was able to take down Marshy, an aggressive player, to be taken out of this game, and Vague will be down as well from the hands of Oling. It is a quick 3v5. Even if the plan has been done, Tribe is still at a loss right now. Q9 can take advantage, and they did. They went in for that win, and they are now catching up, stopping Tribe Gaming at that 5 point.
Yeah, that's such a flush out just was made by Q9, and that's something that you would want to have to continue time and time again. Going up against Tribe Gaming, who obviously has a lot of skills and of course strategy just to try to counter you, it's gonna take a mental fortitude and a great anticipation to get them off guard. And now the push comes to the A side. They smoke down the sniper's nest, and of course that leads to them pushing this bomb at this A side. Vig plants the bomb, and here we go, another 5v5 retake. We saw earlier that Q9 were actually successful, so let's see if they're gonna do it again here.
Good positioning coming from Q9 right now, but unfortunate fortune, Tectonic and Marshy was able to take down 2 of their players, and the move will not be able to go into that alpha. Only the only guy remaining, though he makes the kill against Bolu, he needs to deal with 4 more players from Tribe Gaming, and he is stuck in there in the middle of nowhere, and there goes the match point going in for Tribe.
And you can feel the hometown crowd just cheering for Tribe Gaming. After all, this is the land of the free. Of course, Tribe Gaming is the North American champions, and the crowds are gonna, of course, favor them compared to Q9. They are struggling so far. You can see how kind of tense they are in the game. You take a look at Tectonic right now, man. He is just chill with that pillow. Chilling like a mellow pillow. I don't know. Well, they are technically one of the best teams, and you can see siding out their Bolu just siding out the play call, and that's something that you would want to see from your captain.
Exactly. I mean, it's one thing that they can start in here from the initiation of this game. I think a pause has been happening right now, and they are continuing on. 6-3 is the scoreline. One more, and Tribe Gaming will be getting another point against Q9 Club. And as we see right now, it is Oling who takes down Marshy, but the trade-off by Bolo in there. Damn, takes down Bolo, and Jess trades it off. Huge kills coming from this team, but 3v3 is not a position that Q9 wants to be if they want to take another point. Hopefully they can get another of that elimination, but Jess will be pulling the snipers. This is not seen earlier, and then yes, this is shove from Tribe Gaming.
Now this is a chance for them to end out the series. And you see the top 3 players of Q9 actually staying alive. Island now creating the play off the back, gets the double. Now they can initiate the flank, and Uling just can't create the push in here. His teammate Uling will be there for the kill, and we are not gonna see Tribe Gaming close this out just yet. You see the top 3 players from Q9 stepping up, Island, and of course Uling. And the one and only D-Chen trying to turn this game around. 6-4 is the current scoreline. They just need 2 more rounds to force that overtime. But if I obviously know Tribe Gaming, they're gonna hit you with a different route this time.
Yeah, there are no more pauses available from this game, and hopefully they are prepared on what's going to happen. As you mentioned, 2 more to force that overtime, 4 more for them to take that win. Q9 really is in here for a tense fight, as we see Tang going in deep against 3, and Tang will be taken out by Jess in there, and there goes the trade-off. Island goes in, and that is a complete elimination of 3 for that trade-off. 2v4 situation, Callie.
You see Uling went in from 2 kills, now he's got to 10. Island now pouncing, he finds 1, and there it is! Q9, they win that round. And you see, we're gonna see some technical errors. Tectonic just check out what's just happening with his skills, and of course, gonna throw that pillar out, and of course that headphones as well. But one thing more than likely that we saw from Tribe Gaming, we know how well they are on the defensive side. But when we switch sides, Neptune on that attack side, they are more predictable, and Q9s get a good read on that rotations that they're actually doing, and they just need one more round to force overtime in here.
Yeah, hopefully after 11 rounds, Q9 was able to read off how Tribe Gaming is already initiating their play, as well as them going in for the rotation in this map. And as you mentioned, the switching sides might be a factor for Tribe Gaming to take advantage of this game. But again, this is it's more of a battle of minds from these teams. I mentioned earlier, Tribe Gaming has the best adaptability in terms of gameplay, especially Search and Destroy from the NA region, and the same goes for the CDM. But we are now switching to a different game, back on to what is on the program. It is Skate and Almighty going in for that hardpoint.
Yeah, I really wanted to see what happens in that Tribe Gaming and of course Q9, because technically those are the top two teams that you'd expect to make it out on that Group C. But right now, Group D is where we're hopping on. AMT and Delta, Skate, you wanted this, and now here we go. First two set of hardpoints, clearly a pretty slow matchup, but you see Skate Gaming, they will be able to put 3 players inside of that hardpoint, which technically makes it very hard for AMT to break this off right now. Well, you see in terms of statistics, Jeff Pro doing a great job with 10 kills for his squad, but Skate clearly a lot better just playing the respawns. AMT may have the kills, but right now the objective is just being played by Skate like a film.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, I think ALMGHTY is not moving at all, still stuck in the backyards, and the rest of the gang will be pushing in on towards that shooting range. And there goes that white warehouse right now is about to be opened up in a bit. Once we get back, I think we have enough time to see what's going to unfold in this game. So far, it has been still gray, and when I say gray, it can go either way, Callie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But just looking at the rotations right now, you see in front of your screen, 4 players, maybe got 2 players right now from Skate just holding up the anchor position to keep away AMT from spawning right beside them. And of course, that sends out AMT from this white warehouse, and that's gonna be a long walk up ahead. And the next thing you know, they just have to bully out Skate here at this hard point, and Shut Up is gonna be trying to spray inside of that hill, not really able to get some kills, and they are really having a rough time breaking this hill at the moment. 110 to 48, a good sum of lead that Skate has built up from the first 3 hard points, and AMT now looking to turn it around, but every time that they go and push as a team, they just fall down and they spawn so far away, and this just makes things hard here for this team.
Yeah, I mean, what's making it harder for this team is they will be taken down. They will be going into where the closest or the farthest of the player will be in there. It's ALMGHTY still hanging in there in the backyard. And that's one reason why they're spawning a little bit too far. And they couldn't cross over into the showers to get that favorable spawn for them. So it's more favorable for Skate right now. I would say it is a 4v5 situation. And Almighty just needs to get a good momentum, but I guess this rotation into the B1 is not the time for them, because they need all the manpower to get all those positions covered, because as we know of Almighty, they want to go in all team blazing, but with one missing, they will not be able to pull through.
Yeah, I mean, ALMGHTY, he plays a huge role on this team, especially in response. He's the super soaker, and with him actually not able to connect, this is disaster. I mean, what's just happening in this World Championship? 164 to 51 right now. Shut Up just trying to create some plays, and now ALMGHTY left the game. And this is something that you don't normally see from the squads. It's just been happening all throughout the match. We saw, I believe, earlier, it was Jirari from Stamina, and now this time ALMGHTY from AMT, and this is something that needs to be done and have a resolve, because this is not looking like a competition.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say is, though it's not good for Almighty to have only 4 men in here, but I guess it's, if we took at the statistics, hardpoint can be let go for the side of Almighty. They can do well in Search and Destroy as well as Control, because so far Control is one of their main game. But I guess with what's happening right now, I think there will be a little bit of pause, or probably a remake that's happening, because from what we've seen from the start, I think before we cross the 50 mark, Irfan J is not moving at all. So that's early enough indicator that a remake is possible. Still have to wait and see on what will be the feedback from the other side. But as we go in, continue on, a lot more of changes, a lot more of battle will be happening in a bit. So hopefully the updates will be pouring in soon.
I hope so, because again, we brought this out over and over again today. I mean, the first series we saw Jari have some disconnection. So technically, it's just not one player. So there's multiple players having this connection. So obviously speaking, a remake is totally possible in here, Gentleman Gaming, because like you don't want teams to play a 4v5 in these games, and this is the World Championship Finals. You're playing for the playoffs right now today. 4 live streams simultaneously happening, and you can't have something like this. You have to go really a remake. I'm so mad right now. I don't know why.
Exactly. I mean, no one wants to have disconnection issues at this point, and I think I experienced that earlier as well. I was I was dropping on and off the broadcast, and hopefully that doesn't happen, because that even stressed me out. So what more if you're in there trying to win that $700,000 and you get dropped in onto the network? So that is one thing that you don't want to be in. But again, a lot of things is happening in the background. Hopefully we'll get a clear picture of how things will be done, what result will be taken, and from what we've seen earlier, will there be any consideration for those teams who are really in the disadvantage, especially with technical issues that's happening? So a lot is being cleared out at this point, and for those of you watching on the live stream, and well, wherever region you're coming from, hopefully you can understand as well, even what's happening on the background on the broadcast. We'd like to see a lot more of the gameplay, but they are not ready just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna load up that hard point once again. And technically, we did see Skate just dominate that game, but I don't know, because I believe right from the start of the game, Neptune, that one of the players, which is Irfan J, already have some internet connections issues. So we can't really say that it was a dominant win from Skade on that firing range hardpoint. So a remake is something that really needs to be. And this is what I really want to bring out. Earlier, Stamina faced the same thing against Smart Omega, and the Mustachio AJ was really called out on the comment section. We're being so solid that Smart Omega keeps winning this game. And now, here we go. The Garena region. Smart Omega, Almighty is experiencing the same thing that Stamina had earlier, and you hate to see things like this happen. So it's a good thing that the World Championship is hosted by a very productive crew. There's a lot of things going on, and a remake is totally possible. They are flexible in here. So now it's just a matter of just reconnecting back to that Skade and AMT match. But before all that, we're gonna be happening the Tribe Gaming's and of course Q9's matchup, and I believe it was a victory by Tribe Gaming on that search and destroy firing range. Well, we did see some of great attention to details from Q9 Club from winning that game, but unfortunately, he really will have some trouble winning matches, especially when Tribe Gaming is just on point today.
Yeah, I mean, I know teams are really excited to battle on Tribe Gaming, but at this point, from what we're seeing, Tribe is really that confident into the games. And as we pointed out from how the situation is on stage, it's real difficult when you don't have that much of the cheer going into your favor. But as we talk right now, we are moving in for this battle, and Search and Destroy will be restarted right now. Not quite sure if it's similar to what we've seen earlier in terms of the OD situation, but I think this might be a reset. So we just need to get clear information on what's going to happen right now. But as we can see, it is Tribe being taken down on a 1v2 situation, and Vague was able to clear it up. It's only against Vague right now, and we are seeing the best of the best from each team.
Vague, the shot caller versus the monster explosive player in Uling. With that sniper and that pistol, he's the pistol god, by the way. He obviously almost won the CDFI sniper tournament with the pistol, but Zai was just a lot better with the 50 Gs after all. Big is gonna plant. He's got ice on his veins, and he wants to win this. He's gonna play for the post plant. Uling has to play for that retake. And curious to see what angles are you going to take into that. And well, we're off to the next game, and we're going to be replaying back the firing range, so that's going to be nice. And well, obviously speaking, Skate dominated earlier, but let's see now that hopefully we don't see any more connection errors here, because you don't want to see that here, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, as we speak right now, Almighty is 4v5 situation favoring Almighty at this point. The trade-off has been happening. All coming in and out from my side. I don't know if it's
Hostiles have captured the heart.
the scores right now. We are on hard point, and we are now going in for the game. 20 seconds into the hill.
All right, here we go. We lost Neptune, but we're gonna continue up the matchup. It's trying to reconnect back into this one, but before all that, we are gonna be seeing a 5v5 action here between Skate and AMT. This is the opening matchup. Winner goes to the upper bracket group finals, and of course the chance to play at the playoffs. And obviously speaking for Leo Zero right now, the SKS is gonna be one key thing that not only this team of Skate really loves to use, but also the entire Latin American region. And Heaven right now will be shut down, and this is just gonna be some more hot pack action. We do see Skate Esports get into the hard point. They stack 2 players there, and they maintain Leozin as the player to hold up the spawns here, Neptune. And now AMT will be forced to play outside. They are spawning deep, and this makes it easier for Skate to predict where they might go at. And we're gonna go and continue, as we do see Incendio Job Street players senior 53 to 28 is gonna be the scoreline. Mihawks gets shot down, so it seems like AMT is looking to get the scrap time here at P2. But not only that, they have also prepared themselves to play here at this P3. As we all may know, this is the best time where you can use your operators to actually break off and break away from your opponent. But Skate actually gets into the hard point, and now as it opens up, we are seeing AMT trying to break through it, but Leo Zera and his squad is gonna be inside that. And well, obviously speaking, AMT now will decide to use their Gravity Vortex gun just to create an ingress inside, and they will be able to break that. And Mihawk will try to actually play a little bit of an oversight here, playing with his life. And well, obviously they are looking to play slow to make a flood into the game.
Yep.
And so there it is, 69 to 44, and it's still looking like the same scoring that we had earlier, despite Irfan J having some trouble here, Neptune.
Yeah, so far, I mean, the rotation from Almighty is not that prime, because the defense from Skate is really giving them a lot of advantage, especially in this hill wherein there's only limited entry that can be done by Almighty. 15 seconds into the plate, and it's easy for Skate to get to that century mark, wherein Almighty couldn't even cross that 50 mark. So hopefully with the rotation, once we get into that P3, we are a P4, I believe, we'll be getting a lot more from the Almighty side, so it can be even from both sides. Irfan J starting it off again together with that guy from number 5 as well, number 3. It is Shada as well as Heaven, but Heaven will be taken down, and the defense for this hill is now at a loss, but Almighty is just trying to take it back.
I mean, it's all about map control here at this firing range map. And at P1 and P2, you would want to have that white warehouse control. And at P3, at P4, you want to get that barns in your favor. And for Skate, at that P1 and P2, they were able to make sure that the control is going to be in their side. But now you see AMT trying to make amends after the disappointing plays that they had earlier. But Leozin just shreds this team one at a time, 5 in a row to break the hill, all single-handedly. Plus, the contester is being made here. He slides through, and Irfan J shuts him down. But here is the catch. Skate's got the spawns, and AMT spawning away. But for some odd reason, the gods of RG spotted very close to the jungles near Woodhouse, and they're going to be able to break in the hill for that scrap time. 5 seconds is left, and it's all about getting that P1 control once again. Get that white warehouse if you are AMT.
But the thing is, the White Warehouse will be controlled right now onto the other side, and we'll have to find out if they can take it back. Popzera in there from above, just clearing off that P1, but Incendio right now out of the open, possibly be taken down as well. But there goes Incendio for the kill, break 6 in hand. Oh, nade kill from Lins, and there goes Incendio, but it is still not over for Almighty. There's this guy into Jeff, who is moving in, taking the scores, bringing it to that 100 mark.
And Jeffrey right now currently leads the team in total kills, 16 in the lobby, and he's trying to will Heaven and of course the team to step up, and that's great. You know, he's showing out, helping this team, supporting, and just waiting for the players to get warm. Unfortunately though, it's not gonna be here at this P1 reset. While Shut Up is gonna be able to break that kill for that 14 seconds, and I think still it is a pretty important round. This final 10 seconds will help you gradually decrease the lead that Skate has built it up on that first set of rotations, but they have always been a step too early against AMT. They always settle for the early rotation. They are able to set up, and they have Sanctuary all above else. And Lin's B being able to be the sole berserker will be shot down here by the players of AMT, but for Pobs to be inside, that's gonna make things a little bit harder for AMT to win the gunfights.
That could have been an advantage for Almighty at this point. There's only one guy in there standing into the hill, and with the rotation being done by the rest of Skade, they will be able to take control 40 seconds in, but there goes the kill, there goes the elimination from Almighty, clearing off that hill. 35 seconds that they can take, bring it closer into that score line, but Lee Zera in there will not be able to make it through. This guy, number 4, Irfan J, is back, and he is back not just into the game, but also into his game, because he is bringing it on for the Skate team.
Yeah, AMT started off slow, but now they're slowly building up the momentum here. They are having a steep climb, but at least they're making some progress and have been slowly getting warm. It's a one-piece there, not able to chain that to a double, but they get the final 4 seconds inside his P2, and Irfan J shows signs of improvements over the past few hard points. So that's it. That's what you want from Irfan J, the Super Soaker. And Shut Up is just maintaining the spawns away from the opponent. Of course, the hard point as well. They got 2 players to open up this hard point, and Shut Up with a double. There we go. 152-152. It's now a close matchup, and Shut Up will be the momentary player that you want to bring this game back to your side. And with that play, Heaven will be able to chain that into an operator soul match with an annihilator. And this first 30 seconds, AMT is right back into it.
I love how Heaven just stick in there in the middle of the map, trying to clear off anyone who's moving in onto one of the door of the White Warehouse, while the rest of the gang who's staying in the White Warehouse from the hands of Irfan J as well as Incendio just need to focus on those going in from Americans, so they can pull up the full 60 at this point. 30 seconds and they will be able to do it. They pull out in there. I think that was a little bit of miscomm. Scrap time will be taken in there by Almighty. Rotation will be done far away from that Bravo side, and 3 already onto the plate for the team of Skade, but double century mark almost for Almighty, and it's a good return for them to take this lead and probably take this win.
I mean, Skade was better in the map control at the first set of kills, but at the second and the third rotation is where AMT has suddenly found the momentum, and now they are kicking well. Off to a slow start, but the engine is just well oiled like a machine, and this is now what you want from AMT, having the chance to pull away. 30 seconds in this hard punch. Should they get this, they are going to be able to win the matchup. Skade looking lost. They like to break the spawns, but they just can't go in there single-handedly. The multi-attack is there, but the individual performance from AMT is clearly a lot better. All kill feed painted in yellow, and AMT just tearing this team apart. 20 more points for the win. Incendio holding up the tunnels. Irfan J providing the backup. Heaven just tearing this game apart, and AMT a full shot out here at P4. 10 seconds for the win. They can at least end it here, but not for now. Skade will be able to get a 1-second contest, and we are moving into this P1 Neptune.
Yeah, even before that 1-second contest, they will be short by 1 point, but this time, we've seen this earlier. Almighty already have this in the bag. They only need 2 seconds to get that point, and with 155 that Skade already have on them, it's far away for them to take those much points. And there goes Almighty taking a hard point in this game. A huge turnaround, a huge comeback for these teams from the Singapore region.
Yeah, I have to recommend Jeff Pro, by the way. He was the sole reason why this team started off, that mid-game strong. I mean, he was leading the team in total kills. I believe he's got 16 when Heavens only got 5 and Irfan J's got only 12. So obviously speaking, you would want the role player to step up like that in these big moments. And that saved the game for Almighty. And if you are Skate, it really sucks to, remove the consistency that you had from this first set of rotations. So P1 to P3, they had the map control. But when we did see Jep Pro stepped up, eventually shut up, followed up, Irfan J played a hard point and have been continued the slay. So that was just a great plays for this team's end to end.
Yeah, I was just trying to imagine what's going in for the side of Almighty. And even if they delayed the points that they're getting, it's mostly for the second cycle of that hard point. They can get that advantage if they stayed up on the score streaks as well as the operator skills. And I think that's one thing that they're aiming for, so that once they go in for the second cycle, once they go in for the money hill, that control area, even that white warehouse, they can utilize the operator skills to their favor. They can get a full 60 at that point, and that's what they did. They just went in for the rotation, falling back from the start, so that they can save up a little bit, and then later on, once they are heated up, once they are all up and all warmed up, they can just go in for the slate as well as for those spawns, and eventually taking that win with the capture.
I really have to recommend AMT here, by the way, once again. I'm not being biased here, by the way, but they broke free from the firing range curse. I mean, the last time this team played a hard point firing range was up against Kunin Club at CDFI Grand Finals, where they were kept at the 50 point, 47 to 250. And everyone had a negative KD. And to see them finally able to break free from that hard point firing range curse is such a good thing to watch. And now that they're able to do that, can we see that consistency go up here at this Search and Destroy? Because obviously we saw them had a late start, but I would want them to have an early start here this time for them to be able to have a good breathing time moving into this matchup, Neptune.
Exactly. And one thing about before we jump in on to this LAN event, everything has been done online, and mostly Almighty and the rest of the teams is already visible, in all the live streams and even the videos wherein they can be reviewed. So it might be a huge fake for Almighty, or probably they just adjusted on their weaker side because they want to be prepared on the World Championship Finals, so that even if they made a mistake, as you mentioned for CDFI, they can recover and pull it back once they jump in onto this World Championship. So that's just an assumption, and hopefully that is the case, because a lot more can be done by either team. Skade might not be happy with the result of that hard point, but it's still up to them to catch up on the points later on.
I mean, Skade, honestly, to look at it this way, they are such a strong respawn team. And, they take pride in this game mode. In Mobile Mayhem, South America region, they finished 10 wins at hardpoint and 2 losses. So that's 12 matches combined, and they only lost twice. So that's tells a lot of what this team can actually offer into that hardpoint. But with them going down like that, now they just have to worry about what's coming up next. And AMT, we know that they are a great S&D team, and Skate as well. They had 7-3. They have 7 wins and 3 losses moving into this stage 5. So that's gonna be a good sight for them to see. It's just a matter of being able to adapt and being consistent, which we did not see at that reset of that hard point earlier, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will be checking out is how can this raid Search and Destroy will be unfolding, because we've seen how well Almighty is controlling their pace in terms of Search and Destroy, and raid is the perfect map for them to do that. If if Skade continues on with the rush gameplay, with aggressive gameplay, they might be caught off guard with hiding spots that Almighty can take in this map. So I'm really looking forward on what adjustments Skade will be able to pull off in here, because Almighty is looking good. They will be on the attacker side, and Skade will be on the defender side. Pabzera right now trying to pick in the mid, and there goes elimination, and it is Pabzera taking down Incendio.
Crispy shot there, looking to chain it up here one more time. Pick your head, and you'll be dead. Oh, that guy's just playing it so disciplined. Bob Zero will not get that kill. But anyway, it's a 4v4 situation. And just a brief background, Skade is undefeated here at this raid map, but they lost against Inco Gaming at the finals of Mobile Mayhem South America. So they stand at a 66% win rate here at this map. But nonetheless, their snipers are incredibly deadly. You put that Mihawk down, he knows how to get those first bloods, and Pop Zero once again connects, and it's a headshot. You don't get that often, but he makes it look so easy. Now it's a 3v4.
Yeah, man, what I'm waiting for is Heaven to respond on what's happening. There goes Liu Xin being taken down by Heaven. It is now a 2v3 situation. Jeff and Heaven, I mean, a one in the snipes and a one aggressive close range slayer who is back down in there on that area where they need to wait for their chance to go in for the plan. But unfortunately for them, 2 is already hanging back into the Bravo, and there goes Mihawk for the kill against Heaven.
Oh, Jeff Pro, last man standing. President Jeff Pro, can he turn on a miracle? A 1v4 it takes a miracle, but a 1v3 technically is a possible one, so long as you isolate these players one at a time. And I believe the push moving at the B side is kind of risky for him, because that's 2 players there trying to wait for him to pounce. And well, Pop Zero, he knows that the guy is rotating there, and now he's initiating the flank. And Jeff Pro, as soon as he moves into that mid map, Pop Zero is waiting for him, but Leo Zero with an SKS takes him down, and Skate takes the first round.
Yeah, the first round in there a little bit too early for Skade to celebrate, because we've seen how Almighty can turn things around in there, especially from what we've seen on that hard point. And it's up to Pabzera in here to continue on what he's doing with that snipe, but with the rotation, Shut Up and Heaven with the double snipe setup as well. They are moving in for that alpha, and in for Jay, going in for the kill against Lin, and Defro right now rushing in a little bit too quick with that heady already on Liu Xin. 2 of them just goes down.
Yeah, number 4 in blue, Mihawk playing the oversight of the mid-map. Pop Zero on the headshot. Head glitch, dropping Incendio. I mean, the guy is just crispy with that scope. I mean, now Shut Up will be able to find a counter, and it's the angle on the bedroom, way outside. And that's something that, you know, the littlest of details makes the biggest impact, and that's something that Shut Up really was practicing way before this tournament. I believe on Garena Master Season 3, he was there on the area, and he got stuck in it, and it was a free kill for like Whoopi, if I'm not mistaken. But nonetheless, it's a 2v2 situation. Bomb is down, and Skate is waiting for the player to actually get that bomb at the moment. 54 seconds is left. Heaven and Shut Up, the dual snipe setup right now. Comparing that to Mihawk, who's currently have the Switchblade X9. Very efficient on this close range engagements. And Leo gets a shot against Heaven. All down to Shut Up. Can he clutch this? He is in the big moment, but Mihawk will be able to retaliate and, of course, score the kill. And Skate go up by 2.
And this is what I'm loving about this game. And we mentioned earlier that Almighty is a team who has been patient all along, especially on Search and Destroy. But we've seen how Mihawk can be patient as well, just waiting, have information on that bomb, and just waited for the final member in there for Almighty to just try and rush it, because time is running out. But as we continue on, rotation right now will be split up. It is a 2-1-2 split from Almighty's side, but a 1v4 or 1-2-4 split right now for Skade. Good advantage for them, but they will not be able to take down the bomb holder, but probably initiate that kill. Irfan J goes in for initiation, but as we speak, it is a 3v4.
I'm looking forward to what gun is that Irfan J is using. It's either a Chicum or a CBR4. One of the two. And just by looking at the gun icon, it's a 50-50. But nonetheless, we see a 3v4 situation here. We know Papa Zero is a frying machine with this sniper. And we saw that on the first 2 rounds, averaging
CBR.
about 2 kills per round at the moment. Mihawk will be able to get a good fight against Heaven. Now they're going to be able to make the game tied up, equalize at the moment. Number 4 in blue, and Mihawk extends over the mid-map, anticipating the player to move in. And he spots the barrel, so he's just waiting. And I don't think Heaven in the center spots that, but Shut Up still wins it! No way! What?
That one was Mihawk being hit by the barrel of that sniper. It was not a shot. He was just hit in there by the barrel of sniper. But Pabzera is the only guy remaining. And with the question that you have, Irfan J is bearing that CBR. It is a 1v3 situation. Good advantage for Almighty right now to take a score. And we are seeing Pabzera not really rotating, but just heading in towards this pillars. Might be able to see one, but what can he do once the triangle push will be done against him.
Oh, Incendio gonna be there at the kitchen, and this is the perfect counterplay over Pop Zero's play over mid. So now Incendio and his squad will be able to take that round number 3, and we're moving on to round number 4. And they're still gonna be on the defensive side, as perhaps we're not gonna switch the sides unless it's overtime. But nonetheless, we do see Skade. They really love playing this SKS, and Lucas in earlier, as they were playing against Team Vitality, if I was not mistaken, had a flat-out day on that hard point earlier. He scored 42 kills with it. And, you know, here's the thing with this different regions. They have different personalities. They have different types of preference in terms of what guns they want to use. For AMT, they love the dual snipe setup. But for Skade, they have Bob Zero with that skill. And, of course, Leozin with that SKS. And so far, it's been so good for AMT. So far, the retaliation is there. They lost 2 rounds, but it's looking like they're going to win 2 rounds straight in here as they're on. The bomb is going to be planted at 2B4. Retake here for Skade.
And there goes the accuracy as well as the power of that SKS. I guess it's more of the distance as well as the spamming power that SKS has to offer. And just in case you're not that really a sniper main who can go for that one shot one kill, SKS would be a sniper that you can utilize. I think Leozin is having some connection issues as well as Limbs, and there you have it. The fusel is on. I don't know. Probably it's communication within them that just let it go for the moment. Let me have it. But no, they did just take it. And the fusel has been done 3-1. The scores Almighty right now is left in here down by 2. And the pause will be brought in here by the team of Skade. And this is the last pause that they have.
Enemy has the bomb.
And you know, timeouts like that is really, really important in the late game, and them having to use that in this first 4 rounds is something that you don't actually need, because it's a waste of time. You're just in the early game, and you don't you didn't really stay for that mid and that late game. Now you see AMT slowly pouncing. They are kind of spread out, by the way, and due to that, Skade was able to pick them apart one by one. Pop Zero now, good angle, and the oversight of the mid map or the swimming pool is going to be good for him. But Irfan J is still likely alive. Clutch King now gonna get taken down by Leozin. I was kind of setting him up for like a success there, but Skade just takes him down that easy.
Yeah, I mean, a 1v4 is something that you don't want to be in, and there's the response. The pause has been in there just for a few seconds so that they can just use up the pause right there. I think that was second pause for Almighty at this point. They are still in here for the catch-up game, and Skade is looking well into winning this game. Unfortunate for Almighty, they have been in there, a loss for rotation. The 2-1 split will not be working for them, as Limbs is the one who's hanging in there, and this Heady as well as the SKS combination has been favorable for Limbs in so many situations.
Yeah, the 2 top gun is basically a shredding machine if you have the accuracy to back it up. And fortunately for Linz, and of course for Leo Zera, they have what it takes to eliminate this player. So technically for Skade with that marksman, I believe it's a 2.5. Someone shot up once again, hits it up with a very unpredictable angle, and Linz didn't expect that to happen, and he absolutely got deleted right in front. But Leo Zera will be there to respond. Now a 4v4, and the longer AMT takes a lot of time in this one, the more you can second guess. And Skade now about to wrap around. Number 2 already in the gyms, and number 4 just waiting at the mid map. And AMT, if they go through mid, they're gonna get caught across here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult for Almighty at this point. They are caught off guard, and they are being boxed in. Heaven in there, taking out Leozin from behind, and they can go for the rotation, probably taking down Mihawk on their way. All 4 man in there going for the rush, and Mihawk is just waiting in there in the galleries, but the rotation as well coming from Leozin. There goes Mihawk for the elimination against Jeff Pro, but Irfan J responds.
Oh, nice play for them. And this one is key. That you don't want Skade to go up by 4 rounds. And the plant now happening through at the B side. Pop Zero, last man standing. He's gonna get 5 kills, and he's gonna have to deal with the top 3 players of AMT. He deals with Irfan J. He spots Heaven. Now he gets shot up. No absolute way that his happened, but Heaven almost
ready up.
lost that gunfight. But AMT wins
Bomb
that.
spotted.
That was called timing. That save Heaven at that point. If the timing is off for Heaven, he might have been caught in there, and Paucera will just have taken 3 frags and also the defusal. So I'm just waiting for the chance to see that performance from Paucera as the pause has been pulled out. The last pause from Almighty. No more pauses at this point. It will be all gameplay, and the only time that they can chat probably mid-game or before the game starts. So 2-4 on the scores. Almighty still down by 2. Skade is stepping it up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, AMT has managed to win that last round. Can we see them go up here huge to score back-to-back? I mean, that's technically what you would want. I mean, the target score is to reach 7. If you want to win this search and destroy, you gotta make sure that you get the first bloods. And speaking of, Irfan J, Clutch King gets the first one, dropping Leo 0. So one of the ranged players of Skate officially dealt with. Now they just only have to deal with 2 more. I mean, the biggest threat here is Pop Zero and Leozine. And if you can sort them out fast, it's gonna make it easier for you to push some sides. But technically, that won't happen just yet, but AMT pushing this B side. They haven't planted the bomb yet because Skate is absolutely the one on the attacking side, and they're dropping here one at a time.
Yeah, one in time indeed. They are now left with 2, and I think Shut Up has a good chance to take Liu Xin in this point into the gardens. Incendio right now going for the pinch, and well, there is no way right now. A little bit too deep. Liu Xin might be taken down in here as the backup in there from basketball court is just going for the rotation. There goes Shut Up taking down Limbs, and it is a 1v4. I would say none before from that situation.
Ready up.
XP4. Well, now you see it. AMT slowly picking it up. But here's the thing, you know, Skate is such a strong team that their early game is untouchable. We saw it on Hardpoint firing range a while ago where they were able to hold up AMT on the first 4 hills. But at the mid game is where they kind of slow down, and it's starting to look like the same thing. And if you are Skate, you would want to see your players actually go and initiate. And the play here is to push up this A side, send Mihawk down to the rocks, and maybe spot Jeffro and take him out. And now here you go. He's trying to check the corners. I don't think Jeffro spots him just yet. 40 seconds left here. AMT task for a 5v5 retake.
Incendio goes in for the initial frag right there against Limbs, and Mihawk, the moment he shows up, timing right there, he got the advantage or that disadvantage earlier, but takes down Heaven in the process. Leo Zera goes in for elimination as well. It's now a 3v3 situation, but the bomb is in there on the ground. No defusal happening. Incendio missing it by this much, and it is now 5 points for Skade, and a lot of mishaps that has been done or against Almighty from that game we're in. They could have taken that dub, but it is what it is, Callie.
I mean, Skade went in for an open plant, and as soon as they plant that bomb, they immediately relocated right towards the swimming pool. And an open plant gives your SKS the chance to spam that area. So AMT was just kind of forced to get the attacks on going, and Jeff Pro picks up from Mihawk, and he gets it done. First blood drawn by AMT. And back to what I was saying, AMT forced 3 players to push at one angle at this A side, and knowing that it was an open plant, it made it harder for them to actually defuse it because it was kind of open, and this part from Leo's era was actually the point of view where the bomb was planted earlier. So right now he's holding up the basketball court, but Incendio drops him off. But that was actually a feint play. They went in to attack at this B side, they planted that bomb, and we get a 3v4 retake.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if you pull off that fake play, if you are disadvantaged in terms of manpower, you will still be at a loss. But it is now a 2v2 situation. Heaven with only a few HP trying to recover, and he will not be able to make that move just yet. Time is running out, and Heaven's the only guy remaining. Heaven takes down Leo's in, and he has been brought in on a 1v1. This guy of Heaven sneaking in, but there goes from the behind. This guy from Skate missed it. Defusal is on, but there's Bob Zera with that pistol.
For the next round.
Oh wow, that was close. But the good thing here is that, you know, the SKS is a spam gun, so it's a top gun, right? So you can just spam it every angle instead of that sniper that you typically has, where it's a bolt action, and every shot that you take, you would have to reload. And well, for Heaven, pros don't fake, and he didn't fake that, but unfortunately he get caught in the act trying to steal that round away from Skate. But the plant here now for Skate is going through A, and they've been so unpredictable in where they would want to put that bomb, and I think that's one of the key things in why they are winning this game. They are so aggressive but yet unpredictable here. They are so calculated, Neptune.
Yeah, they understand that they need to be unpredictable at this point because we know the opponent. They study the opponents that well. It's now a 2v3 situation, still favoring Skate at this point. This might be it for this game. It's Almighty who needs bouncing off on a 2v2. But saying that, we've seen that happen earlier, but still not favoring Almighty. There we have it, a 1v1, but Skate in here goes in for that win. They get back a point. It's now tied 1-1 on the series.
Pretty efficient win for them, honestly. 10 rounds of action, and they were able to defeat one of the best search and destroy teams that Garena region can offer. So that speaks a lot of what this team has. And it can bring up the point that the two SKS meta right now that this Latin America or the South American region has just been showing in this World Champs has been such a phenomenal game so far because they are so versatile with it and they know how to perfectly position themselves into winning games.
Exactly. I mean, it's something that we don't often see, especially on the Garena side. And even for the CDFI region, it's barely that we've seen the SKS being utilized. I think it's those coming in from Blacklist Ultimate, if I'm not mistaken, who utilized that, and probably some from CDM region. And it's only here that we are seeing the full potential of that SKS, especially with this team right now who's pulling out. It's Leo Zera who has pulled that SKS perfection, getting for multiple kills overall. He can get the distance, he has the power as well, really not waiting for that one shot one kill disadvantage against those who are bearing the DLQ or probably riding.
Yeah, obviously. So let's see though, because we saw that SKS be effective at hardpoint and of course in the search and destroy. Now we're moving into a control game mode, which control game mode where you have to hold off angles and you have to be accurate with it. And the sniper is technically defeated by an SKS mainly because of the fire rate. And let's see though if Skate is gonna be able to take away a control map up against a squad like Almighty, which is labeled as the Control Kings in the Garena MSP region. Right now, they are currently tied up with Skate as they win one, as AMT won that hard point, and of course the squad of Skate will be able to win this search and destroy raid. And we're hopping in at this control, and if I'm not mistaken, they will be playing I don't know, I forgot. I can't look at Hacienda. Oh
yeah,
that's such an interesting map pick, by the way.
Yeah, Hacienda right now is will be the search and destroy game, and it is interesting because of how multidimensional it is, as well as rotation. But this is more of how familiar you are in terms of going for rotation, especially for that alpha side, because we know how teams, if you're on the defense, you can go in as far as from the spawns, as well as go in for the arches to go for the backstab, while the rest of the team is providing distraction in the mansions below the mansion, as well as from the other side of the warehouse. So that is what alpha can be done in here, especially on defense, but as well as it's easier for them to go in for the plan on that alpha as well. Just need to wait out a little bit, making sure that you have good advantage of the positioning and the angles that you can hold to initiate that fight from that long range, from the spawns up into the warehouse. So it works either ways. Bravo, we haven't seen that much. It's more of a, I would say, no choice gameplay if they go in for that Bravo.
Obviously, Hacienda is such a very defensive reliant map on control, because more often than not, the defensive side can basically have an easy access towards that the build the map control point. So the thing here is the SKS is such a viable gun in this area. So although Craig 6 is such a very versatile weapon on the close and that mid-range, that SKS, that two-tap capabilities, makes it such a big threat here up against AMT. And we already know Leozin can pull up with it, Pop Zero, and the squad knows how to play with it. And it's such a thing that, AMT has to adapt into, or not, things can just spiral out of control.
Exactly. I mean, out of control in control mode. I mean, no pun intended, but it is what it is. If the rotation will not work for them, the defense needs to be pristine for them to really catch up in terms of how they can make a point. And well, it's still not the end for both of these teams. This is a battle of this is a best of 5 series. So once this is over, whoever will be taking the dub will be in an advantage, and it will just end up to that hard point if they can pull it through. But it might be happening for the 5 maps, especially with what we know of these teams, both these teams, Almighty and Skate. We've seen Skate in there just try to dominate that hard point, but has been taken over by Almighty. And then the opposite goes for Almighty, wherein we thought Almighty is a good SND. We know that Almighty is a good SND team, but Skate just surprises with the gameplay, their unpredictability to overthrow the tactics of Almighty. So I would still say this can go over either way. It's up to this control as well as the following matches that can give us a full idea of who has the advantage to take this series win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just looking at the map earlier, we saw Hardpoint firing range won over by Almighty, Search and Destroy raid by Skate, and coming right up next is Control Hacienda. And guaranteed this is a win from Almighty, and Skate gets at standoff Hardpoint, where in terms they're really good at. We might potentially see a map number 5 at this series number 2 that we have. And I'm looking forward to that because, we saw a sweep. We saw a sweep earlier between Smart Omega and Stamina Esports at the opening match at Group A. And at this Group D, where you obviously know you have Nova Esports, you have Luminosity, you got Skate, the number 1 team, or like the number 2 team in South America, number 1 team of Almighty. This is the toughest bracket that we have, and no one is safe in here. And, these teams have the never say die attitude. It really all goes down to what really just goes here at this map. Number 3.
Well, if you'll have an attitude to bring into the World Championship, that will be the never say die, because you don't want to go in there. You don't want to go home that quickly in this world stage, because you might be in there you might be in there in the US, but you will be hanging back in there just watching the rest of the team fight it off, wherein you're just envisioning yourself bringing that championship home. So it will be double the I would say double the hurt and envy, and it will be like, it will not be a good situation that you'll be in if in case you are being taken down early into this game. But it is what it is. Like, the top teams can jump in here, can be brought down, who are best from their region, but unfortunately the best of the best teams will be moving up to the top, especially once we get into that grand finals. So I'm just looking forward to this team performing their best, and I guess from what we've seen, not so much of a tech issues. Hopefully that continues on up until the end of this day.
Yeah, right now we are starting to see a smoother broadcast, so that's a plus here for the day. But anyways, if you guys are just watching the live stream right now for Garena Call of Duty Mobile, there is 4 live streams that you can watch your favorite teams from. You got Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta broadcast, where you can watch Smart Omega, and of course Stamina, NYSL, and Godlike at Group A, which is the Alpha broadcast. And of course the Bravo broadcast features the team like Wolves, the number 1 team in China, Strut Esports, Vitality, and Ainco Stalwart. And obviously, speaking for Group C, we have a very spicy take here, by the way, gentlemen, gaming, because we got Q9 Club and Tribe Gaming heading on in their opening matches. And it was such a wild start from that play earlier, because we had 2 resets on the hard point, Search and Destroy. And I still don't know who actually won that game, but if the comments can help us find out, it's going to be really, really helpful. But yeah, just to give you guys an update, Scores actually won their first hard point at Summit earlier against Influence Gaming, 250 to 197. And now, here we are, hopping in back into the matchup. Q9 Club won against Search and Destroy. Oh my lord. Tribe Gaming and of course Q9 is playing the same map that AMT and Skate is gonna hop on later on, which is Control Hacienda, and it plays the mid-map control plays such a huge factor in here, and you see Q9 utilizing that in their situation right now. They sent out Dam to control the spawns. He takes that against Vague, and that's it. They are in control right now. 2-1. One more for the win here, Neptune, and they'll be able to take this map number 3.
Yeah, this is one thing that we were expecting earlier, but a different team. But it's a good thing that we have a view of Tribe Gaming as well as Q9 Club. Q9 Club has taken the lead right now, but it's up to Tribe Gaming to go in and pull up an attacker win at this point. Otherwise, like Q9 Club will just bringing it on against them. There goes Tribe Gaming going in for the catch and capture of that Alpha and Bravo simultaneously. And I guess whoever pulled first might be the last point to be taken. But unfortunate for Q9, they are a loss in terms of lives.
They are just so lost. I mean, I have to agree with you. At first, they had to control it at mid-map, and for some odd reason, they somehow fell back. And of course, maybe focusing too much on the spawns is giving this team a lot of trouble. But look at this, number 1 in yellow. Number 1 in yellow. I think that is D-Chen is just way over the spawns of the enemy. That Craig 6 has 22 kills at the moment, and finally Vague shuts him down. But that play right there could be a play that can delay the push being made by Tribe Gaming, and Jess right here gonna good oversight up against number 2 in yellow. That's gonna be Tank, and Uling now trying to get some shots in. Bolu as well using that operator skills just to make an ingress, and just by looking at the stats at the moment, Tribe Gaming is on pace to win this match. But I'm looking forward to Q9 though. They are relentless. They're wasting no time. Maybe they might be able to win this, but I don't know. Alpha is about to get captured here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the situation we're in, Tribe can be winning it. It's already favoring them. They had the capture, they had the lives, and it's just the time that they need, or that Q9 needs to take to the advantage. But there's plenty of time. It's 1 minute in there, and I would say Tribe Gaming is in a run right now, and Q9 is left with only 6 lives. Once they get that final one, they're left with 4, and the capture is much easier for them. But I think Jess will not be waiting. He wants to take it all and take it down. 2 more left for Q9, but there goes the stop, but the capture is still not over just yet.
Yeah, here we go. A win through capture is something that you don't see often in a control game mode, and especially at Hacienda where the mid-map is the hardest thing to control. And wow, what an amazing performance made there by the squad of Tribe Gaming. They are the Western Finals champs after all. And now to decide whoever wins this map number 3 here, round number 5, we are going to switch the sides. This time Q9 will be on the attacking side while Tribe Gaming will be forced to play on the defense. And let's see who's going to win this one, Neptune. As we start, it's Tribe Gaming playing the first 3 kills.
The thing is, we already know that this is a defensive favored mode, and this is what Tribe Gaming will be taking advantage of. They still have not lost any of the lives. Finally, one from the hands of Marshy. Dam was able to go for the elimination. The capture right now into this Bravo side might be a chance for Q9 to draw off the attention to that Bravo, but we see how difficult it is to really provide that pull of Alpha and Bravo, because it's very close to each other. So either way, the defense of Tribe Gaming is still favorable against Q9.
I mean, Shajas has just been playing back-to-back plays, and it's been such a ringer for Q9 Club. You see Tribe Bolo already initiating the spawns as well, and Q9 is stuck in a spawn trap situation, and this is something that, you know, the defense always has an advantage with. You see number 2 in blue, that's Bolu, just extending out behind enemy lines, just laying and spraying all of this kills to land in his favor, and he's been doing a great job at it. Tribe Gaming on pace to win this match. 24 live counts compared to 15 of Q9 Club. They might just win this winning through a comeback.
Yeah, one thing that Tribe Gaming can really pull off in here is let Bravo be captured and then just pull them in onto that Alpha, because with that, with the second floor of that mansion, of that manor, they will be able to get a more clear view of how Q9 will be going for the rotation, as well as a chance for them to go in. But the time is running out, and Q9 is as a loss for both of the side. There goes 2 seconds, and Q9 might be down down, and they stop the time in the
Jazz.
nick. But Bravo right now might give them that extra 1 minute, but unfortunate for them, Live is not onto their side.
Jazz 36 kills, 17 kill streak to end that round number 5. What a play for Tribe Gaming, reversing the odds of the game. Winning 1 offensive and 1 defensive round at the final stretch to take home that map number 3. 3-2 now as Tribe Gaming extends the lead to 2-1 on the overall series and guaranteed map number 4 and potentially a map number 5 here, Neptune.
Yeah, and it's one thing about these 2-1s that really excites most of the viewers, even us casters, because there's a chance really that we can see them stretch into that map number 5. But as we look at the post-game breakdown right now, as you mentioned, Jez in there with that 36 and elimination, and it's not even close to what Dam can do in there from the Q9 club. Not only that, Polo's in there 31, so with all those frags that can be pulled out by Tribe Gaming, they can really take over this control mode, especially as Lives counts down.
Obviously speaking, we saw Tectonic saw a drop in performance, but guess what? Jazz is here to save the day. 36 kills to top it all off. Again, I must tell you, 17 kill streak to end that final round. Oh well, that's such a smart play for him. Prepared for the biggest moment and averaging a 2.4 KD ratio. And if you're a Q9, you just can't go down like this. And you know, I mentioned that the skate in that Almighty matchup is a potential game 5. Well, I believe this coming game right here is a potential game 5 as well, as we're gonna be hopping into Hardpoint, where it's going to be a standoff. Q9 Club's favorite map to play. And well, Tribe Gaming, they're gonna be here as the challengers. Let's see if they can top it all off here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out. So far, it's Tribe Gaming who's already gotten that first hard point. It's just up to them to continue this on. But as you mentioned, if we look at favorites, Q9 Club might be able to catch up on that 2-2 onto that series and probably take a win. We'll have to find out in a bit once the battle commences. But Q9 Club, I would say there's a lot of pressure from them, especially from what we're hearing in the background. A lot of fans from Tribe Gaming is putting more pressure into the stage compared to what we've seen once it happened online. And as we can see, Tribe Gaming is all chill. And from the interview that has been done from their from stage 4, they were just chilling like a villain. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, this is what Tribe Gaming is known. They have a winning culture that's just developed all throughout the team. Ever since the start of the Cotton World Championship, they are built to win. And they after they won the Cotton Western Finals 2021, they won 3 more championships after that. The only thing missing on their Chibit rack at this point is winning the Cotton World Championship LAN event. I mean, they want the glory, and they'll do whatever it takes to win the entire thing. And winning the respawns are the key to win here at this matchup, and the stand-up hard point. If they take that a 1 away, that could be the chance for them to remove off Q9 from this opening matchup and drop them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Q9, but that's one thing that they will be praying for, because Tribe Gaming is on a roll right now. They are on the lead, especially with the momentum that they had in that control mode. They are going back on respawn, and like, even if the lives are counting down on control, you can still treat it as a respawn mode. So momentum is still on the side of Tribe Gaming. But as we open this up, this is standoff right now. Tribe Gaming and Q9 buys it off.
I mean, Standoff is such a very classic map, had its fair share of moments in the Call of Duty Mobile history, of course, in the World Championship as well. I mean, the last time that Q9 has played a hard point at Standoff, it's played in the major competition, was up against Smart Omega Marcy on that 3 kills with that God name, and that automatically opens up the mid-map here, Neptune.
I was just surprised. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that 3-kill with that nade really blows my mind. And that's one thing that you expect once you start off early into the hard point. That's one thing that will throw you off. One reason why a lot of teams are not stepping into the play that easily because of that potential of elimination by frags, especially if you don't have ready on yourself those trophy systems. So that is 1 point. Pull out the trophy system and then step into the hill. That is it. And you can be safe probably from nade, but not so much of those who are defending it from the other side.
I mean, hopefully that Q9 will be able to learn from that, because it's easy that you see the mistakes early and of course just adjust during the mid game. But also what I was saying earlier, the last time that Q9 was able to win or of course play a hard point at search and destroy, a hard point at stand up, was up against SMART OMEGA, where they won 250 to 126. And as we see it right now, Q9 still got the hard point, but Tribe is trying to break that hill, but they will be shot down. Damn! Putting up a damn display, 4 in a row to read off the players with R9-0, and his out here slaying. But finally, Tribe Gaming gets back to the hill. They bully out Q9, and this 30 seconds is still ample time for them to get into it.
Yeah, as we can see right now, the rotation being done by Q9 might be a chance for them to trade back and retake this, but with the 2 members already into the warehouse, it might be limited time for them and they can go in for the early elimination. But from what we've seen earlier, Q9 has great aggressiveness. The mobility is already building up on them. They really want to take this win, but as we can see in the scores right now, it is Tribe who's taking this lead, and it's more of rotation as well as spawn flip that needs to be utilized by Q9 Club at this point once that hill opens up.
I mean, I see this game going the long route, the distance, by the way, just by looking at how well the rotations and the counterplays just being showed out here by both ends. Q9 tag just burns and just put some action impact here for Q9 to break off the hill. So now they have the spawns, they have the hard point, and Tribe is spawning so far away, but Bolo creating the play gets a huge 2 kills, and that's gonna open things at the back. And after this kill from Island, that open things up and give them spawns. So what a nice play for them to break this hill, and that should be something that's just so clinical and as teams need to worry about.
This is not only clinical but surgical for the side of Tribe Gaming. They just slice through all the defenses that Q9 has in that hill, and this just took over. With those 20 or less than 20 seconds, it's easy for them to really get close to that 100 mark, and Q9 will be a loss and going for that early rotation once again. Early rotation might be done by Q9 Club, but unfortunate for them on how Tribe Gaming is going for the retakes, it might be a loss once again, so they need to start off with good defense, especially on this capture, on this hill, so that they will not be overtaken by Tribe.
Oh well, here we go, Neptune. I mean, this is an important heal right now for Q9. They have 2 players inside of that hard point, and their teammates are so far away, and Tribe are going to cut them off, so they have to play with their life. 3 players stacking up the boxes, and Jazz putting on a 2-show. They break the hill right in time, and it's Q9 getting bullied out. Just look at the way this team plays. They just chain after chain like a film.
They don't care about early rotations. Tribe Gaming can retake this as easy as that, and that has been seen already for 3 of the hills so far. But it changes later on, because as we can see for the side of Q9, they are already stacking up on those operator skills, and once those specialists has been pulled out in the perfect timing, they might overtake and probably get a full 60 into one hill. And as we cross to that century mark for Tribe Gaming with only a few seconds left, they will be going in for the second cycle. It is Q9 Club right now, 2 with a prepared operator skills. This might be a chance for Q9 to really bring it on.
I mean, Tectonic is just frying the competition right now. 20 kills and 7 deaths. That's what you want from your 2020 and the regional champions. MVP, 112 to 95 is going to be the scoreline as we hop right back to the middle of the map, and Tectonic will be shot down by Tang. And Q9 has stuck 2 players inside of that hill. 1 player will get shot down by that Hunter Killer drone, and it's just an uncontested moment here as we see both ends just trying to battle for control. Bolu off the flag will get dropped by a nade, and it's just been constant actions back to back for both ends. What a fine competition we have. Q9 and Tribe Gaming. This is peak gameplay right here, Neptune.
I like the spread that's being done by Q9 right now. They have all angles just to make sure that this guy on 5 will not be taken down that easily. But as we speak, it is an attempt of Q9 to take back the points. But it's only scrap points though for this hill right now. And it's good momentum from Q9 as they go in for the early rotation into the warehouse. But with the multiple dimensional second floor as well as 2 doors on that warehouse, it might be difficult for Q9. So they need to get good spawn control right now into the gas station, but Jess is trying to stop that right now.
Oh, well, here we go. 129 to 121. I mean, here's the thing with this both ends. Tribe loves to play with raw vanilla guns. Q9, they love playing with operator skills and they always find good value out of it. And mainly the reason why they are still intact inside this matchup. 38 seconds left in this hill. P2, we know Tribe just bullied out Q9 early at the rotations earlier. And Tribe will be able to do that here one more time. So history repeats itself. And Tribe, look at the setup. They set up number 3 in Tectonic, the MVP of this game at the moment, at the section here at the gas station. And they have 1 player guarding up the hay bales and 2 players inside of this hill. Good setup right now, and if you are Q9, you gotta settle for the next hill. You just can't put your head inside of that P2 anymore. 8 seconds is left. This is scrap time. It is all about investing on the next hill.
But the thing is, we've seen this happen before. Earlier, when Tribe Gaming is trying to go for the retake, they're just catching up with the points of Q9. But Q9 is being left on the dust right now. Even with the 30 seconds on a tie, they will Tribe Gaming will be taking that lead. So it's up to Q9 to really put the lead above Tribe Gaming. Otherwise, if the setup continues and as we see history being repeated, it is just Tribe Gaming taking the lead. And as with only 30 points remaining for that double century mark, as Jess goes in with a claw as well as switchblade combination, they might be at a loss right now. Tribe Gaming is looking at the dub.
Yeah, the depth of Tribe Gaming. You know, they may be underperforming, but take a look at what the other players can do. Tectonic on 30, Jazz with 22, Marshu with 26. This is just the apertures, just simply just to win the world championship. 124 to 140. Technically, you see Q9 as one of the best hardpoint teams in the Garena and of course in the China region when they played at CDFI 2022. And to see them actually get bullied by Tribe Gaming in a clinical rotations and routes to counter the break, it's just amazing to see. And right now they are looking to end it here, but you know, obviously for Q9, they know how to get this done. P4 is P4 is their baby. They claim much of the time here. Let's just see if they're gonna be able to keep up that play here, Neptune.
Yeah, this is the money hill from them. They need to get the full 60 to take a lead at this point. And with 3 men already guarding it, only 1 guy on the rotation. Even if 1 will be taken down, B-Chen has been taken down on the other side from that hay bales. They need to take huge control, but full and push from Tribe Gaming, left with plenty of time for them to stay into that 225 or probably 230 at this point. And Q9 Club need to emulate that. They need not go in 1 at a time. They need to go in all hands on deck and just take over. Otherwise, the same thing will happen hill after hill.
Oh, big play from Island, and there you go, the trades coming up from Dan with an R90, and that's just a beautiful P4 gameplay for Q9. They were able to claim at least 35 seconds off of that hill, and they currently have the momentum, but I don't know because Tribe loves to play this P1 and they can control it easily due to how well they control that mid-map. But for now, Q9 is able to retaliate back, looking to chain from P4 to the reset to P1. D-Chen on an off angle, but Bake is just too good with the gunfights, but Oling pops up with a double.
Nice.
And now Q9 is trying to strike back, but they fall down, and it's just going back and forth. Once again, we saw Q9 deliver with those operator skills, and they do once again, saving their gameplay here with that Purifier. With 29 seconds left, we won't just see this game end here at P1. We have to move it to P2, but Q9 is closing in the gap here, Neptune.
But the thing is, as we can see, Tang has an opportunity right there to really flip the spawns to their side. But unfortunately, everyone just went in onto that hard point, onto that hill, pushing everyone else onto the other side for the spawns, giving advantage for Tribe Gaming at this point. Q9 Club is at a loss with only scrap points left for them as the preparation is already being done by Tribe Gaming. As we can see, it's only 12 points remaining for them with 2 guys already in there and bowling in the front lines. It is easy to say Tribe Gaming taking this dub.
And they got the lockdown, and it's just 3 more points for the win. Q9 desperation goal, but Tribe Gaming, they win the opening match 3-1, ending it here at Hardpoint Standoff, a map technically dominated by Q9, but with the Avengers assembled, ripped down upon Q9 squad. It was a total team effort. Everybody played a huge role. You got Vague playing that hard point. You got Bolo holding up the anchor. Jazz, Tectonic, and the other player, they were slaying out there.
Yeah, and the thing is, you mentioned a key factor, the key word right there, anchor. That is a key factor for the win of Tribe Gaming. They have good position, they have good hold of the anchor as well as their spawns. Thus, they can take their they can go for the retake most of the time, most of the time on this game. Even if they don't go for the early rotation, or once they have that anchor set, they can get in probably just half of the minute that they need from a hill. But with the momentum moving in hill after hill, they are slowly taking the lead until Q9 is at a loss, especially in hard points in areas where in Q9 really is not going in for the retakes. And that is what Tribe Gaming's adaptability has to offer in these games.
You just can't go wrong with this team. I mean, the winning culture is just there. And not to mention, the squad on the 2021 and of course this 2022 roster is entirely different. I mean, they dropped banned, of course, the 2021 Western Finals MVP. If I'm not mistaken, the comments can actually fact check that if it's correct. But they drop off banned and put him in NYSL Mayhem. So having to do that, and you remove your best player and add in a better player compared to him, it just says a lot about how this team can discover talents and of course make them very efficient with the game.
Yeah, but I would say, I mean, they might have had banned in their move to NYSL Mayhem, but they also got Tectonic to their side from NYSL Mayhem from 2021 team. So it's probably just a trade-off. And just right now, I would say Jess, who was not part of Tribe Gaming from last year, is a good addition for them. And also, let's take note of Big in here, who has been a good in adaptability rotation-wise. So Big and Jess, good addition to this team. It's only but when we look at the dates wherein all these players jump in, Jess, Big, as well as just these two, they joined in around the early parts of 2021. So there's still plenty of time for them to adjust to the gameplay of Tribe Gaming. And not only that, as I mentioned earlier, adaptability is the one thing that Tribe Gaming has, and that's what they keep doing into the game.
Oh, hell, I mean, that's just it, for that game that game between Q9 and, of course, the one and only Tribe Gaming, as they were able to settle down a 3-1 victory, winning in 4 maps. And looking like the same thing happening here, same map that AMT and Skate is playing at map number 4. And obviously speaking, AMT is currently off to a struggling round. You see Skate is having a good time breaking off this hill so easy. I mean, you see AMT, they really love to play tactical, and of course they want to go for settle and early rotation. But right now they just keep getting dismantled by Skate, and it all goes down to Jet Pro stepping up here to break off this next hard point. So that's that. They were able to bait Skate to get that scrap time at the P3 and then set up for P4, which is automatically a guaranteed money hill for you. It's just a matter of defending it away from the breaks that Skate will try to do.
Yeah, this is where we can compare really the gameplay that we've seen from Tribe Gaming as well as we are seeing from Skate, because Skate is the ones taking the lead at this point. So if they can be, if Almighty can take over a lot of points from this hill and chain it to the next one, they might be taking the lead right now. But our eyes are on Skate at this point. Jeffro just hanging back in there, but will be taken down, and no rotation coming from the rest of the team. It will be this guy, number 2, who will be stepping into the plate. But good thing the backup coming from Heaven as well as Shout Out is in there. 2 guys step in with the 20 seconds remaining.
Well, this is which is mind-boggling. We did have control played earlier, but I was unfortunately not streamed here at this game. But Ski was able to take away control game away from AMT. So wow, I am impressed. And technically, you have a hard time winning against AMT on a respawn game, especially in control, because they are so effective with it. But for them to go down like that truly says a lot about what Skate and that Hashen the thing to do can do about this game. But you see, 91 to 119 is gonna be the score of this game. Skate actually lost back-to-back hard points, so you see AMT is in striking distance, but they make up for it here at this P1. You see number 4 in yellow, that's Mihawk soaking up the time, and AMT again, once again, still in scramble. They just can't seem to win gunfights, but look, just saying that, they are actually able to make their way towards that mid-map, and of course, number 4, they're supplying the backup. Incendio there for the clean, and of course, Jetpro taking down Fab Zero, and now the opening here at this P1 is gonna line up, but no, they fall, they drop the gunfights.
Yeah, they dropped the gunfight, and it's more of Skate right now with 3 guys in there watching the perimeter, as well as this guy on 1. It is Limbs right now stepping into the hill, and as we can see in the minimap, rotation from Almighty, even the spawns from Almighty, is a little bit off for them to really catch up in the point. So I don't know if this is something that they're planning to read off how Skate is doing it, but Skate is doing it a little bit better compared to Almighty. And if Almighty took a lot more time waiting and studying, they might be at a loss right now in terms of points, because Skate is getting close to that 200 mark.
Yeah, but just to make sure to clarify things, we had the overlay error earlier. So Skate was actually lost that control. So AMT has a chance to force map number 5 if everything goes south here at this hardpoint. But technically, you don't want to lose this game because you have the opportunity to close out the map in just 4 games. But you see, Skate will not try to, they're gonna seize the moment and of course try to take this victory away from AMT. Just taking a look at what
We've taken the lead. Friendly Predator missile.
Oh yeah, exactly. So now we're gonna get back into it again. P3 is gonna open up, and Almighty still falling down here one at a time is something that they really have struggled into. Once they don't get that early rotation, the odds of them actually breaking is not really good enough in terms of percentage and breaks. So Skate is just soaking up the time here. You got Leozin playing at that hill, and AMT now deciding to respond back. Getting this final 20 seconds is still key that prevents this team from getting all of the attacks. But Skate is just too good. Lynch with a shotgun here this time, but Shotgun wins that. And now it's 120 to 221. And we all know Skate, they dropped the ball at P4 in the last rotation, but this time they're gonna have the early rotate, and AMT has to break.
But that is a huge lead, a huge point that Almighty needs to catch up on. It is almost 100 lead by Skate right now, and Almighty just needs to make sure that they have advantage of all the kills that they are going to take at this point. Going in, and the early rotation is Skate, but the flip over will be done by Almighty, and 2 against 3 right now into this hill. Lim will be that guy who will stop them with the grab vortex, as well as the Gatekeeper against Almighty.
Yeah, the Gravity Vortex can just, of course, prevent the players from AMT from going in easily. That's potentially a guaranteed kill for him. He takes 2 players down in there. AMT on desperation control. 10 seconds more for Skate to win this, to force a map number 5. And they are on their way. But now a miracle made by Irfan J. He drops 2 players, but Skate just too good. They still stack inside a hill. And that is it. Skate wins map number 4, playing that Search and Destroy to determine who advances to the Group A upper bracket.
Yeah, as we can see, it is 2-2. For both sides, Skate was able to take back a point after all at these two teams, the Slums, Search and Destroy. We'll have to find out really who is in advantage.
All right, here we go. I mean, you're still once again Almighty and Skate going into a game number 5, and as we do see it that way, it's gonna go down to a Search and Destroy. And the last time we saw Search and Destroy, I believe it was Cade who won at Search and Destroy raid 7-3, 10 rounds. They basically just threw up Almighty on the trash. Well, I hope not here this coming game, because we're gonna have Slums. All right.
Yeah.
So Slums is a game, a map where technically Smart Omega, or no, not really Smart, but Almighty is great at. This is where they were able to slay Q9 at CDFI Grand Finals. So now the question here is, will they be able to show that here? Because it's been a while since we last saw them play at this map.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, one team will be thrown to the trash right now because we have a dumpster right here in Slums.
Yeah. I love that.
That's one thing that we are looking forward to. But again, it's more of, it works either way. We have the Search and Destroy advantage from what we've seen by Skade earlier, in terms of rotation as well as the fragging power. It's more of understanding of the map for the side of Almighty, but which has the most potential to bring in the win? Will it be the frag or the rotation capability that can be brought in? I would say if it will be a hard point or control, Almighty already have that in the bag because they understand it well, especially with spawns. But once we get in Search and Destroy, they need to prioritize on the firepower that they have. From what we've seen, Skade with SKS has that, and it's more of Almighty really bringing the counter for that SKS gameplay.
It's gonna be tough, because like the way Skade has been playing this game, they have one sniper and 2 SKS users. So that's triple the range of what that Almighty has in this coming matchup. And unless we do see one of the players from Almighty's of SKS, we might see a good shot from them winning this game. But, it's a 50-50 here.
Yeah.
You never know what might happen. It's all about adjusting to whatever happens in every round, because you're going to be hit with unexpected results. So it's just a matter of bouncing back, reading the play, or strategizing on the current situations and just working around what you have. Grit and grind playstyle, I believe, is going to be the key here. The playstyle that fits both ends. You just play with whatever you have.
Yeah, I mean, well, they need to play with whatever they have. I think with the snipers, SKS is bringing a lot of potential in the previous Search and Destroy that we've seen between these two teams. But I guess if Almighty can utilize a lot more on the angles that they can hold on that memorial, or probably in the side of Broken, because they can do both ways. Heaven can go one side and then shot up on the other side, so that they can go in for double sniper setup advantage, and then rotation can be done in the mid, protecting those on the snipes. But it's more of how quickly can they get away, especially with initial frag that SKS can be brought into. And let's not forget, it's not just the SKS that is deadly for the side of Skade. Even with how Mihawk or Pubsera is pulling out with the DLQ, he is deadly as well. So the off angle that will not be taken by Almighty might be the angle that Pubsera is taking, giving them that first blood opportunity.
Yeah, it's such a tough goal just to see what might just happen in here. You got the best team from Garena, and of course the second best team coming from South America. So I can't really decide. Looking at what just happened between Tribe Gaming and Q9, I'm just like doubting my statistics because of how useless it is due to the performance that this both ends are having. You see Tribe Gaming earlier so confident, and take a look at the expression coming from Q9. They look defeated, they look intense, and you know what? It's a matter of just being calm, cool, and collected. I mean, for both this ends, Cade and AMT, one thing that they can learn from Tribe Gaming is just be calm and collected. You didn't see them express so much emotion. It's just all about getting the job done, and of course, working on what you have.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, pros really have to set emotion aside so that they can focus on the objective. And that is what we've seen from the best teams out there. And we were mentioning it for the start of the game as well, for the start of this broadcast as well, that them being on the stage brings in a different perspective in terms of your focus. So you hear the background, like you can hear the cheers from the background, and hopefully the headphones that they're using can really like take out all that noise. Otherwise, they will have the pressure that they have because of the disadvantage that they have stepping into the NA region, the as you mentioned, the home court of the NA region, as well as the fans out there, even the comfortability. Because if you're not used into a stage sitting next to each other, let's put in example for Smart Omega. Most of the time, Smart Omega, if they like every time they jump into a game on the online scene, they are face to face with their teammates. This time they are in one line, giving them less opportunity in terms of communication. So that might be one. Hopefully they prepared for that as well. So we'll have to find out as we are going to see the rest of the games. But we also have something for you. You have the redeem code right now. It is calling card ALMGHTY right here.
I mean, ALMGHTY is a caster from CDL, and of course, I really love the calling card as well. But yeah, you guys asked for a redeem code. Here it is. It's the first redeem code that we're gonna be dropping in today. Remember, we're gonna be dropping off a gun skin that you guys will be able to redeem later on, but it's limited. I believe it's only 15 people. Huh? I'm so scared. Oh, it's AJ. AJ talk way through my earphones. But yeah, but obviously speaking, this is gonna be there's gonna be more to come. So you guys make sure you watch and of course support the team that you would want to root for here at this broadcast. And Neptune, you know, here it is. Game number 5 of this Skate versus AMT match. I'm gonna put you on the spot. Well, how many rounds are we gonna play here?
I would say we'll go all out in there, but I would like to echo in what AJ was saying in the background right now. We had a calling card for ALMGHTY, and we know how like AJ loves to say Pusanggala because ALMGHTY, once you're like, have a cat in the alley, and that was a problem that I had earlier as well. I don't know if you heard it in the background. There's a little bit of a Pusanggala background issues that's happening with all the cats in here. So that's it. That's just what I want to echo right there. And well, going back into the question that you have, I don't know. I think for this team with what's on the line, they will be stretching it a little bit further in here in this match. But I guess it's still either way. I can't pick side at this point because they stretch it already for map number 5. Positioning wise in this game, it will be difficult to really go in for one side.
And here we go. First blood goes in to the hands of Shut Up, dropping Mihawk, one of the key players. And you would want to see Shut Up go here early, and he gets the first shot to connect. So now it's gonna be an early 4v5. And here's the thing: as the attacker, it's hard to play because basically AMT on the defensive side has a lot of spaces at mid-map, and Heaven follows up with Leo Zero. Links gets Heaven down. Pub Zero drops Incendio, kind of a mixer happening in the map, a back and forth action, but Skate still has no numbers in their favor, and Shut Up will miss a first shot, drops into 50 Gs, and steps down Leo Zine. One more play to deal with. He spots him in the broken wall. 56 seconds left, and he's just waiting for the perfect moment. I don't think he spots him yet, Neptune.
Yeah, doesn't be spotted just yet, but Pub-Zero will be moving in there, but not so much a space to move around. Shut Up will be taken down there by Pub-Zero, but I love it that they, like, Almighty was able to go in for the play that I mentioned earlier. Shut Up is in there on Alpha. Heaven is in there on this map, but it is a 1v2, and we've seen how Pub-Zero can really clutch this, especially on the side that he have. But here Fun J is in there, as I mentioned. Who else to stop the clutch than the Clutch King himself?
Yeah, you know, I mean, you're not gonna take away my Clutch King throne. And so Irfan J decides to take matters into his own hands. But again, the last time that AMT played Slums was against Q9 Club in CDFI Grand Finals, where they won 7-5. And it was Heaven who scored 12 kills in that matchup, and with Jeff Pro stepping up huge with 11. But Pop Zero now this time drops Incendio. So the captain is out, and Pop Zero, he has so much angles that can help you, that he can use to take you down. And we saw one from the Jeepneys, and where Shut Up was just actually deleted instantly. Now the bomb is going to be planted here. They're going to settle for an aggression. So now it's a 45 seconds for AMT to play for the retake.
And there goes the retake being done as well in terms of lives. It's now a 2v3 from a 3v3, but Lee Zera just clearly takes out two members from Almighty. Pop Zero again there goes in for the final elimination. Bounce off on a 1v1. Like I mentioned, Callie, it can go either ways, and we're talking about Skate on the attacker and defender will be Almighty. So once it's switched later and the momentum will be, I would say, thrown off, that is where we're going to see a clear picture of who's going to win.
And here at Slums, the first blood really matters. And for Jeff Pro and Irfan J, they're going to follow up with a beautiful double, and that opened things up at the mid-map. And of course, Cade, less angles for them to take, and of course, more angles to worry about due to the numbers that AMT has in the first 30 seconds of action here at round number 2. But, you know, one thing more than likely that we saw from Skate is how resilient they can be with Bob Zera still out there in the map. He is a guaranteed threat. He can just turn things around with his own gun. And one thing that we do need to see is Leozine and Mihawk get at least one kill at this round, because currently in these first 2 rounds, they still don't have any. Right now, currently sitting at 0.
Yeah, they're sitting at an egg right now, but I'm pretty sure towards the end of the game, they will be getting all those frags, because we've seen Leozine right now. Earlier from that Search and Destroy, he did a lot of frags as well, eliminations as well into that game, giving the advantage to Skate. So that would depend on how they can get a good angle against Almighty. But as we speak, Incendio holding an angle against Pabzera, and that is one angle I would say that needs to be taken, because Shut Up was taking that already. Incendio was already on that because he knows the rotation that Pabzera can take at this point. But 2v4 situation for it favoring Almighty can be switched into a 1v3, and it is now left to Mihawk right now on a 1v2.
Oh my god, switch the screen. Mihawk has already got 2. Heaven. Hello. Oh my god, who is? Look at the middle.
Hello.
Mihawk gets the 3Ps.
It's not over
Observer, what are you doing? We lost a highlight.
Enemy
But anyway, we're gonna continue. 2-1 now. Skate. I mean, AMT is just surrounded. You just can't lose. A 1v3. You can't lose that.
Well, unfortunately, they lost it. We didn't see how it happened because we were stuck in Leozine at that point. But, I mean, it is Mihawk right now who just brought in, and that was, we were commenting that Mihawk has an egg in there, a donut on him, and that is the first 3 frags that he has. We're not just talking about 1 that Leozine has, we're talking about 3. But as we speak, Shut Up right now goes down and take down Limbs, and Lizera, as well as Mihawk right now, goes in for the multiple slays. Almighty is at a loss right now, but turned around right here by Almighty. Quick turnaround as well in a 1v2.
Leozine on the flank, but Pop Zero quick to know the location of Incendio. That a double.
Ready up.
Ends up 2-round lead now for Skate. And it's hard to play attacker side here at Slums, but Skate with the range just makes it look so easy. Despite Leans with that 1 kill, it's okay. They got Pop Zero with 7, and Mihawk just being such a closer was able to win that round number 3, where he clutched 3 players down to win the game. And obviously speaking, you are gonna see AMT still do the same exact setup that they had. They forced number 3 and Shut Up to guard at A side. Now this time they're gonna switch it up. They put Incendio down there, and that's a 2-man holding A. That's 3 players holding up the B side. So the adjustments being made by AMT. Skate still looking to push way towards the mid-map using Linz as the primary scorer. He takes the first blood, but Heaven trades him back. So it's still pretty even in this match. And we haven't seen Incendio pop off yet. He's still got 1 kill. Maybe he can turn this game around by popping up here huge at this round number 4 that we currently have.
Yeah, Incendio right now. Earlier, he has been taking a good angle to prevent what Leozin is doing right now. But he went in a little bit too deep into that map. But we're still seeing Almighty taking the favorable right now, or the favor right now. Pop Zero going in for the plant on a 1v2 situation. And Heaven is just in there hanging back. They have the queue already of the plant being done. Not quite sure why Heaven is not going into the rotate. Pop Zero will be spotted in there. 50 G's used against him, and the defusal will be done right there, and there goes the 1 point going in for Almighty.
Such a very important round that AMT won. That removed the odds of Skate going up by 3 rounds. And obviously, you pull up with 3 rounds or 4 rounds, it's pretty much a deal breaker already. Your mentality is gonna get crushed. And obviously, when a team goes up like that, it's hard to come back, especially when you switch the sides where AMT is gonna have to play the attacking side of the round. But right now, they're making the most of their opportunities. And Skade with that sniper almost hits the shot against Showdown. But Leo's there and Linz follows up with a double. And now it's going to be a 3v3 situation. Incendio follows up with 2. I asked for him to step up and he does. But now Showdown is the last man standing, holding his own. He's got no gun to help him. And Skade goes up once again by 2 rounds.
Ready up.
A good testing period coming from Skade right now. Understanding rotation coming from Almighty. Almighty is just taking slow, getting position from either Alpha or Bravo, and that is what Skade took advantage on that round number 6. They just rush into Bravo, getting all the information that they have from the previous round and getting good angles on them. Quick elimination being done by Skade, and this is a good rotation from Irfan J as well to go in for that double. And as you can see, Skade just went in there, tried to push as well, but Almighty slowed down and get better angle. But unfortunate for them, Skade will be lost with 2-4 on the situation.
This is a map where you strictly have to rely on your snipers to do your job, to do the job for you, mainly due to the fact that this map is so long in terms of like picking the angles. And so far for Skade, Pauzera plays such a good role of that. Same thing for Shut Up and of course Incendio and Heaven. But for Pauzera, the last man standing on this one is gonna get kicked to the moon. 3-4 now, and AMT slowly getting right back to it. But for me, honestly, if they do want this win, they have to win back to back. Take this game, they take this next round, and of course force a equalized match.
I guess this is what Almighty is waiting for them to be an attacker side to like dictate the pace of the game, because earlier we've seen them down there with the points against Skade, and they're just not putting in a lot of effort in terms of fragging. But once they got that, like they got the momentum, once they had the attacker side. Leozin right now going against Irfan J, but it is still a 1v2. It is Leozin right now, 7 in the bag, but the distance right now will make it difficult for him to go for that rotate. Split up from Almighty, might get the coverage.
Wait, that throw wanted to go for the flank, then Irfan J tried to go for the rotate. Oh, Leozin just got 3 players. No way this ends up with a 4 bomb. Leozin now just waiting for Shut Up just to pop off. But the good thing for AMT, the good news is they have the bomb in open, so they can guard it right here at this garage. And Leozin now pulling the trigger. He's gonna spot the player. He's gonna hop off to the bomb. But no, he wins the gunfight, but the clock runs out and AMT wins it on a close margin. But if you're in this situation, you can't just lose 4 players in just a matter of 30 seconds. It's almost a clutch there. If only there's 5 seconds left, that could have been a 1. That could have been a win for Skate.
Yeah, and I earlier remember where we missed Mihawk's, I would say, triple kill, and we were stuck with Leozin. This might be the reason why Leozin is a different monster right now. Earlier, we are not seeing a lot of kills coming from him. Actually, he started off, one of the guys started off with 0 until the 3rd round. This time, he is top fragger in this game, and this really tells more of what momentum brings in to the table. But Almighty on the other side, even if they have this advantage, especially with what Liuzin has in this game, they understand how search and destroy work, and they can just go for the buying time at that final moment. But everything is a standstill right now. Knowing is budging an inch, even if Skade has the advantage of manpower.
Yeah, shut up. Just I don't know where he got that angle though. He just chipped his way in and Heaven. You know what? He is such a good player, but Jeff Pro with the wall bangs and the attention to detail is just on point. Now Heaven has an opening at the mid map, but there's no players popping off. I mean, Liuzer is looking to try and contest, but it's not going to get the kill made there. A 2v3 situation. The bomb yet to be planted. They haven't crossed the bomb to either of the bomb sets, and Heaven is just being the info player. The info game is going to be very useful in this type of situation, and Heaven is going to be sent out just to try to find some players, but no connections for him so far. He's going to check the corner. I think he spots Linzier. The shot connects, and that opens up the A side. But look at this. Jeff Pro decides to open things up at the mid-map, and Heaven is going to be the last player alive, and Mihawk gets it to go. The double to end round number 9.
That's one thing that you don't want to be stuck in, is to be in front of Mihawk right now with a long-range weapon. Even if Mihawk is at a distance, Switchblade going against a sniper, Switchblade, like Mihawk and Switchblade can easily slide up onto the side and go in for the frags. Elimination might not be happening instantly, but have the advantage of taking that win. So, as we see right now, it's 4-5 right now. I still commend to Almighty as they cross up into the scores right now, but unfortunate for them, it's a combination of Popzera, or I would say it was just a Popzera show from that game or round number 10.
Wow, I mean, you know, right when you think AMT is gonna run them down, Popzera decides to pull up a 3Ps and ends it all. Now a match point for Skade, one more for the win, and this is gonna be them moving on to the upper bracket and sending out AMT to the lower. But the game is still not over until the scoreline reaches number 7. Then Irfan J creates a beautiful double there, and Shuttle follows up with the scope right through Leozera. But the thing here is, Popzera is still alive, and Leozin is there to back him up. So it's still not technically a considered victory just yet until this player gets eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out if anyone from the side of Almighty can be taken down. They can be, but Heaven just took down Leozin, and it's now left to Popzera. 1v5 situation, very difficult to clutch, but I have to see, and there you have it. I mean, it's the lag buff that we keep seeing. The moment that the lag ends, we are seeing the result right there from the situation. Real difficult for Popzera to make it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of unfortunate for him that way that his teammates left him all by himself in a game where you really need to win. And Heaven will do the first blood. Lives in there to trade it off. So now it's an equal 4v4 situation. But look at the map side here. Everybody falls down. Lives in Mihawk and Popzera combines for 1 piece each. And now Skade looking to end it all here. Shut up, the last man standing. Can he clutch it to 4s in overtime?
Well, it's difficult to say right now. Shut up is not a good position as he is stuck in between 2 players of Skade, and just in case he gets that frag, the information will be known right now. Hit mark in there against Shut Up, and rotation right now will be done. Shut Up trying, but Leozin takes him down, and there we have it. Skade takes this dub against Almighty.
Que jugada táctica de Skade avanza el next stage. Anyway, that technically says what a tactical play from Skade. And wow, you see number 1 team in Garena just to get dropped by the number 2 squad in Latin America. What's this? I'm not taking a shower.
Are you taking a shower?
I'm not. I don't know why it pop off, but yeah. Continue. It's been a wild day. It's been such a long day. It's a wild day, by the way.
Yeah, but the thing is, like we mentioned this already earlier, Almighty really is not that much of a fan of being on the stage, and that's one thing that we've seen so far in Green Masters. Even here, no matter how much preparation, it's more of comfortability of being in front of everyone else. And I was thinking that they were able to catch up on that with the time that they have in here preparing for this stage 5. But well, I don't know. That might be early to tell if that is really the case. But from what we've seen earlier, right, Pabzera is the changing factor. If you look at the team of Skade, Pabzera looks like a mirror image of heaven from before.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, they don't have the agility as well, but they have the accuracy. So technically, that's 3 heavens in just one team. Just thinking of it, it's such a scary, it's a scary thing to imagine. But yeah, a win is a win for Skate, and they fought through it tooth to nail just to defeat the #1 team in AMT. So now they're going to be advancing to the next stage, and I believe they will be facing the squad of... Wait, let me just check, because everything is just so confusing nowadays. But yeah, it's going to be... They're going to face Luminosity on the upper bracket, while AMT will face Nova down there on the lower bracket. So they still have a chance. But can they make the most out of it here, Neptune?
Yeah, the thing is, like, they are facing off against Nova Esports, a team that really is not easy to beat, I would say. I mean, they have, I would say, fair enough in terms of hardpoint, SND, and control, above 50% in terms of win rate. So overall, like, within that range of 50%, but they're still the second from the EU region, and we've seen them already in there on the play. We've seen how much dominance a team can do, especially with the momentum that that they can bring in onto this game. But we'll have to find out. We've seen Luminosity took them over earlier, and it's anyone's ball game. Luminosity is a team that really can dominate a game, but not so much that Nova Esports can be overtaken with a 3-0. And that was just a huge surprise from me, as Nova Esports probably is trying to go in a little bit in the lower bracket and then moving up later on. We've seen that so many times before, but not so much in the world stage, because this is the first time.
Obviously so. But, for the squad of Almighty, they have a good chance at defeating Nova, because Nova didn't really stand a chance against Luminosity earlier. So, in terms of performance, they clearly did well against Skate. So, maybe we can see them perform well at Nova, and of course, had a second chance to get back to the playoffs. But, we're headed for a quick break. But don't go as far, as when we come back, we'll see more group stage action live here at Garena Call of Duty Mobile.
for
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022 Finals, and we are back right now to see the next battle at hand, and this time it is Almighty versus Nova Esports. But on the commentator right now, it is me, Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is amazing Mustachio AJ. And AJ, how do you feel about the previous match by Almighty as well as what they're facing right now against Nova Esports?
I want to say I am very, 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 very disappointed and sad, etc., etc. But I can't say that, man. I fell asleep in the previous matchup. It's past my bedtime. I'm an old man. I'm still sleepy. My eyes are watering. My nose. I've got snot pouring out of my nose. But we gotta go. We gotta go all the way. But looking at the way things are going right now, Neptune, there's a high probability we gotta finish like super early in the morning, like 10 o'clock in the morning, kind of worst case scenario. But it's all right. You know, our worst case scenario is not as bad as Nova as well as Almighty right now, because they are technically in an elimination matchup. So the loser, unfortunately, doesn't go home, but they sit by the sidelines and they watch the other players kind of compete for that $700,000 US, right? But who would have thought that Almighty would be kicked down into the elimination matchup so early?
And we were surprised as well, even for the last matchup we've seen. I mean, that was surprisingly Search and Destroy, and we were talking about slums.
Yeah.
Like teams like Almighty, best in search and destroy compared to the other teams, and then they are in there on their best map. I was just surprised out of my mind how they took the loss, and it's more of how Skate Papzera just went in. But let's look at the lineup right now. We all know the faces, we all know the names, but let's head over to Nova Esports. Inferno, Creed, Saturns, my brother, Spy, as well as Neil, my fellow Filipino right here, representing Nova Esports EU.
Amen, brother. But one thing I can tell you is Heaven's face is not that wide. They stretched him out just so that he can fit the width of the screen. It's all right. I'll forgive them for that. Heaven's not going to be too happy about that, though. He's been trying to keep his slim, fit body all together throughout the whole of his pro scene debut all the way up until now. But I'm just rambling on because I'm sleepy. It's all right. Dude, you have to see it from my point of view, okay? I had to sit down here, listen to you guys, and kind of bash out a couple of zombie games as well whilst I wait. And it's boring when you don't get to scream on the mic, man. Now's my time. I believe the moment the hardpoint match starts up, my brain's gonna wake up. Until then, we're gonna go on slow-mo mode, okay, Neptune?
Yeah, slow-mo mode. I can go in there. I know the feeling because I was hanging back in there from the start of the series, and I was just waiting for my turn. And well, the difference is it's a little bit early. I wasn't able to sleep though, and I was afraid as well if I doze off, I might not be able to wake up in time. So I had 3 copies in there while you were shoutcasting the first series. So a lot more up until the later. I'm just worried about Cali because he will be hanging back in there. Like, he's wasted for 4 hours already for the first 2 series, and then he'll be resting this for hopefully not 2 hours. Yeah, but he's hopefully he's not that exhausted, and he's still. And on top of that, I don't know if he's
old enough to drink coffee yet. So that's unfortunate.
Look, you keep talking about age, and it hits me hard, AJ. I mean, out of the 3 of us,
a grandpa.
Yeah, that's why I go in for the Tito vibes that we have, because like people out there in the chat can call me Tito. Yeah, grandpa, not so much because I don't have that idea just yet. Like, AJ, you know, you're like a brother to me. You know, I had 2 daughters, and I don't want that thought that I'll be a grandpa that early at this stage.
Oh, that's a good point, brother. That's a good point. It's okay. Both you and me, we'll make sure that doesn't happen, okay? I'll carry my bat, get down to the Philippines. Oh, yeah. You let me, you get on the phone and you give the Mustachio a call. I'll be right there. You got 2 there? Is that 2 or 3? 2. You got 2. Okay, that's 1 for 2. Me, 1 for you. Whoever's gonna get whooped, they get whooped, okay? But let's see if not Nova or Almighty, one of the 2 obviously needs to get whooped in this matchup. Is it gonna go the distance? Because if it does, the boys on the side of Almighty, they might get a little tired out, right? Because I don't really know how well they have adapted to the time difference, because we talk about jet lag, and the time difference is messed up, man. And here I am sitting down in the middle of the night trying to keep myself awake. I cannot imagine what these boys are doing all the way there. First of all, the weather's not in their favor. It's super cold there. And these Asian boys, they're sick and tired of complaining about the heat, and now they want the heat right back.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand the situation that they're in, because like I know they will start off as a podcast so that everyone will be awake, because like
it's waking me up.
It's waking you up. Like, going into my background, I used to be a seafarer. And time zone difference really hits me that hard, especially with the work. And this is what Almighty is experiencing right now. Like, set aside Nova Esports, they are used to it. They are in their own time zone. I guess they are in the early time zone. I don't know if they're vampires, and also that might be the same cost for them. But again, it's difficult for Almighty. They are in here going in for their next battle after the previous one, only a few minutes of rest, and it's already taxing to get that loss. And it's more taxing to try and take that win after that.
Yeah, I was shocked that the game actually went the distance, man. I was expecting more of a 3-0, worst case scenario 3-1, but we went all the way down into a 3-2. And, what was a little bit more shocking was, I have to say, that standoff at hardpoint. You're talking about the best map. one of the better game modes for Almighty. Hardpoint and standoff, they barely ever dropped that map and game mode, right? But they got beaten down 250 to 137, man. I mean, if that's a good time for Almighty to wake up, I mean, just like me, the time is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for the hard point, it's the rotation that like they can't keep the anchor. They cannot keep the anchor position to their side. Thus, they are lost in the rotation. And it's so quick that Skade is taking over the hill every time that they jump in there. Thus, Almighty is being like left in there in dust most of the time. And I was surprised in there as well. But as we start off in this game, Almighty and Nova Esports, and again, the suffering, I would say, for Almighty is not yet over. Nova Esports, they might have had us in the same situation, but Nova Esports is not a team that you underestimate, and same goes for Almighty. So hopefully the planning that Almighty has put up from the previous tournaments that they have from the past will be in here in fruition going against Nova Esports.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Just like what Callie said earlier, just like what I mentioned earlier in the day as well, all of the data, all of the numbers that we kind of crunched before getting into this competition, we need to throw it out of the window. It can give us like a sort of a reference point to kind of know exactly what sort of game modes these boys are comfortable at, but it means absolutely nothing at stage 5 as they go up against these other regions, as they go up against the creme de la creme of the other regions. We're talking about the top dogs of each and every single nation, each and every single server stepping on in here to see if they can become the big kahuna of Call of Duty Mobile. And I believe that is obviously going to be done by one team that can reign supreme, that doesn't even bother looking at the opponents in their eyes, because they're like, just step aside, man. The trophy is ours. You're standing in the way, But which team has got that sort of a confidence? You expected Almighty to have that sort of a confidence, and Almighty is just one cocky team, bro. They are super confident. In fact, sometimes they get a tad bit overconfident. We kind of saw that happen in, I believe, Garena Masters for them when we went for that LAN event in the Philippines. They were super duper confident that they're going to be able to get the job done. They had it in the bag and they flopped that one, right? But that sort of a slap in the face kind of woke Almighty up, and they hit back-to-back at stage 4 as well as CDF5. But here's the weakness though. Could CDF5 and the confidence that they gained there slap them right back down a few notches? That could have been the possibility. But thank the good Lord, this is not a single elimination bracket. It's a double elimination. So you've got a second chance here. That wake-up call could just be the death of Nova now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that because, as you mentioned from the start, who else are you going to root for in here? For those coming from the same region. But again, I'm still 50-50 at this point because we have Neil in there from Nova Esports, and I mentioned that earlier, like Filipinos in there. Being in this stage, it's not just Smart Omega. Even like a few members in there just makes us proud deep inside, and I was smiling in there seeing Neil as well on a big screen right there. But I'm really looking forward and hoping as well that these teams from Almighty, and I can see that they are taxing in there. They're feeling the pressure, even how tiresome it is. I'm pretty sure they didn't start it off from the time that we started broadcast. They started the day a little bit more early because of preparation that's needed in here. So the length of time might or should not be the case wherein they are at a loss on the plans that they have prepared.
Amen, brother. And on the point that the Filipinos are everywhere, I guess that's why I'm so close to Filipinos, man, because Indians, Filipinos, we're all the same. We are all over the world. Like every single nook and cranny within the globe that you try to take a peek in, you'll catch an Indian right beside him. You'll see a Filipino sitting down right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, like, I would say that's where I'm not going against other regions. I'm just saying that there is some sort of quality that is being displayed by specific players from different regions that they can be put in the mix, even if they are representing a different region. Like as we mentioned, from EU, you will have a combination of different nationality in here coming from different countries. And from the Nova, I think Nova Esports, and one of the most diverse. Inferno from the UK, Creed from Netherlands, Neil from the Philippines, Saturn's from Spain, Slayer from Netherlands as well. How diverse can you get? And they just stick in there for this competition on the world stage, wherein it's very difficult to put in a lot of chemistry in these games.
Yeah, they threw that to a break, and we weren't even. We were expecting a match. Call of Duty, we were expecting a match. Before I fall asleep, you better pull a game up for me, man. I mean, it's okay. Nova, Almighty, that's on standby. It's going to be a potential 5-minute break. Highly doubt we get a 5-minute break, though. But, you know, I don't mind having this long chat with you, Neptune. It's just that chat thinks that we own the broadcast and we can start the match. They're like, what are you talking? What are you talking? No, it's, production's like, breaks ready, Mustachio. Let's go for a quick short break. When we come back, Almighty versus Nova.
All right, the quickest series that didn't start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And that was a long show that we have earlier. I think that the combination
Longest
of
series.
the break, longest series, combination of the two breaks that we have is longer than the show that we have earlier. But we were talking in the background right now, really discussing on what is happening into these games, and really excited on what's going to unfold right now. Again, for those of you just jumping in early this morning, for those in our region, this is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022 Finals, and we are up in here on the third series of this stream, as well as second series for Almighty, who will be battling on against Nova Esports. And we were talking about how everything from this scenario is not favoring Almighty, especially on the sides wherein they will be in there on the long time, and the time difference that they have as well. And hopefully that's not the case, because preparation has been made even from the side of Heaven. That's one thing that I can point out. Heaven moved in on like usually on his comfort zone. He prepared as well in online tournaments, sitting in the chair, and that is good preparation for him. But is that enough, AJ, for them to take this win?
Yeah, I mean, they are most definitely not in an environment that they are comfortable in, and not a situation that they are used to. But it's all part and parcel of wanting to be champs, bro. You gotta go the distance. You gotta travel around. You gotta find a way to get yourself acclimated to the situation as quickly as possible, and kind of get that out of the way, right? So, and that's exactly what makes a true champion. So if any of the teams have not been able to do that, then it's at the end of the day on them, right? Yes, jet lag is a thing. Yes, kind of trying to get used to all of the weather, etc. is a thing, but it's all part and parcel of the competition. Yes, it's going to make your journey a little bit more tougher, but if you do win, I mean, think about how proud you would be to say, right? Oh, the jet lag. Oh, the weather there was a little messed up. I had my stuffed nose. I had tissue stuck up my nose the whole time I was in the match. So it can be a great excuse, but it can also kind of solidify that victory and, make you really, really proud of your achievements. But, which way it kind of goes at the end of the day is all dependent on the team. Yes, we were, I guess, not expecting Almighty to get dropped into a elimination match so early on into the competition. I mean, once we move on to the playoffs and then they get kicked down to the lower bracket, Almighty's used to doing the lower bracket run, but not this early. But that's exactly, once again, where we bring the conversation back to, you take all of the stats, you take all of the data that you've collected so far from all of the, regions qualifiers, and you take it and throw it out of the damn window, because it means absolutely nothing. All of these teams are stacked, man. You're going up against the creme de la creme of every single region. Anything goes, anything happens. And at the end of the day, the hungrier ones who win, Neptune.
Exactly. And we're not talking about hungrier in terms of not getting any food that we are experiencing right now. I mean, you're the one who started it. You mentioned hungry, but like, how much do they want this? How much do they, like you mentioned about all the excuses that they get if they lose.
Yeah.
But all the, like, if you expect if you are in a low of low and you get that win, that was double the excitement. That was a double of plus already in I would say your winnings, because you were in there at the bottom. That's why we love. That's why we love dark horses. That's why we love those who are not really performing and then moving up afterwards. It's because of that situation, and that is what Almighty is showing right now, or where they are right now. And if they get over that and get back into play after the low bracket run, then it's a lot more to be to celebrate about if in case Almighty reach the top.
Yeah, someone in chat is confused about my analogy of, having these adverse situations kind of be something that you're really proud of. Think football. Think Manchester United. Think of winning against Manchester United in your own home ground versus winning against Manchester United at Old Trafford. That's about it. And this is the Old Trafford for whichever teams that are a little bit more used to the conditions, a little bit more used to the time zone over in NA right now, in North Carolina, sorry. And it is what it is, right? In terms of the teams kind of attempting to overcome those situations. I wouldn't say adverse situations, but if you're Asian And if you're not used to the cold, yeah, it's pretty adverse situation, man. You know, it's some. I mean, I'm not the most well-traveled man in the world, but I've been around the world a little bit. And it's messed up, Neptune. I mean, especially my old man knows, all right? I get the sniffles, they get stuffed, I start sneezing. I wouldn't survive a day right there, right? I'm so glad I'm not casting there. I say that, but no, I'm heartbroken that I'm not casting there. But at the same time, I'm so glad I'm not casting there because I wouldn't be able to cast, man. My nose would not be functioning.
Well, you might be casting in there, but you're like, I can imagine you have.
If I was
tissue
casting
stuck
there, I
in
would
your
have gone
nose.
to the guy who was setting up the lobbies and be like, bro. Sup, bro?
Just that. What's up, bro? What's up? What are you doing?
Still, of course, Neptune and I are, juggling this little banter between ourselves because we're waiting for the matchup just like you guys. But there will be a high probability that we do catch up in some of the other games as well. A little bit of an update for you guys who have only been on this broadcast, haven't really been hopping around because we actually have 4 different live streams running at the very same time because that's how efficient we are. We've got NYSL going up against Smart Omega. That's the winners match in Group A. And Godlike going up against Stamina as well. One of those 2 teams gets eliminated in a little bit. A little disappointed to see the performances of the Indian teams here today, Neptune. I mean, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's more of, well, apparently someone from the team will go home. And regardless of how close it is, it's more of how they perform. And I would agree with you. It's quite surprising that they went down in there on 3-0. They could have brought in a different result, similar to what we've seen from Almighty. Like they stretch it out to map 5. But again, we go back to the situation. It's the current situation that they have. If we look at the NA region, even the EU region, I would assume that they're used to being on the stage, being in there in competitions just like this. But those coming from the different regions, if you're not that well prepared, then you might have a difficult time in there, and the result will be different. Thus, as you mentioned, stats from the past will be thrown out the window because it's not just the numbers in the game. It's more of 360 evaluation of what's happening within these teams.
Yeah, and of course, an update from Group B as well. We've got Inko going up against Wolves in the winners match. Elimination match, Strut against Vitality. Vitality, yet another team that, unfortunately disappointed me a tad bit because once again, both these teams got beaten down 3-0, right? But here's the brighter side of the story. Vitality is currently 1-0 up against Strut. So there might still be hope here for an Indian team, right? Group C, on the other hand, we've got Scars going up against Stripe in the winners matchup. I didn't see that exerts a little bit of extra pressure with just a single player. Now, okay, we've got logos mixed up again. My bad. Now we've got them sorted out. Almighty is the one who had the hard point for just a tad little bit there, and Nova rips it right back. And it looks like Almighty's not going to go back in there for the challenge at all. This is a tad bit surprising, but we all know how they love to play the second hard point at Kitchen.
Yeah, and we were talking about as well from the previous matchup that we've seen that they can go in, like, not really contest the hard point early on. They can go in for the investment, especially with operator skills and the score streaks that they have, that they can utilize later on those money hills that they can choose. But it is not so much that they need to let go of a lot of points right now. Thus, Almighty took a little bit of, I would say, initiative to go ahead against Nova Esports, and once it opened up on the second one, the retake can be done by Almighty.
I'm gonna knock whoever who's switching around the logos, man. It's really confusing, okay? Especially when you speak really, really fast and then you look up and then you say it wrongly, alright? It's embarrassing. This is the world freaking stage, man. 47-21. Nova's definitely not on 22. Nova's on the lead right now, Neptune, with Almighty breaking the hill for just a few seconds here. Let's see if another Singaporeans can smash their way right back through. Kitchen on the toast. Almighty getting the job done, but Nova's just on the horizon. We don't really see that mini map. We're gonna have... Where is the mini map?
I don't know. Probably this certain. Oh no, it's not just this guy.
Where's the
rest
mini-map?
of the rest of the observers doesn't have the minimap, and that gives us a little bit of like disadvantage. And that's a first.
Why would you hide the mini map? Why? Never mind, bro. Never. Oh, okay. There you go. Mini map's back. Spatio can collect his brains again from the floor. 53-47, Almighty right back in here with the lead this time around. This is the money hill, baby. If you've got Garage, you better hold on to it for your dear lives. Almighty being forced to spawn all the way from Passageway, and the backstab coming through from Nova. And therefore, player number 2, Jeff Pro, needs to hold on for his dear life. But Jeff Pro goes down, but backup has arrived. Almighty still can fight this back.
I would say El Presidente did a great job in there, holding back that fort, holding back those cars, just to give time for the rest of the team to catch up onto this hill. 20 seconds remaining, and it will be given to Nova Esports right now. It's not really an early rotation. It's more of a choosing of Almighty to back off from there, because as we know, the map is that huge that you need that a lot of time for you to cross over, and I think they're taking advantage of the spawns being brought to them to give them that basketball court hard point, and with the lead that they have, they can take advantage of this against Nova Esports. But we know Nova Esports, 3 operators already waiting in there for their side. Easy retake can be done.
Yeah, Almighty, 83-66, Nova. I swear to God, I want to see those rotations. Give me the mini-map back, bro. Making their way through the swimming pool, you can see player number 1, Creed. He needs to play this a little bit slowly. Creed, all smoked up. I don't know exactly who provided all of those smokes, but the positioning by Creed is perfect now. But they need to be able to break this. Almighty outdoes him in terms of positioning. He holds on to the spawn at Garden, and this is just an almighty hold by Almighty, no pun intended, but a straightforward break coming through from Spy. Has the gravity vortex. Game changer, but no! What? He misfires it. Steps right into it, does not get taken down. Tagged up just a tad bit by Almighty, but the damage has already been done. All thanks to Spy, who got that all on his own.
It's a good thing that he was able to follow up the Grav Vortex, because with limited fire that you have in the Grav Vortex, you can get you can only get a few in there to gatekeep the zone, the hill that you are covering. But Almighty still in lead, and it's more of 17 points ahead against Nova Esports. The next hard point will be opening it up. The Central Gardens right now will be taken by Almighty. 2-3 already preparing in there, and no one from Nova Esports is getting that right.
Yeah, but you know, this game's still a long way from over. Nova surely has an opportunity to smash their way right back in here, especially with the game being so close. But it's all about the execution, right? Currently, the players are all scattered all over the map, being forced to spawn from far away, and they're trickling in one after the other. We are watching a regular pub match right now, courtesy of Nova. Almighty, on the other hand, locking down every single angle, single player objective being played to perfection. But once again, it's the same guy called Spy.
Yes, Spy right now is sneaky enough to go in and take a few seconds, but the scrap point will be taken by Almighty right now, bringing them to 145. 146 before the next hard point will be in there showing up, as Jeff Bro has already taken this statue together with this guy in 3, and El Presidente right now in here from the hands of Almighty, just doing a great job. Unfortunate for him, the hit from afar.
I don't want to call this match out way too early, but if Nova continues playing this match at this pace without much of a technical setup and a strategy to access and break all of those hills, Almighty's gonna have an easy matchup, man. Look at them. It's just a single hardpoint player. That's a single objective player. That's the only weakness of Almighty, and therefore they lose that hardpoint time and time again. But you have to see the genius in their setup. The rest of the players are just holding the perimeter not too far away from that hardpoint. One objective player goes down, and just when Nova thinks they've got the game, Almighty hops right back in there, smashes their confidence, takes away the hill, runs away with the matchup. This is a flat-out Almighty match, and Nova needs to smarten up, but they have gone in for that super early rotation into Almighty's home. Kitchen is where they're most comfortable at, so Nova better, I don't know what kind of rabbit they want to pull out of their hat, but they better pull that out now.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a hat that they can pull it out or different, like from a different side, probably from the body, but I'll have to find out. We'll have to find out later on what they can pull out and how, because so far, if you go in comparison, the gameplay of Nova Esports right now is similar to what we've seen from Almighty. The dissipation of their rotation, as well as no control of the spawns at all from the previous matchup that we've seen Almighty. I think they already learned their lesson, or they know this all along. They're just pulling out that plan.
Yeah, and a little bit of a pause here just so that we can see exactly how great Heaven is doing. 35 frags so far. Guys on fire. Nova doesn't know exactly what they can do to deal with this guy. Switchblade in hand. Heaven's unstoppable. 15 seconds to go. Just like anticipated, Almighty very easily breaks that kitchen and holds on to all of the points. Here, Nova has an opportunity to not make a comeback, but at the very least close the gap, because they're already at this super early rotation for this Money Hill at Garage. If they can take away all 60 points here, the match is possible. If Almighty gets a single break, GGWP, we go into match number 2. Alpha, 55 seconds to go. Neptune, do you think this is possible?
Yo, I couldn't tell, because they haven't crossed the 150 mark in there for the side of Nova Esports, and as we can see, Almighty is there getting close to the target right now. And I love how Heaven sets up that garage push. Though it's not successful, they just wait in there for the rest of the gang, the rest of the team of Almighty before they go in. They don't go additioning, lining up against Nova Esports that easily, but unfortunate for them, they didn't get a break. Money Hill, I would say, sticks for Nova Esports, and Almighty goes in for the early rotation.
Amen, brother. They rich right now. They're right back in the matchup. Nova, what a hole on that Money Hill. And of course, the gods of RNG weren't on Almighty's side, but the IQ plays have always been with the Singaporeans. Here comes the Pretty. Does manage to take Shut Up out of the equation, but the damage might be done here with the early rotation as well as the double hole for spawns and gardens. Almighty should have this job done, but Spy might just be the guy that undoes them yet again. Heaven saves the day. He's still alive and kicking. 2 players inside of garden. Make sure the spawn still belongs to Almighty, but Saturn hops on right back in there, and your twin is doing one heck of a job. Freddy comes through. Does it take anyone? No, it misses wide, and the spawn stays with Almighty. If that Freddy had hit, this would have been so different, Neptune.
Yeah, there was only one guy in there for Almighty that can be taken down, and Saturn's just missed them, or that Almighty member just got a little bit of cover for them, thus saving them from that Freddy. But here comes Neil right now for the push, but with only a few HP in there, Spy goes in there for the backstab. 20 seconds for them, but I would say 5 seconds remaining for Almighty. That is like very close for a win, and it's only a matter of stepping a few seconds at a time. Even if they are taken out, easy for them to get the dub.
Yeah, West is Nova that, you know, we are seeing right now at the start of the matchup, man. They're so good. They're all of a sudden so hungry. Okay, just like the Mustache, I think Nova kind of fell asleep. Heaven slapped them, woke them up. Guys on 43 already. Can he hit the 50 bomber? I don't think so, as Almighty wraps this up 250 to 190. But that was close. I mean, valiant effort by Nova. I love that almost comeback setup there that they took. But it is disappointing that they only woke up I believe like towards the very final quarter of that matchup. And it all started at that garage hole, right? Money Hill, they desperately needed it, and they got the job done. That shows that they've got the mechanical capability to control Almighty.
Exactly, but it's more of the track that they are going to cross from garage going into basketball court. It's a very long run for them, thus makes it difficult for them to chain those hard point. And if in case Nova Esports started off with 2 players already heading off the basketball court, probably from both sides, they might get information on how to get the approach on chaining them, giving them more momentum this side. But Almighty right now, compared to what we've seen from the initial match of Hardpoint earlier against Skate, this is the Almighty that we know and love. They understand the spawns, they utilize the spawns to their favor, and get the points, get the win.
Only a single player on the side of Nova with a positive KD. Only a single player on the side of Almighty with a negative KD. So yes, Nova can keep up with the gunfight. And yes, they did manage to recover towards the tail end of that matchup. But we need to see a little bit of a quicker start from the Nova squad. If this does not happen in this next matchup, things are most definitely going to come to a quick end here as Almighty tries to get a quick speed run through this matchup. And I hope that's not the case, man, because this is not just any match. This is an elimination match. Loser doesn't go home. They sit by the sidelines, but they don't get to compete for a bigger piece of the pie.
Exactly, and I'm looking at the map right now. Search and Destroy take off, and we all know Almighty can go in all ham in Takeoff, Search and Destroy. It's more of how Nova Esports has prepared for this map going against this team, and I'm pretty sure like all preparation has been done, but not so much that they can pull off all the plans they have and use the counter, because we all seen how much adjustment has been done by Almighty already. After losing the previous series that they have, they are more hungry right now compared to what we've seen from Nova Esports. I think there's still a little bit lax. And going back to the point that you've given for Almighty, I think they went overconfident as well for that first hard point. So hopefully they step up right now and give us a little bit of back and forth in terms of points, showing us the Nova Esports that we know of.
Fun fact about the European teams, all 3 teams from Europe are currently sitting down in elimination matches, man. You're talking about Stamina going up against Godlike in the elimination matchup for Group A. We're also talking about Strut going up against Vitality in the elimination match of Group B. And of course, what you are witnessing right now, Nova from Europe going up against Almighty in yet another elimination matchup for Group D. Europe's in a lot of trouble, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's still a huge continent and a lot more can be offered by this team, but not so much in this game. Early frags right now being brought into this matchup in the first point as quickly as that, even before we finish our sentence.
A little too fast for a match, but it's okay. I'll take that. This is an SND. I believe takeoffs are possible. It's not takeoffs are possible. Comebacks are possible at kickoff. See, case in point, I'm falling asleep.
I'll try my best to wake you up.
Thank you.
I don't know how, but I'll still try my best. Anyways, Incendio starting it off. This is a good start off. Incendio taking down Inferno, both of them on fire. I hope you got that joke.
Yes, I got it. I got it. You see, that's why I love casting with you, Callie. If you're listening, man, this is how jokes are supposed to go back and forth, boy. You don't let it fly over your head and keep talking about your point about the match. Sometimes people don't want to listen about the match. They want to hear a couple of jokes. And Callie's like, what was that? Green gets a double. Instead of pulling Callie's leg, we go hop on right back into the matchup here. Almighty took a quick round, and it looks like a second round is as quick as the first one. You kick that ball up into the air, but you know that's just gonna go out, man. Corner kick, but not for Team Nova. It's Almighty.
Yeah, Almighty right now, and like, not that I don't love the new skins and the kill effect right there, but it throws me off. I mean,
it does.
Having one shadow in there popping off after elimination really thinks of you like you might have a second hit in there on that shadow if you're not used to it. But Almighty right now getting that second kick into this game, hopefully the third. probably Nova Esports will be smarting it up, catching off how rotation is being done by Almighty at this point. But if the attackers will be dictating the pace, they can get for the initial frag. The defense so far with that second floor, not so hard. Elimination cannot be done on that easy angle. Creed says otherwise.
Yep, Creed just turning things around just a tad bit here with the Krieg 6. 5v4, nothing to shout about just yet for Alpha, who's lost the first 2 rounds. They are on the defense, and Almighty's not even bothering to take that bomb and rush to the site just yet, right? They're just trying to catch a couple of Nova players off guard, trying to take all of those picks first before they bring that bomb towards that site. And a lot of time to play with here, 50 seconds to go. And Almighty slowly inching towards that A bomb site. But one person can turn this around in the name of Saturns.
Yeah, and Neil started off already. Saturns all just have to go in there, but Saturns will not go in for that frag. It is Kevin and Street as well, and as quickly as that, Saturns finish it off against Jeff Pro. It's more of Nova Esports just setting it up. They had the initial frag already. Almighty is at a loss, even if they have plenty of time. Usually it's that 1 minute mark that they move, but because of that initial frag against them, they were left in there in the corner. Thus, Nova Esports just controlled them at that game.
Let's see if Nova can pull yet another one back. Shut up. Good angle held on to, but nobody makes a mistake from the side of Nova. Everybody's holding on to their corners well. Not pushing out forth, and Neil finds Incendio. That's a good frag early on, just to slow Almighty down a couple of notches here. As the boys started things off super fast, Neptune. Things slow down and shut up. Trade Screed out. It's 4-4. Nova needs to find a way to just lock these angles down, man. But Almighty, they just keep fighting those trades right back.
Yeah, and I'm really worried about Spy right now. He's a little bit in too deep, and the movement that he have, hopefully he will not make that mistake of misclicking. But Spy right now, and they're all still turning around and Infant J, but shut up in the response against Spy. But Neil follows it up. The trade-off between these two teams just makes it difficult to call who's going to win. But when it comes to advantage, Nova Esports probably.
This is the fight of Nova's life. I expect a little bit more fire. 3v2, and the advantage to them with the bomb in the hands of our dear little president, Jeff Pro. And A side's wide open, but the rotation from Nova ever so slowly approaching that A bomb side as well. Saturn's making his way to catch up in Inferno, and Inferno's already on standby, brother. This is not looking good for President Jeff Pro.
Yeah, like Inferno right now, the angle is holding really difficult to see, but a good chance for him to go in get that frag. But good thing for Almighty, rotation has been done on the other side, but Neil caught him off guard. Evan has been taken out. Neil goes in for follow-up and bouncing it off at a 2-2.
That's a beautiful one. And this is exactly what I expect in an elimination matchup. A little bit of a comeback, man. And, you know, best case scenario, Nova takes this match away from Almighty just to keep things a little fresh in the series. But that's asking for a lot. And Almighty, they had a very, very fast start early on. Irfan J already tagged up, but the guy still continues to push on forth. This guy has got guts, and he is punished for exactly that.
Yeah, I guess it's more of information that he wants to get and information he got, but the trade-off will be going in from both sides. 3v3 as quickly as that, with only 33 seconds to play. Neil right now going in for the nade, but no visual information just yet. It's more of a 2v3, and Neil goes in for second floor to get to this view.
3v2 once again. Nova just needs to wrap this up. Throw a ribbon on it, pass it back to Almighty and say Merry Christmas, boys. A little bit of an early Christmas present for you. Don't think Almighty will take that with a smile on their face, though. A little bit of a pause on the matchup, just so that we can see exactly what the map looks like.
Wait,
Jump right back in.
That's not really so much of a view. It's a back, like if it had a little bit on the left, we have a view of the skies though, and probably the clouds. But Jeff Pro right now going in for the plan, going solo in a 1v3, and hopefully the view is different from his side because he has to turn around, and there goes the defusal. No angle to take, and Spy just defuses that easily.
I mean, Spy's just been the game changer for the side of Nova. even from that hardpoint matchup, man, you know, hill after hill, he daringly breaks it without any backup whatsoever. Does not
Defend the objective.
second guess his maneuver
Enemy has
at all.
dropped
Reaches the bomb, goes in straight up for the defusal, believes in the rest of his teammates, but also he believed in the game of numbers, right? 1v3, there's no way in hell they're going to lose that. But President Jeff Pro, man, you can't underestimate this guy. And just as quickly as Almighty pulled ahead 2-0, Nova's right back in at 3-2.
Shout out right now initiating that against Neil, and Neil is one of the thorn from against Almighty right now. Incendio takes down Creed as well on the snipe, and the scopes is working this time for the side of Almighty. Spy on the other hand just responds and took down the ones who's best in the scope from this team, but Jeffro knocks down the heavens from Saturn, and wow, backstab! I don't know how Inferno missed that.
This is all up to Spy now. Has got the CBR4 in hand. It's a kill. You get to see a footballer kick a ball out there on the battlefield. Jeff Pro goes in for the plant. But shut up, fine Spy.
It's not over yet.
It's a quick bullet through his skull. 3-3. Almighty pulls it right back. But this is not going to be a quick one at all, Neptune. It's going to be as slow as it has been so far, especially with the comeback of comeback of Nova. And I don't care, right? Even if it is slow, as long as they can give us a good fight, that's what it's all about, man. This is the world champs at the end of the day.
Yeah, when we talk about slow, it's not about the pause that we are getting. It's more of the movement of the team. So the pause is in there, but the battle continues. And as we can see, we were asking for slow, but Almighty doesn't want to give us slow. They go in for those 2 frags and the trade-off against Heaven, but Spy right now for the plan. And there you have it. Timer is down to 40 seconds, and it is now a 3v1, but Neil is still at it.
Yeah, I don't know what Ferg is doing, but he better address his chat right now. There's an argument going on whether or not it's football or soccer. This depends where you come from, man. It's football. It's simple to understand. Foot to the ball, you call it football.
Yeah, I mean, argument like that is something that can pass.
It can break the internet.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like if there's an argument from all sides, but if you keep an open mind, it can just go either way.
Yeah.
Soccer, football, it works. Unless you put in American football in there, that's where it changes because you're talking about a different game.
Yeah, that has to be handball, brother. Yeah, they kick the ball. They grab it in most of the time and running around, right? It's like kids on a playground, right? This is my ball. You don't touch my ball. And then they get tackled out of nowhere. Going back to the matchup. They planted the CBR4 in the bomb, bro.
The enemy has the bomb.
And that is courtesy of Spy right there. Spy was holding the bomb, let go of CPR as well together with the bomb, but they are left with 2 players that's dead. And Neil trades off shut up, but not so much because they are left on a 2v4 situation. And yes, we have faith in Neil because of 10 francs that he has, but in this situation, it's difficult. Saturns will be taken down. This is now a 1v4.
There's no way Neil takes this, man. Although he is on fire, though. 10 frags so far. Trying to heavy carry the team, but he had to go down. His shoulder's aching, bro. Back breaking already. That's back breaking work right there. Try to carry the whole squad of Nova. Thank God Creed is just helping him up. But 5-3, jokes aside, Almighty is right back in the driver's seat right now. 2 more points from closing this up. I mean, that was such a beautiful take. All of the plays sliding at the very same time. I'm getting distracted here.
Same thought. Synchronicity. Like synchronicity. From that angle, they slid and jumped. I mean, I love that. I'm going to clip that later on. But either way, it's a plan right now being done by Spy as both of the teams has 1 frag from both sides. Nades will be thrown into shout-ups. Good thing he had visual in that. But Neil takes down Irfan J from the other side. And Incendio goes for the trade.
Yep, Heaven and Incendio. There were times where I used to complain about some of our observers from Garena, but you know, I love them right now. I want them right back, man. Spy gets the double. It is a solo play. Heaven, time's running out. The 14 seconds. Heaven makes a mistake. And that's the perfect one from Spy. Guy gets it done even in SNDs.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. It's more of Heaven missing the shot because from the angle that we have against Spy, it's mostly body shots, and you don't get that advantage if you go for the body. It's more of Heaven usually aiming for the head because he got used to Honest the Snipe, but that was one off for side of Heaven going against Spy, but this brings them closer to a tie. 5-4 the scores right now. As we can see, Spy really is the guy who changed it, and he's sneaky enough to go in for the defusal earlier on. That's why he has bomb sneaky enough to go for the planet spell.
I hope overtime works this time. It looks like it's gonna go to OT, man. Incendio. It's all about the timing. Spots one player, sneaks away. Spy right behind the wall, and Incendio can't even take that shot up against him. Someone else gets dropped. I don't know who's going down or who's still standing. Creed and Saturn's taking on Incendio and Clutch King Irfan J. Irfan J's not doing all that too well in this matchup. Bomb on the ground. Nova, they need to circle around the long way and try to get there, but look at who's watching the bomb, man. Incendio's got his eyes locked onto it.
Yeah, Incendio right now is in there preparing to pull the trigger, but as we can see, it's Incendio Irfan J. Irfan J right now more of a close quarter, best distance that he have from both sides, Alpha and Bravo. I love the angle that he's taking, but the initiation will be in there catching him off guard. Saturn's right now checking different corner. Irfan J opportunity, but I don't know what Incendio is doing. I think Incendio is not moving at all.
The whole stream's not moving at all.
No one's moving.
Okay. So chat's still kind of bantering about whether it's football or soccer, right? Let me tell you guys what FIFA stands for. It's the Federación Internacional de Fútbol Asociación. I win the fight. It's football. Okay? It's football, not soccer. Alright? FIFA has got the word football in it. And Almighty has got the word match point in their S&D.
I love that. I love that. And like I love the smiles from the rest of the team, but Heaven right now really focused, and this is what you want from Heaven. Even if he's not performing that much compared to Neil earlier, he's really catching up on Shout Up and Incendio at this point, and this is where we need these team of Almighty in. They are now 3v4 situation and favoring this game, but a trade-off in there on a 3v3. Everything is a pause right now, but looking forward to how this will end.
God save my sanity, man. Every time I get hyped up for the matchup, it just freezes. Irfan J, good strike. Someone else slows down, but Shut Up gets the final knock onto Spy. 7-4. Too easy for Almighty, but Nova, they had a chance. Spy was that hope, but even he couldn't do much against an Almighty that refuses to go down early in the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, they're pulling out all the cards they have, already taking 2 in this game, 1 more. But Nova Esports is not giving out that easily. We've seen that already from this game of Search and Destroy, but we go in for a hybrid of respawns and life count, because Control right now, though Almighty has a great chance of winning this, Nova Esports might pull in, especially with adrenaline pouring at them when they want to get this win.
Yeah, and let's see if or not the stats will do the plays of Nova any bit of justice here. Inferno, hopefully his soul does not burn in hell after this one. Just 2 kills in this matchup. He's going to struggle just a tad bit. Your brother Satins couldn't really perform all that too well. I'm actually surprised to see Irfan J bottom fragging for the side of Almighty. Albeit, he does have 1 more than Jeff Pro, but it doesn't really matter because Jeff Pro, his main intention in that whole matchup was to play that objective, get the bomb planted. And Irfan J, on the other hand, he's the slayer of the squad, man. He's supposed to roam around. He's supposed to protect the President Jeff Pro. But today's just not seeming to be the day where Irfan J pops off like he usually does.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the map as well. Angles in there, as we saw earlier in the post-game breakdown, it's favoring the snipers. So we saw 3 potential, like, like fixed snipers for Almighty and one who is usually going in a hybrid role. And as quickly as that, we are going into a different. I was surprised. I mean, they just took off their headset, they even shut off, took the glasses, and then it started the game right now. But we're watching the Bravo stream as we see at the bottom, and this is Vitality going against Front.
Yeah, and Vitality's already got this 2-0. I tell you, man, Europe's struggling in the World Champs right now. You know, a lot of people had a lot of things to say about India kind of losing their first 2 matches, but here it is, 2-0. Struts on the verge of elimination here, fighting for their lives, 29-29. This one's gonna sure as hell wake the Mustachio up. Strut, Hisoka hits that double for his squad, but it's all about Vitality and how they hold on to this defense here. That A control point has got the 3 players stacked up, one trying to rotate into B, but you can see the attack of Strut leading straight on into that. They should be able to squeeze out 2 of those quadrants unless someone comes to save the day, but it doesn't seem to be the strategy of Vitality. They're just going to hold on to that A control point.
I mean,
as well as what we can see, I love the position of Afro right now, giving more of a chance for Bravo to be taken. But with that Alpha right now available for taking for number 3 and number 4, they are not stepping in that quickly. They want to get the rest of the teams right now. Unfortunately for them, rotation from Vitality is more prime, and thus they go and clean this up. But with the lives right now, Strut is an advantage at this point, almost 10 in there in the lead.
Vitality started things off a little good, but they haven't been all that too perfect on their defense for this round. Because look at Strut, man. Just 7 lives lost on the attack. Now that's a very efficient attacking round if you ask me. And they have not just an opportunity here, but a very, very big opportunity to shut down Vitality, at least in this control matchup, and keep themselves alive in the competition. Because if Strut does not do that, that's about it. Neptune, this is an elimination matchup.
Exactly, and that has been brought into us by Resmo, who is utilizing the SKS. The distance that he can cover, being in the same place, he can get a lot of frags. We've seen that already. 24 in this on him already. After in there, more of an up close and personal battle with CBR, and with the combination of just these 2 can bring the points, the life point of Team Vitality to that low. But as we speak right now, it is only 5 points, the lead of Strut in terms of life. But as we can see, 46 seconds remaining. If in case Team Vitality can hold this up and not lose any lives, they might take a win.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Vitality's whooping butt once again. They have managed to bring the numbers down already. And now, just a mere 3 lives of advantage for their opponents. Strut, Vitality. A little bit of a lag. We gotta wait for the screen to catch up. I was just getting heated up.
Yeah, I mean, I put an analogy of Gray right now, wherein Gray can go either way in favor, and that's what we're seeing right now. But the moment that we start it up, it is now a 4-8 or 5-8 right now, and I'm seeing a 4 in there, but still very close. 4-5 right now, back to Search and Destroy or probably TDM.
Yeah, and they have to just get the players of Strut off of that control point, because 7 seconds to run down. And someone better refresh their internet connection, man. Usangala. What happened?
It's very much like what we're saying for the team. It throws up your momentum. We have that high. We are very close in there, but we're losing that. But as we go back, I mean, that was just I would say, interim to what is really in here that we're expected. Summit control right now after 2 wins of Almighty, but I would say Team Vitality in there, a good chance for them to really catch up. Unfortunately, Strut, from what we've seen, has a great hold of their lives and saving up their lives for later, so that just in case they want push forward for the capture, they can do so.
I'm gonna pay for who's having this bad internet connection to just sort it out before tomorrow, so that when we head on into day 2, I'm gonna have these stutters and lags, man. I mean, it's just taking the steam out of the mustachio every single time, Neptune. Every single time I rile myself up, I want to hit those high notes. Then we just pause. We take a technical pause. Not even a technical pause. Technically, it is a pause. But it's okay. Almighty starting things hot this time around on control.
It's a
Just getting excited
tragical.
again.
It's a tragical pause, I would say.
Tragical pause. Good one, man. 24-27. Almighty still with the lead here. They are on defense, and when you play defense on Summit Control, you are in most definitely in the advantage because the two control points very close to each other, and the attacking team doesn't really get to kite around, kind of bait you to get to one control point and then quickly rotate over to the next one because it's just like a few steps away. So Nova has to win a lot of those gunfights, which clearly they are not doing. 25 seconds on the clock. They barely have touched those control points.
Yeah, and those who control that second floor control really control. Those who take that second floor will take advantage in terms of getting a lot more of lives, but unfortunate for Nova Esports right now, they're already down by lives, down by the time, and I think this is like more of an almighty game. Defensive like it is favoring them, but not so much when we see them on the attack, because it's barely that we've seen teams really start it off well once they are on attack side.
And once again, Nova kind of kicking into gear a little bit too late. We saw the same thing come through at Hardpoint. And you can't have the same thing happen at Control, man, because they're already down 2-0. Look at the smile on Incendio's face. The confidence is slowly returning. And that's just spelling a lot of trouble for Nova here, because if Almighty continues this sort of a dominant run, a 3-0 down here at Control is just way too easy. They don't even have to get there, though. Question is, can Nova stop them? 27-30 this time. They're down on the lives, and Nova's off to a fantastic start.
Definitely, especially with that defense on that purifier, that could have done a lot of damage in there. It's a good thing they have held a good angle, but the angle is not so much that they can push aside Almighty. Almighty is already in there in between the points, and it's more of the rotation of the rest of the teams that they need to hold on to. But it's a good thing those 1 and 5, it is Heaven as well as Irfan J, who still maintains to go alive in this point.
And just like that, Almighty's kind of equaled up the numbers already, but Nova still has got a great defensive hold. It is a very, very defensive-sided map here at Control Summit. And if you've played it before, I highly doubt a lot of you guys have, because it's not in ranked for some reason.
Yeah.
I wish it was, though, because it's a very fun game mode to play. Of course, if you have a squad. If you were just going in as solo, then good luck to you.
Yeah, I guess the only solo that's lucky is a solo that is in this competition. But kidding aside, I mean, we are seeing a lot of movements right now, but not so much on the ticks. It's only now, after only left with less than 30 seconds, that Almighty is going for the capture. They have good advantage earlier on, but the advantage right now is not because they cannot, they can pull out of those spawn trap that is being tried by Nova Esports. It's more of they are surviving a little bit further compared to Nova Esports, but that will not matter if the time is counting down.
Yep, 11-8 now. Nova has got 3 life on the positive. Make that 4. Almighty slowly trickling down in terms of the lives that they are holding on to. 5 more seconds, and this looks like it's gonna be done and dusted for round number 2. Nova gets a too early, Mustachio. The timer has been paused. And look at that quadrant. A control point, solo hold, clutch king Irfan J finally gets shut down, and that's about it.
Yeah, Heaven right now has lost that footing onto that hill. The timer runs down. It's a good on Nova Esports right now. The dream is still alive for them, but for how long? Because we've seen this gameplay as Almighty in defensive, but they have been thrown out in there from that first round. So hopefully rotation will be a little bit more prime for Nova Esports so that they can get around, probably take an attack point. And I'm looking forward that Nova Esports takes this map win so that they can stretch it a little bit further, bring it to hardpoint and search and destroy once again.
Almighty should have this on their side unless Nova has got a fantastic trick up their sleeves, or they just absolutely wake up and smash their heads against Almighty, crack their skulls, and take this match away. I mean, it sounds aggressive, sounds ruthless, sounds brutal, but you got to do it, man. It's Almighty.
Exactly. I mean, Almighty is a team that really doesn't rush that much, but once they rush it, they calculate it already. And Nova Esports needs to recalculate as well to recalibrate their gears so that they can go against them. And Almighty right now, as it seems, they are at awe as 2 ticks from both sides already being taken by Nova Esports. And even Nova Esports taking the lead in terms of lives. And Almighty, I don't know what's happening on them, but they need to gain a hold of this alpha.
1-2-1, 16. But Almighty, I mean, you kind of see the damage being done here already. 2 quadrants taken away for the A control point. B control point's totally shut down. We talked about how this is a defensive side, but Almighty is not doing too fantastic as Nova makes this run out of nowhere. I mean, where was this side of Nova earlier on? I'm not complaining though. I love this. Almighty now being pushed back and Nova in the lead at control.
And this is what I'm talking about. If you can get an attacker point, it's much more easier for you to get the win. And I really love the movement coming from Nova Esports right now. I mean, they went in, and I guess that's the advantage of the map as well because of how close it is. Both capture can be done, and the coverage can be done as well at the same time. That is what Nova Esports did from that previous round. Hopefully, Almighty can do the same or probably adapt the same. Otherwise, they might be a loss right now on a 3-1, but they are trying. Bravo not entirely captured. They go in for alpha.
8-22, Almighty this time round. I mean, Almighty wants to hit back equally as hard here. They're making a beeline for this A control point. And look at the sheer number of players trying to rip that control point away. Nova has got no access into this control room at all. And that's a little bit surprising. Nobody's on that second floor, all because of Clutch King Irfan J. Neil finally steps on up, and does he get second player traded out? Incendio doesn't catch him. Neil's still alive and kicking up top, but the damage has been done already. Now off to the B control point, which still you see Almighty players standing at.
Yeah, I mean, that Bravo right now, opportunity for Nova Esports for the capture, but they couldn't get that first stick, and the Lights right now is in lead 10 live in here for Almighty, and they can waste it, but with Irfan J guarding this door, nothing will be wasted that easily. Irfan J can easy trade off that 2, bring it to 10, and we'll have to find out what rotation will be done. Oh, the cheeky spot by Jeff Pro, and he's not moving that much. He just wants to get information.
Information is king though at the end of the day. Nova, I mean, a 10 life deficit is going to be very painful, especially if you are on the defense and Almighty is rushing in at you. But Neil gets that double for himself. Jeffro tries to trade them out, but to no avail. Perfect defense this time, held on by Nova, but 16-9. Almighty can turn this into a team deathmatch, but they got to start winning out a couple of gunfights here. Neil, Purifier in hand, but nobody from Almighty stepping up front just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so much of wasted specialists in here, and that is what we've seen from Neil. Pulling it out a little bit too early, probably got 1 in there, but at a loss in terms of turning over to their side. It is a 12-5 in lives right now. 1 more, and it will dwindle down for the lives and also the manpower of Nova Esports. With only 2 left, 55 seconds on the clock. There's so much that you can do, but Nova Esports really left right now. My brother has been taken down, left with only Inferno, but Fire might not be that easy factor for him to take this win because he can be taken down by Heaven that easy.
And this is where I start to smile a little bit wider because Clutch King Irfan J has finally woken up Neptune. I mean, the guy's on fire right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the perfect timing for Irfan J to be on fire, to clutch up every moment that he can, get that coverage, especially in the close range, because he have good coverage as well from the far end. Shut Up right now is in there. Good opportunity to get like an angle against the team of Nova Esports. But as we can say early, and Shut Up goes in, guns blazing. Oh, well, not really guns blazing, but his gun is fire right now when Jeff Pro follows with up.
Yeah, I mean, the damage could have been a little bit more stellar from Almighty, but all three players kind of wasting that Purifier. 3 Purifiers invested. I believe they only got a total of 4 or 5 kills out of that. That's an absolute waste if you ask me. They went a little bit too... This is what I'm talking about, man. Almighty, when they get confident, they get a little cocky, and that can get turned around really, really quickly. And hopefully that's not the case here. But if that is the case, then unfortunately, they deserve it. They just have to play this a little bit slower. They don't have to rush this through. It's not a sprint. It sure as hell is a marathon worth $700,000 US.
I guess I get the ideation of why they're doing that. 3 skills in there being used for them to trigger the spawn trap. Unfortunately, Creed just broke through that spawn trap, but I guess the lies right now still favoring Almighty. They back off so that they can save up. They can also get good coverage and angles to go against Nova Esports, and as we can see, still 9 life deficit.
And match pause, of course. I mean, I would love to raise my voice and scream, but it's unfortunate. Inferno Spy, they get a couple for themselves, but 14-6, this looks like it's an impossible maneuver for Nova. They are on the attack, and they've barely put a scratch on those control points. 1 quadrant taken away at the B control point. Almighty, on the other hand, controlling this matchup all down to the T. But this A control point now on the attack, and it looks like Almighty has got no angles to work around with. Heaven spots out Inferno. Creed right down below as well. If Heaven can say... yeah, okay, yeah, they won! Woohoo!
They won, and I guess that like if we follow through what's happening, that's how it sounds. But either ways, Almighty in their dream is still alive. Unfortunate for Nova Esports, they will be supernova imploding and exploding, and they're out of the picture.
I don't know. I mean, I'll take the observing. I'll take the lobby mess ups. But can we just have no lags, man? Because we just missed the game-winning moment. That's a little unfortunate. And look at the sportsmanship out of the Almighty players as usual, man. And Nova, obviously, they did a lot to get up to the stage, but it was a little unfortunate. Getting smashed down 3-0 by the one and only Lion City representing Almighty. And what better way to get it done than to finish things off at a map or match mode that they absolutely love. Control, but it wasn't an easy one though, Neptune. Nova did take them the distance.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing that Almighty really needs to be careful of, because as they move a little bit higher, it gets a little bit harder. I would say with the position they're in right now, it's comfortable that they can get this 3-0, but from earlier, before reaching this level, it's very difficult. So they're moving back to that level, to that stage wherein tougher teams will be gunning against them. And then if they move up a little bit further, it gets a little bit more harder. So early understanding of mistakes, correction of those mistakes needs to be done. I trust that Almighty can do that and discuss that overall, but how much can they put into play?
I absolutely agree, man. You know, it's what's the time now? 4 o'clock in the morning. The night is still young. The morning is still young. One of the two. One of the two, right? But with Almighty getting that win already, that means they still survive in this competition. Neptune, good on them. Nova, on the other hand, unfortunately, will have to bow down and out of the competition. And although we would like to see them kind of hang around a little bit longer, it's not up to us. It is up to their performance at the end of the day. But a quick update for all of you guys. Godlike is actually down 2-0. Stamina has got the stamina to work through them, and they are down to one final matchup at Control. Godlike can make the difference, though. If they do manage to win this Control back, they keep themselves alive. A update from Group B's matches. Strut is down to Vitality. 2-1. Vitality with the 2 initial scores. I kind of like that from Vitality. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a info here. 250 to 185 at Summit. Vitality got that one. 8-6 standoff SND. They got that pushed into a little bit of an overtime, but they still managed to secure it. 3-1. Vitality took the L as Strut made a good comeback. So that's exactly what we are expecting out of Godlike as well. But at the end of the day, you know, we'll take whatever we get, man. But the first team to get eliminated from the competition. Has to be a European team. Nova, they did try their very best, but Almighty was just a little too strong to face up against.
Yeah, I mean, Nova Esports had a good chance really to fight it off in here, especially with the composition that they have. But unfortunate for them, we know Almighty. Once they are Almighty has been pushed in the corner, they pull out all the cards that they have, and that's what we've seen earlier. Even at attacking phase, they can get that win, and Nova Esports just at a loss, waiting for that trade-off on control to get an advantage and probably bring it to a hard point wherein they have a better chance against Almighty. But unfortunate for them, Almighty really have control because that is their best game mode. So, well, Nova Esports, really, really unfortunate for them. Good chance, but still not enough.
Update from Group C. Tribe managed to beat down Q9 3-1. You guys kind of saw that a little bit earlier on as well. And now, Q9 in an elimination matchup, Almighty in an elimination matchup. I mean, what are we even watching here, right? Like, once again, stats out the window. This is the freaking World Championship where anything goes. And it looks like some of the favorite teams are struggling just a tad little bit. But favorites depend on exactly who you ask, Neptune.
Exactly. And I'm looking at what is showing up right now on the winners match and going in onto the prediction, because remember the start of the day wherein we were discussing in the prediction and how close we can get to this, and I guess we got a better read in there in most of the cases, especially for the top teams, but not so much from where we're questioning like if Q9 has a chance to take a win, but it is a chance, more of a chance for them to get back, similar to what we've seen from Almighty. And if that happened, what we anticipated might be the result, but it might be the case as well, where in other teams really are not, like they were hiding strats from qualifiers or from their stage 4 qualifiers into stage 5. Thus, we cannot read that easily. Yeah,
I mean, but it would be quite unfortunate if they hit strats at their qualifiers and then they come here and they still lose, right? So, yes, you're hiding strats, but who cares? Because some teams play to the weakness of the opponents. Some teams just play to their own strengths. And a lot of the top tier teams here are playing to their own strengths. Almighty, most definitely one of them. But even them playing to their own strength wasn't good enough to remain in the winner's bracket, right? We saw that very unfortunate kick down to the lower bracket, but I mean, Skate was phenomenal. Skate was just that damn good. And now I'm excited. I want to see Skate in performance. And it looks like we just got to wait a little bit as Luminosity Gaming gears up for that matchup. But that's, of course, not going to be right now. We're still waiting to see exactly which other teams get eliminated. And Nova has been the first one. We will need to see if or not Stamina can still be the hope and pride of European Neptune.
Yeah, and well, Team Vitality as well has a good chance really to get back in there. From what we've seen earlier, it's just surprising, but Team Vitality has a good chance in there against Frut, and also to check out what will be the result or how it will start off from Infamous against Q9, but or Influence against Q9, and well, a lot has been set in there. I guess the distance that we've traveled from the start of this day towards the end is very long already, but we're just going to go for a quick pause right now because we really need it, I would say.
I mean, it's 6 hours. The day's just getting started. A quick short break. When we come back, more teams get eliminated.
Enemy contact. Contact with enemy.
Recon standing by. Cut down.
Contact with enemy. Contact with enemy.
Target down. Sentry gun ready for deployment. Recon ready for deployment.
Enemy contact. Contact in the region.
Recon standing by. Cut down.
Contact in enemy. Contact in enemy.
Target down. Sentry gun ready for deployment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You are watching the hottest Call of Duty mobile action right now. Here it is. It's the Call of Duty World Championship 2022 Stage 5 where all the best teams is gathered to fight for the lion's share of 700,000 US dollars. And to bring you into this game, it will be me, Callan Gaming, and we will be down here with the Mustachio AJ. And we're currently at the Group B lower round 1, where we obviously thought Team Vitality will be able to remove Shot Esports in just 3 maps. And well, it's totally not the same situation here right now, AJ. Shot Esports up by 5, and they're looking to end it here.
Yeah, poo-poo just hit the fan for the Indian squads. because they were leading the series 2-0 and Strut out of freaking nowhere are on this comeback streak. 2 games back to back, and now even the Search and Destroy, they're dominating. Joko versus Hisoka. And it looks like Joko might be able to pull this back. He doesn't have a choice though, bro, because if he doesn't, Strut is on match point and Vitality on the verge of elimination.
Yeah, Jokos has to make sure that the way he moves here is gonna be well strategized, because any wrong mistakes can lead to an elimination. And we already know Hisoka, although he's got 4 kills in the game, he's got prime position here, but the play at the back, the flank is on. Joko spots the player. The 8 kills could be a matter for him to worse, but yet again, the guy goes down, and now Joko's on the hunt, and Hisoka shut down, and Team Vitality removes the odds of Strut Esports getting that the match point for now, AJ.
Yeah, smart play from both players there, but obviously Joko just one step ahead. Got a little lucky as he decided to hop on down, spots out Hisoka, who had his back turned, and he gets an easy kill. Hisoka could have gone in there for that challenge for the engagement against Joko, but he wanted to play the safer strat. Ended up going south, but it's okay. It's all expected in a game like this. But Apper as well as Boot, they find those initial frags with Jesus turning things around. Random and Joko, they hit back to back. And this is a 3v2 to the side of Vitality.
Oh, you hear the crowd right now? Boos just happening all around. And well, a good turn there by Jokos, and Random wins the gunfight against Mojito. Now, it's all down to Boot. And Vitality looking to win back-to-back rounds as they are searching for the last player of Strut Esports. I mean, they're currently down by 2 rounds. If they get this win, they're only down by 1 round, and they might be able to turn this on. And right now, Boot is still very much alive. He's holding off a very insane angle. He's back against the wall, AJ. And there's 2 players right beside him.
See, the boost that you heard, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier on at the start of this event. The mental gameplay from these players needs to be rock hard, man. You cannot allow your emotions to be swayed. Boot, fantastic backstab, but information gameplay, jeez, turns that around. 1 more point to catch up with Strut.
Oh, well, that's a good mental fortitude for Vitality, despite them really lacking some firepower on the first 7 rounds of action. They have come back in here on that round number 8 and round number 9, which is kind of monumental because they removed the odds of just shot taking over this game. So right now they have the momentum. Can we see them chain this one to a 3 spree in terms of the round wins? And right now, as the attacker, they really love initiating. Jokos gets the first blood, and Strut Esports down to the final 4 players.
Joko, fantastic. Random takes Hisoka out of the equation as well. 4-5. Let's see what the Indian squads have got in store for us. Strut, Boot, Cheese. Are we gonna see a cheesy play out of him, Sam? Hits Mojito down. He takes a shot. Not drunk just yet. 4-5. The equalizer coming through for the Indian squad. And right for final player in the house. Double challenge. And we are all equal in this elimination matchup.
3-round win. And by the way, Team Vitality is the only Indian representative that's left in this game after Godlike dropped their match against Stamina Esports in the elimination match at Group A earlier, where they went down getting swept by Stamina 3-0. But for Vitality, they are showing some life right now after winning those 3 rounds. They definitely love initiating. You see, Jokos always hits those first blood. Right now, this guy holds off the most kills for his team. 12 kills, by the way. But Boot now able to get the first blood. And obviously, speaking for Vitality, they are looking to push the bomb at the B side. Argon will plant the bomb. 45 seconds of 4v5 retake.
For the point of being the only Indian representative, let it be noted that even if they get eliminated, I'm Indian. I'm still representing, baby. 5-5. Sams turns one around. It's a 2v3. Things look a little dire for Vitality. Joko 1v2. Can he get those strikes? Back to back, Locust. And the attacking squad of Vitality. Oh, what a shot by Joko! Positioning supremacy. And now position given away already, but right up on top. Joko! Joko keeps Vitality alive.
That's just something that Strut Esports can't just lose. A 1v2 from Jokos, and this is where you really go down to the littlest of details. Take a look at the plant made by Argon. It was an open plant that is visible right through the command center, and Jokos only just had to pick those acute angles to take those players down, and what a step up from them, winning 4 rounds in a row. They're looking to end this here now, this round number 12, and wow, because it's play. They will be putting out the attackers at the A site, but one player go down in a random. One key player is going to be officially out. But the good news here is Argon still has that bomb, so they can still work around the map and, of course, rotate here, AJ.
Come on, Indian boys. Make India proud. 6-5. Strut. Europe already has a team in there. India needs one, and Joko delivers. Yet again, it's a 4v4. They can't take advantage of the situation just yet. They have to slow things down. They are on the attack. They dictate the pace. And it looks like that bomb's already going to get planted down onto the ground already. The pressure is going to be piled up onto Strut. 45 seconds of play. Let's see what the Europeans have.
I'm team set up here right now for Team Vitality. Argon putting that open plant to V. And of course, Joko's holding off that P4. And well, first shot, they got a 4 players here. They just haven't been moving at all, but they have an oversight right through the P2. But they are just wasting so much time in here right now. They gotta move. They just need to go. Cheese wins one against Rasmo. Now it is all going down to the wire. A chance for Team Vitality to end this game here with 15 seconds left on the clock. And now Cheese comes in here hot with that shot, and that snapback just continues to pour on in the hands of Vitality. The smoke is coming through, and Cheese has to make the play. Double there to win it. 8 cents. Shot esports back to Europe.
What a play by Vitality. They almost got reverse swept, but they stayed alive. The Joko Cheese combination, final finisher, and in moments like that, you cannot take the situation too lightly. Cheese understood that. He went rushing out, got that perfect secure. Fantastic play by the Indian squad, and India stays alive in the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, they have the mustachio buff there. As soon as we head into the matchup, they were 5-2, right? And then they won straight 4 rounds. And amazing
Gotta throw
plays
the
from
Indian
Joko.
masala in there, you know?
Yeah, also the Donburi. Oh, I don't know.
That fell flat, man.
Oh, I'm
That
sorry.
fell so flat. You mean Pani Puri, not Don Puri.
Oh, okay,
the wrong
Pani
with
Puri,
you.
yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I have forgot. Okay, never mind.
It's okay. It's okay. Good try, though. Good try. Getting there. You just gotta refresh the Indian menu in your brain just a tad bit. But maybe you'll go for some Indian food when the day kind of ends or starts at about 10 o'clock in the morning later on. But it is a good day in here today, right? A lot of unexpected situations kind of breaking down. I mean, we didn't expect Strut to make their way back up after Vitality clearly had a super strong start. And, they could have been reverse swept, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And to think that Team Vitality just went in guns blazing to the first 2 maps. I mean, they won Summit 250 to 185 and Standoff 8-6, then just decided to drop off the next 2 respawns. That's kind of alarming for them. But the good news here is Team Vitality will be able to move into the decider match later on. But now, looking at the series layout for the Group Upper Qualifier, this is going to be the Group B matchup between Wolves and Inco Stalwart. And Inco just coming off a fresh victory against Vitality. I mean, they obviously swept the team, and Lucazin played a huge part of that. I mean, that hardpoint slumps, he scored 42 kills at that matchup, and Wolves need to really watch out, especially on this response, AJ.
Yeah, man. Amen. NYSL and the matchup against Smart Omega, that's still on standby. But in the meantime, we hop on over to Wolves versus Inco. And Wolves did manage to get that beautiful 3-1 victory over Strut earlier on, kicking them down into the elimination matchup to face off against Vitality. But can Wolves do the exact same to Inco to push them down into the decider match and then move on through as the first ones who are going to be waiting at... Okay, wait, they're not the first ones, are they? Nah, they're not the first ones, but it's okay. We'll take that back. 3-1, Almighty versus Nova.
No. Oh, this is Wolves and Inco. They got the overlay messed up again. And well,
it's Almighty versus Nova.
Wolves and Inco.
No, I'm just pulling your leg, bro.
There you go. Yeah, the overlays are updated. And here's the thing. Wolves, ever since the start of CDFI, had some huge trouble winning hard points. And we did saw them drop 1 map against Strut Esports earlier, losing standoff 189 to 250. But here they are right now, thrilling at this P1. I mean, obviously you see P1 as this crappy hill, but Inco just makes it look so easy with the map control that they have at this one. They put Rafa onto the top 4 control, and they have Noel down there in that hard point, soaking up time, and a dominant lead so far, 34-3. And should they get the 6 seconds, it's about 42, or just about a 40-point lead coming in the hands of Inco here.
Somebody needs to tell the observers to turn on the mini map, brother. I have no idea why in the world they would turn it off.
There you go.
But I guess they like a
Burns.
super clean screen. Thank you very much for hearing me. Thank you for the mini map. And it looks like Nova is on a... No, Nova's definitely not on a streak right now. Wolves, on the other hand, 7, they...
This is so trippy.
are trying to get back. Inco 42-11. And who would have thought Wolves would actually be struggling against a team like Inco?
I mean, this Inco squad definitely is one of the best teams coming in from the Latin American region. And I mean, a while ago we saw AMT go up against the second team of Latin America, which is Cade, and you know they fall down into 5 maps. And I believe Inco Gaming is definitely a better team compared to Skate. And just by looking at their star player in Lucas, who's currently at 16 kills right now, he is just tearing this team apart and frying them like a fish.
Like a fish indeed, my friend. I love them fried fish. Earlier today, I had something called ikan bulos. I have no idea what that fish is called in English, but I had it with some banana leaf. You've had banana leaf before, Callie?
I don't eat banana leaves, but I eat banana, bro.
You've never had banana leaf before?
Is
You
that
don't
even
eat
edible?
the leaf of the banana tree, my friend. The food is served on a banana leaf. The banana leaf is the plate.
Oh, I haven't tried that. I feel like I'm missing out. I'm missing out.
You
This
are
is not good.
My lord, you are missing out on life, Callie. I'm gonna bring you out for some banana leaf the moment you get into Malaysia. 25-75 though. Inco's kind of dominating, trying to roll up Wolves in the banana leaf.
They're cooking them also later on after this. 21 kills for Lucas. 21. I mean, look at his teammate. The closest guy to him is with Crozin with 14 kills, and the rest has a single-digit kill. And take a look at the impact that he has right now for his squad.
Yeah.
But we do see Wolves now starting to step on the gas pedal as they put Zai and Peg inside of their hard point. Nia will be here to try to initiate the multi-angle push. He will be not able to get one as Dad continues to play up the Soaker inside of that hard point. Zai, we need to see more from him, and he doesn't deliver here. Every time they push in that P3, they always get shot down by Incos, and that's just shot out at that P3, and Wolves needs to turn it around here at this P4.
I don't know if I'm gonna be, depending on them to kind of turn things around, because even earlier against Strut, Wolves did lose their initial hard point to make a 3-1 comeback. This game mode, I mean, you and I both saw it at CDFI, isn't really their best game mode. It's all about those search and destroys. But they are making headway here, though. 40 seconds to go. Deadclaw ripping new ones through Inco. 50-99. They have one hella good chance to squeeze right back in here. 30-second hold on this hard point can get the job done. But with the generator spawns for Inco, they should be able to, at the very least, put a pause to this bleeding now.
And they're about to pounce here. This is a full flood, and it's going to be the point man Dad. Gonna be here up in front. It's gonna spot the player's gonna have to back away. His teammate is gonna fall down one at a time. And Wolves, after a disappointing P1, they have made it possible that they get this P4 to make sure they get the first 40 seconds on it. And now you see they are in striking distance, just about a 31-point lead that Inco has coming into this matchup. But you see, Lucas is just tearing this team apart once again. It's got 26, and by the time we move into the P3, AJ, I believe he's gonna get 40 kills.
I mean, I'm actually very impressed with what Wolves is doing in this matchup right now, because Inco had a super early lead, but we all know in hardpoint, even if you've got a 100-point lead, it means absolutely nothing. One good hold of that hardpoint can break your momentum and your opponents can quickly take over. But Inco trying to prevent that from happening back at this P1, but Wolves gets the break right back through, throwing in one player as the objective guy. King holding on to that life for his dear life, and 5-5. Nian manages to win his gunfight as well, but Rafa getting the damage done from the back, managing to hold back the players of Wolves just a tad bit, and Inco gets the break onto the hill once again.
And this is where Inco was able to separate them against Wolves Esports a while ago, where they were able to claim 30 points here at this P1, and not to mention how they were able to chain that P1 to a P2 rotation as well. So right now they're about to basically do the same. They sent out Noel to hold off this launch center, and he's gonna be able to do a great job of that. He's gonna swing around to the opposite side to just create the flank, and this is a perfect read for him. But no, Wolves will be able to get the read on that rotate, and of course take those players down, and away we go. Hardpoint opens up, and Wolves in the end will be able to break the spawn. Automatically gives them the opportunity to spawn right beside, but Frozen comes out of nowhere, and it actually is gonna be a 50-50 off of this rotation battle, AJ. 86 to 128. This game is tied up to the ropes, and it's still a very close game.
Most definitely is, but Wolves does hold on to the spawn for this hard point. The problem here is they can't seem to win out all of their gunfights on that launch center hard point as a whole, and now they head on right back in there. 3 players on tow, but Inko kind of running away with that matchup already. Zai spots 1, but being zoomed around, Noel gets the backstab, and the distraction was just absolutely perfect for the side of Inko. And all of those gunfights played away from the hard point just means that Inko gets to run away with this matchup a little bit further. Yes, we might see Wolves being able to break this hard point, but it's only because Inko has already moved on to the next one.
I mean, I told you about Lucas being able to reach 40 kills after the speed 3, and I think he is in line to do that. Right now, he's just been the super slayer that this team absolutely wants to see perform out there in the battlefield. I mean, just taking a look at what he can do here, he's got 40 bomb right before this hard point opens up. I mean, he is the sole reason why this team is absolutely up there, tearing Wolves apart. I mean, about a 100-point lead that they are about to get to accumulate in this matchup, but finally we see a multi-platform attack made by Wolves, led by King with that Purifier, and they get the brief hold for now at this P3, and that's gonna be useful for them because that stops the bleeding for now, AJ.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. Purifier invested in as well, but we hop on, take a look at their faces to see exactly how nervous they are. It doesn't seem like they're very nervous, but they've all put their phones down because somebody lost their finger sleeve.
Zai. Well, we talked about earlier that, you know, the teams aren't allowed to use finger sleeves, but here today we just find out that after looking at this close screen that they are allowed to use that. So it's really useful for this squad, especially in, you know, sweatiest match like this where everything is cut down to the wire, AJ. And I mean, great showcase so far for both ends, but Lucas, I mean, I'm so surprised. I mean, he was such a superstar player at the Latin American region, and take a look at him here right now, just dominating Wolves. 40 bomb, and we haven't even reached the 200-point mark here for both ends.
And we most definitely do. And what I find really cute about the squad of Wolves is Zai always has a scrunchie around his wrist. That's the girlfriend buff right there, I believe.
Oh, well, I wish I had one. Come on, Sabi,
Don't
give me
you
some.
have one?
Oh, I don't have. I'm sorry.
What? Oh my God, Wasabi. No, wait. Don't you have a scrunchie or don't you have a girlfriend?
I have a girlfriend, but I don't have a scrunchie.
Okay. Be specific, man. Like, what kind of a message are you sending out to the general public when you just say, in general, I don't have one, when I'm talking about him having a girlfriend buff?
I'm sorry. It gets really dancing. I mean, time check 4:43
Don't apologize to me. You gotta start apologizing to Wasabi. She's waiting with a roller pin in her hand.
Well, I'm sorry, Wasabi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It gets really. I'm really dense at times like this. But you know, we all have these days, AJ.
No, don't lump me in together with you, bro.
I'm getting cooked today.
You most definitely
Please wrap
are.
me in a banana leaf, man.
I will do that. But Inko Stalwart needs 90 points to win. Thank you for the update, but I want to know, why are we on a pause?
I mean, I think there is a problem in the lobby, so I think we're gonna have to go for a reset. So, like, I think the screen is trying to tell us that we're gonna go. It's the same thing that we're gonna go for a reset. Because I mean, look at the players. They drop their lobby, and you see one of the players having connection issues right there. He's addressing the issue right now, and really to see things like this happen in the LAN event, AJ.
I mean, it is what it is, man. I don't want to say it, but I'm not going to say names, all right? Because remember when we had the LAN event in the Philippines, and a lot of people had a lot of things to say. Oh my God, You know what? Why so many technical difficulties? Blah 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 blah. Well, now you understand, Pusangala. Now you understand. Even in the best of nations, it happens.
Yeah, and it is inevitable. You know, it's the first day, and there's a lot of broadcasts that's currently happening. You know, 4 simultaneous broadcasts is happening in the online
Look at his
broadcast.
handlebar.
Huh?
Look at his mustache.
Oh yeah, that's such a. It reminds me of yours, but I feel like yours is much better.
It's a different type of mustache. Mine's a handlebar. His is a rat's tail. Now, I'm not making fun of his mustache. It is actually called a rat's tail.
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
It's very cute.
How do you
I'm
grow
jealous.
stuff like that? I mean, you know, the hard. It's. I don't know. I'm lost for words here right now. It's hard to really. I tried growing a beard, but no, they're like my genes don't let me, AJ.
No, it's okay, man. Maybe you should just wear like just regular shorts instead of jeans.
Regular shorts over jeans? Why?
You said your jeans don't work.
No, my genes, like my DNA doesn't have
God
like.
damn it, Callie. If you let one more joke fly over your head, I swear to God, I'm taking the next flight down to the Philippines and I'm slapping you.
Here's the thing. I'm such an awkward person, and I can't separate which is the joke or not. But hey, this is the tournament groups brought to you by Republic of Gamers. And the elimination match that we had earlier, we saw 4 teams drop. And Godlike Esports, Struck Esports, Influence Gaming, and Nova Esports will be the 4 teams that will be first round exits. And after this next few games that we're gonna have, we're gonna be seeing 4 more, AJ, and that will cut this final 8 teams to play for that playoffs starting on day number 2.
Absolutely, man. But, you know, we obviously have to swim through some of these technical difficulties. Just like what we experienced at Stage 3's LAN event in Garena. It is pretty much the same thing. Day number 1, yes, it's a day of eliminations, day of fights, but it's also a day for production to kind of figure out exactly what sort of technical issues they need to get out of the way first before we get ready to jump. Wait, okay, so I believe they only need 90 points to win this. So yes, we are on a reset, but it ends at 90, correct?
Yeah. I think that's what was shown earlier at the overlay. So like Inco Gaming just needs 90 points to win this game, and they started all off. I mean, at P1, this is where obviously they claimed the most time earlier, AJ, and right now they are slaying this team. And Lucas earlier had 40 kills before like the game had to be forced to a reset. So I'm looking forward to how much can he do moving into this matchup.
And at this point, the viewers who are not really listening, they might have muted us or something. They're confused as to why we have this reset. That's why you don't mute the broadcast. 19 to 13. Wolves now try to make a comeback, but at this open hard point, it should swing back and forth. But what truly matters is they do go in there and contest so that Inco does not run away with this matchup, because Inco has got the capability of wrapping things up really quick once they start getting warmed up in these matches. And this is not really the best game mode for Wolves, so they need to be on their A game, Gally.
You mean CDFI 2022, they ended up with a 22.5 win percentage at the hardpoint game mode. So it technically says a lot that Wolves is definitely not just a hardpoint team, but more of an S&D and a control destroyer. But right now they're showing some signs of promise, and the goal here for Wolves is to not let Inco reach 90 points, because that technically is the end game for this matchup. Wolves right now is currently doing a great job changing the P1 to P2. 38 to 19 is going to be the scoreline of this matchup, and Inco still trying to find a way to break this hill.
Yep. It is going to be a tough fight for Wolves. Inco just needs about 68 more points to wrap things up, but Wolves is not going to let them get there. In fact, they are going to be planning to take this match. I mean, okay, fine. Inco needs 90, but what does Wolves need?
I actually didn't see them. I didn't see their scoreline before, like we had to force through a reset, but of course,
The
it's gonna be a
organizers are
lot
like,
more.
don't worry. Inco's gonna win. Just wait for them to reach 90. So, okay, noted.
Okay, noted. Again, guys,
Tested.
we're just gonna have to like re-emphasize what just happened. You know, we have to go for a restart. And again, Inco Gaming, they just only need 90 points to win this match. Wolves obviously needs a bit more than that, and they're doing a great job at it. But again, Inco just needs 60 more points here to win the match, and they are claiming time here at P3. Wolves will be able to break that, and Cian will be there to actually help this team break that. And there you go. They're doing a great job. Just hope that they continue. They have the spawns, they have the hard point. They just have to win the next gunfights.
Yeah, freaking fight of their lives, man. Wolves is on fire this time round. King on a 5-kill streak already. Finally gets taken out of the equation, but the damage seems to have been done already. The rest of the players have got the generators locked down. They want to string on this P.3 into P4 as well. Control room, you can see 2 anchor players already hopping on in there. They're taking the fight against Rafa. Rafa doesn't stand a chance against those 2 players. Freddy gets dropped, manages to take Nian out of the equation, but generator still is the spawn for the players of Wolves to play around with, and Inco are being held back by the Chinese squad.
This is something that you would want to see from Wolves. Now that they are guns blazing, they just have to make sure that they continue. They have Peg holding off the players off the stairs, and they have number 3 in blue. That's going to be Zai, using the objective, being the super soaker for this team right now. The goal is to not let Inco get the final 48 seconds to reach that 90 score limit for them to win this game. And right now, they are doing an absolute job at doing that. But now, we see the break coming through from Inco Gaming, and Lucas and Rafa will spearhead themselves here inside of the point. And now it's only 30 more points for the win for Inco, AJ.
Yeah, there's no way Inco's going to be able to finish this off because the time is just not enough for them. They need to string this hard point along with the next one as well. The problem here is going to be that the next hard point is on the reset. Advantage is going to be super open. Wolves 94 to 74. They just need 50 more, but they have the exact same problem. Open hard point. This can go either way, Cali. But Inco, obviously the ones who are slightly closer to wrapping this match up, and they are the ones to open that fountain as well. Wolves in a lot of trouble.
I mean, Lucas is here on the second floor. This is the prime spot for him to score more kills. Earlier, the first game before we reset, we have 40 kills for him. And there you go. They will be able to rack the final few seconds, and Lucas ends up with 18 on that second hardpoint match that we have, which is a redo or like a continuation of the game that we had on this hardpoint takeoff. So, with all that you said, 58 kills combined by Lucas to win this hardpoint number 1. AJ, take a look at that.
I mean, it's a fantastic attempt by Wolves. When the match restarted, one might be able to argue from the point of view of Wolves, if there was no technical difficulty, if they did not need to pull in that pause, perhaps they could have won that game out already. But obviously that's just an assumption. We hop on over to Skate now, as Luminosity looks to see if they can knock them down a scale. This is the winners match, so no elimination, but the loser of this matchup faces Almighty, where they might get knocked out of the competition.
And again, whoever wins this automatically gets a guaranteed spot for the playoffs and will be placed either number 1 or number 2 seed, depending on the performance that they will have later on. And you're watching the Charlie stream right now. Again, the Group D upper qualifier and Luminosity Gaming are doing an exceptional job at making sure that they are here slaying, and of course having the spawns as well. But Skate will be able to break that, as you see number 1 in yellow and Leozin will be able to secure the spawns for this team as he randomly spawns on the left side of the minimap. 25 seconds, still a lot of time for you to fight, and it's just a back and forth action happening here at this P3.
Yes, Kate, they do have the spawns though out of the Special Forces base. They use that to supply that manpower into the cable car platform. And the opponents have already gone in for a super early rotation to hold on to that blue radar station. And you know how important it is to anchor down the spawns at the Guerrilla base. This is an all-out attack now coming through from Skate as well. As they rotate around, they get the spawns out of edge platform. That is step number 1. Now the next step is to take away the spawns from the Guerrilla base as well. They desperately need to win this gunfight. Here comes the hunter-killer drone that finds Washi. And they get eliminated, but they take over the hard point. What a tremendous turnaround by Skate.
And now we go right back into the match that we are definitely about to pass, and it's between the Group A upper qualifier between NYSL Mayhem and Smart Omega. But what a break there, AJ, by the boys of Skate. And of course, here now moving in, we're gonna see Takeoff. And a few notes. Both of these squads are able to qualify for the upper qualifiers by sweeping their opponents. NYSL Mayhem sweeping Godlike in the opening match. Same thing with Omega as they drop Stamina 3-0 in their opener. Now it's a matter of determining who really is the better overall. And obviously speaking, Smart Omega, just looking at the statistics, have a better overall track record in terms of hardpoint. NYSL Mayhem is more of an S&D team. And let's see if they're going to be able to break through that curse, AJ.
Yeah, the series is pretty much Bobby versus Mustachio, man. 15 to 53. Smart Omega managing to whoop NYSL into shape. But just like you said, Callie, this might not be the game mode where you see NYSL really go out and dominate. So Smart Omega better make this a quick one and prepare for a good comeback from NYSL in that S&D matchup a little bit later on. But how much can they dominate NYSL is going to be really crucial here, because if you can break their spirits early, you stand a good chance of winning the next one and kind of just steamrolling over them. You cannot allow NYSL to kind of build that momentum up, especially players like Lil B as well as Nero, who will make your life a living hell.
I mean, the two players that you just mentioned are tricky players. I mean, once you are able to shut them down automatically, they're gonna have a rough time building off their engines. And so right now, if you're not gonna be able, if you're not giving them the momentum, and then your odds of winning are entirely skyrocketing. And for Omega, they will be late to rotate. But guess what? They're able to pick inside a hill, and they're about to dominate the generators as well. And you see here right now the multi-flat-port push made by Smart Omega. One player was holding off the staircase, and Kendi now will be able to stay inside of this hill, while NYSL Mayhem will be spawning so close from the hard point, but they are kind of split. So like, yes, it's a good thing for them. The split push is gonna happen, but you're gonna have to trust your individual gunfights, and that we didn't see from them in here as Smart Omega goes up huge with their gunfights. 104 to 29, almost an 80-point lead here at this P3, AJ.
Said it once, we'll say it again. Even if you've got a 100-point lead in a hard point, it really does not matter if you're going up against a good team. And NYSL just is that sort of a squad that can make that comeback. But Smart Omega, they are just running away with this matchup very confidently. Claw investment now by Ravallo. He wants to take this control room away, and all of those bounces does nothing for him. Manages to take Whoopi out of the equation though, so no anchor for the side of Smart Omega. But the spawns and generators still held on by Whoopi. Can Whoopi make something out of this? Because the pincer push can come through, but Whoopi decides to turn around, and that's a grave mistake. If at all he had taken that backstab, things could have been different, because there's just a single objective player in there. But the rest of the Smart Omega players now out of frames. They hop on in one after the other. They get slayed where they stand.
Oh, this is just perfect right now for NYSL Mayhem. They are just slowly climbing this steep mountain as they go up against Smart Omega. I mean, who just obviously changed P1 to P3 and had an enormous lead here at this first set of rotations. And while NYSL Mayhem is doing a great job preventing these players from spawning, they're also actually trying to win some gunfights. So right now, momentum-wise, they definitely are slowly building it up. And well, they are also claiming time, so that's a plus. 69 to 125, and no, it won't be a long one as we jump right back to the middle of the map. It's all about controlling the second floors.
And just like that, they're right back in the game already. All NYSL needs to do is just sneak away a couple of points from fountains and make sure they can string it along into launch center as well. And this is what we were warning Smart Omega about. Cannot underestimate the capabilities of NYSL, because they will wreak mayhem upon your life. 71 to 129. Smart Omega, they have got no access into this hard point at the moment. Every single angle kind of blocked off already. Risky steps on in. He pays the price. Nobody else on point to hop on in just yet. Kendi tries to make a play. Even he gets eliminated. Rage from that backstab. Doesn't get anything from the hard point. This is a tough one for the Filipinos.
I mean, it was the last hard point that Smart Omega decided to let go, and now it's fighting let them off. Here right now, you see NYSL Mayhem is riding off of that momentum after claiming that money hill at P4, claiming the 30 seconds there to make sure that they are in striking distance. They have made sure that they make great strides to just decline and of course decrease the lead that Smart Omega's built up. But then again, answers just being provided here by Smart Omega as they continue to let NYSL Mayhem bleed in this matchup. 83 to 149. Just when we thought that NYSL Mayhem is about to host off a commanding backup or commanding comeback, well, Smart Omega decided to extinguish that, AJ. And here we go. B2 opens up, and there is going to be 3 players from NYSL Mayhem inside of this hill, but Whoopi there for the cleanup.
They do have the spawns here for P2 to play around with. Smart Omega very quickly hop on right back in. And it's all about how NYSL breaks this. Do they go in for the anchor spawn takeover because nobody from the side of Smart Omega is kind of holding on to it? Do they just want to bash their heads in? They choose the latter and they pay for it. As they try to bash their heads in, Smart Omega takes a crack at it and continues to hold on to the hard point. But Rabalo drops by with the claw and he breaks the hard point for NYSL.
I mean, here's the thing. If you're going to give Smart Omega the chance to claim the hard point time, they're going to get it. This is a team that really gets the best out of what they have at the moment. They are a grit and grind team, and they'll do whatever it takes to pressure you in any way possible. And this is NYSL Mayhem doing the exact same thing that Stamina was letting Smart Omega do. You do the slay in the perimeter, and of course, you let Smart Omega play the objective time. And of course, in a game like where you have to focus on claiming the hard point time to, of course, win the game, I don't think NYSL Mayhem is doing the exact same job. Yes, they are winning the gunfights, but in terms of objective, they are kind of lacking here right now, AJ.
But they do have a good chance of making their way back in here because situations like this is exactly what brings the monster out of you. And NYSL Mayhem, they just need to go ham against the players of Smart Omega. Pick up every single point out of this Aurora launch. Not allow those players to hop right back in there at all. Risky. Good quick 6 takedown by Little B. But Idra and Whoopi hit right back. This hard point still held on here by the players of NYSL. But things are getting dire. Players hop on right back in, but Nero gets the job done. Long rotation around. He gives away the scraps to the players of Smart Omega. Is this gonna bite them in the back? We will still have to wait and see as NYSL moves for a early rotation into control room instead.
Look at the Whoopi right now on the left side of the minimap, trying to break off the players in there. How we're gonna leave the game? So an interesting take in here. 134 to 202, and it seems like we're gonna hit the game to a pause. But Omega continues to play it through. But I clearly don't know what just happened in there. Maybe a connection problem for both ends. Not exactly sure, AJ.
It's a draw. Stand down.
That's why people in glass houses should not throw rocks, man. It's exactly why. See? Technical difficulties can happen to anyone. It can happen to the best of us. Now, everybody appreciates our stage 3 in Garena so much more, right? They're like, wait a minute. Now that we think about it, that was a really goddamn good production.
Well, you know, you're gonna have to give the World Champ Finals broadcast team a break because they're doing 4 simultaneous casts. But again, you just can't let this happen back to back. I mean, we have one against Wolves and Inco, and now this time around we have one for NYSL Mayhem and Smart Omega. So one is alarming, and second is not good anymore.
I thought that that's the sun rising up behind you, and I was just shocked. I was like, what's the time right now? But no,
It's a cat.
It's a cat. It's a cat. It's a cat. But it's multiple cats.
Yeah, we have 11 cats. Yeah. I don't know how my mom feeds them, though.
How does your mom feed you?
I don't know. I buy my own food. Just kidding. I love my mom.
Aside, though, that was a really good matchup, right? And I feel like NYSL had an opportunity to kind of squeeze their way right back in there. But I really don't know. We've got no communication coming through from the marshals that are on site. I didn't really see any players kind of lagging or kind of stuck in a tight corner. And, you know, there wasn't a technical pause called before the match was ended. So I'm just a little confused. I mean, people would be flipping tables right now if this was done at stage 3. So I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around exactly what the rule set is for some of these match resets, and whether or not it is called by the players or it's called by the organizers, and if at all it's called by the organizers, exactly what's the kind of viewpoint before the matches are restarted. Like, what kind of qualifies for a match to be restarted, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think I saw a comment from Bobby that was somewhere along the lines of only in Garena would you see a match restart at this point. I believe what was that? The match between Smart Omega
Smart
and
Omega
Blacklist.
and Blacklist. Yeah.
Yeah, but now that statement can be made for pretty much every single series that we've got in here. So I guess tit for tat. Who's calling the shots here?
It's really hard. And here's the thing, AJ. What these teams are fighting for is the upper qualifier. So in a close game like this, where it's a back and forth, the momentum is gonna be shifted all over. It's gonna be redone once again. So that's not something that it's not reproducibility. It's not reproducible anymore because Call of Duty Mobile is a momentum based game. You stop the game,
Yes.
and obviously it is gonna reset. Everything's gonna go on a reset.
Yeah. Obviously my thoughts on that is not going to be positive at all. I do agree with you that it's a huge momentum based game. You should know, you love the game. We've both been playing the game for the longest of time now, ever since the game was first released. So, hopefully this is not something that continues to happen, because I mean, a lot of teams obviously are going to be very disappointed with how things turn out if this does go ahead to continue, right? But NYSL Mayhem, even without that reset, even without the game kind of stopping abruptly, had a really good chance of making their way right back in. I do not understand what could have kind of urged this restart or this reset of this lobby. I really cannot just put my finger on it, but it's okay. I guess it is what it is. Like you and Warden always say, it is what it is.
It is what
Let's hope because I mean, what's the worst case scenario here? NYSL or Smart Omega gets kicked down into the decider match. Smart Omega's already beaten down Stamina 3-0, so nothing's going to happen there. But I guess in terms of the bracket setup, things are going to get a little bit tricky because you also have Almighty down here in the decider match. So that might just pit them against each other a little bit later down the road. You don't really know exactly what's going to happen. NYSL going down into the decider match isn't really a terrible thing as well for them, because I think they have got a crazy good chance against Stamina as well. So there's really no consequences of the loser of this match in terms of their progression in the competition. Yeah, I'm just a little lost for words in terms of exactly what do we talk about whenever we call some of these match resets, man.
Yeah, because it's very, very random. And to the point that where you saw NYSL Mayhem were able to actually get the P3 in the last rotation before we hit off of this reconnection or like a rematch or a remap or something. Or a remake
exactly.
of the
We
map.
don't even know what it is.
Yeah. So here's the thing. They were able to win that P3 and they were able to chain the early rotation to P4 as well. And then somehow, for some reason, two of their players left the game. For what? That's the biggest
Maybe they
question
didn't go
here.
to the toilet. It's a long match.
It is. But you have the momentum there already, AJ.
Yeah.
You got the early rotation. You got almost about everything. Then you start. You saw two players just leave the match like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna call sus on that move, but I think NYSL Mayhem had a really good chance at making a comeback against Smart Omega, and I was really enjoying that match. Just like how I was enjoying the match between Inko and Wolves before we abruptly switched on over to this game. I was just getting hyped up there, man. I tell you, this whole broadcast is messing with my mojo, okay? Every single time I get hyped up, we change the game. Or the game gets cancelled halfway.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's really hard to determine what really happens. I mean, on the main broadcast in the Call of Duty Mobile Esports YouTube page, they were casting Tribe Gaming in Q9, right? So they finished the first map. And then the search and destroy firing range, it didn't just reset once, twice, but thrice. So they had to redo everything all over again. And the next thing you know, Q9 won that match. And so
That's why little girls in glass houses shouldn't be throwing stones, baby. No stone throwing, okay? Very, very bad for all of the windows. Windows break, daddy will scold. And it is a situation here where we just have to, patiently just wait for this next matchup. And I am very curious if or not NYSL is going to start the matchup and be on a totally different mode versus Smart Omega. And are we actually going to just see total shutdowns coming through? Because, to your point, it's a momentum-based game. And if you check the skills, they're quite equal. Strategy-wise, NYSL Mayhem was lacking in the stake of Hardpoint, which is quite a surprise because you don't really see Smart Omega having this as their best game mode and map throughout all of their performances here at Takeoff Hardpoint in the past. But I would have expected NYSL to kind of keep up with them instead of playing catch up, because the disparity in terms of points at one point was close to 100, right?
80-point lead. It was an 80-point lead. And
yeah,
then,
so which is quite massive. So maybe that's why the reset was there. Maybe they had that 80-point gap because one of the players just weren't moving correctly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's totally possible. I mean, like a team like NYSL Mayhem who dominated their opening match versus Godlike, and of course won the Ascenda Hardpoint by a lot, 250 to 121. It's kind of odd that they can't go up and pair with Smart Omega right off the get-go. I mean, we saw them lose 2 Hardpoints back to back, and then I still don't think that, that 80-point lead is not something that NYSL Mayhem should be worried about, because they were coming back. They got the P3 to the P4. And then
Correct.
Yeah. And then it just happened, 2 players left the game. And so I hope that we get right back into it. But the question here is, are we gonna have the same thing? Are we gonna have the same setup where we saw an instance where Inca only has to win 90 points in a map just to be able to win a game? Or is it a complete remake moving into this first hard point for the opening match, for the winners match?
It's a very, very good question, Callie. I obviously am not the person to answer that question. We will have to wait for production to kind of lead us in terms of where we're going to take this match towards. But I've actually got a quick question, and it looks like you've already asked production on whether or not we can move on to a different game. I would be happy to tune into a different matchup whilst we wait for NYSL Mayhem and Smart Omega to get their stuff kind of sorted out in the background, because it looks like Luminosity has managed to win that first matchup against Skate.
It was kind of a very impressive take, honestly. But, Skate, despite defeating AMT and their hardpoint being pretty sound, having to see them get defeated by Luminosity Gaming is such a surprise. But again, it's kind of expected because you got Coach Image Plains, where, coached the Tribe Gaming of 2021, and of course Blacklist International in the Eastern Division. And it was able to bring these teams to the top and be the champions of the division. And so, I believe they are the dark horse of the group. And if they win that game against Skate, I mean, everybody's going to have to see them. And everyone has to look at them under the radar, because you can't just underestimate them anymore, because having to defeat Skate, who shocked AMT on the opening match, it's crazy.
And this is exactly what we expected out of Stage 5. Once again, take the notes, throw it out of the window, take the data, throw it out of the window. I think that's the same statement I made for our Stage 3 in Garena when, these boys from the side of Smart Omega became champions, because even if they had met in the past and they're all on the same server, that's all online. You get onto a LAN setup, immediately everything changes. All the more reason why we should throw those notes out of the window, because not only are they meeting on LAN, which is the exact same situation as Stage 3, but they're meeting all of the top teams from around the world. And everybody not only is good at the game, but they've got their individual motivation to get to the top, right? I mean, everybody is motivated by something different. Some people might be motivated for a bigger opportunity. Some people might be motivated by the money. Some people might be motivated to get their brand up to the top. But regardless of what that motivation is, one man's hunger sometimes is a little bit stronger than another man's, and the hungrier team usually gets the dub. This time, we saw Smart Omega being the hungrier team, but frustration can make you forget your hunger, and this is where the game of momentum kind of checks in a little bit. I'm actually a little bit worried. I I was damn happy with the way that game was going, not because Smart Omega was dominating, but because it was a clear show of quality between two very big teams that has, kind of been on our minds for the longest of time now. People may have asked, where does Smart Omega stand against NYSL? Where does NYSL stand against Smart Omega? Yada, yada, yada. We get to see that. And then for a little bit of an anticlimactic twist. And just like what would happen, now Smart Omega fans are going to be like, oh yeah, Mustachio, you're correct. So this is exactly what happened to Stamina earlier on as well. It's all about the momentum gameplay. And Stamina could have stood a really good chance if, there weren't those clunky remakes of that SND matchup as well. So I'm just hoping that this thing doesn't kind of turn around and leave a sour note or a sour taste in a lot of these players' mouths, because, there can be some legitimate disputes raised for some of these situations, Callie.
Yeah, of course. Like, for example, Drari on that search and destroy against Smart Omega, and having the observer really struggle in terms of like the setup of the game instead of like putting the overtime on, he left it off. So like little things like that actually can cause like a big difference in a game. And so Stamina was really fighting really great up against Smart Omega, wherein we did see a 7-7. It was all tied up until Smart Omega won that won their 8th round, and the next thing you know, we were expecting that overtime, and then the game just come to an end, and we were forced to play a match that isn't an overtime. So obviously speaking, Smart Omega continued to play on the attacking side where they were excelling at the most versus Stamina on the firing range, and then it just snowballed. And things like that really messes up the team psyche. But the good thing here for Stamina, though, they were shut down by Smart Omega on the opening matches, but they went up huge at the elimination match where they were able to really defeat Godlike 3-0 a pretty convincing manner in all 3 game modes. And now this time we are here at the winner's match, right? So whoever wins this will be the number 1 seeded team for Group A. And the advantage here is that you're going to be able to play against the second team of either Group D. So obviously speaking, it's such an important factor that we do see the squads here do their best. And having to see what just happened in that hardpoint takeoff, it's such a deal breaker for both of these ends.
Well, I have just checked in with production to see if or not we can get some sort of an update. We do apologize, guys. We do understand that it is a little upsetting to stay up really, really late, especially if you're not from, obviously, if you're tuning into this broadcast, you're not from overseas. But just like that, we are back into a matchup. This time, it is Inko versus Wolves, with Inko getting the first match on their side. It seems to have been super delayed on their side as well, because the game just started.
Yeah, this is just the 3rd round, by the way. And the last man standing here for Inko is Lucas, who completely fried Wolves on that hardpoint takeoff. Bomb down, 43 seconds left. And this is the man that you don't want to actually be left out there in the battlefield. An open plant right through the P2 for the boys of Wolves. They got Nian out there with the scope, having 2 kills right now. It's going to be the primary man to get the info game, but Lucas shuts down Zai, so now it's all down to Nian. He is the clutch king for Wolves, but Lucas is just better overall in terms of gunfight. And there it goes, a 1v2 clutch plus a defuse. Inko takes the lead.
Can't get super happy with that just yet. They are going up against a very, very, very strong SND team. 1-1, but with Inko getting that second point in this matchup, Wolves now needs to step up. They are the attacking team, so as they rotate around in slums, heading straight up for that A bomb site potentially here. No, straight up mid. What is the bomber doing? He's got the objective in his hands and he's running straight up against the Inko players.
That's such a risky take there. But Wolves now able to put that bomb here at this B side. A 2v4 situation. A very risky take there, AJ.
Very, very risky one, man. Wolves just going ham against Inko, and they could have dropped the ball there, but instead they put the bomb down onto the ground and pile the pressure onto Inko. And that seems to have caught Inko a little bit off guard. It would have caught anybody off guard, man. Who expects a rush like that at a stage like this in a situation where things are so dire?
And in a map where you obviously, it's very hard to control that mid map, especially when you are on the attacking side. Wolves just go quickly at it, and now it's all down to Crozin here at this 1v4, and Wolves get right back through it, winning that round number 4. And it's the unpredictable plays like that which gives Wolves a bit of an advantage, by the way, in terms of playing search and destroy, because they have plenty of strategies that can just caught you off guard, AJ.
Most definitely right about that. 2-2. And this is why I said Inco can't celebrate too early just yet. Yes, they are pumped up, but they have to be super focused like Wolves and potentially pull this victory away. All they need to do is just stack up those defenses, and they're doing one heck of a good job at that A bomb site, but nobody's controlling Memorial. And one too many times now, Wolves has just made that open rush in towards Memorial for that quick plant. But Inco, are they going to manage the situation? Crozin holding on to an acute angle here. He sees those nades popping out, but nobody's taking the stance to go in here for the push just yet. And that's going to be a blessing in disguise. And oh my lord, the timing for Crozin just so unfortunate.
I mean, two different setups made here, by the way, for this team. Totally contradicting what they went in earlier at that round number 4. Both teams were just having their way into the mid map here. This time they are so aware, of course, and attention was to the detail here. It's not really crossing that mid map just yet. But now Wolves are gonna hit that bomb plant here at this B side. They're gonna put X King there, and now that the bomb is down, we're gonna have a 5v4 retake. So let's see how Inco does this one. They have the numbers in their favor.
Let's see, Wolves with 4 players left in here. King, what a flick around. Rafa taken out of the equation, but that drops King instantaneously. So that's a good trade back. 3v3. Bomb planted already. The pressure is on Inco. 20 more seconds to get the job done. And Lucas is nowhere close, but he still manages to strike Zai down as he holds onto that angle very confidently. Lucas now pushing on through. Will he go in for the defusal? Straight up! Diana out of the equation. Lucas freaking on fire.
It doesn't matter what gun he is using. He is just an obliterator. He just deletes player. 3-2 now. It's Inco getting back that lead. And now we're going to see some
a restart
here once again.
No,
it's a restart. The guy said we're going to have a restart. And well, that's it. Another break that we're going to have just to make sure things are going to be quite the unexpected. Wolves and Inco stalwart, we're going to hit a pause on that search and destroy slums. I believe it was the 5th round where we're going to hit to a stop here, AJ. And again, same thing all over again for the past 3 matches that we've seen.
I just want to watch some Call of Duty Mobile, man. I swear, I just want to watch some world-class Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh my god, we're back here.
But they don't want to let me watch some world-class Call of Duty Mobile. Everybody just wants to hit that freaking reset button. And I swear to God, if they don't give me some clean, straight-up matches, I'm going to lose my mind. I mean, it's happened one too many times, Callie. But it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
The night is still young.
Wait, what do you mean the night's still young? The sun's a more than 8 here at this matchup. Oh, I believe we're gonna have a remake of the Harpoon number 1.
Of course.
Oh, of course. I mean, NYSL Mayhem has the lead here at this first hill, but Risky's gonna be there to back up his teammates and of course get that away from NYSL. So it's gonna be a pretty scrappy P1, not exactly the same thing we had seen from this squad earlier. So now it's just a bit of a back and forth. So we're moving into the P2. Won't be a long one here. 6 seconds before it opens up.
23 to 93, momentum not on the side of Smart Omega anymore, but NYSL Mayhem, what sort of mayhem can they wreak upon the Filipinos right now? God said they're held on by the boys in blue. Bravo. This is the stream that you guys are tuning on into. Some of the other streams are on a little bit of a pause at the moment because of those resets, but Smart Omega doesn't care. They just want to get the dub and move on with their day. 37 more seconds to go, and what a slay by Iskra with that hunter killer drone. And at the very same time, I believe Whoopi took Yon out of the equation. 39, make that 40 to 29 now as NYSL Mayhem finds the break yet again. And this is good timing because they're still going in there for the challenge. They're not going in for the super early rotation. That's something that I hate, absolutely hate from some teams. NYSL Mayhem not making the mistake.
It's too much of a big risk to give up the final 20 seconds, especially when the points are gonna count at the late game where it's gonna have to go to the when it goes to the distance. And right now, great job for both ends to actually contest this one back and forth. Just a 4-point lead that Omega has moving into this P3. I mean, earlier it was just a lump sum that they had, and it was just too huge of a big deal that NYSL Mayhem just actually had up against Smart Omega. 42-42 at the moment. Omega will start to bring in their operators, and the Purifier can be very useful in this close range engagements. And now they're gonna be the momentarily game changer here, but eventually gets shut down by Little B, who's gonna find a double, make it a triple as well, as he's gonna be setting up his team for success. But here's the catch. Omega has the spawns, and they're here to try to play for that multi-platform attack.
Yeah, 64-42. The players of Smart Omega now. They need to work on the double, but here comes the little hunter killer drone out a little bit. No, the claw investment instead, but that's just absolutely wasted as nobody is spotted out. And Lil B's losing the time on the claw. Now barely half of the time is still available. He's desperately trying to find a player, and he gets backstabbed by Whoopi instead. How unfortunate as Smart Omega claims the final 8 seconds of the hill. The rest of the players from the side of NYSL Mayhem, they make that rotation in for control room. Good trade out by Whoopi. He takes Nero out, but Yon drops him. So this early rotation for NYSL could just make it through, but player number 2, Candy, secures the kill. Little B trades him out. What a back and forth we've got on our hands.
Yeah, this is a back and forth, and this is just such an amazing feat. But here's the catch, AJ. One of the players from Omega this time is frozen in time. Number 3 in Rage. Look at him. He's been stuck at this exact same spot ever since the start of that P3. And I don't know. NYSL Mayhem just putting up a great fight right now. But I do hope that Rage gets back into it.
So I guess this is the point where Smart Omega players start leaving the lobby then? 58.
This is a great time.
It's a fantastic time, man, because the point that you brought out about the momentum here, momentum sure as hell has shifted, and the bad luck has gone to the side of Smart Omega. And if we were not remaking this lobby, if this was just a race to
Or Chai.
Mustachio has there's an error 404 in Mustachio's brain right now.
Error 104 not found.
Error 404 not found, boy. It's not 104.
It's 04 right now. Error 04. 0 broadcasted games at the upper qualifiers.
Lord.
We're back. Don't you guys love our face? I know you guys love our face.
Our faces more than matches, bro. That's a problem, all right? How many hours have been on broadcast? It started at 10, 11, 12. And then 5, that's 7 hours. Now 7 hours 27. Make that 7 hours 28 minutes. Out of the 7 hours 28 minutes, I believe they've seen our faces for about 3 hours.
I'm
not complaining. Right? I love people seeing my face, man. But I want to watch some World Championship matches.
Yeah. I mean, we did have some, but like the errors just outweighs the matches that we've seen so far this game, and things like this happens, and just can't seem to, I don't know. I am lost for words.
At this point, the internet in the Philippines is better, my friend.
Internet in the Philippines, number 1.
Number 1.
Number
PLDT,
1.
Let's go. My lord, I have no idea what's causing this flurry of technical difficulties, but I mean, we need to get it fixed before we start another game, because I really cannot accept another reset. I mean, this is just so much of pride on the line. This is so much of effort on the line that's been invested by these players for the past few years. I'm not talking about months, man. We may have had a World Championship last year, but everybody's been wanting this LAN event. For the past 3 years of effort, it's for this one moment. And when we go into just resets like this, and I'm really trying to check myself as I say this, because I don't want to be very harsh with my words. As we go in here for these unfortunate resets, you are messing up a lot of that momentum that teams have built up, and you have clearly seen how it affected Smart Omega. What a fantastic start at that hard point at takeoff. And look at what happened when we went back into that game. Round 2, same game. And they're just being dominated by NYSL Mayhem. I I hope to God, when we come back from a break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there's no more of this, and we just have straight up Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We'll be right back. hardpoint victory, Gally.
Absolutely. They only needed 63 points before we had to go for a reset. But now, you see here this time, this is an NYSL map pick as Shendes where they want to drop Omega and they're off to a great start. And they won the first round and now they have also dropped 2 players instantly here in the first 40 seconds. So that's a great start, but Smart Omega, they want to push that bomb here, this A side. And Rage is just a big order to get this elimination, but Yon there for the kill. And now it's going to be a 2v3, AJ.
Yeah, it's a great positioning. He's on the prone. It's not a angle that you would have your crosshair on when it comes to crosshair placement. So the players from the side of NYSL, in terms of tacticality and positioning, they've got a one-up on the players of Smart Omega. They've also got a one-up in terms of the rounds, but Whoopi trying to tear the situation all around. 2v2 now. Nero as well as Little B. Spots one out. 50 Gs does not deliver. That CBR4 just a little too spicy.
And well, it started off with Nero having the opportunity to invade off the spawns of the enemy, and then he just kind of waited for some players to overextend, and immediately when Whoopi was able to take down the player in the mid-map, it automatically sends out that information that Whoopi is about to hit that rotation here moving at A. But yeah, great start for NYSL Mayhem, by the way. It is all because of Little B and of course Sean being able to be on the spot in terms of taking this first bloods, and at the moment we're gonna see some push made by Smart Omega right through A, and they are gonna lose the first blood as Rivalo takes Candy down, but Rage there for the cleanup, almost finds the double as well. But there you go, another 4v3 earlier on, and Risky's trying to go for the wall bang.
I mean, this time around, Rage did not fall for that same exact trick twice. Crosshair placement perfect as he anticipates the guy on the prone, but could not string that up with the other player. CBR4's range is not as supreme as it used to be in the past. But the game of numbers against Whoopi, it's a 1v3. Best sniper in the Philippines, can he get the job done? Roki, safety play first. Finds nobody. Wallbanks does not connect. And he's got 1 minute to play around with this. Spots ahead, but gets tagged up instead. Backstab coming through now. Whoopi has to be really careful in this situation, Callie.
Number 1 is about to hit the flank. It shuts down Little B, but Nero will be there, quick to retaliate back, and then NYSL always able to get the first blood. I believe in that the last 2 rounds that we saw, they were able to initiate the first blood, and then they were able to kind of get a few more by sending out number 1 in space or number 2 in Yon right through the enemy lines to hit that flank or maybe attack that mid-map. And now Omega, after dropping the first 3 rounds of the A-side, decides to change things up a little bit. Uncheck here, by the way. Info game in the hands of NYSL, but Smart Omega wins the first blood now. Nero shot down. They open up this B-bomb site, but it's not completely easy to plant it here, but they're going to send out Kenny to play that. Well, they do have the numbers advantage here, AJ. 30 seconds left, make that 45, and now it's a 5v4 retake. Can we see Smart Omega win their first round?
I mean, SND's their best game mode, man. You know, I can expect a defeat at hardpoint, but them to take an L on SND, that is a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. But at Hacienda, Smart Omega is not the most perfect team that we have seen in the past. So from that perspective, it is a little bit expected. 3-0. NYSL Mayhem. Can they make that a 4? It's all up to space. Now, beautiful quick scope. Risky down, but Idra responds with the switchblade. Smart Omega pulls one back.
He's way too close there. But a win is a win. Smart Omega, they hit the classic opener. Push that bomb at the B side. Get that bomb down and of course steal the first blood. And that's pretty much what you gotta do here consistently in order for you to win the rounds. Being able to initiate, get that first blood gives your team that early pick in the 45 advantage and much lesser angles that you have to worry about. And obviously speaking for Omega, they are trying to hit it off here with a very unpredictable play. They went at the B last round. This time they're trying to hit with a setup at A. And the first blood exchanged. And not much happening at the moment. Both teams are just testing each other out. But the play for NYSL Mayhem is just to wait for the players to plant that bomb. But Smart Omega, they won't plant. They're going to hit that mid-map. They're going to rotate towards B.
Yawn. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. 3-1. Doesn't seem like Smart Omega is going to be pressured just yet. So this is an open plant that they're taking. NYSL getting ready for that retake. 40 seconds to execute this play, but they have to get through Rage. CBR4 in hand. Rage, if he secures this one elimination, it puts the team right back in the mix here. And the advantage to Smart Omega with the bomb planted already. Candy spots one. Double challenge failure. Oh my lord. Yawn, he goes to sleep.
I mean, he hesitated. And that tiny lapse in decision making is gonna cost you some gunfights, and that's just what happened there. But Space once again trying to take another crack at this. They miss the first 2 shots, and Kendi steps up huge on this round number 5. Hits 3 kills. They give Smart Omega their second round win here at Search and Destroy Hacienda.
Yeah, you can't snooze against the players of Smart Omega. 3-2.
Defend the objective.
The comeback gameplay is already on the way, and Whoopi leading the fray with the 5 eliminations so far. One nade by Kendi. Shouldn't really connect because the focus in the play from NYSL has been solid so far. Gets a tag though, but no eliminations just yet.
The good thing here is Kendi has already crossed this A side. And as the moment Yon decided to overextend is the moment that Kendi might be able to get a good pick of that, but Whoopi there to clean it up. And now the free plant is gonna be initiated with Little B! No way to just happen! Kendi just got completely deleted in the head glitch. That snipe is just nasty, AJ.
Yeah, not so little anymore. Little B, the big boy out there on the battlefield. Smart Omega now, bomb on the ground, has been picked up by Risky. Idra with the flank around. They all know exactly where to expect him, but they do not expect Idra's backstab. Little B taken out of the equation. The problem sorted out. It's a 2v2. But Risky now goes for that long rotation around towards that B bomb site. Very smart ideation here by Smart Omega. No pun intended.
And NYSL are trying to hit the flank, and Risky's just kind of expecting one player to pop up. Oh, he brings in the gloves in a gunfight, then he runs away. So there's not going to be any engagements happening around the match in alleyway. And the bomb, you already know it's going to be crossed to the B side. And I'm surprised how NYSL and Mayhem is actually turning their heads over towards A, where the bomb will be planted here at the B side. I mean, I think number 3 in Narrow saw Rage moving and crossing across the map. And well, here we go. 37 seconds left at 2v2, and Omega is waiting for them at the mid map.
Maybe he just thought that he was imagining that.
Hallucinations.
No defusals yet.
Too much reset.
Spots the player going in for the defusal though, but Space, what a prone, takes the player out of the equation instantaneously. But Idra now, opportunity, Nero sorts him out. What a retake by NYSL. Defusal too easy, 4-2. Smart Omega, they kind of miscalculated that.
I mean, Narrow, he's letting them know the body shots right through the end. You saw that. And I mean, not entirely sure why Smart Omega decided to go for a one-angle defense, post-plant defense at that B bomb side. I mean, they lean on towards that mid map, and yes, that's a hot spot for kills. But then again, it leaves you vulnerable because the angle that a sniper or a Craig 6 can just take you down there, absolutely. And now a great respawn made by Whoopi, as he's going to be able to take down Rebalo, one of the key players from NYSL Mayhem, shot down, and Either follows up, dropping Space. So no more flanks happening, and the attackers off with their final last 2 players, and it's Yon and Little B. How are they going to make the situation turn around with a 2v5?
A quick update for you guys from our alpha stream as Wolves takes on Inko. Inko, earlier on you guys saw that they were already 2-0 up. One more victory can secure the series for themselves. And in control, they're also 2-0 up. So one final round for Inko secured and control will be able to back that series for the squad. But let's see if or not NYSL can do that against Whoopi. That's secondary too spicy as they pull one round back. This is far from over.
And I just hope that there's not going to be disconnections anymore, and that not just that, AJ,
man.
Not just that. I just also want the overtime enabled as well, because we are guaranteed to have a very close match here just by looking at the first 6 rounds that we had. First 7 rounds that we had. And then now to see it here this way, you have NYSL Mayhem, who is currently leading towards a bomb at the A side as they jump first blood here. Whoopi, the key player, shot down, and Risky just trying to play with his life in here. A good thing he is alive, and they're there with the scope as well. A 4v4, there's a player on the flank, they don't hear him at all. The sound view is on for Risky, but it costed him one teammate. But still, gunfights that can be won by Smart Omega. They will be able to play for the retake. And a kind of an overmix there for NYSL, man. AJ, I mean, they overextended so much. I mean, they had the bomb plant, they get the post plant setup, and unfortunately, one player has to really overextend. We get to get those kills, and Smart Omega quick to know.
Yeah, just when NYSL thought they were running away with the matchup, Smart Omega slapped some sense right back into their heads. But Little B, man, that guy is such a game changer. Space is stepping up as well. Yon makes his way back through. Nero on the hard carry of the CBR4. Whole team doing a lot to make sure NYSL does not go down. But Smart Omega, they've got the heart. They've also got the best sniper in the
Bomb
Philippines.
has been planted.
Whoopi dropping space, and here comes a nade.
No double. Ay!
Oh, misses by an inch. And they're still trying to wait it out, you know. It's still a 4v4. Risky.
Oh, what a good.
Nice shot. That's so lovely. Rivalo shut down now. That is going to be an easier way for them to make it inside. Yon just waiting for the mid-map. That's just a unique area to just hold off. But Risky wins another gunfight. Now a 2v1. Yon gets one. A 1v1 now, AJ.
Risky. It's all about the timing. Good slide. Catches Yon on the reload. And that's about it. A lot of time to play around with, but Risky is all about business. 5-4 and Smart Omega. They are in front.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
Here's the thing, you know, NYSL Mayhem, they always get the bomb planted here at this A bomb site, but it's always Smart Omega that got the best out of them. The play for retake, it's just
Defend the objective.
a little bit better
enemy
right
has
now
the bomb.
for the squad of Omega. And now they take the lead here after, you know, several rounds of action. As a defensive side, it takes really a good mental fortitude to win some. And for Smart Omega, they're just so coordinated. The communication is there, definitely. And this team wins gunfight with Rage just lighting him up with the pack with his first bloods. And the guy just continues to get one, a double there. And now it's a 2v4.
And this is exactly why you don't start taking body shots before you get the job done. Because then it turns out to be a hilarious circus as your opponents make a strong comeback against you right after you take the goddamn body shot. It must be embarrassing. 6-4. NYSL Mayhem. They regret their actions as Smart Omega reaches match point.
Here's the thing. They were like 3-2 before the body shot. And now
Destroy
Smart
the
Omega
objective.
has a
Bomb
2-round
acquired.
lead after that just happened. And, you know, trash talking gets to your opponent's head, but I don't think with Smart Omega it's gonna be something that's gonna be, you know, messing them up really bad. I mean, right now they are just kicking NYSL Mayhem here at this game, AJ.
I mean, dude, they were up 3-0, man. NYSL Mayhem needs to really kick themselves in the guts here. I mean, obviously, you can't do that to yourself, but maybe you can ask your team members to help kick your gut, and then you kick them back in the gut as well. We're kind of going to sleep on Smart Omega in this S&D matchup. Unexpected, because I was expecting Little B to rise up to the occasion. He started off well, and now the rest of the players are getting the deed done, and Little B's just fallen back. And it was all because he kept playing that exact same position
Last man
over and
standing.
over again.
Finish it.
And pretty much it's not just him, right? The whole of NYSL Mayhem kind of just stuck to their exact same rotations. And Smart Omega, once they identify that, they just keep attacking those exact same angles and corners. And they keep catching these players out. That's just a little unfortunate. Risky now to spot a player. Beautiful takedown. Reposition. Oh, anticipates that, but Little B punishes. Fantastic play by the players of NYSL Mayhem. But Smart Omega still on this match point, Kali.
Well, we asked for Little B to step up, and you know, before that round number 11,
the objective.
he
They
has
have
6
the
kills,
bomb.
and he scored the last 3 kills just to give NYSL Mayhem their 5th victory here at the Search and Destroy. And well, Little B is known for being a streaky player in the North American region, so you have times where he's just popping off and have instances where he's just ice cold, and that's something that is either a make or break. But right now he is hot, so I hope that they have the opportunity to get this. But these two teams are just crossing range to get some first blood.
I was thinking Space was going to catch these two players off guard, but Yon manages to trade him out with that information. Indra takes Yon out from the back. That's a good back and forth trade to the side of Smart Omega. Indra tags one up. Oh, sliver of health, guys. Sneaks away Nero for that recovery. Little B as well. And Smart Omega, they almost had that round in the hand there.
Yeah. Again, NYSL, they just won't go away. And it's teams like this that you have to be unpredictable because they know how to read plays and they know how to re-strategize. And again, for Omega, the good news is they have the numbers in their favor. And they have a lot of angles that Whoopi can take these players down. And Little B shot out. So no more scope here for NYSL Mayhem. And you have to think through this. Your main sniper just got obliterated by Whoopi. And you have to find another way around this A side. And maybe going through the mid-map ground floor is something that this team ends. But unfortunately, Nero gets cut off and Risky chops him off. And here comes the final player. Shot down by Risky. And Smart Omega goes up 2-0 in this Group A upper qualifier.
It's not just a 2-0, my friend. It's a 2-0 that was retrieved with a phenomenal comeback after NYSL Mayhem started off super strong. And, you know, just a few of those moments which could have been handled a little bit better by NYSL Mayhem, especially that body shot. I'm not against body shots. I'm all for it, right? I mean, go ahead and have fun. Go ahead and, you know, kind of poke and jeer at your opponents. But you got to only do that when you're damn confident you're going to get the win. I guess they were confident, but a little too confident because, I mean, they were so far away from securing the dub on that matchup. So I would have waited. Maybe match point body shot, maybe, but not 3-0 body shot. That's just a little bit too much.
I mean, you know what's more early? This one. You know this?
What was that?
You don't know this?
I don't
oh
know
my
that.
god, AJ, you don't know that?
I'm old,
I mean, Blacklist International Ultimate did the crown before even the end game started. The Garena Masters Season 2. And you know, it's just with Smart Omega responding to these trash talks. They do a lot better when they get provoked. That's what happened here at this Search and Destroy slums.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, once again, NYSL going up against Smart Omega, in my head, it's just playing out in terms of Bobby versus Mustachio here. And Bobby needs to make a comeback, man, because I see a lot of opportunities here for NYSL. And it's a little unfortunate because those opportunities are being thrown away. And even with that hardpoint matchup, I mean, yeah, a little bit of controversy surrounding that matchup in terms of how that game was left hanging and then we had to reset that lobby. But at first, there was a lot of domination from the side of Smart Omega, and we actually almost saw a comeback there from NYSL. So it's not like these boys can't play against Smart Omega. They've got a good shot. But I don't know what's needed here for the NYSL side. But they need to figure it out before Control, man, because this next matchup is not going to be easy. Smart Omega has had a lot of practice against the best team in the world when it comes to Control, the one and only Almighty.
And not to mention, the game that we're going to be having right up next is a Raid Control. And this is the only repeat that we had in this matchup where we obviously saw Smart Omega earlier, won 3-0 versus Stamina Esports at the Group A opener. And it was such a dominating win for this squad. You know, every time they go out there, they know how to trap the spawns. They know where to locate. They know how to just flank and reroute every time there's a counterplay just being provided in by Stamina Esports. And that could be the exact same thing that might just happen in here. And just by looking at the inconsistencies that we've had so far for NYSL Mayhem, not looking good so far for them. The mental fortitude is there. They have some instances where they definitely had the opportunity to win back-to-back, but unfortunately, it wasn't there because, again, inconsistencies.
I don't know if it was inconsistency or overconfidence. Because you see, the moment where that body shot came out, right? What was that scoreline again, Callie? 3-2?
3-2.
Yeah. So you see a lot of frustration coming through from the players on the side of NYSL. There's clearly a lot of ego backed up behind this matchup as well. And not in a bad way. Obviously, you want to prove yourselves against a team like Smart Omega, who is very popular when it comes to numbers. But when it comes to achievements, you know, I guess the mindset here would have been, you know, yes, a lot of people think you're better, but let's show you who's actually better. So it started off great, but they needed to somehow keep that mental composure all the way down to the end. And that one body shot might have just been the moment that woke the players of Smart Omega up. I mean, you know, right? You don't go around poking the Hornet's Nest, man. And speaking of the Hornet's Nest, let's check out Wolves, who made that phenomenal comeback on Control. And we did see how well the Chinese teams were doing on Control when we had CDFI. They used it to make that comeback against Inko. Phenomenal setup. And we head on into this hardpoint matchup now, Gally.
Yeah, here's the tough catch though. Wolves, again, has not been having it at all. I mean, earlier, we did saw them drop a map against Inko Gaming at Hardpoint, then earlier at Strut Esports on the opening match. So this is a very monumental for them. They get this Hardpoint, we are going to be able to see a search and destroy where technically in terms of like win rate, they have probably good odds of winning, and of course being the #1 in this Group B upper qualifier. But it starts to kick things off with Inko Gaming claiming the most time in that P1. And again, it's all about the map control for Inko Gaming ever since the start of the World Championship. They always settle for early rotation. Then guess what? #5 in blue, Lian will be here for Wolf. And then again, Inko Gaming will be spawning right beside, drop him off, and there you go. Back-to-back chain here for Inko Gaming. A great start, 15 to 54.
56 to 15. Wolves. I don't think we're gonna see any sudden disconnection coming through here. But we might be able to see a pushback from the Chinese squad. Wolves just struggling in terms of their gunfights. It's not the rotations, because clearly they've got the ideation going very clearly for them here. 17 seconds, you can see the early rotations coming through, but the gunfights is where they keep faltering. Player after player, they just fail and they fall. That ruins their chances of taking all of these hard points. Scrap points now, not taken by Wolves, but given away by Inko as they double down for that early hold on P3.
Yeah, this is important here, by the way. I mean, this P3 and P4 is kind of one-sided, so once you get that spawns, automatically you'll get unlimited reinforcements. And the defense so far, hold is kind of strong for Inko. And Lucas is going to be playing inside of that hard point while his teammate go out slaying the perimeter. This guy earlier popped up 58 kills just between that hard point takeoff, and is off here leading the team in lobby once again with 16 kills. And I have to agree with you, AJ. It's not the rotations that they're really having a trouble with. It starts off with the first bloods, or not really the first blood, but the gunfights, because right now you see King with 2 kills and Sing with 5. And the only player that's really leading this team is Nian and of course Zai. So we need to see a total team effort in here. And it starts off by getting off the spawns away from Inko. But I don't think that's going to happen right now. 16 seconds left, and the best way for Wolves to come back into this game is settle for the next hard point.
Yeah, scrap points not going to be picked up here by Wolves as Inko takes down the final player. And this is what I was talking about, right? You don't really have to go in for an early rotation from P3 into P4, especially if you're on the losing side. And you don't have to go in for a super early rotation, mainly because if you challenge with 10 seconds left on the clock and your opponents haven't really rotated around, you know for a fact they're still holding on to the spawns for P3. You go in for the attack, you fail, and it gives you the spawns for P4. Early setup, and this time Wolves gets it just through that contest. So they know the strategy of the map. They are playing it down to the T. It's the gunfights that they're having a problem with, which I don't understand why, because Wolves is just one hell of a good team when it comes to the mechanical skills, but it's just not showing out there on the battlefield.
And it maybe could be because of how aggressive Inko is. I mean, this team really loves to play and overextend 50-50. And it's this type of aggression that really forces you to make some errors and, of course, throw you off mostly. And right now, Wolves kind of fell for that in the first hard point. And I mean, that's where Inko Gaming had this ample size of lead. I mean, scoring 40 points at that hard point #1 is mainly the factor why they have this type of lead. But that's not going to be a long one here. The final 10 seconds looking like to be claimed here by Wolves. And should they get this final 10 seconds, that's guaranteed to be a 20-point lead. But right now, it's going to be a 30-point lead that Inko has leading to this game. And again, it's going to be the adaptability and, of course, the ability to be resilient. And Wolves, we know at that last rotation at P1, they kind of let Inko claim all the time here where it's supposed to be scrappy and contested. And it's supposed to be the same exact thing happening here, AJ.
Yep, but it looks like a good rotation coming through from Wolves, though. They're taking over the second floor of this control room. But can they hop onto the hard point as well? It looks like they are going to fail, because who do we have down here holding on to the objective? It's the one and only Inko's dad alongside Crozin as well. So these boys are going to have a gala time down here, whilst the rest of the players from up top, especially Rafa, gets the deed done, taking out player after player from the side of Wolves, and not a single second sneaked away by the Wolves on this P1 reset. That's a little disappointing for the Chinese side that was just about to make a good comeback.
I mean, again, they weren't really able to capitalize on the mistakes they had earlier at the P1, and then they kind of repeated the same thing here at the second set of rotations. As we hop back right in the middle of the map, it was like what, a 30-point game, and now it's just completely blown apart. 96 to 150, gonna be the score line right now, and the only thing that Wolves truly has trouble into here is gunfights, wherein we don't technically see that happen when they were playing at CDFI, but I mean, Hardpoint is one of their, not really is one, but is their weakest game mode out of all the game modes that we had here on this best of 5, and it hurts to see them go down like this. They're just getting manipulated by Inco Gaming right from the start, and it's going to be the exact same thing happening in your AJ.
Yeah, there's no worst case scenario here for Wolves though, because they have to go and drop down and meet the one and only Vitality. I believe, yes, Vitality, who actually won that matchup against Strut earlier. So they survived, they kicked Strut out. And dealing with Vitality, I don't think is going to be a huge problem for Wolves, right? But the biggest issue here is, will Wolves even want to take that one extra matchup? Because a comeback most definitely is possible, Cali. They just have to win a few extra gunfights. Look at the disparity of points here. It's not a lot, actually.
Yeah, just one good hard point is all it takes, but this break right here is monumental for Wolves. If they do get this, they're going to be able to have a great fight back, and they do so. They stack Peg inside of this hard point, and then unfortunately for him, he gets shot down, and again, due to the fact that Inco has the spawns, it makes the reinforcements a lot faster, and that right here, just moving around that mid-map, being able to slay one at a time. Wolves just can't seem to get inside a hill, and take a look at this. 3 players inside of the hard point for Inco, and that makes the individual push made by Wolves a really bit hard, but King just managed to sneak past way behind enemy lines, and they break the final 13 seconds, and they have Nian spawning right beside the next hill as well, so they claim the scrap time. They just need to get this P4 to get right back into this game.
Dearest observer, we can see the map at the bottom corner of... Never mind, this is the game I want to watch anyway. 14-6, Smart Omega down in lives and control. NYSL Mayhem, in the fight of their lives, they refuse to go down 3-0 to Smart Omega. And being on the defensive, they've got this advantage. The attacking side of Smart Omega not really careful with the expenditure of their lives. But this A control point being sneaked away by the one and only Idra though.
And there's actually 3 players here, so the capture is much faster. 4 lives remaining, 4. Smart Omega, and there's no players. NYSL Mayhem. That's just a round that you just can't lose.
And that's exactly what they did. They lost it. I mean, they had the players of Smart Omega kind of numbered there. Literally, you could count the lives on one hand. But they still managed to mess that up by allowing Idra in. No good retake coming through in that position. Don't really know exactly what the ideation was from the side of NYSL Mayhem. We weren't really looking at the game from the very start, so we'll give them the benefit of a doubt. A comeback still might be possible here for NYSL. It's not over till the Fat Lady sings, and the Fat Lady's taking a quick rest because this has been a long day. She's been waiting to sing from like so much more earlier on, Cali.
I wonder if he sings after, if she sings right after this though. 25 to 25 is going to be the score line in the kill department. And well, for NYSL, they are making progress here at this A control point, but technically this is not the point that you would want to contest at the moment. Most of the time, you'd see the players push towards B to get a little bit more time. And well, for NYSL, they failed the attack here at A, so they tried to push this B side, but guess what? 2 players are awaiting them here at the statues, and it's gonna be a long battle for them here because Rage did a good job with the angle, just doubling down with this gunfight. Takes 2 players before he gets shot down, but the reinforcement is there already and won't be prepared for the next gunfight. Gets 1, but the Zex skill coming from Yon will be able to take him out, but it's still a pretty close scoreline. 26 seconds left for NYSL to capture a flag, and it's looking so impossible right now, AJ.
Quick update on the Wolves versus Inco matchup. Wolves have made a comeback, 209 to 219, Cali. So Wolves might just be able to push this into a game number 5. The Chinese players are on a phenomenal roll, and we are not watching that match because this game is a heated one as well. There's too many matches, too many good stuff going on all at the same time. But all thanks to Smart Omega, they should be able to wrap NYSL up in a little banana leaf very quickly now. 5 more seconds to go. Can they get the elimination? Risky from afar gets the first hit down, but it looks like the second quadrant is not going to be captured. 3 more seconds on the pause though. NYSL refuses to go down.
Yeah, but here's the thing for Omega, they just have to defeat the remaining players inside of this hill. They just can stack their bodies inside, barge their head in, and they're going to be able to score up the win. 2 seconds left, and what a beautiful performance on the defensive side for Smart Omega. First and foremost, a win through capture on the offensive side of round number 1, and a win through time expiration on the defensive side. Amazing gameplay so far, and I just hope Smart Omega ends this so we might be able to see the late stretch of that final game between Wolves and, of course, I don't know what the other team name is.
You won't get to do that, brother, because Inco just beat them down. It was a phenomenal effort by Wolves, but unfortunately for them, they got taken down 3-1 by the one and only Inco Gaming. But as we refocus on Smart Omega's matchup, they are freaking blitzing through NYSL Mayhem. I mean, I'm sorry, NYSL, and I mean, at this point, if you guys want to say I'm biased towards Smart Omega, go knock yourselves out. I'm being paid to be biased at this point. I mean, they're blitzing through NYSL, man. It doesn't seem like NYSL can keep up with these boys at all. And I'm actually shocked myself because it seems like Smart Omega has been hiding away their claws for the longest of time now, getting ready for this one moment.
Yeah, obviously so. I mean, this is what happens when you try to challenge a team like Smart Omega, where they were fresh off a victory against Stamina Esports, sweeping them in the same map and, of course, in the same game mode as well. And they're kind of praying the price for it right now. Omega is on their way to push the A side, and no one is really there for NYSL Mayhem to help prevent this capture from happening. And, of course, one player goes up in there, but eventually gets shot down, and Ubi just trying to turn things around for his squad. He's gonna get gunned down. 2 players on the basketball court. One gets ankles broken, but Candy there for the cleanup as well. Guards the mid-map. Candy will be able to win that gunfight off the open stairs, and Rachel falls down to the swimming pool. A little bit of a fast leak for both ends, but finally we are seeing NYSL hold their ground. Now we are seeing some solid setup. 2 players guarding that swimming pool, 1 player off the kitchen, and 1 on the wheelbarrow.
This is actually a terrible performance by NYSL if you ask me, because the lives are pretty much equal on both sides, but NYSL is on the defense. And the offensive Smart Omega has managed to really deal with all of that heavy firepower and still keep an advantage when it comes to the number of lives as they sneak away that 1 quadrant from that A control point, B control point totally taken over already. Smart Omega has been extremely efficient on this control matchup. NYSL Mayhem, shockingly enough, has had absolutely nothing on them. Risky now with the investment of that claw. Will bite 1, will bite 2. The third one gets tagged up, but no eliminations coming through just yet. But the damage has been done, Cali. 5 more lives. Smart Omega, they steamroll. In fact, they dominate the boys of NYSL. Do you feel like a comeback is possible here?
I mean, no way. 1 more life remaining, and that's gonna be Rebalo shot down, and Smart Omega completes another sweep here at the Group A upper qualifiers. What a play for them so far. Swept Stamina Esports, the #1 team in the EU European region, and of course, they have managed to deal with the #3 team of North America. So now they claim the spot on the playoffs. A very stunning and, of course, a very beautiful take on that control rate.
I mean, Smart Omega is just being Smart Omega. The biggest question of them all was, can they hang with NYSL? They can't, because they don't want to. They want to hang with someone who will be able to push them the distance. And I really thought it was going to be NYSL. Unfortunately, dude, especially at control, they were just untouched. They just steamrolled them. They blitzed through every single round, either be it on the attack or on the defense. And the defensive side of NYSL, on the other hand, has been soft all throughout. Now, is this a decider? Is this a elimination matchup? It is absolutely not. NYSL Mayhem now drops down into the decider match. They go up against Stamina. The loser of that match, though, gets eliminated.
And so it's either going to be the #3 team in North America or the #1 team of the European region getting eliminated here. But more actions coming right up to you after this break. You are watching the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022, and we'll be right back after this one.
No. Not yet. The audience wants this, baby. Redeem code, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
There
You
we
guys
go.
have been extremely patient with us. Thank you so much for your patience. And to reward all of you who have been waiting with us loyally, please do go ahead and get this redeem code. Don't share with those who signed up a little bit early. I'm just kidding. You can do whatever you want. I tell you, today is all about the day of Pusangalas,
Pusangala.
man. This is the Mustachios World Championship. Earlier on, we had the, what was that? Alley Cat?
Alicat, calling card.
Yeah, what kind of cats do you find in the alleys, man? Pusangala.
Pusangala.
I mean, what do you
Stray
have right
cats.
now? You've got the Pusangala avatar as well, the Meow Muncher. I mean, this whole event is branded after the Mustachio. I'll take that. I'll claim that. Giveaways guaranteed.
Slay. That's just. But I wonder what the next code is. If it's still a cat team, I mean, I'm just gonna say Pusangala rewards all the way through.
But we are already saying that, Musta. Kelly, keep up. It's already a Pusangala day, man. It's 2 back-to-back Pusangalas. Just because the third one is not, it doesn't disqualify it's a Pusangala day here, Kelly.
Okay, but it's still it will make it grander, you know. Once you get that
Yes, it will.
that main redeem code and it's a cat team, Pusangala. Grand, I don't know. Never mind. I'm so dense right now.
It's okay. It's late, man. What's it? 6:27 in the morning. This is a time where I usually wake up. No, who am I kidding?
same.
I don't wake up at 6:20 in the morning. I wake up slightly later than that. I wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning. But it doesn't matter, man. It's just half an hour before my wake up time, and I'm barely asleep. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are gonna be jumping onto a quick break. When we come back, more championship action continues.
Enemy contact. Contact with the radio.
Recon standing by. Cut down.
Contact with enemy. Contact with enemy.
Target down. Sentry gun ready for deployment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022 Finals as we head off to the 5th series on the decider match, as well as a rematch between Almighty and Skate. And on the commentary this time, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming. It has been a long day, Cali, and what are you expecting in this fight? A rematch, I would say, between these two teams.
I mean, first and foremost, we're pushing 10 hours right now in this current live stream. But, this is a rematch, again, what you said earlier, between the opening match between Skate and Almighty, where obviously we saw Skate won the match 3-2. They were able to take 2 of the search and destroys and 1 hard point at standoff earlier. But, it's going to be totally different games here. There's totally different maps. And, of course, the endurance of the teams is slowly going to be dwindling down in here, so it's a matter of having the mental fortitude to play at your peak game in terms of eliminations like this. Once again, whoever loses this best of 5 series will be eliminated for the playoffs, Neptune. So there's a lot in here in the back.
Yeah, a lot of stakes right now for this team. It has been a long day in here, and as you mentioned, I mean, it might have been exciting from the start of the game between Almighty and Skate, and not so much after the matchup, because Almighty has been pushed in there lower, but as they jump in back in here on the decider match, they have a good potential to probably bring out a comeback. Longer route, but I would say it is worth it for Almighty. Skate, on the other hand, hopefully they are not overconfident, because we've seen that earlier as well. We've seen how overconfidence between the team or early into the game can bring you at a downfall. We've seen that Smart Omega and NYSLM. So hopefully that is the case, and we're just looking forward to how this is going to start.
And first and foremost, Skate will be playing this decider match coming off a loss from Luminosity, where they were able to win the control but eventually drop 1 S&D and 2 of the hard points. So technically speaking, their performance saw a drop up against Luminosity, and I think that's gonna carry on in here unless they do win that hard point number 1, where we saw Almighty actually dominate them earlier at that hard point firing range. But if you're Skate right now, you just have to do the same exact thing. Maybe take away 1 hard point. Maybe that map number 1 is going to be very useful for you to win this matchup. And of course, take the search and destroy and the other hard point. Will basically control. We can just give that away for Almighty due to how well they are able to play it. But if you're cheering on for Almighty right now, if you want to see them excel and of course play at the playoffs, there's a lot of things that they have to do. First and foremost, fix that S&D. I mean, earlier up against Skate at that opening match, the only reason that they got eliminated on the 5 maps is because they dropped both the search and destroy raid and the slums S&D, and where we did see a pretty close game at that slums S&D, but they weren't really able to watch out for the snipers. So maybe being able to adapt to that moving on to this matchup is gonna be key for them to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, but we're asking a lot from both of these teams, and I guess there's also a factor wherein the start of the game might be a little bit off for the side of for the side of Skate right there. So Almighty might really have that advantage from the start. But search and destroy, I was just surprised on this first search and destroy between these two teams. It is a long lead, a huge lead by Skate in here, 73 in the points, and this is where we saw Skate just catch it up, and it's more gearing towards their favor on this matchup. But again, we were talking background before the broadcast, or we went on live, and it's more of Almighty just they need to get the momentum that they have, especially from what they got from the battle between or against Nova Esports. But again, it is we'll just have to find out what is going to happen once the broadcast is available. And also a quick update on to the match. Elimination matches has already been done from everyone, and I think it's going to start an opening match, or sorry, decider match as well between Scars and Q9 from Group C. So that's a lot. One thing that we can look forward to in here, the Japan region, though we didn't see that much from them, but Q9 Club is a team that we are looking forward to be in there in the top 4, but if they fail this, they might be out.
Obviously, I mean, at the eliminations match, you only have one more chance to be able to play for that playoffs. And, you know, one of the things that Q9 and Scars have to have in common is that they lost against Tribe Gaming. First and foremost, in the opening match, Tribe Gaming was able to defeat Q9 in 4 maps where they dominated every respawn game, with Q9 only winning 1 search and destroy. Then on the flip side, you got Scars, who obviously were absolutely deleted by Tribe Gaming right off the start. 250 to 112 in a takeoff, and a surprising 7-2 win for Tribe Gaming on Raid SMD. In just 9 rounds of action, Tribe Gaming was able to show who's the boss here at this Group C. And of course, Tribe Gaming will be playing for the playoffs as the Group C #1 seeded team. And Scars and Tribe, or Scars and Q9, will be the final 2 teams that will be fighting for that #2 seed for the Group C. But here we are for the tournament groups, just looking at this stage. Again, this is not the updated version, but we did see Influence Kevin, Nova Esports, Strut Esports, and Godlike being the first round exits, and a few more will go down there, Neptune, after this decider match ends up.
Yeah, as we are looking at right now, Smart Omega is heading in quarterfinals, as well as Tribe Gaming, Inco, Stalwart, and Luminosity. So these are the 4 teams that we really we're expecting that they will be on there. Inco, on the other hand, I was just so surprised and happy as well, because it's not so much that we've seen their gameplay in there, but they battle against the Wolves and they won it. The Wolves out there, we've seen them on CDFI and they dominated the game. Unfortunately, they went against Inco, and Inco just put them in there, put them down in there. As we head over to the hard point right now, it's already 100 point for Almighty, close to 100 point for State, but they are fighting in slums where we know Almighty knows this map.
I mean, this is the best map that AMT offered in Garena Master Stage 3, and was the weapon to dismantle some of the teams that they are going up in a best of 5 series at the playoff. But here this time around, Skate actually has a good performance in here at the Destroy, where they were able to play a while ago, where they won 7-5 against Almighty. But this is a respawn game right now, and Almighty is playing his tooth to nail, and the Irfan J show from the Purifier is just gonna be key for them to take away this scrap time. And well, although he's gonna get bullied out of that hard point, we do see AMT settle down for the next hill. They got #1 in Incendio holding up the anchor position, and they got 2 players prepared for the next gunfight at that hard point. As it's about to just pop, Skate's gonna use their operators just to try to break this hill, but that's not gonna be completely easy here, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's not easy, but one thing is easy for the side of Almighty at this point is to control the spawns. If in case Jeff Pro will have a sight of Steve right here onto the stairs, that is what I'm talking about. They need to head in there, not just 1 by 1, but all teams. But unfortunate for them, Heaven will be waiting, Purifier in hand, just push them around, and it is Almighty who's taking the points, but not so much. It will be turned over to both sides. So it's more of how you can hold off the hard point as well as control the spawn, and that was the attempt for State right now to go in for the spawns so that they can control the spawn. But unfortunate for them, map awareness from Almighty is prime this time.
Hunter-killer drone
I mean, Irfan Jace is soaking up time here at this P2, and you already see him actually trying to fight for this next 2 players, but he's eventually going to get bullied out. But the good news here is Heaven is on his route to try to take away the fountain spawns away from Skate. Right now it's going to get spotted all across the map, and I think that's going to be info game now in the hands of Skate. What happened is just to go with the gunfight. So with him here, he's going to spawn his teammate to the left side, and there you go. The backup, the reinforcements are going to come through, and every death coming alongside AMT, they will be spawning on the fountain spawns, and that's going to be easier time for them to actually initiate all of these attacks. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be a 50-50. Yes, AMT scored a money time in that P2, but Skate just playing like this P3 like a film right now, Neptune.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we're very, very close in terms of point. If it will be turned around by Almighty right now, it's easy for them to, or for Skate right now, it's easy for them to catch up, and just to the point wherein they will not be getting any second, any time for Almighty to catch up, as well as to bring that lead further. And as we can see right now from that fountain spawn, we have this guy number 3, Leo Zera, right now controlling the spawn. He has been taken down in here in preparation for the next hill. It is now tied in terms of points and only a few seconds remaining in this hill. Going into the next one, it is the preparation of Almighty that's being set up.
And one thing that Skate does well, probably in this P3 and P4, is how well they have maintained that fountain spawns all throughout. The consistency is going to be there for them. And while AMT is going to spawn on the brick side, you see Skate now about to flood through. They slow it down just to make sure that the push is going to be in multi-platform. But Jeff Rowan shot up will be able to shot the players one at a time, but Leozi just been able to make a way inside of the hill, and now the Predator missile will slay Heaven down, so they're gonna be able to break the point. And AMT spawning so far away, and Skate's get a good position inside of this P4.
Yeah, Skate in there in the name of Leozine, who is the only guy surviving, and Leozera, on the other hand, is the one top fragging them. Leozera is the one controlling mostly of the spawns that they are going to give out for Almighty. And none of the second being given out to Almighty at this point. Double century mark already reached, getting close to that 218, probably 220 by the end of this map, if Almighty will not get through. But as we open it up onto the next hill, the open area of that statue might give them a lot more, but it will be a back and forth unless they can utilize all the score script that they have invested in.
I mean, at the second rotation of the hard point, it was AMT that took away that P1 and P2. But the better overall play from Skate was taking P3 to P4 and chaining that back-to-back, having the fountain spawns right off the get-go, gave them a huge somewhat lead up against AMT. And now this squad has to do an arduous climb just to able to tie up this game. And you know, Skate, they only need 30 more points to win this matchup, and the gunfights is just so absurd right now for this squad. They got 2 players with 30 plus skills, and Bob Zero is on his way to get his own 30 as well, and AMT just falls down one at a time, and every time a player falls, it makes the objective play a little bit harder.
And then there we have it. Leo Zin in here is the guy who really make it work for them. He's the survivor of this team of Skate right now. He doesn't go down in there. He controls the spawn as well for the team. And with the 10 seconds remaining, it's getting close. This might be the end right now, but I think we'll be short with 1 or 2 points before the end of this game. And there you have it. Just 248 right now. Very difficult for Almighty to get back.
I mean, Heaven is not moving here for the last 2 hard points, and that's the reason why Skate was able to pull up this game. And now that's such a serious devastator, because you have a 4v5 in this matchup right now, and Skate only needs 2 more points to win this matchup, and they're about to hop inside of the game, and that is it. 250 to 190. Skate wins it, but I don't know if that's gonna be a confirmed official win, because from what we saw earlier, once there's gonna be a player disconnecting or just barely move, we always hit that remake.
Well,
but I don't know, because it happened in the game. The game, like the disconnection happened late game, so I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, if it happened late game and the lead is already that much, so even if you ask the players, they might have a chance to come back, but not like very, very slim. And we've already reached a 200 mark. I would say 230 mark before the disconnection happened. So it will be very late, very difficult to catch up on, and we've seen that so many times earlier on the restart that we've seen. It's very close, but those who are on the lead once the restart happened usually takes a win. So I don't think it will be called off right now for that, but we'll have to see if that is the case. I would say still the same story that we've seen earlier. Almighty just failed one of the hard points wherein they really need to get that one.
But here's the problem. I mean, Heaven just went down to the last 3 hard points. First it was at P4, then P1, then he stopped moving at P2. So that's kind of alarming, because I think that's the main reason why Skate was able to go up huge in the set of hills that they were able to accumulate. And now having to go down like this, this disconnection has been happening all throughout the day, and now it's all going down to this final game where one has to be eliminated for that playoffs. And seeing this happen, it's kind of frustrating, not just for the viewers to watch, but of course for the players. Imagine they spend a lot of days, hours, months, years of practice just to prepare for these moments like this, and only to get disconnected at the moment where they wanted to fight. It's kind of disappointing.
I don't know. I mean, we still have to wait for the official confirmation if that will be a remake. But again, we've thrown in from both sides already. That will depend on how it will be set up on their side. But it's still unfortunate that Almighty has lost one game. Hardpoint is a game, especially that map. I mean, Hardpoint Slums is a game wherein it's expected that Almighty will take a win, especially on how well they understand the spawns, how well they can control it. And it's visible as well that they have been studied by this team called Skade, wherein the attempt to take out that fountain, especially going in onto that P3 and P4 chain, that is the breakdown that All Might really had. That is the chance that Skade has rocketed their lead in there against Almighty. So even from the start of the game, we saw that already. They had difficulty. Almighty had difficulty to really take over the fountain spawns. They try, but I would say that guy in number 1, I think it's Leozin, who is in there, who just don't want to go down that easily. Even if there's a chance for Almighty to go in for the contention, he doesn't go down easily. And I think there's one instance where in Heaven just went over trying to go in for the spawns, leaving Leozin behind on that garage. And that's even a few points in there that's missed already for Almighty. Probably a good opportunity for them to catch up on the points early on the game. But again, there's no we'll have to find out what will be happening right now, and hopefully it will be a fair decision either way. For me, I'm just assuming that it will be fair and the best for both teams. But as we can see already, it is 1-0. This is a decider match. This will decide the fate of either teams.
I mean, one has to go and one will qualify for the playoffs as the Group D number 2 team. And well, we're gonna see a restart, but I don't know what the condition though. Is it gonna be is there gonna be a score limit that needs to be reached by one of these teams, or is this a full remake of the map? That's a big question because we don't really have any sort of information from that. But at the first hard point, you are gonna see Skade claiming most of the time, and this is what has been happening right from the start of the get-go of the first match. You know, Skade always able to get the first hard point, then able to change that from P2 to P3 to P4. And AMG now, they have to make sure they put up a fight, and they drop the 2 players, claiming time for Skade with Jeffro Heaven holding up the play.
Yeah, let's put in an assumption right now. It might have been Skade raised to 50. We don't have that information, but I'll just get that at until we have confirmation. I will just get that as my limit right now. Skade needs to get 50 to take this win. Almighty probably, I mean, evidently they need to get more, and they are getting more right now. The second hard point will be open up, and it is Almighty who's already started that, but good rotation coming from Skade right now, especially from the spawns from the other side, and Arches right now is in control. 1-4 split, and no one from Almighty can get through.
I mean, Lean just pummeled this players down, deleted them. But number 4 in yellow just coming in for the flank. Irfa and Jay comes in. Great time for this team to get the kills. And
Close, fight harder.
I think the score's been rich. I think it's rich. I think the 30 points was the time or the scoreline limit.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess Skade won that first round.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it might, like, I assume it was 50, but I guess it's lower, and it is 30. It's a good fight indeed. It was a start, and one thing that, like, when you start off a hard point early into the game, it will be a trade-off. And from most of the time, not all teams can go in and dominate a hard point starting for that full 60 and just leaving the rest of the teams left behind with lower points. So as we saw earlier, that was a 30-30 like for both teams. And if it's only 30, the first hard point decider, an open statue area as well, it's it's just going in to decide who's closer to the target.
Yeah, and obviously speaking, in what really makes the squad of Skate very good at this hard point is that they are always able to manipulate the spawns.
Yeah.
You know, they have some instances where they would drop one area, one-sided area, but they make up for it with better results at the latter. So like they may lose the spawns at the P2, but what we saw earlier, you were able to chain that P3 spawn to P4 as well, enough for them to have a good sum of lead up against AMT. And now, let's just consider that this first game is set and over and done and dealt with. So that's 1-0 now for Skade, and it's time for a bounce back for Almighty at that search and destroy. But the last time these two met, it was Almighty that really struggled winning search and destroys, because we did see an instance where, you know, Skade dropped them in just 10 rounds, and that's kind of alarming, assuming that Garena, Almighty is the best Garena, you know, search and destroy team to represent the region.
Yeah, and that was in a raid map, and I'm trying to look for what map we are in. Don't have any information just yet, but one information that I have right now is the Q9 and Scars battle that we have. So Scars already taken 1 point lead against Q9. That is from Group C. They won 250 to 202, so that is 50-point lead right there. And also NYSL Mayhem going against Stamina. Stamina took the first hard point in standoff, 250 to 92. That is a dominating win for Stamina right there. I think they're more hungry to get back in the hordes right now, who wants to leave NYSL Mayhem behind.
And well, obviously speaking, one thing that these two teams had in common was they were swept by Smart Omega, and that's that.
Yeah.
But the difference here is you have Stamina Esports, who came off trying to redeem themselves after suffering a huge loss from, you know, Smart Omega. They did eventually defeat the squad of Godlike earlier, and with that they have momentum. You know, probably the confidence is there for them to begin this hard point matchup between NYSL Mayhem. So I just hope that they continue it that way, because you already know we want to see European region actually get there to the top.
But the thing is, like, we've seen that that it's difficult to have like to be in there in the top if you can't manage to take good wins in terms of like the elimination matches. So no, not really elimination matches, but the opening matches. So hopefully they can adapt that quickly, especially with everything that's happening right there from the early parts of this game. And as quickly as that, we have the search and destroy available for you guys, and I'm loving how it is working right now. I think there are no mishaps in terms of connection, but there's more of mishaps in terms of position as well as lives being spent for Almighty.
Yeah, it's Pop Zero and Leozine getting those first 2 kills here at this round number 1. And AMT just kind of playing with their life. They're not really able to push any of the sites because it's tightly guarded, unless Incendio gets a miracle play here at the corner. He spots Leo, and that opens up the B side, and that should turn some heads from Skade. But Mihawk is just waiting for the play to fall in the middle, and a perfectly timed kill there. A shut up will be taken care of. Sent to the next round. And number 2 in blue, that's going to be Linz. Waiting for the perfect moment, and Pop Zero there to just obliterate one player alive, and that's Irfan J, Clutch King. Can he do it?
Irfan J right now, the Clutch King. It might be a huge ask for him, possibility, but we're talking about the world stage right now, and Mihawk will say no, you will not be able to clutch us this time, but probably later we'll see Clutch King, Irfan J in there show us a little bit of his brand. But as we can see, it's the first point from Skate right now, and still the attacker side is Almighty, so hopefully they can control the pace to how he wants dictated. This team of Almighty usually takes slow, and with Pabzera in there just popping off snipe after snipe, just not letting them take the lead.
I mean, we know AMT's weakness is aggression.
Yeah.
But we didn't know that they have a rough time playing with range, especially a team that has Pop Zero in it and a better overall sniper. So that's something that they need to have to work on. And Lean right here in the tunnels is going to try to push around. He knows that there's going to be players in here, so information should be called out down upon. And Incendio is on the go to repair shop, but Lina trying to push off. He's to find 2 players, but Irfan J just too good with a gun. And now, the 2v3 situation here, Neptune.
Yeah, and a 1v1 might be happening in the mid of this map. It is Incendio right now. Going in for the hit against
Bomb has been
Pobzera, and finally, Pobzera will be taken down. We are now left on a 1v3. Good chance for Almighty to bring this back to their favor unless a clutch will be pulled off in here by Leo Zin. And Leo Zin, I would say Leo Zin can pull this off unless the position will be favored Almighty at this point. Irfan J in there doesn't want to peek, doesn't want to give that peek as well against Leo, and there goes a 1-1 on the scores.
Yeah, a great bounce back for AMT. Honestly, I mean they were the first dead, and obviously speaking, once you were drawn that death, it typically is a snowball for your opponent. But it's all about the resiliency and re-strategizing and being a grit and grind team like Almighty. They know just what to do and make up for the moments that they have. But Pobzera, I mean, the guy just basically shreds off Irfan J and Heaven and deletes them right away, and Lin is able to follow up with one more. Right now looking for the double, has to force himself to a reload, and now he's spraying, and that guy will not go down just yet, but he's been able to push up and make some progress. Leo Zero on the jungles, final player alive is going to be Incendio with the scope, and Lean is going to spot him, and that should be information sent out, and Leo Zero with this SKS. Skate takes round number 3.
One thing I would say for Almighty at this point, they need to imagine that they're fighting Smart Omega. Like, Pobzera is looking like the prime of Whoopi at this point, and if they can counter Pobzera, take him out early in this game, then they may have a good chance in there to take a lead and take over this game. Incendio right now taking down Limbs and Jepro on the spray, but Jepro will be taken down by Leo Zera in this on that backstab, and 3v4 situation. Almighty still in favor. Leo Zera had a good glance in there with the SKS, but on the other side, one will be traded off to B4.
I mean, honestly, at this point, they have already deleted Pobzera off the equation, so now they're just gonna have a little bit more of an ample time, of course, not to worry about the unique angles that this Skate squad just uses. Mihawk is going to extend out way over enemy lines, and this is a very risky play, but it eventually turned out to be a very huge one for Skate, as they are likely able to open up this back alley. And Mihawk is just waiting for a player to pick. He's got the patience, and he's got the execution to do it for him as well, all down to Incendio. With 30 seconds left, he's got 5 kills, but what can he do with 2 players? He needs the perfect timing, but no, Mihawk deletes him in an instant. Skate plays for the retake in an absolute off-tempo push, and the aggression just threw off AMT. They take a 2-round lead.
And that is what Almighty really need to do right now, to take care of their post-plant setup, because so far that is one thing that we are not expecting from Almighty. But Skate right now, I mean, we've seen so much of Pobzera. Pobzera goes down, but Mihawk in there still deadly, and just quite surprised at what Mihawk can do. Mihawk takes down Heaven, and the sniper from Almighty, one of the sniper, will be taken out.
It's such a huge blow here, especially when Mihawk removes Incendio as well. I mean, the first bloods just go in favor for Skate every time. It either could be Pobzera or Mihawk, and this 2 deadly duo with the scope just outlasting the triple snipe setup that AMT has been using ever since the start of this game. And you already know Jeffro, he loves to lurk, offense, defense, but here right now, it's just too much of a risk to go out there alone. So, a 2v5 now, 1 minute left.
And one thing about a duo situation at this point, you need to stick together. At least once you get information, both of you get information, you'll be able to follow through. But who can follow through with a God nade coming from Pobzera? Jeff Pro right now, possibility for him. But there goes Leosin taking him down. And the El Presidente will be left in there in shambles. 41 is scores right now. Skate just showing that they deserve the spot.
And here's the thing with Skate, I mean, they were able to upset a lot of teams in the Western Finals last year. And mainly because of the range and the off-tempo aggression that they've been using. And it totally shows here, you know, AMT, a very tactical team, expects of these players to pop off in hot zones and kill spots, but they are technically not there. They use a lot of unique angles where typically you don't see often. And Leo's there just turns on happen like that. Such a nasty shot with the SKS, and it's looking to get a bit more than that. Mihawk playing an oversight right through the long A. He's got the control at the Americans. And it's not going to spot any player here just yet, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's one thing I'm really seeing from the side of the SKS. Not only that, Mihawk in there taking out Irfan J, but good enough for Almighty. They take another point in here. Still, the lead is 2, but the comeback momentum might be gearing towards Almighty. But going back to the point that I was saying earlier, the SKS possibility in that long-range capability, as well as spam power, in case you miss that first shot. But it's a potential one-shot, one kill, wherein it's slower the fire rate, but damage is so much. Good smoke right now coming from Skade, and gives them the chance to go in for that fast plant.
Bomb has been planted.
And recovering shut-ups line of sight, and of course playing that Dominant classic opening with the smoke. Now a 5v5 retake, 39 seconds left. Number 2 and Jeffro still waiting way behind enemy lines, and Pop Zero once again deals the first blood. I believe that's the 3rd time he got that, but Heaven there for the trade. Now it's going to be a risky play out the front. Leozin is in a corner where you don't typically expect him to be there, and on the bush he goes like a snake. He rattles. 20 seconds left, and AMT, the more you take a lot of time, it's gonna you're gonna have a second get the attacks, and Linby lines up 2 players to get the double, and Skade throws off by 3 rounds. Once again, 5-2, 2 more to win the game.
The patience for side of Linz at that point. I mean, even if Leo has been taken down in there, Linz impatiently waited before that almighty lineup that we've seen. But Linz going in for that fast approach, but not so much going into long, because they know they have the attention of Almighty already. They will be setting up that long A setup from Skade, but unfortunate for Skade right now, it's too late for them to turn around and go over to Bravo. Even if Mihawk will be able to get information that it's clear from Bravo's side, the middle is already in there being guarded by Incendio, and it is on this 4v5, they will not be risking another more frag, and there goes Mihawk taking out a shot up.
Irfan J spraying here. The CBR4, he should win this gunfight, but no, Leozin just turns him on like that. Deleted in an instant. 2v4, 38 seconds left. Mihawk shuts Jeffro down. All down to Heaven's got 3 kills, and Zero and Mihawk, they've been shutting down the snipers of AMT, and that's just been the story ever since the start of the opening match between these two for Group D. And now match point for Skade. Can they win it here at this next round?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a repeat of the scoreline in terms of search and destroy between the teams. We ended the previous one, that was in raid 73. And the way it's looking right now, Almighty can get back a point, but as quick as that, they might be taken down in there as well on the final. So 2v3 situation favoring Almighty. Hopefully they can pull this through all towards that overtime. Otherwise, Almighty will be left in there just hungrier for more points when they step into that control. But the battle continues right now. Leo Zin, the guy who is waiting for his chance to get to that bomb, not given that opportunity.
I won't be a long one here. AMT, this should be a round for them to win. Having to deal with Leo Zin, the only player alive, and Incendio just waiting for the perfect moment to get a good eye of this guy. Leozin now enters inside the wood house, and he still wins the gunfight against Incendio. Turns on the right. The bullet was there. The accuracy just on point. Now a 1v2, 55 seconds left.
But the thing is, his world will be smaller right now. Shut Up is still in control of long range, and we have Jeff Pro on the close range. So he needs to take down Jeff Pro first so that he can take advantage of close range. Probably a backstab against Shut Up. And here we have it. Leo right now checking the corners and might be seeing Jeff Pro, but Jeff Pro will not be showing himself right now. 6-3 in the points. And match point for Skade, 3 for Almighty. Again, it's looking like the first search and destroy battle between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Skade just got a good ample size of fleet here. I doubt that they're gonna lose this one, but having a to show up Leo Zero's down. Incendio finds a double now. This guy went from a right-click AMR user in the following rounds to using a Holger 26. So obviously speaking, the adjustments are being made as we go through the succeeding rounds, and Bob, they're going to be pushed around, and Incendio with the wall bang. That's 4 kills in this round. 2 more to force the overtime.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned earlier that aggression is a weakness of Almighty. At some point, it can be a strength. So it's weakness if it's against them, but if they utilize them, it will be a strength. But how long can they pull this off? They can go in for the aggression, but it can be caught in there by Skade. So looking forward to another different gameplay that Skade hasn't seen so far in this matchup. They have good position right now on a 1-1-3 split as spread out from the side of Skade right now. 2 in the showers, 2 in the barracks hut, and 1 in the corner house. So who gets the first blood might dictate how will this end.
Just a minute and 24 left here. And Skade, as the attackers, have been struggling for the past 2 rounds. AMT has won back-to-back. Pub-Zero will almost won that first blood. There's not going to be any contest for now. As AMT will be waiting this out. Lin, shut up. A 4v5, bomb yet to be planted. And AMT is waiting for the bomb to get planted here. Incendio with the God Nade against Lins. And they're using the smokes to cover up their footprint. They're looking to make the push. But Pub-Zero gets turned off by Incendio. Irfan on the enemy lines is going to be able to lurk around. And the bomb, 37 seconds left. Heaven shots Mihawk away from the hill. And now Leo Zero, last man standing with the SKS. Gets the first shot, will not connect the second. And Heaven will be confirmed with the third bullet. The gun wow, I'm just lost for words here for Leo Zero. The guy's game sense is just insane. But fortunately for AMT, Jeffro was there to clean it up. And the dirty work is finished. Jeffro wins that round number 5 for AMT.
One more for them to reach, to force an overtime, and one more for Skade to take this win. And I'm seeing a good potential for Almighty right now. They are studying, they are going and pulling out a few of the gameplays that we haven't seen them pull against Skade, and this might work at this point. A 3-2 split right now, and 2 on the Bravo, as 1 from the name of Heaven will be heading off into the mid, protecting that 1-4 split that has been done by Skade as well. But they might not be able to pull this off because Incendio will be insane in there, just rocking that holder and taking 2 down.
And passing your seatbelt, Incendio has been unlocked and unleashed here. The demon is just so good right now. The ego from this guy to use a right click to a Holger and somehow score the last 8 kills for the past 4 rounds. Gives him 2 kills per round, by the way. And Skade, they are still in this game. They still have 3 players, but they have to pick up the bomb. And for Incendio, a great discipline here to not pick, because he knows that there's still 3 players that can use that sniper to take him out. And well, for him, he's going to be winning the comp against Mihawk. Stop tempo push, and Pub-Zero gets gaslighted there by Irfan J. All down to Leo Zero here with that SKS. He gets 1. The spray transfer will be there, but shut up. Just quick to note the situation. And AMT, right when you think they're about to get bowled down, they come right back to it. We're gonna push for overtime, and again, you have to win 2 rounds straight for you to be able to be the winner.
And this is the Almighty that we love, and they are coming back right now. We might be crowning a different comeback kings right here from the side of Almighty, but that's too early. They haven't taken a win just yet. Mihawk with a guard nade against El Presidente Leo in there against the Clutch King as well. We are now left with only 2 for Almighty, Incendio and Shut Up. And Leo's in right now with a standoff, proning standoff, I would say. Shut Up takes down Mihawk into the process, 2v4 situation, but still at all, Incendio takes 1 down.
This guy is just on a full state. Drops the double. Bomb flight wouldn't happen just yet. Waiting for the perfect moment, but Shut Up gets shot down. All down to him. He dropped 2 players already. He's pushing out the barrels, and Pub-Zero with the pistol wins it. And Skade goes up by 1. So they're at match point.
It's getting heated up right now. They will be switching side. Skate right now will be an attacker,
Destroy
and
the
defenders will
objective.
be Almighty.
Got the bomb.
And let's see on how well the defense will be done by Almighty as attackers. I would say attackers side for Skate really spot on most of the time, and that is where they got a lot of points lead against Almighty, but not so much a regression being done. Oh, a little bit too close right now with that guy number 5, and there goes backstab, but the trade-off has been done. Shut up against Bubzano. Mihawk just slays and praise heaven in there from the side.
Good thing Heaven was there to play for that trade. If not, that could have been a 3v2 at Instead. And Shut Up wins a huge one against Linz. Leozine now looking to contest, but Shut Up now still on with the gunfights, making it possible for AMT to tie up the game. But Leo Zera still pretty much alive. He's got 9 kills in his hands. No audio cues, no info game for him right now. Just have to rely on his game sense and where these particular players are gonna be at. Next few player gonna be in the spot. He's not gonna shoot just yet. The trigger discipline. He spots Airplane J. He gets the double. 100 IQ for Leo Zera. One more player to deal with, and that's gonna be Heaven. Could be the pistol or the SKS battle here. Bomb yet to be picked up, and there's still 40 seconds. Plenty of time, but I think Heaven spots him. No way. No way. The bomb is gonna get picked up.
Bomb acquired.
Heaven should know the time that this is gonna be planted.
Yeah, I mean,
1v1.
we know how well Heaven knows the IQ gameplay in there, and from this side,
Lost that round.
Heaven
It's not
just
over yet.
traded it
Ready
off,
up.
and I was just surprised
Bomb spotted.
on how well
Enemy
that has
has
been
dropped the
played in
bomb.
there. He spots one from that white warehouse, and as well as Irfan
Destroy
J in there at the
objective.
bottom, didn't fire
Got the
instantly. He just wants to take the time to angle himself so that he can go for the double.
I mean, I had 4 shots of copy right before this match starts, and the way that the teams are just going back and forth clearly not helped that I'm palpitating right now. At 2v2, Incendio 20 Ps already, looking to push for the game high today. I mean, Marvel scored 20 earlier. Incendio now pushing up. Switch at the left corner, wins that gunfight, but Shut Up there to help. They won't plant the bomb at A, which is very, very smart because we know Mihawk. He knows how to spot his players. 50 Gs on his hands. Oh, he's a step too late. If only he went there faster, that could have been elimination. But he got
Bomb
the
has been
50 GS
planted.
on his favor though. Shut Up doesn't know where he's at. 42 seconds open plant. And they're going to be opening things up here at this auto repair shop. Mihawk is waiting for the perfect moment. He pulls the trigger. Now Incendio knows where he is. And he's just going to waste the time. 19 kills for Mihawk already. And this is totally possible. Close quarter combat. The team doesn't know where he is at. And they're just avoiding this guy. It's like a coronavirus and they're just trying to step away from him. And no one is going to engage from him. But now the pinch play coming true. Incendio gets it to go. AMT now gets the lead.
I love the play right now. It is a hide and seek, and I was just quite surprised that the solo player is the one seeking the duo right there. And I love the gameplay, pulling them in there far away from the bomb, not giving them that chance just in case one will be taken down. There's still plenty of time for them to buy that bomb a little bit more so that it will explode, and Almighty right now has this lead. The target right now is fine. It's in favor of Almighty, but a take back might be happening. Zera in there takes down Jeff Pro.
This is it. This is gonna push way over the distance here, Neptune. I'm just telling you, with the way they just go back and forth. But AMT are... It's not too early here at this B side, by the way. They have number 1 in yellow in Incendio in a prime spot to try to anticipate the bomb planner. And for Skate, they're gonna try to fake B and rotate at A. And this is the best basketball move so far. You jab step through B, and of course, just cross over the line towards A. But here's the tough question to ask. Shut Up is safeguarding that A side. So any info game from him is gonna be important. He spots the first guy. He hits the shot. How nasty to get 10B. He spots another. He misses there. But it's a 3v4 here, Neptune.
But the thing is, it was traded off that easily in there because that guy from number 1 being left off in the backyard. But here comes a chase. Heaven tries to go in, and there goes a takedown. But the moment that Almighty goes in for that slay, they just go in for a trade-off, and it is a 2v2 right now. Good potential for Almighty to go in for that hit, and Heaven once again. 50 G's in hand, but Mihawk slaps them for a double, and it is this side.
My goodness, back-to-back highlights from the squads. And 2 players from both ends, 1 each actually, has 20 plus kills. Mihawk with 21 for Skade. Incendio with 21 for AMT. We don't really know who's gonna win this, but it was almost a victory for AMT, if not for the positioning that they had. They didn't really expect Mihawk to be at that angle. And now they're pushing here this B side. Jeff Pro gonna be the point man, he is. But Leo Zero is just so tricky with the angles here. Just go back and forth from the areas, and you see the rotations being made here by Skate. They have 3 players surrounding the jungles already, but this is good for AMT. The attacks are still lined up. If Jipper wins this one, it's still a good opportunity for number 4 here from G to clutch this up, but Leon Scene just beams with the CBR. And it's just back and forth. Skate takes this, but they have the opportunity now to end it here. Neptune.
Opportunity to end it here, but I'm pretty sure Almighty will not give it to them. This might be, in the world stage, this might be the longest that we've seen, and it has been set up properly. Overtime is working. There's no issue of being cut off early. Shut Up started off against Leozin, and the second one against Pop Sam. Shut Up is just shutting everyone up. Heaven in there for the God Nade as a response for the God Nade from Mihawk.
Oh my. This is just a lot of surprises back to back. Skate Mihawk is still alive, but Sean finally defeats him. So now the momentarily annoyers definitely done and dealt with, and Jeff Pro lines it up for Leo Zero. And it's another tie game. So I believe this overtime target is 11. Of course, you have to win by 2 rounds. And now you start, I mean, both teams definitely have their 4 players doing well. But now you have to rely on your number 5 player. Irfan J and Lin has to step up. And Pop Zero again deals that first blood here. And Shot Up lines up with that nade against Leozin. But here's the problem. Pop Zero is still alive in this game. And Mihawk is on the flank. But he doesn't spot the player on the cards. But Mihawk does one. Shot Up will be able to use that pistol to take Mihawk down. But look at the play off the back. Lin's drops Shot Up down. And the bench play is just on. Irfan J needs to clutch this up. But Leo Zero is there to clean it up. What a fast round, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. It's fast. We're off to our 20th round in the Search and Destroy. I forgot the record that we have. Was it 21 rounds? 22 rounds before it ended. So this might be beating that record, the longest Search and Destroy that we have so far in a game casted and played, but we'll have to see. And if I'm not mistaken, it's also Almighty right there who popped off in there. Probably, I might be wrong because of I'm running out of gas right now. Oh, Incendio misses that, and Mihawk takes advantage, and Almighty down by one man. In this fight, they are defenders, so they will be defending a little bit low, but Shut Up might take this advantage if he spots those moving in from that long A.
No idea why Incendio was pushing all by himself. And that could just be the opportunity for Skate to take this away from AMT. They're currently waiting for a perfect moment to push here, and they hit off with mid-map. Stun check coming through the info game now for Skate. They know that there's a player here, this A side. Irfan Jane Shut Up, step up huge with a beautiful triple. And now Skate down the numbers. 4v2 now, Neptune.
Yep, it is Leozine and Leozera, both of them Leos, but I think we're seeing a tiger fight in them. Jeff Pro takes them down, and Leozine will be the last guy remaining, going against 4 members of Almighty, and Almighty team not taken down that easily in there for the side of Shut Up, but finally with a backstab in there with a shoulder showing will be taken down. Leozine right now stuck in the corner, but Heaven will be knocking, and he will be brought down here, tied once again. And the target will be added more to 2 points for both teams.
I mean, Skate has the first blood in that last round, but they weren't really able to capitalize mainly because of how well AMT held their ground at this A side. And you know, the never say die attitude is gonna give you, and it's gonna lead you to places, and that's what's happening right now for both ends. Never say die attitude just popping off with the first blood coming true now. Pop Zero, who is the first blood reaper for Skate, finally shot down, but Leo Zero here will be able to find his way out, of course, get the kill against Heaven. So technically speaking, this is still a 4v4 matchup. But for the past few rounds that we've played so far, we already know that Skate loves playing on the defensive side, and we know how completely AMT struggled against them, mainly because of the range that they have. But Mihawk actually will not be using the sniper here anymore.
Oh.
So there's not enough range that you're gonna have to worry about. So you can basically push this A side right now. It's completely wide open. The only player that you have to really worry about is Leozing, which is inside of the control at the white warehouse. And you can use this. You can use a dual pusher to blitz that player off. But Incendio finds him on the window. Then the bomb threat is on. Now it's gonna be a 4v2 retake. A chance for AMT to take the lead here. Neptune.
Yeah, good distraction being brought in by Incendio. He will be taken down right now. It's a 1v2 situation. Irfan J and Shada and Leo Zera was able to go for the slay, but Jeffro will be ending it right now. Attackers this time will take the lead. Good potential for them to take this because from what we've seen earlier, the defender side is favorable for Skate, and that is what Almighty is just waiting for them to take that win and attack and probably throw off the tactics of Skate.
This is it, AMT, a chance to close it out. Incendio wall sprint. He's connecting off the shot, but he's not really able to finish him off. But his teammate is there to help him up here. The first blood exchanged for both ends. But as long as Incendio is alive for AMT, they are in good hands. The guy has been so accurate with his shot. Take a look at this number 4 in Irfan J, waiting for the players to go and extend and back. But unfortunately for Irfan J, he gets shot down. So a little bit of a back and forth is happening in this matchup. Mihawk, he's got no range and shot up almost drops him. Leozine on the tight order, 1v1 situation, and Incendio gets it! 26 kills for him! And a chance for AMT to add this search and destroy. To go and tie off the series and Heaven deals it! 40 kills! And AMT, after 22 arduous rounds, they take it away from Skade, tying up the series.
And the dream is alive for Almighty indeed. And I guess the record has not beat just yet. 22 rounds is the maximum that we have for the trade-off overtime in Search and Destroy. Almighty, I mean, when Insane is triggered, he just goes in insane mode. 26 frags, and I think a lot more can be offered from this guy, but a lot more has been given by the team already. There you have it, 26 and 2. 26 kills and 2 plants right there. On the other side, we didn't have a glimpse of what is the top frag in there. Hopefully you had the Cali.
I mean, 26 kills for Incendio and 24 for Mihawk. Just talk about these two players combined. I mean, that's just 46 kills just by these two individuals in 22 rounds. I mean, when you see a game pushed to an extent, you'd see the kills line up distributed properly. But in this game, the team really relied on their ace player. I mean, technically it's shut up for AMT, but due to how well Incendio has been playing this past couple of months, he's technically the ace player for this squad right now, and he's been reliable. You know, this is what you want from your captain. He leads by example, willing to take the risk. And same thing for Mihawk. It's just that at the end, it's all about the mental fortitude and how hungry you are to win. And AMT had that.
Yeah, I guess Almighty is just waiting for their attack. Was it attack? Yeah, their attack to be favoring them on that. Otherwise, it will be OTs all the way. The moment that the defenders of Skade is in there taking a point, the pattern emerges. And once the pattern has been broken, that is where Almighty takes advantage. And we all know that Almighty reads the situation. Pretty much what we mentioned from CDM team, Almighty is just doing it a little bit better because they can hold off longer. They will not be dying down that easily and gives them more time to understand the rotation that is being taken. And once they turn on what they have to pull in this game, they just blow everyone to bits, as what we've seen right there. It might be it is a 1v1 right now, and as we can see, Slums might be the win for Skade. Almighty taking that firing range, and it is stalling for both teams, but I would say the momentum might be on the side of Almighty because of the win.
I mean, again, we have some errors in the overlay. Once again, I mean, it was Cade who won that first map, 250 to 190. But this firing range was technically a map win by Almighty. Oh, wait, what? There's okay, here we go.
Corrections are being done, and there are a few mistakes. We can let that flow. It's just Skade and Almighty for the first and second, and standoff. We are looking forward to probably a trade off and bringing it over to map number 5.
Here's my guess. I believe this standoff game 3 is going to go down to a map number 5. Technically, what just happened between these two when they were playing Control earlier, and where Team Almighty was able to win 3-2. So obviously speaking, Almighty is still a very reliable Control team. But do they have the mental fortitude to continue and win back-to-back, though? That's very much the question here up against Cade, Neptune.
Yeah. I would say like the threat previously was just the threat previously was just Pubzera in there, but it has like Mihawk has been added in the list already. So that's 2 threats already for the side of Almighty, and it's insane. It's like Incendio right now for the side of Almighty. That is a threat. So it's a 1-2. I'm not seeing a pop off from either Irfan J or Heaven right now compared to what we've seen them done before. So even Jeff Pro is slowing down in there in slaying power. So if all those 4 members, actually everyone from Almighty will be triggered and will be turned on, bring all their A game, especially in this Control, they have a huge potential right now to sweep this map in this game and take the lead take the points to their side and bring it over to map number 5.
Well, again, time check. It's going to be 7:38 a.m. here at the Philippines. Good morning, Philippines. Good morning to everyone that's watching in here right now. I saw it in Neptune's clock. I was like, wait, it's 7:39 already. And, I have to appreciate the viewers that's, spending the time to watch the broadcast because, we have to adjust to U.S. time zone. And appreciate everyone that's supporting not just the Garena region, but of course all the teams participating in this event right now. And by the way, you are waiting for that redeem code. We're gonna give it right to you later on if we do reach another set of milestone. But back to what we were talking about here, Gentleman Gaming, Neptune. I highly feel so that the game 5 is possible here, and just judging what just happened earlier. I expect that here. History will repeat itself, but not AMT losing though. I have them winning this one against Cade. Oh my god. Casting at the World Champs, it's just very, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And earlier we've seen a trade-off, like a back and forth in terms of points. Started off Almighty and then Skade, Almighty Skade, and then Skade got the first, the 5th one. Now this time it started off from Skade's side, Almighty taking the 2nd. 3rd will be, I don't know where, but it's gearing towards Almighty, so the momentum will be on Almighty's side. Control is already on them, but we know Skate, they can adjust. We've seen them so much, and we mentioned as well as how much the SKS can be utilized in this game, especially in this Control mode. But as we look at the scores right now, we have the brackets right now. So just a review. 2-3, wherein Skade took a win against Almighty, and they are back at again. Luminosity won against Nova Esports, and Luminosity has moved over to that winner match. But as we go into Group C, Tribe Gaming took down Scars, and well, it is expected. Scars right now is in the lead, and Q9 Club left in the dust with 0 points. Kelly, is it right?
I think it's right. I'm not hallucinating. You're not hallucinating. This is for real, people. And you're watching the hottest Call of Duty mobile action right now. The best teams in every region gathering in one convention just to determine who is really the #1 squad here at the championship of 2022 Call of Duty Mobile. And for Q9 to go down like that against Scars, that's such a surprise because technically we saw a good fight from Q9 versus Tribe Gaming, and for them to go down 2-0 right now, completely unpredicted, unexpected.
But the thing is, it was a good fight up until the final moment, because from while I was watching in the background, Q9, I'm feeling a little bit of downfall in terms of motivation when they fought against Tribe. We were talking about probably it's the crowd, probably it's the game itself, probably it's their position in that game, and it might have not be the case against Influence, but when they battled against Scars, wherein Scars really is popping off right now, going in against Influence Chairman Esports, they can carry that over. They have a little bit of waiting time as well, but if this goes on, Scars will be in a very difficult position, especially when they face off Tribe moving forward, because they didn't get 1 point from this team, and compared to Q9 wherein it was 3-1. So I was just surprised that the first 2-0 was already offered by Scars.
I mean, for Scars, they're not known by the mainstream media, that's one. But they took down Team Brilliant to third place in the Cotton Eastern Finals 2021 to qualify in this year's World Championship. They are incredibly tactical, give them that, and everything is calculated. They are one of the only few teams in this entirety of this event that plays passive. You know, they rather play it slow and steady than playing it fast.
Yeah.
They're morally anticipative and, of course, committing more to offense rather than moving head-to-head with gunfight. All right, now we're gonna... As you can see, AMT and Skade are definitely playing control. And, of course, this is key for both ends. They need this to go up on the match, to go up with match point in the overall series. You win this, you technically have the opportunity to close things out at map number 4.
Yep, the defensive side will be taken by Almighty at this point, and attackers will be Skade. But as we look into the points, it's not like in life, it's not so much of a lead from both sides. And as we say that, it is Skade taking 2 already against Almighty. Captures, on the other hand, will be taken by Skade as well. The first stick will be done and will be stopping. Oh no, it has not been done just yet, and Heaven is just cleaning up right now. Good chance for Almighty to say to this point. Defenders usually have the advantage.
Oh well, Heaven here is extending out. We know that Heaven is a key player in control. He is the main reason why AMT is such a tough team to beat in this game mode. For now, he's gonna be off to a slow start for 2 kills, but his teammate's gonna pick up with kills here. 4 kills for Shut Up right now, same thing with Incendio. But the game is pretty much very close, but one thing more than likely that we saw from them is that they are so good at controlling this objective points, but now Skade finally gets their axe together. They send out 2 players inside this game control point. They have done 2 segments in already, and no one really pushing here for AMT. So now the question here is, would you want this team to get this A control point, or would you want to give this up to prepare yourself for the B control point defense? And well, for now, they are doing kind of both here. So it's a great way for them because they're executing properly.
Yeah, one thing that Almighty can do if they're up to it is to force Skade to go over to that Bravo. But that will not be the case. They will be taking the lives right now, and it is doubled on side of Almighty. Shut up right now in there together with Jeff Pro. Just clean out. One left, 1 guy remaining, and Pam Sarah will not be going down that easily. But the 1 to 6 in the lines is not easy to say as well. Pop Zera might be able to clutch this, but it might be difficult in terms of time because they are running out. And there goes the point. Almighty takes it first.
And the clock strikes at 0, and you know what time it is. AMT wins that round number 1. And here's the tough part, you know. Now we're going to switch sides. And obviously here at standoff, it's easier to defend. And AMT capitalized on that round number 1. So Skade, here's the question. Are you going to be able to find a way to take this round number 2 away against AMT? Because right now you see AMT's been winning so many gunfights, and they win that last round, although it through a time expiration, but they had a potential to end it through elimination. And take a look at this. 2 players routing around the back alley, maybe pushing and paving the way to go and initiate the spawn trap here at the gas station. Irfan J swings, is gonna find 1 player, saves his teammate's life. So now they are primed to attack the player spawns, and Evan is sent out here to play with a Purifier. He gets 1 more player down there, and number 5 in the blue side, and Shut Up that's got himself with a Purifier as well here, Neptune. So if he gets himself in the proper position, it's just more eliminations coming from AMT.
And here comes the chase right now. Shut Up going in against Mihawk as well as the second one, but that will be done by Shut Up, Jeff Pro, and Irfan J. And it is 21-16 right now in terms of live. The first thing will be taken by Almighty, and there the second on the way as Jeff Pro hangs in the corner. And Purifier, this is not really an aggressive gameplay from Jeff Pro. This is more of a safe use of that specialist so that they can maintain this capture on this Alpha. But we've seen this before. Alpha will be captured, a funnel will be done into Bravo, but in terms of lives, 10 lives deficit, I don't think it will be going towards Skate right now.
my
That
God.
quickly it has been brought down to 4.
I mean, it was a pretty close match in the early game, but AMT, look at this, they're over the spots and shot up just slicing and dancing.
round.
Lin just turned it into a fruit, and you already know, Shut Up was the ninja to slice that all off. AMT goes up by 2-0. A chance for them to take the lead on the overall series and of course win this map number 3. They start on the defensive side.
Yeah, and this will throw off the game of Skate and at one point, because earlier it's more of Skate just like throwing up back and forth, and the momentum that Almighty will be getting, if in case they will clearly get this control, is already on their side, and once they have that, they can pull through. Probably not hard point, it's difficult to say on hard point, but Search and Destroy to the least. But Popzera right now and double SKS from the side of Skate really is it's a good plan. The ideation is good. They just need to get angles because they can do a lot of damage in terms of life.
I mean, here it is. I mean, AMT, it's stinking time. It's time to do the dirty work, and they have been so good at controlling the angles. But take a look at this. They have number 3 in heaven already pushing the spawns of the enemy team. Just waiting for the first gunfight. No one will be extending out though, but he's going to flank, and he knows what's happening here. He's way ahead of his enemy, and the flank right through the mid map is going to be key for them to actually take this one away. He's going to move away from the trash can. 20 and 20, 24 seconds left. He's going to spot Leo, but he's going to get turned down. Nice try. But, you know, AMT falling down with the time and Skate getting their things back together as they push 2 segments here at the A side.
I love what they're doing right now. I love what Skate is doing right now, going two things at the same time. Alpha will be in the lead right now, and they're on the way to go and capture that Bravo for that second tick. Alpha will be prevented, Bravo will be prevented as well, and we are running out of time. If in case Skate will be losing to stop that time, it will be GG's no matter how close the live is. And as they just prevent
Predator missile
anyone
inbound.
from Skate to step over, it is just counting down to 3 and 2 seconds remaining, and it's just a matter of time once they are off that plate.
AMT,
Get ready for the
flat
next
out
round.
performance in standoff. The only team that has beat them here at this map and in this game mode was Blacklist International Ultimate, and that was just stage 4. So it's a lot of months passed over that matchup, and again, they just continue to dominate hit control. They are the control kings after all, evil as one and the only. Mustachio AJ, and well,
Stand down.
haven't played a huge part of this victory. Is always the one there lurking offense, defense, extending out, making the play for the team. And of course, as soon as he was able to be successful at that, shot up in air from Jay follows up, and you're watching the AMT and this Cade matchup, and it's just been a banger so far.
Yeah, I mean, I really love what's happening right now. It's still, I would still say that it's anyone's ball game. Almighty is taking the lead, but it can be easily taken down, especially on the performance in terms of that hard point by Skate earlier on. So if they can throw up the rotation of Almighty from the start to the end of each cycle for that hill, then they might be able to take back another point. But unfortunate for them, they're down by 1 in terms of the series point. So it's 2-1 in favor of Almighty. Skate really needs to take this hard point, and once we get to that search and destroy, if it goes to that search and destroy, then it will be anyone. It can go either side depending on who has the momentum, even as who is more hungrier to step into the next level.
And here's the fun part, you know, I mean, AMT, we know that they are an S&D specialist and of course, a control king. Now, for them to honestly go up by 2 rounds here, they have to close it here at this map number 4. You can't afford to go back at raid where you lost against Cade in just 10 rounds, 7-3. And it was just a flat out field day there for Cade, mainly because of the team having 3 snipers in the match, and all of them mechanically sound and accurate in the game sense, just so chaotic. And one has to go after this lower bracket decider matchup. Team Almighty having the chance to end it at Hacienda. Do you think it's possible here, Neptune?
Well, again, Skade is jumping back in to a hard point wherein they had a good hold of how they can control the spawns and go against Almighty in this game. It's just unfortunate the trade-off of the points didn't go as planned because control is on that, like control has been taken in there on the third after the Search and Destroy win by Almighty. If in case Almighty took the hard point, Search and Destroy will be taken by Skade, and sure enough, control will be taken by Almighty once again. Trade-off will be happening, and that is where the favor of Skade might be going through. But as we go in here, we know the open P1 in Hacienda will be tricky, and it will go on both sides. Points will not be showing who will take the win, even up until the 150. I think it's Coach Jericho who mentioned that 150 is the mark that can dictate who is going to win.
Oh yeah, exactly. And it's a matter of who reaches that one first. And already off the get-go, once you're at the 150 mark, you obviously have all of the momentum. But it depends though, because technically we might see an instance where both teams are just kind of just fighting back and forth on the map. It's a 149 or 150 instance there. Highly possible for the way these teams have been playing, but for now, AMT is going to have the chance to play the spawns in their favor. They're going to have the statue spawn, while their opponent is going to stay inside of that garage. And well, honestly here, I love the take for AMT. Just stack all the three players in yellow inside of the paint. And of course, wait for the attacks and initiators to do their thing. And happen just on a 6 spree right now, building up that operator. And of course, not just that, this missile actually available for us already, and he uses that against Leozine. He gets eliminations as well here, Neptune. So it's 18 to 37.
Hardpoint locked.
Good coverage for Almighty from the initial part of that hard point, and good catch up indeed. But there you have it. I think there's something wrong, and I was hoping that this will not be happening in this game. With a restart will be happening. But I would say it's good enough that it has been triggered early parts of that hard point, and not the later parts, because it will be more disappointing, similar to what we've seen earlier. It's difficult to dictate who will be taking great momentum, especially if it starts off wherein you don't have anything on your plate, no operator skills, no score streak, and they just start it off from the start. And even with an open area in that mid, wherein trade-offs is easy, but in Hacienda there's now not that easy of a trade-off. It's in close space, and who gets all coverage will take that lead. That's what we've seen from Almighty earlier on, but I won't be asking why the rematch is happening. I'm just thankful it happened early.
Yeah, I mean, it was Leo Zero, by the way. I mean, the guy completely froze when P2 started. So, right from the get-go, I thought he was using his... We know Leo Zero uses that SKS, right?
Yeah.
So, you have to stand still to hit all of these shots. And I thought that he's firing the shots, but I look at the kill feed. He was not taking any players down, and he was just standing still on the statues. And so, I was like, oh no, I know where this is going. It's going to be a rematch. But the question here is it a full remake, or are we going to continue where we left off at P1? Because that's remake, exactly... I wanted to have a game where, obviously, it's a remake, 0-0. I want that because, like, you don't want Skade to go down like this.
Exactly.
It's basically what happened against Almighty on the first map. But obviously, I want the remake here in Neptune.
Yeah, and when we talk about remake, that's why I'm thankful that it happened earlier on. There's not so much of the point, and it's easier to justify, especially on I think it's not so much of a lead by Almighty in terms of that, but it's easier to justify that it's we can go in, start in from nothing, compared to what we've seen earlier, wherein it was cut off towards the end, and it's very difficult to say who's going either way because of the open area on that slums. And as I mentioned, 30 points is easy, even in trade trade-off. You just need to spend half of the time on that P1 to get that win. And well, we'll have to find out what is up and what will be happening next, if it's a full remake or probably catch up from the scores. But either way, the show must go on, and it is what it is.
It is what it is. Once you master that mentality here, you're just gonna be untouchable here from here on out, Neptune. But you know, just by looking at this game right now, map 5 is potential here for this decider match between Skate and AMT. But looking at the other match, by the way, Q9 managed to win the control game mode against Cars. So is this the start of the reverse sweep? That's the very big question that we might have to ask. And unfortunately, you know, we have to cover AMT because right now it's very important for them as well. You know, Skate and AMT is fighting for that playoff spot. And I believe whoever is the second spot of Group D will play against Smart Omega. So Omega Esports and AMT on the upper bracket quarterfinals is gonna get a little bit messy.
It'll be nasty, but it'll be interesting because like this is not the first time we've seen them on stage, but it is a bigger stage compared to the last time that we've seen them on, and it will show really the improvement, like match after match for different LAN events and even from different online events, and it will give you that comparison on how these teams is playing off, carrying it over from the Garena side onto the world stage, and it's a better story by the end of the day. But it's like much better story if either like for those who are going to take the win. So I'm just looking forward to it, if it will be happening. But right now, a lot has been happening all throughout. And, well, we're 2 hours close to that 12-hour streak. So hopefully this is it. But as we say, the early that it starts, it is now from Wolves and Team Vitality. Wherein Team Vitality has been left in there only 7 in lives. And if you add it to the lives left for Wolves, it will be totaling 30.
Oh yeah, this is such a massive display for Wolves. And you know, Vitality coming off of the win against Strut Esports, where it all came down to the wire in a clutch play from Joe Coast to end off that Search and Destroy takeoff. Now, facing against Wolves, they lost 2 maps already, so that hardpoint Search and Destroy probably is gonna be dominated. And just by looking at the statistics that just happened here, it ended here at map number 2. Wolves 23 live counts compared to 0, a win through elimination. The gunfights is mainly the story here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, either way, Wolves has all winning conditions favoring them, whether it's the lives, whether it's the time, or, well, Wolves earlier was on the attacking zone, so capture very close. But let's see on how well Team Vitality will be responding right now. 26 and 26 in terms of lives, and we are down close to what, 1 minute. None is being captured right now from either side, and this is, I guess, is what they're aiming for. They just want to play TDL.
And once again, guys, you're watching the Delta stream between Wolves and Team Vitality. And well, for them, actually, whoever wins that will advance as the number 2 team in Group C. Right now, we're hopping into Q9 Club and Scores. And again, I told you earlier, we were told that, you know, Q9 Club lost back-to-back games, Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, but they won the control. So now we're hopping in at Takeoff. And this is the first time we actually see Q9 Club go up against Cars, but it's going to be taken away by Almighty. All right, here we go. Hardpoint at Slums. No, this is Hacienda. And AMT off to a slow start as Skate will be able to get in the hardpoint, but finally they flushed him out, so they're going to be able to claim time here, Neptune.
Yeah, they are claiming time, and it's a little bit too early right now, but like what's happening right now reminds me of that time that I am watching television with my daughter, and she was just switching channels, and that's how it felt. And I don't mind, I can get through and track everything that's happening, as well as Skate, as well, and Almighty, who can track the points, and it is very, very close, even as we ended in this P1. But as P2 is being prepared, it is Skate who's already stepping in there. The retake can be and should be done by Almighty, but position-wise, it doesn't look so promising.
mean, manipulating spawns and settling down for early rotation is such a skate thing to do, and that's what they're trying to hit here. And well, for AMT, they're gonna have players sent out to make the push here, the garage, but that's not something that they will find success at. Well, oh my God, Incendio just popped up out of nowhere, and Incendio just completely get activated, almost get deleted there. And well, now Skate gets right back to it. Tune.
Yeah, and that was with the help of Shut Up right there. He has been hanging back in there to the back end and from the statue and giving the spawns to Almighty, giving them that chance to really catch up. But unfortunate for them, Cage's turn is over and like is taking the remaining of the points to their side. It's not so much of a lead though. We are still in the lower half of the score line, which is target is 250, so it can go either way. But as we go into B3 right now, into the warehouse, coverage is good for Almighty, but we've seen how much Skate can go in for the retake.
Hardpoint lost.
Oh yeah, exactly. 63-32 gonna be the score of the game. And well, for AMT, they kind of lost the rotation battle at B2, and that's what you're gonna expect. You lose the rotation battle, you're gonna get punished for that, and Skate up to a 23-point lead at the moment. But AMT settling down for the early rotation is the best investment that they've done all throughout the map at the moment. Picking up and amending for what just happened at the second hard point. And well, Skate is going to be spawning in multi-platform, so the push is going to be coming in all angles right now, and AMT just trying to survive. But Pop Zero there to clean up 2, and now they are on their way to flood this P3.
And it's early utilization of that purifier from Shut Up as well as Heaven right now, but I guess it's needed. They need to catch up on the points and take the lead, but unfortunate for them because of how early it is, they don't have that much position, thus they will not be able to go and control the spawns. It is back to Skate's side, but it's only his scrap time that Skate will be taking over 18-point lead that they have against Almighty as they set up onto the next hill. And again, Almighty going in for the early rotation. We take possibility by Skate, but I think it is much stronger in terms of defense for side of Almighty this time.
A solid setup, but they just have to avoid the operator skills being invested right now by Skate. Mihawk has got the annihilator. You don't want to be in front of his line of sight. And more for Irfan Jade, his close range engagement with the Purifier is gonna be key for them to score more time. And now they finally take the lead. And the guy just played two more players, and he's on a 5 spree. And AMT now looking to build a size-up lead. And this is a great way for you to make amends after disappointing P2. In P3 to P4 together, and now they're about to take that 100-point lead.
And indeed, they have the lead, 20 more seconds into plate, and the defense is prime for Almighty at this point. And no one from Skate can get through. It's a position of Irfan J for the slate, and information coming in from behind, whether it's Heaven or probably it's Irfan or it's Shut Up for the far side. And with that information relayed to a slayer such as Irfan J, he can pull it off right now as we wait for that middle manor to be opening up. The lead is now in favor of Almighty, but rotations and trade-off might be happening for both sides. But with that multiple kills, Almighty might take advantage.
I mean, AMT is just giving Skate their own dose of medicine. I mean, you see now, slowly and surely, AMT is using the SKS as well, just to kind of play fire with fire here. Just to correct what I said earlier, it's not a 100-point lead, but a 100-point mark that AMT will reach earlier than P4. But now they have 123. And you mentioned earlier, whoever gets at 150 scoreline here at Hardpoint, Shenda, is gonna momentarily get that victory. But here for now, Skate is actually in the Hardpoint, and contesting this one, it's supposed to be such a very scrappy hill, but you know, AMT just kind of gave out the final 20 seconds to set up for P2, and I'm fine with that, because at P2 it's kind of a money hill. You get the first 20 seconds, you're guaranteed to get more than that, and investing is such a priority and a key here for AMT.
Yeah, they understand that they will not be able to win the SKS visibility coming from both teams, and that is why they pulled off in there, going into garage. But the statue spawn being pulled off by Skate right now, bringing unlimited resources and manpower. Pop Zera in there as well. Leo's in on an annihilator, but Heaven saves them as he pulls out the purifier. But we still have 2 players in here moving in onto that hill, and the point is now now tied up, moving towards or veering towards Skate as Laser as well as Liam just shut them down.
All those preparation to set up here early at this P2 just to get taken down with the operators kills from Skate. It's such a devastating thing to see. But you see, there's gonna be a one final push being made by AMT right now, and those two players gets gunned down easily. Linz and Mihawk just too good. 156 to 129, so it's Skate that reaches the 150 scoreline for now. But we're moving into P3, and you see, it's kind of a 50-50 battle off their rotation. But well, there's gonna be 3 players there for AMT. That's gonna be number 5 in Shut Up holding off the anchor, but number 4 in Blue is gonna be there on the top floor in the staircase where he's gonna have a good oversight of the player, but Shut Up is there to clean it up. And the hardpoint opens up. No one really contesting for now, but AMT gonna be there first, so they're claiming time.
Nice cleanup though for the side of Almighty. Unfortunate for them when it comes to spawn. Again, Skate is the team who's just moving the response in their favor. Thus, Almighty had no choice to pull up all the utilities that they have just to clean this area. But despite doing that, they are still lost. It is Skate getting through a few more points. If they get the remaining 27 in here, it's easy for them to get to the double century mark, leaving Almighty not even reaching 150. And this is what we talked about. It's a far lead that Skate has been taken, getting close to that target already and looking favorable for Skate.
A&T at least needs to contest this final 15 seconds. It's still a pretty important time that you just have to make sure will not be claimed here by Skate. Well, the early rotation will not work again for AMT at this P3. Same thing will happen at P4 as you see. Number 1 and number 4 from Skate is going to be there to defend it away from Almighty, but Jeff Pro there for the double. Now, that's going to be important for the squad as they do open things up here at P4, and this is where they were able to claim time the most at the first set of rotations. So they get this money time. We're guaranteed to have an all-out battle for that late game, Neptune.
Yeah, well, it's up to Almighty to stand strong against the push of Skate, because most of the time when Skate pushes, Almighty is back up in the corner, and I think it's a different story this time. Incendio taking his corner on this, but will be taken down from afar by Limbs, and Leo's in right now, already initiating this. This is Irfan J gameplay that we've seen earlier, and pretty much a lot of frags might be happening, but all we know is Skate getting close to that 250.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just a bit more than at least 40 seconds here, and despite all the attacks is being led up by AMT, just find no answer. They have find no success, mainly because of how well Skate has been holding off all these angles, and Leozin plays a good role of that. 97 seconds in the hill time, and of course 22 kills and building off this streak here, almost getting that EMP system, but unfortunately for him, gets shot down. Well, it's technically still not over for AMT. If they do want to win this game, they have to take this P1, but it's gonna be very hard because we know Skate from this 2 set of rotation that they've claimed most of the time here at P1 and was able to separate themselves away from AMT right off the get-go. And well, for AMT, they have to go in now. They just need to go, or else it might just be 2 over and we might see a game number 5.
And what surprises me right now is there's a potential for Almighty to pull out SKS for a holster from Incendio, but that is not happening. It's that's one of the disadvantage that we're seeing right now. Leo Zera in there from below to up top in there into the smoke and get those kills, and Bob Zera right now, Annihilator in hand, getting close to that 250, but it's not enough for this kill. They have to get over to Garage right now to take over and get the remaining 20.
The position a lot better right now for Skate. 20 more seconds for them to win this match. Hardpoint number 2 opens up in just 5 seconds, and AMD are looking to attack the multi-platforms. Leo's able to win one gunfight inside of this garage. 2 more players coming alongside his statue for Almighty, but Skate is too good. They invest 2 operators, and Leo's able to spot one more. Irfan J shot down from the beaches, and one more coming on the way. Heaven will be eliminated. Just 8 more points for the win for Skate to push it map number 5, as we do see Almighty go down here, as we see them just drop like flies in the remaining of the game. Skate will force a map number 5.
They will be forcing map number 5 right now. The score's not far from the slums hardpoint that we've seen, and Almighty just showing their weaknesses right now in this game of hardpoint. It's good enough they have good momentum coming from that fire range search and destroy as we carry over onto the next round, but or onto the next map, but like you don't want to trade off. You don't want to trade off points back and forth, especially with Skade right now, who won against you on the first instance. So if you're Almighty, you want to take a huge leap and take that lead, but Skade doesn't want that to happen indeed. So again, as much as we want it to end either side on a 3-1, it will be going for that map number 5 right here, but it's still depending on that search and destroy.
Yeah, the search and destroy is actually kind of favoring due to the statistics that we had earlier. You know, Skade went up against Almighty in the opening matches, and AMD just got completely obliterated in just 10 rounds of action. And I can't just emphasize how lacking Almighty had to play in that game mode, because they had to worry about 3 snipers, one sniper, 2 marksmen, and it just takes a toll on you. But maybe the play from Incendio earlier with that Holger 26 could be the dagger against Skade. But who knows? We're just gonna have to find out as we move into this map number 5. And I think
you don't want to pull the same trick each other already from that as they fight it off already from the initial parts of this day. So I'm having some I think I'm having some connection issues right now, Callie.
Yeah, I noticed, but it's okay. You know, we all have those moments. But I mean, technically, your internet's a lot better, and you know, you already know. You already know. But yeah, I'm just kidding. But yeah, okay. Map number 5 is gonna be raid search and destroy. For those of you who may not know, this team played this one earlier, and it was actually Skade that won. So that's the storyline here. But since this is gonna be a decider match, and this is completely a different stage, we might just see a different sort of action just happening in here. And well, we already know Almighty don't repeat the same mistake twice. That search and destroy, they won one earlier on that firing range where they had to play 22 rounds of action, but at the end they were able to win it 10 and 12. But most likely for Skade, after winning 2 hard points, a chance for them to close out game 5 is absolutely possible as well. And it's just a matter of who is hungrier here in this game as they face elimination. Neptune.
Well, when we talk about hungrier, both teams they were able to get 3 frags already either side. Heaven and Irfan J, good combination. The same goes for Leo Zera as well as Lim. So like long distance and close quarter from either side. The attackers, on the other hand, will be Skade. So they have a good chance to go in for the Bravo plant.
Oh yeah, exactly, man. And here we go. The bomb is going to be planted. Linz gonna be here, forcing that play for retake for AMT to happen. Post plant defense gonna be more of a close range engagements here, by the way. And well, for AMT, they still have Heaven, by the way, and he can deal the damage in the close range and on the long range as well. And there you go. I was talking about the close range. It was a pistol I was trying to mention, but Leo Zero wins with SKS. Irfan J Clutch King tries to turn this around, sneaking his way through, but Leo Zero's SKS is clearly a lot better. He takes straw number 1.
Ready up.
Yeah, I mean, the damage that can be pulled by SKS can be that much. You only need a few instances in there compared to the CBR that Irfan J has, wherein like the movement from both teams is not that fast, but with Skade right now really into it already on the attacker side, they can pull out easily, they can buy time as well, and that is the advantage attackers have at this point. But as we start off on the second round right now, no one has been traded, no one has been taken out just yet in this game, and there goes Incendio, started off taking down Leozin.
That's a great way for you to start this one, but Leo Zero is still very much alive here.
Nice.
And Pop Zero as well. And Mihawk, who scored 24 kills versus AMT earlier, that firing range, gonna start off here with his first blood, his first kill, by the way. And Shut Up is holding his ground here as well at the swimming pool. Timing is Virtue, and Shut Up as the Call of Duty mobile timing at its finest. Hand it over to him, and Jet Frost is gonna spot Pop Zero is gonna go in and force that rotate. And well, the gunfight's not gonna cut through here right now. But Skade looking to put that bomb down here at this B side.
Yeah,
A side.
A side bomb plant, and 3 members from Skade will be blocked off in there for any chance of exit. There goes the rotation by Heaven right now, nade in hand, and probably will be pulling out the snipes later on. Mihawk, on the other hand, I think Mihawk's already down and out, so he was just swimming in there, chilling like a villain. But as we go in, Limbs going in for the hit against Irfan J, and a quick double right now by Limbs. Heaven trades up Zeta. It brings us down to a 1v2, but Heaven is a guy that can pull this off. Unfortunate for him, Limbs, but beat him to it.
It's not over yet.
The off angle just being held there by Skade was an off tempo play, and AMT was kind of expecting him to be at the cubby and of course right beside the basketball court, but they weren't. Using off angles is one key to surprise their opponent, and Skade just had the best pickle play out possibly against AMT. So now they go up by 2 rounds, and despite the first blood being made by Incendio earlier, it doesn't really matter at all, especially when you have 3 marksmen from Skade. And there you go, Jeff Pro does the first blood. Skade, Lin already pushing here way behind enemy lines, and Shut will be there to clean up. And Lin now opening his A side.
It's now a 3v4 situation. Almighty still in the lead and making that lead in terms of manpower, still favoring them for them to get the first point for Almighty in this SND. And there you have it. The cleanup has been done, left to Mihawk. But Mihawk, we've seen the damage that Mihawk can do in a search and destroy, but not so much on a 1v4. And this might be a chance for Almighty not to sit on an egg in this mode. But Mihawk is that a guy who will be so annoying, who don't want to go down that easily. Finally, Irfan J just knocks him out, and 2-1 right now for the point.
I mean, I won't be surprised if we're gonna push another overtime here, Neptune.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Skade does take those first 2 rounds, but I highly feel that AMT is gonna win back-to-back in spell on the defensive side in this coming game right here. You see, they stack up this B control point number 3, and Heaven is waiting on the Vans. Irfan J does the first blood, and now it's a 4v5.
4v5 indeed. And there's one advantage that Almighty needs to do. Incendio and Heaven combination in the scopes right now. And we have 2 left. Leozine will be stuck in there in the corner, and Jeff Pro will be taking him down. 1 left in there in the middle. And there goes Heaven, just takes him out. And a quick win, and they're bouncing it off on a 2-2-2. And Almighty, I think the aggression is working for them, especially as Kane is being caught off guard with those surprise hits.
It's just a counterplays after counterplays. It's when this type of moments where you're basically equally paired up against your opponents is where you try to be creative, and this is where your instincts play a key role. And first shot up dealing the first blood that got hit against Lin is something that you really have to find value of, and you got to appreciate the lineups there. You know, you have to study those type of nades, and for it to connect here, it's gonna be beneficial. AMT's got the number advantage, and of course, they have way less angles to worry about, especially when they got Lin shot down in the game. Pop Zero though, Neptune still has 0 kills, and the fact that he's been the first Reaper for Skade, it has been not performing properly. It's causing this team some rounds.
Yeah, hopefully Pop Zero will not be turned into Pop Zero in this game, because like we've seen him pop off, and I guess it was Leo Zera and Mihawk that we commented earlier was not really showing up and popping off, but the moment that we called them out, they just skyrocketed the number of frags that they have in this game. Happened for the huge backstab against Leo Zera right now, and they are left with 3, and still Bazera still no angle to hold as he has been taken down by Incendio.
We've talked about how this team has had to play back-to-back matches, and of course having to play a lot of hours in Call of Duty Mobile esports just to qualify for the playoffs is taking a toll on Bob Zero right now. He hasn't made a lot of difference in this first 4 rounds, and if they want to win this, something has to change. Mihawk gets that mixer ongoing. Jet Pro's gonna be able to get blown by this Mihawk guy, but he's got 4 players to worry about, and Incendio with the scope takes it, and AMT goes up by 1.
Yeah, there's no angle that Mihawk can take because of the man advantage that Almighty have. They have a lead right now, and they're on the defender side. Attackers who usually take the pace, Skade not dictating anything apart from they can take down finally the first kill coming from Popzera. This might be a start of a good run for Skate at this point. Probably the chance for them to be the composer in this song against Almighty, because they need to start it off and dictate the space.
I mean, look at this, man. Shut up. That pixel pick could just give him that elimination against Mihawk. But it's not taking the risk. Oh, he spots him. Oh, he's not gonna connect. And that guy goes back right through trying to contest. But no, it's not gonna do it. Shut up. Just kind of playing it slow. Same thing for Mihawk. This off angle right here is kind of important for his squad. A head glitch. You can't be spotted on that money room. So, no attention made just by both of the squads. But Leo Zero follows up with the kill from Shut Up, though, on that A bomb site. So, it might just be an opening here at this B bomb site that they are prepared to line up. And it's only Heaven holding that area. Someone has to reinforce right now. But this case has got the numbers. And Leozin just completely annihilated Heaven. And they open up the B side. Now it's gonna be a bomb plant here. Also a 2v5.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Leozin is staying. What are you saying? Heaven is in there. Might be taking us down. I just taken down in there as going solo. Irfan J, the Clutch King, might not be able to clutch this on a 1v5. Limbs just a surprise hit from the side as well. Not quite sure what's happening for Almighty at this game, because that match, that specific round, is not what we expect from Almighty. We're expecting a little bit more of a challenge, but they are being caught off guard in very difficult angles.
We're breaking news just right now on Neptune. Biggest upset so far in the day. Q9 lost to Scars in hardpoint takeoff just now. So they packed their bags in day one. So this is kind of unfortunate, but here we go. One more match is left, and it's between AMT and Skate. One has to leave, one has to go in this game number 5. And both teams are just equalized right now.
Yep, equalize on 3 into the points, and also 2 on a serious win. And this what's like, it makes it exciting but worrisome as well, because I'm pretty sure pressure from both sides is happening as Jeff Pro is just going in for the dance right now. A little bit of sidestep as they wait for that peak. Heaven right now peeking, but not really having a visibility from above. Hopefully he will not give out any audio cues, otherwise Mihawk will take him down.
Cade Mihawk is just on a prime position here. Well, there's the that was almost a kill there. But this is only a few damages has happened. Well, for AMT, that A side is completely open, Neptune.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Leozera have visual confirmation. Mihawk didn't go in for the attack, wherein he could easily take Heaven out. But there goes Incendio being taken down right now, favoring Skate. And there goes Popzera, the lineup, the audition, Shut Up, and Jeff Pro going in for the dance. And there goes the finishing blow. There goes everyone left from Almighty, one at a time, just asking Popzera to shoot them down.
And just a nasty shot right there. And you heard the crowd just go up and roar after that 3-piece is being made. And Popzera has woken up from a deep slumber. And now when you take a little bear, you would expect him to fight back. And Popzera right now is tickled. And of course, he's fighting back. A beautiful 3-piece for him to win that round number 7 for Skate. But an early plant here by AMT. They haven't lost any single lives just yet, so they have locked down that back alley with number 5 and Shut Up holding up that spawn, and have been just anticipating the players to move into the mid map. So eliminations coming through, and Skate just goes down one by one.
Yeah, I mean, that was a response against Popzera. Popzera is still alive. Leo's in as well. Shut Up has been taken out. Popzera in there, and the snipes taking down the best snipers of Almighty in the process. And still, there's no stopping this guy. Popzera can get the angle, even Incendio up close and personal. Still not taking him down. What is happening for Almighty? Finally, Irfan J just closes the deal and closes it on a tie 4-4.
I mean, I'm palpitating right now. Woo. This is it. This is the pinnacle of Call of Duty Mobile esports. Both teams fighting for the contention for the playoffs. And sadly for one of these teams, someone has to go and get eliminated. And only one will be able to advance to the playoffs. And AMT starts this round number 9 with dead first blood. They have the bomb, and they know where they can put a bomb, but number 3 in blue in heaven is about to fight against Leo Zera here. Oh no, the overextension cost them in that game, but nonetheless, it's still a 4v4. The game is still equalized. But if you're AMT, the more you take time in doing this, the more you second guess. You have to act now. 1 minute and 22 seconds left.
Yeah, and that's one thing. Like, Almighty had a lot more situation wherein they can take a win because of the rush that they're doing against Skate, and that is what's happening. As we mentioned, the moment they second guess, they will be at a loss. And 45 on the scores right now. It is Skate taking the lead, and I won't be surprised if it will be taken back by Almighty, because we've seen this so many times. It's not even overtime. What more if it goes to overtime and exceed the 22 round?
Oh, I'm just getting a bad feel for this Skate. That was just a solid response. And now they are invading all the way to the Jin and Heaven there. Prepared for the gunfight. And takes down one of the key players. And pops their shot down as well. So that's going to be key for them for now. But look at this. They are trying to isolate Heaven on the gym section. And losing is cut across towards the pinch. No one really guarding each other. And everyone just going down. At 3v2 now. Skate has the numbers. And if you're empty, you have to pick up that bomb.
Mihawk right now still on the flow, going for the third right now on Irfan J, and Heaven's the only guy remaining for Almighty. Doesn't have an angle, but a possible of a quick snipe. But there goes Leo Zin right there, and there goes Skate on a match point. 2 more points for Almighty to catch up, but we've seen this earlier. Attackers Almighty, they're not putting up the aggression. Good chance that Skate might be able to take this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you. Skate has the opportunity, but Heaven responds and says, no, not today. But Mihawk invading the galleries. Mihawk gets one, but Incendio gets the trade. Now they're opening things up at the B side. No one really there for Skate to back up this B side. But there's Zera is going to be in there to score some shit up. But shut up there, gets some shots in as well. And Lin B getting eliminated. And now Incendio and his crew just needs to plant his bomb to create more pressure for Leozine. But shut up eventually deletes Leozine off the get-go in a fast round, and AMT doesn't want to go down just yet. You want to push for that overtime.
Yeah, they want to push for the overtime. They want to push hard, farther that they can, because this is the last chance for either team to step in onto that championship belt. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to find out who will be much hungrier, as well as who will not falter in this game. The initial frag can dictate that, as well as who will be taken down easy in this game. So let's see. Leozin right now preparing a little bit too deep into the sides of Almighty. No information just yet. Leo Zera, good angle to hold just in case anyone peeks.
Almighty is settling down for an A push. Skate having the opportunity to close this out in advance to the next stage is totally possible. It is within their reach. They just have to execute one more time. Do they have the mental fortitude to end this? They have the discipline. They're just waiting for the push to come true. Stun and Nate's gonna line up here. Mihawk will be stunned, but he still wins the gunfight. And now they're lining it up, but AMT survives. They're able to create a play here and shut up this wins for the opportunity to shut down Bomb. 2v2 situation. Bomb yet to be planted. They won't just push just yet. They're waiting for the next gunfight. AMT, their hopes for that $700,000 and of course to be the #1 team is on the line. Same thing for Skate, Neptune.
Yep, we have the double Leo for the side of Skate, and we have Jeff Pro and Shut Up right now moving in onto that Bravo. Shut Up a little bit too out in the open. It's a good thing no one from the side of Skate has a view on him. And Leo Zera, good opportunity, especially with his SKS to take them down, but no angle can be taken because of the pillars. But as he moves in onto this hill, galleries might be a chance. Shut Up will be missed right now. Only a few HP. They need to buy time, but there goes the split up and going in the second floor. Shut Up has a chance, but they're out in the middle.
This is it, a chance for AMT to force overtime. Skate buys 1 kill. Shot up, it's all down the shot. He gets one. 9 seconds left. You just have to wait for this final few moments. The bomb is getting defused. And shot up one and we're gonna see overtime. AMT, they say no, not today. The game continues. Who lives? Who dies? Who tells their story? Overtime.
Overtime. Well, like, I'm not surprised that Almighty will be pulling that overtime. I'm just surprised that they took it in there a little bit too late. And it is attacker side for Skate, so they will not be taking defensive win based on what we're seeing. But Incendio just trying to flip the switch right now, bringing out a 3v4. And once we hit it on a 3v3 right now, we'll have to find out if it will be whose side is favorable from each region, from each
No nade's gonna connect
team.
here. Yeah, no nade's gonna connect. Trophy system will be canceling that out. There's 45 seconds. The bomb gets planted here, Neptune, at 3v4.
Jeff Pro going in for the kill against Babzera, and the deadly Babzera is out as he goes in a 3v3 situation. Leo Zera and Lynch right now for the double quickly as that they take the lead. One more for the win, and it will be heated right now for the side of Almighty. They need to put into play the aggressive and fast gameplay, a speed run for Almighty to throw off guard the defense of Skate.
Oh, this is not good. You see the push coming through the B side. Everyone's going to attack here. Babzera will look to get the first blood. Irfan J slowed down. They have to back away right now. This is just too of a risky play. Skate now slowly gapping in. Mihawk will be going down. Jet Pro and needed to kill. And Incendio follows up with a double. And there we go. AMT now slowly pushing up the B side. But Babzera is still very much alive. Don't want this guy to stay alive here, Neptune. And once he's still alive, it's a threat that you can go down in a blip. The bomb getting planted. A 5v3. AMT looking to tie up this game.
Yeah, I mean, they can stretch it as far as they have because they've done that so many times already. Good split up coming from Skate just to get an advantage and probably get a frag. There goes Libs right now, taking heaven in there. And Leo Zin just died out in there, and Libs will be taken out as well as Babzera shot up, finishing it off. They are still alive and kicking and still forcing it overtime.
I mean, you're letting you just don't do that. You just don't do that. In these big moments like this, you don't kill yourself. That's so unfortunate. Now it's a tie game, overtime still. No one really has the advantage. But Skate, as the attackers, they want to push A. And number 5 in blue and shot up, just holding up the angle. He gets stunned, and that's gonna be a free kill for Mihawk with a nade. But Jeff Pro trades the first blood, and Lin gonna get shot down. The push being made at the A side. They're trying to plant that bomb. And number 3 in heaven, he needs to make sure that the nades connect, and Leo Zera gets shot down in here. And here we go. 4v3 Neptune.
It is a 4v3 situation right now. Leo Zin in an awkward position, just in the sight of that bomb, but going in, and there a little bit of miscom, but Mihawk just pulls out of that plant, and there we have it. Babzera going in, and still Babzera out in the open right now. Good potential, but not being taken by Almighty at this point. All 3 members from this side of the gardens putting a pressure right there onto the lockers, and this is more of a distraction, giving time for Heaven for the backstab, but it is not happening that quickly as the trade-offs happening in this area of basketball court. Irfan J gets for the double and the lead. Mihawk, the only guy remaining, plenty of time for them for the defusal, but Mihawk takes him down, but Incendio finishing it off. The lead goes for Almighty.
This is so stressful. This is more stressful than my math exam, my physics exam, and my entire Christian formation combined. You are watching the epitome of Call of Duty Mobile, the #1 team in Garena fighting for survival. Same thing for Skate, the #2 team in the Latin American region. AMT now takes the lead. Will they have the mental fortitude to close things out? The A side is where they're trying to go. They've been successful at this bomb site. Is this the last time we see this matchup go? Neptune.
We'll have to find out because so far no one is being traded off just yet. We've seen this so many times, and we know that Skate favors the defender side. So it's, I would say they can take the tie once again, unless a quick hit from Almighty is being triggered right now. The split, the 1-2-2 split being done by Almighty, blocking them off on that crossing. Popzera still catches Jeffro in the process, and we are down in there 3v5. As I mentioned it is Cade right now, possibility for a tie.
Such a good read from Leo Zera. He knows where the bomb was down, and so he was able to just anticipate the players to pick it up, and that was his free kill. And AMT will not be able to close this game out just yet. Shotup is the last man standing, having to do with 4 players. It takes such a miracle for this to happen, but Shotup now gets the first engagement done. Popzera is down, but there's 37 seconds left, and the bomb hasn't been picked up just yet. And he needs to isolate these players one at a time. And this 50 GS, it might give you some damage in this close range. But you gotta pick up a gun better than this. Maybe a CBR4 could help you turn this game around. A 1v3 now. And you see the rotate just being made by Skate. 2 players coming up the open stairs. And 1 player coming through towards the kitchen as well. And now for Shotup, this is just a death wish. It's a lose-lose situation for him. And Leo Zera off the open stairs gets the kill. And it is not yet over. I am so stressed.
Don't be. I guess the players are more stressed, as we can see right now from the team of Skate right now. We are off to our match 17 or for our round 17 at this point. And it's possible that the trade-off will be happening. You know what that calls me? The idea that both teams can carry this over for 22 rounds. Similar to what we've seen earlier. So I guess there's not so much of a trade-off, or there will be so much of a trade-off, but as we say that, it is quickly as that on a 2v1. Skate right now in the shorter end, but we are talking about Leo Zera, who can clutch it up much easier with a slide coming from Almighty, letting down survive, and there goes the clutch, and there goes the team of Skate taking the lead on the attacker this time.
That's when you thought that AMT will have that round win. Nope. Just completely turned around by Skate. And that play from Leo Zera, that could just be the momentum breaker for AMT. There's one more win, but haven't response back, making amends to what just happened last round. Popzera getting eliminated. Pushing in here at the A side, open plant gonna be happening, so they might be extending way over the open stairs for this one. Haben drops 2 players in this round. A 3v5, Jeffro backs away, but he's gonna get attacked by Mihawk, but Mihawk gets shot down and Leozin still very much alive. He's pushing way over enemy lines and he's just not scared at all. This is what you want from a championship contender team. Skate has put so much pressure against Almighty that they are 1 win away from taking this victory, but it's still not yet done. AMT wants to say, no, not today. They win this. We're forcing that round number 20. Almighty, hey, they have the mental fortitude, but the question is, who's got the mental capacity to end it?
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that these teams has to offer right now. And you know, we're still in day number 1, but it looks like the last day for Almighty and Skate in terms of how intense it is. It looks like it will be the grand final win or the grand final fight, but there goes Skate right now already in double. Leo Zera makes it the 3. A quick turnaround in there's left to Jeffro. The plan is being done, and Jeffro will be in there trying to run with that quick 6. Will be taken down, and it is a quick 10 points against the 9 that Almighty has.
Skate just too good in that round. A decisive decision to push as a team and just take matters worse for them. AMT on the brink of elimination. Is this the end of the road? And will Skate finish this off? The push gonna be at the mid-map. You don't want to get the first death. Slins gonna get stunned, but it's not gonna get pushed. Number 1 in blue in Incendio, holding off that mid-map. There's gonna be contacts in there, and Popzera with the wall bang! Incendio is down the key playmaker route, and Shotup has to step up, but he gets obliterated here by Popzera, and Skate all the way for winning this game. Looking to win this next round. Irfan J and Jeff Pro, last 2 men standing up against the final 5 players of Skate. They want this victory, and they want this score and upset.
Jeff Pro right now a little bit in the lead in terms of rotation, and no information just yet out in the open. This is where you don't want to be right now. It's a good thing he backed off in there just in time, but didn't provide Irfan J with that opening against Skade. There goes nades being thrown. Irfan J right now hopping in Central Gardens right now. Good rotation being done by both players.
This is it. This
but
is the
they
end.
might be in there a little too deep. Irfan J will be taking out Jeff Pro right now. The punching gloves will be pulled off, and Mihawk in there finishing the deal. Skade moves forward, and Almighty will be saying goodbye.
The number one team in Garena got obliterated by Skade in a thrilling best of 5. A well-deserved victory, and Skade has the mental capacity to advance to the playoffs, claiming the number 2 seed of Group D, and they will face Smart Omega on the playoff quarterfinals. It has been a run for Almighty, but for Almighty, this was the final World Champs for Kevin. He's gonna be off of the team after this, as he's gonna be serving military. And you hate to see this go down like this for AMT. A first day exit, and Skade just dropped one of the most favorite team to win everything.
Yeah, I mean, we felt both emotions right there. The happiness and the joy coming from Skade, as well as the disappointment and the sadness from Almighty. Just looking at the picture, but Skade and Almighty, I would say salute to both teams. They brought us a world stage, a world championship worthy match, especially on that search and destroy. It's just unfortunate for Almighty that Skade is the best team for those final match. Last map, last chance for both teams. It doesn't get more stressful than this, and it doesn't get more exciting, but I guess a lot more will be happening once we face it off for upcoming days. But Cali, I would say long day is finally over, but I couldn't let go of what we've seen right now.
It's a crushing defeat for Almighty, but it's a triumphant victory from Skade. A hard-fought victory to win everything and advance to the playoffs. And what I was saying earlier, which was really detrimental, was that Almighty next year won't have Heaven anymore. And so this was his last final run, and you have the final 8 teams that has qualified for the playoffs. Group A, Smart Omega and Stamina Esports. Group B, Inco, Stalwart and Wolves. Group C is surprising shocker Q9 Club. Gets completely obliterated by Scores on the decider match. Tribe Gaming and Scores will be representing Group C, and Group D, a shocking defeat in the hands of Skade as they defeat Almighty in a best of 5 series. Luminosity will be the number 1 team there, Neptune.
Yeah.
And this is it. It's the end of day 1.
I would say, I mean, this is a long day, but from what I'm seeing for the teams, they totally deserve the spot that they have. A lot more of pressure, a lot more of challenges will be facing them on the upcoming days of this championship. But when I say upcoming days, it will not be happening later. It will not be happening tonight. For those of you in the same time zone as we are, it will be happening the next day. But as we look at the brackets right now, the champs bracket, especially in those in the upper, it is Smart Omega going against Skade. It's a chance for Smart Omega to, I would say, respond and redeem to what Skade has done against Almighty. Tribe Gaming will be going against Wolves right there on the second. Inco Stalwarts as well as Cars right now. Good chance to see both of these teams, and this is what excites me the most. Luminosity as well as Stamina Esports, because we know that these teams has a lot to offer right now, and it will be ones who will be falling down that might be difficult to beat, especially if they take the long route of the lower bracket.
I mean, the quarterfinal 1 and the quarterfinal 2 is stacked, man. I mean, Smart Omega, yes, they are the number 1 team in Group A, but they are not safe against Skade. I mean, Smart Omega is a squad that struggled against Almighty all throughout the Stage 4 and CDFI.
Yeah.
And you never know what might just happen in LAN. You never know.
Well, we don't know. We're not expecting Almighty to be in there battling for their lives for the final moment. But as we mentioned, Almighty and SMART has stretched it as far as they can. Unfortunately for Almighty, they will be taken out from that fight. SMART is the best team from that matchup, especially on the final moment. But for those of you who aren't here staying with us in the final moment, we have something for you. So far, we brought out 2 redeem codes earlier. Another one will be brought out in here at the bottom of the screen just for you guys who stayed with us for the longest time, especially in the long broadcast that we have right now. It is the M13 Wildstyle CHUDZBZ6UF, and I was taking that from you, Callie. It's rare that I read off from the code, but it's easy enough that I can see it in there. Chuds. Earlier we have Chubs, Chucks, and Chuds right now in there on the codes.
But yeah, you know, the teams, and of course the viewers ask for a redeem code, and of course you get that M13 Wildstyle. And again, only applicable on today's live stream, so make sure you go and get it on. But you know, I am heartbroken about what just happened. Because I mean, just to think that Heaven won't be able to participate in next year's World Championship, is it makes me sad. But again, whoever is the hunger gets the best out of you.
Exactly. And well, with that all said, a lot has been said, a lot has been done already, and I'm pretty sure Sasho AJ thanks you as well as Callie and I have, especially for those who hang in here for the longest time on all the platforms that we are live streaming. But it is what it is. We have to end the day. Thank you very much for those of you who aren't here. See you on the next broadcast of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Finals.